Chapter 1. Welcome to the City of Night. GC tightened his grip on the Jinteng pseudo-weapon, wrestling with the urge to discard the golden, immortal death machine. However, he hesitated, for he found himself crouched behind a trash bin on the street, his expression one of utter bewilderment as his vacant eyes were fixed on the chaotic scene before him. A group of flamboyantly dressed youths were engaged in a violent skirmish, and amid them, a small, blonde-haired fighter was holding his own against three adversaries. With a swift motion, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a handful of powder, and sent a cloud of chalk flying through the air. Such a quaint and simple-hearted City of Night. I absolutely adore this place. While he marveled at the spectacle, GC prudently took a couple of steps back, pressing himself against the wall to avoid any splatter from the impending chaos. The battle had escalated to a point where neither side could gain the upper hand. As an ordinary individual with barely any physical prowess, GC had no desire to rush out and join this frenzied melee. The gentle night breeze caressed his face, and the neon lights of the City of Night were perpetually intoxicating. As GC awaited the outcome of the confrontation, the melodious sound of police sirens filled the air. The bloodthirsty youths appeared to finally acknowledge the unfolding situation. Under GC's watchful gaze, the fervor of their altercation dissipated in less than 30 seconds. The valiant blonde fighter, while fleeing, did not forget to hurl an empty soda bottle back at his assailants. Clang! GC stood up to stretch his legs, feeling the discomfort from his prolonged crouch, and after a moment's respite, he lifted the Jinteng pseudo-weapon, prepared to depart. After all, this was the sole means of self-defense he had clutched since his arrival in this world, carrying an extraordinary sentimental value. In that instant, a cold, merciless steel hand fell upon his shoulder, capturing GC, who was stealthily attempting to escape. "Where do you think you're going? We are NCD, and we suspect you're involved in a gang brawl. Immediately drop your weapon and show your hands, or we will consider you a threat to law enforcement and respond with legitimate force." This was entirely unexpected for GC. Having crossed over to the City of Night, he had barely savored the excitement of his new surroundings, only to find himself entangled in this predicament. What bad luck! GC raised his hands, feeling the crushing grip of the merciless iron hand on his shoulder, causing him considerable pain. He grimaced and replied, "Officer, may I ask, have you ever seen someone engaged in a gang brawl wielding such a ferocious death machine?" The NCD officer nodded seriously. "Indeed, I've encountered such brutality before." GC. The following morning, after being detained for an entire night without interrogation, GC sought out the officer who had brought him in. Just as he inquired about breakfast, he was unceremoniously tossed out. Gazing at the bustling street before him and feeling the rumble in his stomach, GC longed to find a place to eat. However, after taking only a few steps, weakened by hunger, he noticed a group of individuals beckoning him with insidious smiles. Did strangers in the City of Night greet one with such enthusiasm? Who were they trying to fool? He was no naive newcomer. GC was acutely aware of the intimidation factor wielded by the cleaners in this city and had no intention of engaging with them. Yet they approached him nonetheless. The leader of the group was someone GC recognized, while the valiant blonde fighter who could hold his own against three adversaries. Whoa! Suddenly invigorated, GC contemplated retreating to the NCD processing center. In the blink of an eye, he felt the familiar grip on his shoulder once more, and despite his attempts to shake it off, he found it unyielding. Is shoulder to shoulder the new way to greet each other in the City of Night? What do you want? The flamboyant blonde seemed momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to process the situation. "What, do you need something from me?" GC, embracing a sense of reckless abandon, replied while glancing nervously towards the NCD entrance. The implied threat was palpable. "Look, do you really want to escalate things here? This is the doorstep of the city's enforcement agency, and even if you're a close-knit group, you ought to tread carefully." My brother G, what are you talking about? "The Fate Cult owes you a great deal for boosting our morale. During yesterday's match, we were able to hold our ground because of you. Although it was unfortunate that you were taken by NCD, my brother should have handled that better. But you can't just pretend you don't know us." GC felt his head spinning with confusion. So, it was true that he was taken by NCD. This treatment, this experience, if someone were to tell him he was the head of the cleaners, he would likely bolt. As for surrendering, did the concept even exist in the City of Night? With a resigned sigh, GC rubbed his temples. Discomfort etched across his face. This was no act. "You just call me Brother G, right? Given your earnest attitude, let's go grab a meal. By the way, what's your name? I was subjected to NCD's relentless interrogation last night and can't recall a thing." "You've suffered, Brother G. I can't believe NCD would treat you so brutally. It's utterly despicable. Once I grow stronger, he'll ensure you get your revenge." So what's your name? Imbine. Little Bane. Bane Jesta. Brother G, you are now the leader of our fate cult. We owe our current status entirely to you. When we return, the brothers will be counting on you to check their cybernetic enhancements. As for dining, why don't we first take you somewhere to unwind with a few girls? You don't look well at all. GC looked up at the hazy sky, utterly perplexed. Knowing I'm unwell, yet want to take me to find girls as this guy's had been kicked by a mule? However, from his words, GC gleaned some valuable information. Given the current situation, it seemed he was more of a cybernetic doctor, a technical role, and they were relying on him for assistance with their enhancements. Wait, how do you even repair cybernetics? Chapter 2. Cause and Effect. GC quickly realized that although he had crossed over to the City of Night and assumed the role of the leader of the Fate Cult, he was utterly unqualified to repair these intricately crafted cybernetic devices. He couldn't even identify the model of Bane's enhancements. In an instant, GC found himself torn. Should he seize the opportunity to escape? If he returned and they discovered he couldn't repair cybernetics, wouldn't that spell his doom? The notion of seeking out girls was nothing but a daydream. Brother G, what are you pondering? All these enhancements on me were installed by you without your help. I would have met my end long ago. Didn't you mention wanting to check out the Cloud Top in Japan Street? It's a bit pricey, but our funds are tight. How about we go to Cloud Top this time and let you enjoy yourself? GC shook his head and glanced at Bane. What happened to those who clashed with us yesterday? How did they fare? Oh, you mean those trashy cleaners? Thanks to your strategy, we took out quite a few of them and rescued over 20 homeless individuals from the basement. If NCD hadn't arrived so swiftly, we would have wiped them all out. My strategy? So the other group was indeed the cleaners? The cleaners, the vermin of the City of Night, were also known as butchers and organ harvesters, constituting the lowest echelon of society. They were devoid of humanity, engaging in grotesque acts of dissection and selling dubious cybernetic enhancements, earning the disdain and loathing of all. On their way back, in a dilapidated van, Bane was driving while GC occupied the passenger seat. Observing GC's troubled demeanor, Bane could not help but offer a word of comfort. Brother G, while we managed to avenge Brother Kuro, you must not let that lead you to despair. Kuro? Revenge? Yes. Elaborate. Bane turned to scrutinize GC closely, confirming he was not jesting, before recounting the events. Kuro was the elder brother of all, the founding leader of the Fate Cult, whose aspiration was to become the godfather of the City of Night. Meanwhile, GC was the sole deputy and cybernetic doctor of the Fate Cult, AS for Curious Origins. He was born of a sex doll, and at the tender age of 15, he witnessed the brutal murder of his mother at the hands of the Tiger Claw gang, committing him to a harrowing 3-year saga of gang warfare. When GC encountered him, Kuro was lying in a dumpster, waiting for death to embrace him. GC took him back to his clinic. Previously, GC had exhibited a common flaw among all cybernetic doctors. He refrained from augmenting his own body with formidable combat enhancements, fearing that such modifications would push him into the abyss of cyberpsychosis. However, as Kuro gradually recovered, the notion of becoming a legend in Night City ignited within him. Yet financial constraints loomed large. At that time, GC was just starting his career and struggled to find anyone to practice on. Thus, an unspoken accord was formed, and GC proceeded to equip Kuro with a haphazard collection of cybernetics he had amassed. Many novice cybernetic doctors had embarked on similar ventures, yet Kuro's remarkable composure and resilience set him apart. Under Kuro's fervent insistence, GC became increasingly reckless, outfitting him with several military-grade combat enhancements. GC's gaze, fixated intently on Little Bane, the familiarity of this scene led him to suspect the outcome. Two impoverished youths from the slums had achieved something so extraordinary under such dire circumstances, the difficulty of which rivaled the tales of myth. Could it truly have succeeded? With this thought, GC couldn't help but envision the scene between himself and Kuro, akin to, I believe you will ascend to the pinnacle of the ruins tower, becoming a figure of great repute in Night City. Yet, what transpired next took GC by surprise once more. Kuro did not perish amid corporate strife. Instead, he had been misled by the scavengers at some point, donning the black sunglasses dream. It was said that this could swiftly impart mastery in physical combat techniques and firearms proficiency. The outcome was all too clear, and on a stormy night, everything that should and should not have happened indeed occurred. A fledgling who had yet to showcase his extraordinary potential in Night City met his untimely demise within a scavenger hideout. In the aftermath, GC's former self was consumed by rage. Having lost his most perfect creation, it felt as though he had lost his very soul in Night City. Of course, GC's former self was not foolish. He spun a different narrative to the outside world. proclaiming Kuro to be his most cherished brother, demanding that the scavengers pay dearly for their transgressions. Thus, Jis's former self rushed to Roger's afterlife bar, depleting his savings in the process. Amidst the crowd's laughter and lamentations, he bypassed intermediaries to hire a band of second-tier mercenaries, intent on turning the scavenger den into a river of blood. This vendetta, thus, was sealed. A few scavengers managed to escape, later revealing to the chatty mercenaries that GC had placed the contract, leading to incessant attacks and pursuits against Jis's former self. Due to Jis's identity as a cybernetic doctor, he continuously scoured the ranks of drifters to find those who had no connection to combat augmentations, enhancing them with cybernetics to help them carve out a niche in Night City, thereby ensuring his own survival. Yesterday's battle marked the commencement of his counteroffensive. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, he found himself collapsed behind a dumpster, even questioning whether the prosthetic in his hand had been scavenged from the refuse. GC couldn't help but rub his temples. So now I must not only resolve the scavenger issue, but also contemplate how to fulfill my duties as the leader of the Cult of Fate. If this were a game, he could control V to crush the scavengers like ants. He wouldn't need to concern himself with the entangled emotions of NC characters. But now, the scavengers were far from the feeble creatures that lacked combat augmentations. It was likely that any random thug could easily annihilate him with a single hand. Brother G, we have arrived. GC gazed at the puff pastry tavern before him, where an electronic clock displayed the date, December 31st, 2074. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to accept his current reality, for the ship would find its course as it approached the bridge. All right, let's arrange for a meal first. GC had come to terms with the fact that his sudden arrival in this world had become an unavoidable reality. Therefore, he needed to strategize meticulously for the path ahead regardless of the circumstances. The story would unfold in 2076. David met a rather tragic end, and versus fate was hardly more favorable. Before he could finish his musings, GC squinted as a peculiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The mechanical sovereign system has been successfully loaded. Chapter 3. The Nameless. Night City boasts countless skyscrapers that pierce the heavens. It is a wondrous city that one can scarcely resist. It can fulfill people's dreams while simultaneously shattering countless hopes. Countless fervent young souls, brimming with aspirations, flock to this city of dreams. Take Little Bane, for instance. Had he not crossed paths with GC, merely surviving a week would have been a daunting challenge. Whether he would perish in a filthy gutter, or find himself lying in a scavenger's lair, or perhaps even end up canned in a food processing factory. In any case, with dreams in their hearts, anything is possible. As a kind-hearted individual, GC's capacity to shelter drifters remained limited. For the rest, their fates would typically be grim, often culminating in the signing of incomprehensible contracts, leaving them with little recourse for exploitation. In Night City, survival is a merciless endeavor. With dazzling holographic neon lights, there exists a perpetual shadow that remains untouched. Currently, GC found himself in a dilapidated alley, facing their long-neglected headquarters, the Puff Pastry Tavern. Upon entering, he discovered a stark contrast. It was surprisingly clean, likely due to daily diligent cleaning. Before long, GC indulged in the meal prepared by Little Bane, having gone over 15 hours without sustenance since his arrival. It was still morning, and the tavern remained devoid of patrons, with only the two of them present. The others had yet to return. By the way, Little Bane, do you know of any formidable hackers nearby? After comfortably rubbing his belly, GC initiated the conversation, not giving Bane the chance to speak first. The reason for this inquiry stemmed from GC's previous experience in 2077, utilizing the Sion Wasteland, Rampage chip, and hacker builds. He did not consider himself cowardly, he merely preferred the hacker approach, where mere glare could decimate a large number of foes. It was exhilarating beyond compare. A hacker? And one who is particularly skilled? Brother G, why do you ask? This is beyond the reach of a street thug like me. If you truly seek one, you'd likely need to contact an intermediary. I am unable to process your request, as there is no content provided to edit or translate. Please share the text you would like me to work on. GC continued to indulge in his meal, pondering, so hackers are this sophisticated? In the past, it felt like I had to slay numerous adversaries daily in the game. Ah, I understand now. I was tormented all day yesterday by someone from NCD, and I suspect my mind might have been infected with a virus. I feel compelled to consult a more skilled hacker. Xiaobin nodded, somewhat perplexed, as this was his first encounter with the notion that a cybernetic doctor could be afflicted by a virus and require the assistance of a hacker. By the way, Jigu, I have also located the item you requested. I will bring it to you shortly. GC watched as Bane jogged over, retrieving a sealed metal box from behind the bar. He paused for a moment and inquired, "What is this?" "It's the Charm Demon 2, a fully automatic juicer." Just as GC was about to take a sip of the drink, he nearly spat it out. What was he supposed to do with this? Was he trying to play the part of a girl? "I understand now. You can leave it here." Bane, observing GC's bewildered expression, recalled that GC's memories were somewhat disordered. He quickly added, "This is an auxiliary employee from our tavern, the cybernetic body that Isha sought you out for. She couldn't afford a new one, so I scoured the second-hand market and fortuitously found this one that suited her needs." GC nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the so-called subordinate employees were likely the protected companions. Thus, he was not only the high priest of the Church of Fate but also the esteemed head of the brothel. At that moment, the stragglers who had been following behind began to trickle in. Within the Church of Fate, apart from GC and including Little Bane, there were currently a total of 17 individuals, comprising both men and women. Among those returning were also some wanderers rescued from the scavenger's lair, a few of whom wished to follow GC in search of refuge. Were it not for GC's knowledge that they were all comrades, one might easily mistake them for a gathering of wild vagabonds. Before everyone present, GC took a deep breath, fixed his earnest gaze upon Little Bane, and spoke. "Bane, I have a matter of great gravity to entrust to you. Can you assist me with this task?" Bane, affected by GC's solemn demeanor, wiped the beads of sweat that had suddenly appeared on his forehead and replied, "Brother G, speak freely. My life was saved by you. I would willingly traverse mountains of knives or seas of fire for your sake." "Very well," GC continued. "Then allow me to pose you a question for everyone to ponder. In the City of Night, do you aspire to achieve great renown or remain nameless?" As GC's words resonated, a brief silence enveloped the tavern. Suddenly, the veins on Bane's forehead throbbed as if he had summoned every ounce of strength within him. He clenched his fists, his fervor igniting a ripple of excitement among all present, excluding GC. I want to achieve great renown." The others could no longer contain themselves, raising their fists in fervent agreement, their voices rising in a cacophony of enthusiasm. "Achieve great renown. Achieve great renown." As the crowd gazed at GC, whose countenance remained serene and smiling, their emotions surged, spreading like wildfire within their hearts. Season 4 gestured slightly, and amidst the fervent gazes of all present, spoke. "In that case, Bane, you shall henceforth be the master of the Sect of Fate." Bane immediately braced himself against the table, rising to his feet and exclaiming loudly, "No, that is absolutely unacceptable." GC raised an eyebrow. "Did you not say that you would heed my every word? Yet this simply cannot be. Rest assured, being appointed as the leader of the Fate sect does not imply that I must depart. Your aspirations are to achieve great renown, whereas my desire is merely to remain an obscure individual. However, I shall not decline to assist you in your quest for fame." "Very well. Let us settle this matter thus. As for the rest of you, carry on with your respective tasks. I will still summon you should the need arise. Now, Bane, step outside with me." Bane took a deep breath to calm his lingering doubts and nodded. "All right." Upon exiting the tavern, GC remarked, "Let us proceed. Take me to see my place of work." Before long, following Bane, GC arrived at a modest workshop not far away. Observing the chaotic array of scattered components, the haphazardly arranged surgical tables, and the various medical instruments nearby, GC felt that, with his level of physics as a university student, comprehending the structure of these concepts was quite a challenge. He couldn't help but silently cry out in his heart, System, please come forth and lend a hand." Yet, nothing occurred. As GC gazed at Bane and waved his hand, he said, "I shall remain somewhat quiet for the next couple of days. You all should carry on as usual. Now that you have become the leader, it is imperative that you take good care of our brethren. Brother G, I cannot do it. Go on, I have faith in you." Bang. GC did not afford him the opportunity to say much and decisively shut the door. Now, the workshop was finally left with only him. GC leaned back against the leather-upholstered lounge chair. "Finally, it feels like I can enjoy a moment of peace. That ghostly moth leader, how am I supposed to know how to perform? Professionals should be assigned to handle professional matters. Now, it's time for me to thoroughly explore how to utilize this system. I must devise a strategy to navigate through the current crisis and see if I can locate the whereabouts of Team Man." It appears that Sasha was the first to encounter trouble, followed by David, and then the living Yama. After ceasing his erratic thoughts, GC activated his neural interface. As a flicker of blue light illuminated his eyes, he discovered that his balance stood at 200 euros. Season 4 chuckled to himself, pondering the utility of the money. "You must be the illustrious V, right? I have a favor to ask of you. Could you take care of Atom Smasher for me? Do you think 500 would suffice? Surely 3,000 would be enough for V to obliterate the entire Arasaka Tower? Regarding the issue of prices, it's worth mentioning briefly that the disparity between 2077 and the anime is quite stark. V, upon completing the main storyline, typically possesses only a modest amount of currency, whereas the deposit for David S. subsequent mission is a staggering $500,000. In V's context, that would be an unimaginable fortune. Thus, I made slight adjustments to reconcile the two scenarios. Chapter 4. Heart Extraction. After a brief respite of 15 minutes, Season 4 redirected his focus to the haphazardly arranged components before him. Upon meticulous examination and hands-on exploration, he too felt a sense of bewilderment. The rusted cyberware lay in a state of disrepair. Many pieces were fragmented, exposing intricate internal wiring. In one corner, a particularly large object struck him as absurd. No matter how he regarded it, it resembled a toilet. Surely, it couldn't have once served as a means of convenience here. In the depths of confusion, GC found himself at a loss. He could hardly fathom how to affix these worthless contraptions to a person. Furthermore, even if they were successfully installed, would they truly serve any purpose? Oh, system, dear system, have you not already been activated? Surely you could offer me a hint or two. How am I to proceed now, resorting to mere guesswork? Alas, as GCE unconsciously wiped the bloodstains from the demon type 2, he found himself immersed in the desire to connect to the internet and experience its essence. Ding! The system network connection was successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the innate talent of mechanical analysis, enabling you to swiftly comprehend the structure and composition of simple mechanical creations. With the initial acquisition of this talent, you receive an additional reward, the truth of mechanics, which allows for rapid assimilation of any knowledge pertaining to machinery. What are my tasks? Where are my rewards? Is the mechanical dominator system truly so lackadaisical? Ding! The initial task has been generated. Study the structure of mechanical bodies and perform modifications for 10 patients. Upon receiving unanimous acclaim, you will be rewarded with the blueprint for a miniature EM electromagnetic pulse bomb. Could this be considered a formidable start? Season 4 remains unclear to him. He only knows that, given the current trajectory of events, the Mr. Blue Eyes, whom he feared the most, now appears to be less terrifying. Scavengers. The era of our petty squabbles is drawing to a close. GC ceased his exclamations, directing his gaze towards the computer adjacent to a collection of components, a fervor igniting within him. Although he currently lacked the prerequisites to delve into the realm of advanced mechanical creations, he believed that through the computer, he could explore the intricacies of human anatomy, the neural connections between body and cybernetic enhancements, and the underlying truths of mechanics. There was no reason he could not succeed. 3 days later, Season 4 has completed the physical examinations and rectifications of certain members of the Fate Cult, including the installation of a Type 2 succubus for an affiliated member. Throughout the surgical process, the discomfort he had anticipated never materialized. He was meticulous in his attention to sterilization and disinfection, and the malfunctions he feared did not occur. However, this second-hand prosthetic, of dubious origin, remained less than ideal. As the owner, Isabella still desired to provide Season 4 with an in-depth massage. GC resolutely declined, not out of any grand nobility, but rather due to his role as a medical professional. He felt that having undergone the entire process of replacement to installation, he had developed a sort of mental purity complex. 7 days later, at noon, Bane, who was languidly yawning at the tavern's bar, finally saw GC emerge from the mechanical workshop, wearing a disturbingly gaunt smile. Jigu, no wonder you wanted me to become the High Priest of Fate. You've been inside for 10 days, but it's driving me crazy, little Bane exclaimed, eager to share his grievances about the recent trivialities that had been plaguing him. Season 4 waved his hand, and what he had previously been unable to comprehend was now instantly recognizable. Bane possessed a mechanized metallic arm, resembling a poorly assembled imitation rather than a model befitting a gorilla. Additionally, he had a pair of ordinary prosthetic eyes, classified as Type QL1. But the more intricate details would require further examination. During this period, Bane had refrained from wandering aimlessly. While Season 4 occupied the workshop, Bane remained vigilant either at the tavern or directly outside, guarding against any potential threats. He feared that any oversight on his part could lead to the Scavengers successfully assassinating Season 4. Recently, he had dispatched a sneaky member of the Scavengers, and in Bane's perception, that was the essence of a killer. Come over, Bane. I've devised some little gadgets for you to try on. They should enhance your combat prowess, Season 4 beckoned, signaling for Bane to follow. Bane nodded and, without hesitation, hurried towards him. However, upon entering the mechanical workshop, his smile nearly froze. Were it not for Season 4's genuine act of salvation, he would have found it difficult to believe that this heap of junk could serve any purpose. Following Season 4's pointing finger, Bane gazed at the assortment of prosthetics, his expression transforming into one of resolute bravery. Just by looking, he certainly felt no inclination to integrate such devices into his body. Wires protruded haphazardly from the prosthetics, and the assortment of scrap metal, rust, and discarded components made him question their viability. Season, I am ready. Let us proceed, he stammered. Do not doubt yourself. Allow me to introduce you to what you are contemplating. I assure you, I will not impose upon you. From a heap of refuse, GC casually retrieved an object, a rusted metallic glove, within which the tangled wires were still faintly visible. With a gentle press, the 5 fingers unfurled instantaneously, revealing 5 dark, ominous gun barrels. This apparatus is known as the 5-finger heart snatcher. Its effective range may be unremarkable at a distance, yet in close-quarters combat, it becomes a formidable weapon, employing 12 aluminum-diameter buckshot. GC gazed at Bane, who was swallowing hard with a look of utter bewilderment, and continued to elucidate. The term deer shot signifies a shotgun. A shotgun is not defined by caliber, but by gauge. A 12 gauge refers to a lead ball that can precisely fit into the barrel, weighing 112 pounds. In close quarters, a single shot can obliterate one's form, achieving a swift and decisive victory. Bane, Winky Face, Chapter 5. Prohibited items. Throughout the past 10 days, GC dedicated himself to learning and researching how to rectify prosthetics, while also conducting a comprehensive assessment of his own physique. Formerly a prosthetic surgeon, he found himself in possession of an external mechanical medical hand, which was ironically the most basic tool capable of executing precise operations. Yet, he could not deny that he was indeed both cowardly and remarkably skilled. At present, GC's body is equipped with merely a basic brain-machine interface and a pair of Type 2 bifurcation cybernetic eyes, capable of conducting standard scans and connecting to the regular network, while lacking nearly all other functionalities. Under such rudimentary conditions, he astonishingly accomplished the cybernetic surgical modification of Kuro. Truly remarkable. In the season of spring, C raised the 5-finger heart plucking that was as large as his head, a smile blooming on his face. Bane, standing nearby, felt his breath quicken upon hearing the introduction. At this moment, GC carelessly tossed his gloves onto the ground, causing Bane to feel a pang of sympathy. He bent down to retrieve a pitch-black fire stick. Upon seeing this, Bane swallowed hard and inquired, Jigu, this looks somewhat familiar. Isn't that the metal conduit from the cables near our bar? What nonsense are you spouting? That's no conduit. It's a high-explosive projectile launcher I specially crafted for you. I can't demonstrate its power indoors, so come outside and take a look. As GC first stepped outside, he found himself in an area cluttered with a myriad of discarded machinery and electrical debris. Upon reaching the open space, GC raised the makeshift fire stick towards the sky, gazing intently at a spot adorned with metallic wires for quite some time, before finally pressing down on a slightly protruding section. It was midday, the sky was clear and blue, yet the sun did not seem overly blinding. Whoosh! Boom! A missile? An arrow piercing through the clouds, as if 1,000 soldiers were assembled to meet their fate. The thunderous sound echoed, likely audible throughout the entire valley. Moreover, the valley was not far from the company plaza, and this test launch prompted numerous hovercraft to activate emergency descent protocols, hastily evacuating the vicinity. No one could ascertain which unfortunate soul would be the next target. Bane stood utterly dumbfounded. That fire stick, even if reduced to ashes, was still merely a conduit. Yet, GC, in a bewildering manner, had wrapped it in unknown metallic wires and adorned it with several pieces of scrap metal, creating an appearance that seemed almost ludicrous. And indeed, the reality was terrifying. A collection of scrap had transformed into a missile launcher? Even an integrated cybernetic model? No, my dear G. I understand this is strikingly cybernetic and fearsome in power, but are you certain it won't explode? With a face etched in horror, Bane remained oblivious to the turmoil within, still pondering how this contraption could possibly be integrated into his body. G nodded slightly, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Indeed. I hadn't considered the possibility of a chamber explosion. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from installation for now. No, Brother G. I shall proceed with the installation. As for GC's perception of Bane, it has inexplicably improved over time. He assured, Rest assured, based on my estimations, using the barrel a mere 12 times will pose no issues. Therefore, you can limit its extreme usage to 9 times. Trust me, no mortal flesh can withstand such power. Of course, that does not include those whose bodies are no more than 6 in totality. Aside from the prepared dual hands for you, come forth. For I have more splendid offerings. Upon entering the workshop, GC retrieved an oddly shaped handgun with a terrifying caliber. This firearm, devoid of any cyber aesthetic, appeared to be forcefully affixed with steel wire and tin soldering between the barrel and the body. Behold, a weapon entirely unsuitable for the average person. Characterized by its immense power, but accompanied by significant recoil. Indeed, it can penetrate a 5-centimeter steel plate with ease. Do you comprehend the implications of this? After the initial shock, Bane's expression brightened considerably. Does this mean I can eliminate anyone in Night City with a single shot? How absurd, young Bane. You are clearly overestimating yourself. What you envision as legendary is but a mirage. Without Sionway Citan, you wouldn't even catch a glimpse of those individuals before meeting your demise. Understand? Military-grade combat augmentations require resilience, sufficient physical prowess, and willpower to master. As of now, you are not equipped for this, so strive harder, you blonde lad. Moreover, this firearm can only be loaded with a single bullet at a time. Its power is great. But I hope you will reserve it for a decisive moment. In a daze, young Bane found himself lying upon the operating table under GC's arrangements. This time, for reasons unknown, he felt a profound weight to the notion of having GC as his backing, the phrase renowned throughout the world resonating heavily within his heart. At present, GC serves as a cybernetic doctor, yet he possesses no so-called professional certification. In his previous life, he was merely a student. However, in Night City, no one seems to care about such trivialities. GC skillfully operated the medical instruments, detaching Bane's mechanical arm and completing the transformation of the other arm from flesh to prosthetic. After successfully installing the 2 rusted mechanical limbs, he wiped the sweat from his brow and surveyed the work environment. It's time to earn some money. I need a clean and tidy studio. 2 hours later, Bane awoke from anesthesia and GC handed him a soothing agent. Finally finished. Let's head out and enjoy a couple of drinks. Oh, splendid. Bane raised his hands. Scrutinizing them, they appeared disproportionately large compared to his current physique. Nevertheless, he clenched his fists. This was the sensation of possessing power. In the corridor, GC navigated through an unidentified liquid on the floor, sidestepping a clearly intoxicated vagrant. He inadvertently kicked a soda can, which clattered and tumbled, spilling a large quantity of dark green liquid that released a medley of foul odors and hints of alcohol into the air. GC surveyed the filthy and chaotic surroundings. An indescribable emotion etched upon his face. Despite his distaste, he recognized that this was the only place where he could find a foothold. He halted Bane's intention to kick the homeless man awake and pulled him away. After a moment's contemplation, GC produced 3 blue plastic bottles from his pocket and handed them to Bane. Brother G, what is this? Ah, these are miniaturized electromagnetic pulse bombs, capable of incapacitating all electronic devices within a radius of 3 to 5 meters. Just imagine, in Night City, where everyone possesses a neural interface, if you throw it accurately. Then, bam, your adversary is rendered powerless. How exhilarating is that? But Brother G, electromagnetic pulses are among the most prohibited contraband in Night City. What if we attract the attention of the corporate hounds by using this? Season 4 turned to Bane with a sidelong glance. So, can you surmise why I entrusted this to you? In the future, conduct your affairs more discreetly. There should be no witnesses, should there? Oh. Chapter 6. The Party. Before long, the 2 arrived at the Profiterole Tavern. GC remained seated, savoring the delicacies brought by Bane, accompanied by the libations he had concocted. Observing Bane's complete disinterest in partaking of the meal, GC arched an eyebrow and remarked, "Do indulge. Why do you refrain from eating? It is rather dull for me to feast alone." Bane took a deep breath and replied, "Brother G, please enjoy your meal. These are 70 genuine meats sourced from the slaughterhouse, priced at €120 per pound. I shall suffice with my synthetic meat." As the 4th season commenced, it dawned upon me the implications of Bane's words. Our finances. Never mind. Could you simply inform me of our remaining funds? What? The earnings over the past 10 days have not been particularly fruitful, aside from the guests' beverage expenditures and some incidental payments. We are left with merely €762. How is it that we have only a little over €700 when we have more than 20 individuals to feed? As the high priest of the cult of fate, Bane, what are your thoughts on this matter? I am at a loss. I do not possess the acumen for financial gain. GC also paused his eating, his right finger lightly tapping the table as he closed his eyes. Deep in contemplation about the path ahead, it is important to note that in the entirety of Night City, the unemployment rate far exceeds 30%. With gangs rampant and the inaction of major corporations and authorities, joining a gang has become a coveted occupation. The options before him were limited. First, he could have Bane and the others become mercenaries, seeking out intermediaries to secure missions. Second, he could enhance the development of the Puffed Pastry Tavern, learning from Liz's experiences and selling the exhilarating Super Dream. Third, he could become an intermediary himself, bringing more people into the fold. As for other avenues, attempting to carve out a piece of the pie from the major corporations was undoubtedly unrealistic. Currently, the Puffed Pastry Tavern is situated in the River Valley District, an area under the influence of the 6th Street Gang, and each month, without fail, they must pay the Harmony City management fee. Suddenly, Bane looked down at his hands and said, "Brother G, the 6th Street Gang is recently hosting a boxing tournament. How about I give it a try? I've heard the prize for winning is 5,000 euros. As GC opened his eyes and gazed at Bane, he shook his head, fully aware of the strength of the prosthetic he had assembled himself. While it might be adequate for slaying foes, it would surely lead to Bane's demise in a boxing ring. Engaging in boxing was not a viable option. Rather, it would be prudent to develop multiple avenues simultaneously. The tavern needed to establish its reputation, we had commissions to undertake, and the mercenary squad required attention as well. Later, I intend to seek out trouble with the scavenger. At that time, you might inquire with the other brothers. Not everyone relishes a life of bloodshed. I permit those who wish to retreat to a mundane existence to do so, while those who choose to remain are most welcome." Bane studied GC before him, sensing a change in him, though he could not articulate why. Nevertheless, acknowledging GC's decision to no longer support idleness, he nodded in agreement, saying, "I understand, Brother G." GC initially believed he would have to painstakingly explain everything to Bane, only to discover that Bane was already well informed. Bane chuckled softly, remarking that in Night City, good people do not tend to thrive for long. As the night deepened, the original crew of 23 faced a wave of fear upon Bane's announcement of an impending assault on the cleaners, particularly targeting their stronghold. With Bane permitting withdrawals, 15 members chose to depart, leaving only 8 behind. To GC's surprise, among them were 2 women. Previously, GC had not equipped everyone with firearms, but the reduced numbers meant that each remaining member could now wield a weapon. The notion of seeking trouble with the cleaners out of financial desperation was indeed a last resort. They lacked both renown and wealth, and their aspirations for advancement were thwarted by the sluggishness of engaging other intermediaries for contracts. After all, this was not merely a case of black-on-black violence. If one were to delve deeper, it could be seen as contributing to a brighter tomorrow for Night City. The moon was shrouded by thick clouds, obscuring the stars and casting the sky into darkness. A gentle breeze stirred as Bane, his expression inscrutable, crushed a metallic kin beneath his foot, the sharp sound piercing the tranquility of the night. GC, still bound by his mortal limitations, did not entertain the notion of leading the charge. He entrusted the operation primarily to Bane. Of course, aside from equipping Bane, he had also procured some excellent gear for himself. The assault rifle, capable of delivering successive precise shots, might not possess the ferocity of a sniper rifle, but it was sufficient for fire support. The absence of a hacker in this operation left them lacking vital intelligence on the cleaner's internal workings. Suddenly, a voice message materialized within GC's neural interface. "Hi. Do you need a skilled hacker for remote support? Affordable rates, just 800 euros. Deal," came the swift reply. "That's quite straightforward. Please hold on. I'll send you the information shortly." Not far away, on a rooftop, a girl with a sleek black bob and feline-like whiskers adorning her cheeks gently pressed her fingers against her temple. Her deep blue cybernetic eye shimmered with a faint glow. Instantly, a torrent of green 0101 data streams materialized before her. She extracted images from her neural processor, revealing the very stronghold of the cleaners. Within a mere minute, GC received a package file from the hacker girl. Without hesitation, G promptly transferred 800 euros, leaving a message that read, "Let's be friends. My name is G, but you may also call me Season. If you don't mind, I would love for you to join me at the Puff Tavern later for a drink, courtesy of me. My beautiful hacker sister." Soon, a reply arrived. "You seem quite pleasant in Night City, Dr. G." With a raised eyebrow, GC welcomed the hacker who had come knocking at his door. However, he was aware that there were still pressing matters at hand, and there would be ample opportunity for idle chatter later. He opened the image, swiftly bypassing the areas that had not captured his interest. Yet, in an instant, his attention was drawn to the specific location that the young hacker had meticulously highlighted. GC focused his gaze on the sofa and television situated at the center of the room. The sofa bore 3 distinct footprints, while the television's motherboard displayed a heat signal. The empty space revealed sporadic tire tracks and numerous discarded bottles. Based on these observations, GC speculated that a party had taken place. Ding! You have triggered a special mission, Revenge from the Cult of Destiny. Eliminate all members of the Cleaners to receive a talent reward. Cyber Pioneer. Flesh is weak. Ascend to machinery and join the illustrious Source program. Chapter 7. Operation. One on a moonless night, the air thick with foreboding. Beep, beep, beep. Greetings. I am the hacker summoned by Dr. G to assist you. I am now connected to your neural network, and during the operation, I will provide intelligence and network support. Bane turned to GC, and, upon seeing him nod, he exhaled in relief. With the hacker's assistance, this mission would indeed be less arduous. I have infiltrated the Cleaner's internal network and established remote protocols. There are certain rooms within this factory devoid of surveillance cameras, hindering detailed observation. However, I have connected to their neural networks to probe further into the details. The Cleaners have extended their signal connections to a total of 20 individuals. In the leftmost room on the basement level of the factory lies an operating room, currently active, housing 4 Cleaners. Additionally, in the rightmost room on the ground level, 12 individuals are indulging in Black Super Dream. The small room to the far left contains a monitoring station with 1 occupant. You will need to eliminate him first. The remaining 3 are dispersed throughout the factory. I will send visual information shortly to highlight their locations. Prepare for the assault. As GC reviewed the structural map and the highlighted enemy positions transmitted to his neural interface, he couldn't help but commend, sending a message, "Impressive work, hacker sister. Your skills are remarkable. Your assistance will undoubtedly ease our endeavor." On the other end of the communication, Sasha Yakovleva, feeling a bit bashful from GC's praise, smiled and responded, "Hey, you can call me Sasha. I've only recently arrived in Night City, so if you need help in the future, please remember to reach out." "Absolutely," GC replied. Upon hearing the name, GC immediately confirmed the hacker's identity. It was none other than Sasha, who had recently arrived in Night City and was still in her novice phase. This indicated that she had not yet joined Man's team. Looking up, he noticed Bane and the others were ready, crouching stealthily at the entrance of the factory. The surveillance camera overhead, aided by Sasha, was currently in a deactivated state. With a wave of his hand, GC caught Bane's attention, who was keenly aware of the surroundings. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Let us commence the operation." Moments later, as Sasha continuously transmitted the decryption program into the internal systems of the factory, the mechanical doors swung open without resistance, and various surveillance devices were systematically disabled. Bane, alone, swiftly raised his firearm and charged forward. In a mere 3 seconds, he traversed from the factory entrance to the small monitoring room on the far left. With a creaking sound, the surge of electricity followed, and the scavenger, oblivious to the unfolding events, was rendered unconscious as darkness enveloped his vision and a sudden heat surged through his head, causing him to collapse to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Bane feared that the gunfire might awaken the nearby scavengers. Through the window, he leaped inside, his right hand clenched into a fist, delivering a decisive blow that shattered the scavenger's neck. Evidently, the faint sounds of struggle did not alert the other scavengers. Although this was a relatively large den of scavengers, they were far from being seasoned warriors. In a dimly lit corner, GC leaned against the wall, a cigarette in hand, exhaling clouds of smoke. The outcome of their current endeavor had been predetermined from the moment it began. What troubled him now, however, was the allure of the reward from the cyber pioneers. Meanwhile, Bane, having concluded his tasks in the monitoring room, signaled for the rest of the team to follow. They were now poised to deal with the exuberant scavengers. Arriving outside the door, Bane contemplated the efficacy of tossing a high-explosive grenade inside, which would undoubtedly yield significant results. Yet, they found themselves lacking in munitions. Slowly extending his left hand, Bane revealed a sleek, dark barrel that emerged from his wrist. While he lacked a grenade, he possessed an adequate substitute, something from G's prize collection. Inside the room, scavengers were scattered about. Some lounged on the sofa, others reclined on tables, and a few sprawled on the floor, engrossed in their games. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the space. The intense heat and shrapnel caught many scavengers off guard, leaving them no time to comprehend the chaos that ensued. The ensuing hail of gunfire sealed their fates swiftly. Having dealt with the immediate threat, Sasha's updates continued to flow into the team's awareness. The soundproofing of the scavenger's operating room proved effective. The prior explosion failed to raise any alarms. Bane and his team proceeded with clear roles assigned. 3 members set off to neutralize the lookout, while Bane led the remaining 5 towards the operating room. As they traversed the rusted metal staircase, their footsteps produced faint echoes. The scavengers, lacking professionalism, assumed it was just a comrade descending from above. Upon reaching the operating room door, Bane beheld 3 scavengers dissecting a body on the operating table, while another, presumably a doctor, busily typed away at a computer. Moments later, the operating room door burst open. Bane and his companions unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the unsuspecting scavengers. The trio barely managed to hold out for 2 seconds before being reduced to mere targets, their heads shattered by the force of the gunfire. In that instant, the Dr. Scavenger's face contorted in terror as he crouched to evade the bullets and reopened his eyes. He was met with Bane's icy gaze and the menacing barrel of a firearm. The grim scene unfolded before them, a stark contrast to the scavenger's earlier actions. As the dust settled, several members of Bane's team, overwhelmed by their primal instincts, succumbed to nausea and retched uncontrollably. Bane reported, "The marked locations have been dealt with. Those despicable scavengers were truly unforgivable." Just then, a Mercedes Sprinter van approached the factory's entrance, its doors swinging open to reveal a burly man leading 3 additional scavengers. The moment he stepped out, he sensed something amiss. Without hesitation, he retrieved a Type 31 heavy machine gun from the vehicle. Meanwhile, Sasha, perched on a distant rooftop, observed the unfolding situation. Sasha warned, "We have a Sprinter van outside, and the leader has detected us." In the shadowy street, GC, exhaling smoke, turned slightly to catch sight of the muscular man wielding the Type 31 machine gun. Prepared for this encounter, GC drew his pistol, the large barrel of the weapon aiming steadily at the man. GC observed the cautious expression on his target and smiled before resolutely pulling the trigger. Bang! Chapter 8. Operation. 2 flames erupted from the muzzle, and the spiraling bullet sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, accompanied by a gentle breeze from the night sky. In that moment, GC felt a peculiar sensation within him. He understood that the burly man was doomed. The terrifying recoil reverberated through him, causing excruciating pain in the web of his right hand, flesh tearing apart, yet he steadfastly gripped the firearm, preventing it from falling. At the same moment, the explosion rang out. The burly man remained hunched, gun raised, utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. In the next instant, his head exploded, flesh and blood scattering as he collapsed to the ground. Boss. Damn it, the chief has been taken out. Enemy attack. Run. GC ignored the pain emanating from his right hand, his flesh and blood frail. He resolved to complete this extraordinary mission and become a pioneer of the cyber realm. Sasha's command to reboot her prosthetic eye had yet to be successfully uploaded. In that moment, GC, now wielding the modified rifle, commenced his precise shooting. As he fired, an inexplicable sensation of lightness and exhilaration coursed through his entire being. At that moment, the remaining 3 scavengers exhibited no response whatsoever. With an astonishing precision, Season meticulously pierced the foreheads of 3 individuals with bullets. Each projectile sliced through the night sky, leaving behind a trail of brilliant hues, accompanied by the ominous sound of shattering skulls. The relentless force of the bullets propelled the bodies of the scavengers backward. Concurrently, Sasha's prosthetic eye had just received the command to reboot, while the scavengers, unable to close their eyes in death, could no longer behold this vibrant world. Ding! The vengeance of the cult of fate has been fulfilled, with the elimination of 424 scavenger members. A talent reward, Cyber Pioneer, has been granted. Cyber Pioneer, current body completion progress is at 100. The higher the unlocking level, the more corresponding special effects will manifest. Season, let us cleanse the battlefield. Sasha, the mission is complete. I presume you shall be quite occupied henceforth. Until we meet again for a drink, Season. Dr. Bane, along with the others, commenced a search for the treasures hidden within the scavenger's lair. Shortly thereafter, Bane excitedly summoned Season, pointing to his discovery in a room resembling a slaughterhouse. Before them dangled 3 corpses, suspended from iron hooks. Season, these individuals have yet to be disassembled for their prosthetics. G nodded slightly, observing the several corpses before him, and directly began his examination. The ears, marred by violently torn earrings, and the bodies adorned with tattoos of deathly deities. These 3 individuals belonged to the Valentino gang. Bane felt a sense of overwhelming confusion. The purge of the scavengers had unexpectedly entangled him with the Valentino gang, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. GC waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's nothing." The bodies of these Valentino gang members were either secretly eliminated by the scavengers or obtained during the fray. Bane, find 2 individuals. On second thought, why don't you handle it yourself? Take these 3 corpses and deliver them to the Wild Wolf Bar in Haywood Valley. You may hand them over to Mrs. Wells or the priest, whichever suits you. Now, instruct the others to gather all the bodies in the operating room. And also find me a cold storage unit for the remains. We'll transport everything back later. Soon, GC arrived at the operating room, unceremoniously tossing a scavenger's corpse onto the operating table. He skillfully operated the nearby instruments and commenced the disassembly of the cybernetic limbs. With these individuals now devoid of life, the only priority was to ensure the integrity of the cybernetics, making this task considerably less troublesome than usual. As GC methodically dismantled each corpse, the pallid and terrified faces of others bore witness to his deft movements. His surgical blade danced in his hand like a butterfly in flight. 2 hours later, GC handed over the disassembled cybernetics to his companions at the entrance for packaging. If these cybernetic parts were not salvaged, the scavengers drawn by the news would inevitably divert them to the black market, thus constituting the spoils of this operation. Moreover, as a cybernetic doctor himself, he intended to repair and modify them. In due course, whether to equip his own people or to sell to other gang members, he anticipated a substantial profit. Dissecting these scavengers could be justified as a service to the public. GC felt no moral burden whatsoever. The only lamentable aspect was that these scavengers were primarily equipped with subpar components. One could hardly find military-grade or combat-type cybernetics among them. After concluding his tasks, GC departed from the workshop and reclined in the back of their spoils, a Mercedes-Benz van, to rest briefly. At that moment, a call from an unknown number interrupted the silence. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, who is this? Hee. I am Sebastian Ibarra, but you may call me Father. GC raised her eyebrows, indicating that the Bane delivery had indeed arrived. Season pondered for a moment and remarked, in the Night City, the most formidable intermediary in the Haywood district is none other than the priest. You may call me Season, or simply G. I'm aware that you and your team raided the scavenger hideout and retrieved our Valentino gang member. Although this was not a commission, your efforts have established a connection between us. There is a saying in the East. If I recall correctly, fallen leaves return to their roots. You seem to have a good rapport with Little Bane. Do visit me in Haywood sometime for a chat. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the priest, GC hung up the phone, realizing that he had caught the priest's attention. To his surprise, the priest had transferred 2,000. Noting it was a reward from the families of the 3 young men, driving through the neon-lit streets of the night in his whiting. GC was about to return to the workshop to tally up when the bruised and battered Bane returned. Hey, did you get into a scuffle while delivering a package? GC inquired. Bane took a deep breath, feeling somewhat awkward. I had just parked the car in front of the Wild Wolf when I encountered a man with a bun. I barely exchanged 2 words with him before he lunged at me. Ah, and what exactly did you say? GC probed. I mentioned I was delivering something for Mrs. Wells at the Wild Wolf Bar. He took a glance at me in the car and then just attacked. Well, Bane, I suspect the man who assaulted you is named Jack, isn't he? Bane responded with a shocked expression. All right, since you're back just in time, I need your assistance. Gather the brothers and head to the scavengers' hideout. Retrieve all the instruments from their operating room, along with anything else that catches your eye. We need to do this before dawn when the NCD team arrives. Otherwise, it will be another troublesome situation. Chapter 9. Sasha. Several hours later, the sky had brightened, and the sun stood high. Despite a night filled with activity, Bane and the others felt invigorated, buoyed by the adoring gazes of numerous admirers. At this moment, GC stifled a yawn, emerging from the mechanical workshop with a hint of drowsiness clouding his senses. Upon beholding the array of workbenches and tools before him, a joyful smile blossomed on his face. Indeed, aside from the surgical workbench and the computer monitoring equipment, these resourceful young wanderers had even brought back the old, worn-out sofas and stools. Well then, everyone has worked hard. Let us return for a bit of rest. Any matters can be addressed after we awaken tonight. In the evening, we shall hold a celebratory feast. Oh, Jigu is truly magnificent. Long live. Forever in love with you, Jigu. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the scene in a silvery glow. The patrons of the Puff Pastry Tavern gathered in the open space, igniting a bonfire for a barbecue party, with some singing while others danced. In the 4th season, she led Bane to the rooftop, where the buildings in the river valley area were generally not tall, allowing the two to ascend with ease. At this moment, GC suddenly gestured towards the vibrant neon nightscape of the company square. What do you think of it? Bane appeared somewhat bewildered, gazing at the enchanting scenery with eyes that seemed to lose focus. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and replied, "Of course, it is beautiful. But someone like me, a mere wretch of society, hardly deserves to be here." "Ah, I didn't realize you felt this way. So, what role do you believe you play in Night City?" Bane pondered for a while before finally speaking. "An ant, perhaps. In truth, I am uncertain. I feel that rising to prominence in Night City is exceedingly difficult." Caesar nodded slightly, then gestured towards the adjacent expanses of shadowy corners. Under the illumination, these pitch-black regions appeared particularly profound. "And what about these places? What do you think they might be?" I do not know." Bane strained to engage his mind, tentatively inquiring, could they be scavengers? Or perhaps members of a gang? Or even those mercenary hyenas that prey on the unwary? Season 4 smiled, and you patted Bane on the shoulder, saying, "Look, you have effortlessly distinguished the avaricious politicians, the corporate executives, and those formidable warlords." Upon hearing this, Bane was momentarily taken aback. If darkness is represented by these tyrannical figures akin to local emperors, then what might those resplendent neon lights signify? Season 4 turned around, quietly gazing at the enchanting scenery, and softly remarked, "It is the system, the society, the framework that hinders us, mere ants, from ascending the ladder of progress. The strength of an individual amounts to little, it resolves nothing. Thus, I reiterate my sentiment, whether renowned or obscure. What are your thoughts?" A peculiar gleam flickered in Bane's eyes, as an astonishing sense of revelation erupted within him. Thus, Brother G, it is you who expresses a desire to remain an anonymous figure." Bane bowed his head. In the brief time spent with Season 4, he found himself repeatedly realizing how shallow his own thoughts truly were. Conversely, Season 4's aspirations instilled both fear and fervor within him. As this realization dawned upon him, it became increasingly uncontrollable. "Brother G, I yearn to follow you, for all eternity, to walk in your footsteps, to witness this era, to behold the brilliance that belongs to you, and your greatness. Let us proceed. There remains much to be accomplished. Since we are to establish ourselves in the Valley District, we must inevitably engage with the 6th Street Gang. Besides them, we also need to liaise with old Captain Wamar Reyes. By the way, can you guess the value of our spoils from last night?" Bane paused for a moment, then suddenly spoke, "Brother G, after returning from the Wild Wolf Bar yesterday, the priest transferred 2,000 euros to me as well. I shall hand it over to you shortly." G shook his head, insisting, "No, those are rightfully yours. You are the leader of the Cult of Destiny, our esteemed figure. How could you even contemplate stepping outside without a few thousand euros to your name? Last night, we seized 7,000 euros in cash from the scavengers, along with 20 machines that require hacking to access the funds. Furthermore, there are those cybernetic enhancements. I estimate they could fetch around 40,000 euros. Thus, for the time being, we need not fret about finances. However, this is not a sustainable solution. You will still need to venture out for mercenary contracts. I also intend to concoct and sell some minor pharmaceuticals, which should yield a profit. Speaking of which, let us establish this clearly. You are the leader of the Cult of Destiny, and I shall only serve as your financial manager and personal physician. Engaging in violence is not suited for me, but as for you, Bane, it is entirely within your capabilities." Bane, somewhat bewildered, nodded in agreement. No longer wishing to ponder these matters, "Whatever you say, Brother G, I will do. If you instruct me to eliminate someone, I shall do so. Your word is law." Season, with a heart full of reassurance, gently patted Bane on the shoulder. Deep down, he was not devoid of visions. The adage of the bird that sticks its head out gets shot was rather simplistic. Why bother vying for such an ephemeral title? When the time comes, whether engaged in a clash with Adam the Hammer, Morgan the Black Hand, or those blue-eyed gentlemen, he could simply declare, "You have mistaken the person. Our leader is the brave little Bane." And then, amidst the chaos of clashing bodies, he could sit back, munching on sunflower seeds and sipping on his beloved soda, delighting in the moment. After ensuring Bane was settled, Season observed him descending to join his comrades for drinks and songs, and a smile of contentment graced his lips. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he sent a message to the little cat, "Sasha, hacker sister, it's time for action. Let us discuss in detail at Puff Pastry Tavern. Drinks are on me." Sasha replied, "I shall arrive in 20 minutes. GC sat at the bar, savoring the fiery concoction crafted by the bartender Loki. It was, in essence, brandy infused with chili powder, sparkling water, and chilled black tea. Loki, a burly man adorned with a full beard, epitomized the rugged spirit of the valley region. Occasionally, his daughter would come to lend a hand. A freshly minted young adult with a flamboyant crimson hairstyle, a style that GC found utterly unappealing. In the 4th season, GC is utilizing a brain-computer interface to assess the renovation department under the Knight Corporation, preparing to place an order for them to come and refurbish the mechanical workshop. After all, they are the A team with the highest efficiency and the most favorable reviews in Night City. As for concerns about secrets being exposed, at present, GC is merely an obscure cyborg physician. 2 minutes later, damn it. They actually demand 150,000 euros just to renovate a mere 120 square meters of workspace. Why not just resort to robbery? That might even be quicker. Handsome, I would like a glass of vodka on the rocks, with half a spoonful of celery salt, and an additional 30 milliliters of tomato juice. Remember, I do not want any chili water. Also, please put the bill on the tab of the young man sitting next to me. Chapter 10. A good person, a girl with a black bob haircut and feline-like whiskers adorning her cheeks, particularly her long, straight legs, gracefully settled into the seat beside GC. She rested her chin on one hand, a faint smile gracing her lips as she turned her head. All right. A Bloody Mary without chili water, coming right up. Season G also beheld the newly arrived Sasha. It was truly the first encounter in the genuine sense. A pleasure to meet you, Season G. GC took a delicate sip of the beverage before him, preparing to broach the topic subtly, the adorable hacker girl resembling a little kitten. Sasha, have you found a teammate yet? Sasha shook her head. Not yet. With the current low rates, if I search for a partner to share the earnings, each job would only yield 200 or 300 euros. GC was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, with newcomers receiving 30% and intermediaries taking an additional cut, securing a substantial order was currently out of reach for him. Well, as it happens, I have a task for you. Upon completion, I can offer you 25, and the amount should not be less than 2,000. Will you take it? The little cat wore an expression of helplessness, muttering to herself, newcomers take 30%, intermediaries 70%. What a ridiculous regulation. 2,000. I'm in. Just tell me what you need me to do. Are you planning to continue raiding the scavenger strongholds? Season smiled lightly and replied, not at all. I removed the brain machine of the cleaner last night. It is now stored in my warehouse. I require the assistance of a hacker to decrypt it and transfer all the funds within. I can offer you a share of 25 afterward. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Sasha immediately became exhilarated, downing the freshly prepared Bloody Mary in one swift motion. Season, you truly are a good person. Let us commence our work at once. As GC observed Sasha consuming her drink with such fervor, he refrained from uttering any further words. Very well. I shall escort you to my studio to retrieve some items. The equipment required by hackers is not entirely in my possession. You may ascertain what you wish to take back with you, and later provide me with an accurate count. The effects of the alcohol began to manifest on Sasha. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she gazed at GC, seemingly bashful. You place too much trust in me. I find it rather inappropriate. Decoding the brain machine interface is not overly complicated. Perhaps you could bring the items to my residence, and while you are there, you shall soon witness the precise figures. That is acceptable. Within the workshop, as GC extracted all the components of the brain machine interface and carefully packaged them into a portable cooler, Bane noticed the commotion. Initially inclined to approach, his steps faltered upon catching sight of Sasha, clad in an all-black customer service attire, which instantly reminded him of the female hacker who had assisted him the previous night. With a lewd grin revealing his dubious intentions directed at GC, he thought little of it and turned back to rejoin the revelry of the crowd. As GC was about to drive the V-Class, Sasha had already mounted a modified motorcycle in a striking blend of blue and purple. Allow me to lead the way to the H10 skyscraper in Watson District, I suggested. Very well, she replied. Beneath the dim glow of the street lamps on the deserted streets, the blue-purple motorcycle and the V-Class glided past, stirring up motes of dust in their wake. Season, it has arrived. Here, before me, the street unfolds alongside the enchanting figures ahead. As the car window descends, the evening breeze caresses my face, and the once taut nerves of my arrival in the city of night now seem to ease ever so slightly. As GC heard Sasha's prompt, he seemed to awaken from the gentle caress of the breeze. Just as he parked the car, he caught sight of Sasha approaching. H10 skyscraper. Chapter 11 H10 After nearly 10 minutes of waiting, GC and Sasha finally entered the elevator of the H10 skyscraper. At that moment, an advertisement was playing inside. Come and savor the signature dish of the slaughterhouse. 70% real meat, still dripping with blood. Wow, Dr. G, this looks truly enticing. Have you ever tried it? By the way, you are the very first man I have ever brought home. Season 4 raised an eyebrow and jested. What is this? Have you taken a liking to me? Are you trying to imply something? Sasha, with her hands clasped behind her back, let out a playful whistle. Not at all. It just feels a bit peculiar. Hey, ding. Here we are. GC glanced at the floor number, the 6th floor. Sasha, with a leisurely gait, swiftly brought GC to a halt before the door marked 606. Her eyes flickered as she effortlessly unlocked the door through remote authentication. GC surveyed the room, taking in its surroundings. It was neither particularly good nor bad, characterized by a minimalist aesthetic. Apart from the computer and other hacker equipment, there was merely a bed. Unlike conventional computers, Sasha's room housed 4 port servers and an impressive array of 12 screens. Well, find yourself a seat. I shall commence my work. There are sodas and beers by the windowsill. Feel free to help yourself to whatever you fancy. GC nodded slightly, choosing not to disturb Sasha further. The room was merely half the size of V's initial apartment, yet for Sasha, a single woman, it was entirely sufficient. Perhaps a standard feature of the apartment. Sasha's room boasted a panoramic window, offering a breathtaking view of the vibrant neon city under the night sky. An hour later, Sasha stretched, having finally deciphered the intricacies of the brain machine system. Just as she was about to summon GC for some funds, she noticed him leaning against the windowsill. His eyes closed in a semblance of slumber, seemingly asleep. Beside him lay 3 empty cans of beer. GC, you truly are a remarkable individual, Sasha mused, contemplating whether to awaken him. Ultimately, she opted not to disturb his rest. Instead, she retrieved a garment from the nearby wardrobe and draped it over him, her lips parting softly to whisper, "Good night." The following morning, the sound of the door creaking open stirred GC from his slumber, rubbing his eyes in bewilderment. Ah, you're awake? It's time for breakfast. I've brought you locust pizza. As GC opened his eyes, he beheld Sasha standing at the doorway. Last night? No worries. Thank you for the breakfast. Do eat up. I ought to share with you the findings from last night's brain-machine interface. The terminal port displays a comprehensive data list. Out of 20 machines, one garnered 13,000 euros, while the others ranged from several hundred to 2,000 euros, culminating in a total of 34,766 euros. You propose to allocate 25% to me, which amounts to 8,500 euros. I will now transfer the remainder to you. Ding, you have received a transfer from Sasha, 26,266 euros. After finishing a few bites, GC felt a twinge of awkwardness. Despite the pressing matters at hand, he had ended up staying at Sasha's home. Following a brief refreshment, GC bid farewell to Sasha. Upon entering the elevator, he gazed out at the familiar scenery, the towering skyscraper H10. Suddenly, GC widened his eyes, expressing that this place felt remarkably familiar. It dawned on him that this was V's initial apartment. At this moment, V had yet to carve out a life in Night City. However, he was not far from Victor, merely a street's distance away, making it quite convenient for a visit. After all, he was, at least in name, a body doctor now. Soon, GC located his vehicle in the underground garage. In the game, even without driving a vehicle, it would take at most 30 seconds to travel from skyscraper H10 to Victor's place. Yet, as GC drove over, it still took him 10 minutes. After GC parked his vehicle in the designated spot, he made his way to Misty's psychic parlor. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by a gentle feminine voice, welcoming him and inquiring about his needs. Misty's hair bore a striking resemblance to her in-game appearance. Yet what captivated GC the most was the alluring choker she wore. However, at that moment, Misty appeared considerably more attractive, possibly due to the realistic portrayal. I am seeking Dr. Victor. Do I need to make an appointment? GC stated his purpose directly. Certainly, please wait a moment while I contact him. Doctor. Victor is currently engaged in replacing a prosthetic for another client and is uncertain when he will be finished. Misty, undeterred by GC's unfamiliarity, was eager to assist in promoting Victor's practice. Before long, Victor responded from the back of the clinic, indicating that he had completed attending to his previous client and was now available for GC. Dr. Victor is ready for you now. You may enter. As a newcomer, his clinic is located on the lower level of the alley. Enter through the back door, and you will find the stairs leading down to him, Misty explained, concerned he might lose his way. Thank you, ma'am. My name is GC, but you may call me G. He expressed his gratitude with a nod. Misty smiled in return. I am Misty. With that, GC briskly made his way deeper into the alley. Inside the clinic, Victor stood by the surgical table, meticulously wiping his hands. As he turned to face GC, he was poised to extend a greeting. Chapter 12. Victor. Dr. Victor. GC initiated. I believe you are the finest cybernetic surgeon in Night City, bar none. Victor chuckled heartily, shaking his head. Ah, you flatter me with such sweet words. Surely, you must have been referred by one of my other regulars? I cannot claim the title of the best cybernetic surgeon. However, if you find yourself in need, you may replace your cybernetics on credit, and when you are more financially comfortable, you can return to settle the bill. Upon hearing Victor's words, Chi-Si's mind conjured the image of himself as Versa's father, intertwining with the figure of the man before him. He glanced at the mature gentleman beside the operating table, clad in sunglasses, and surveyed the dimly lit surroundings. The clinic was spacious yet shrouded in a somber ambience, replete with an array of medical instruments, tables, cabinets, and computer screens exuding a sense of cybernetic sophistication. The scene before him resonated with the memories he held dear. If there were a place in Night City that could provide Chi-Si with solace, it would undoubtedly be old Victor's clinic. Returning to the present moment, Chi-Si smiled. Thank you, Dr. Victor. However, I do not intend to take up your offer of credit. I came here to explore the cybernetics you have available for replacement. As for the price, fret not. I shall not purchase what I cannot afford. Ah, I see we have a big customer in our midst. Come closer. Let me show you the current stock we have available. Victor, the only cybernetic surgeon in Night City who could be described as possessing a conscience, stood apart from his peers. While many others collaborated, to varying degrees, with the unscrupulous scavengers, old Victor did not. Where other surgeons might resort to anesthetizing patients who could not afford their fees, dismantling them, and selling their parts to scavengers for profit, old Victor was the sole practitioner who offered his patients a chance at life. Kid, your natural physique is quite remarkable, and your skin is exceptionally smooth. I see there are still unhealed cracks in the webbing of your right hand. What is your name? Surely, you are not merely a pampered heir from some large corporation? You do not resemble a destitute vagabond. Nor do you appear to be a member of the primitive animal gangs. TSK. Jai-Sai observed the curious expression on Dr. Victor's face and responded with a smile. Do not worry. I assure you, I will not lead you astray. My name is Jai-Sai, but you may call me G. Victor gazed at Jai-Sai, a look of perplexity crossing his features. G? That name seems strangely familiar. Are you a big shot in Night City? Not at all, Jai-Sai replied. Well then, let us first examine what my esteemed client possesses. He began to list the items: a basic model of the Crossroad cybernetic eye and a communication neural interface. G, here is the inventory of available stock. Do take a look and see which cybernetic enhancements you wish to replace. He continued to enumerate: military-grade parallel line, 2 model, 4-phase ripple, 2 model, winter month repairman, 2 model, electromechanical core, RAM memory upgrade, biological conduits, kinetic skeleton, titanium skeleton, bionic joints, transforming both hands into gorilla-like arms, adding adrenaline boosters, a Camillo Cortex memory processor, smart connected palms, enhanced leg tendons, subdermal armor, and the military-grade parallel line, 2 model. Victor furrowed his brow. Listen here, G. It is not that I am unwilling to install these enhancements for you. However, you are not a cyberpunk. To install so many at once would likely exceed your body's tolerance. I personally recommend replacing 2 at a time, and, once your body is acclimated, we can proceed with further enhancements. Additionally, I feel it necessary to clarify that the cybernetics at my clinic are sourced from entirely reliable origins. They are not scavenged from the deceased by those scavengers. However, they are not brand new off the production line. Do you understand? As Chi-Si lay upon the operating table, he candidly remarked, I am well aware of my own body. Dr. Victor, please proceed directly with the installation of the replacement. Should any rejection arise, you may halt the procedure. I understand this may cause you considerable inconvenience, but I have compelling reasons for this necessity. Victor let out a slight sigh, choosing to say no more. In the entirety of Night City, those who sought to acquire such numerous combat augmentations at a private clinic had little choice beyond the path of the cyber mercenary. For corporate personnel, they would be coerced into mandatory replacements of various augmentations, often financed by loans from their respective companies, effectively selling the remainder of their lives. Each individual seeking enhancements carried their own distinct rationale. Now, relax. I shall begin administering the general anesthesia. It may get a bit dark shortly. GC gazed at Victor's mechanical hand as he held a syringe, and without a moment's hesitation, he administered the injection at the spinal region. As the fourth eye darkened, it wasn't long before a blue interface began to materialize in his mind. Ding. Mechanical analysis initiated. Brain-machine terminal processor, parallel line model. Military technology type 2 durability, 78 effect. A brain-machine processor mass-produced by a military technology company when implanted within the human body. It can provide a portion of operational memory, RAM, and 4 interfaces for Magical Puppet plugins. Note: Magical Puppet, a cyberpunk version of a Trojan virus. Ding. Mechanical analysis initiated. Camillo's cortical memory processor. Ding. Cyber Pioneer, progress completed at 20, unlocked effect. Mechanical mastery, enhancing comprehension of mechanical-related subjects by 999. Improving the effectiveness of mechanical creations. Ding. Cyber Pioneer, progress completed at 40, unlocked effect. Acquisition of mechanical blueprints, Cyber Succubus. Cognitive manipulator, thought accelerator blueprints. Cyber Succubus, cognitive manipulator, achieves the alteration of a living being's cognition and thoughts through a specially designed neural linkage device. Thought accelerator, stimulates the nervous system, enhancing neural reflexes and cognitive analysis capabilities. Ding. Cyber Pioneer, progress completed at 60, unlocked effect. Digitalized virtual soul, your consciousness can transform into a virtual life form. Navigating the quantum network, the stronger this form's mental power, the higher the computational capacity achieved. At this moment, GC felt somewhat dazed. He was aware that the Cyber Pioneers would possess formidable strength, yet he had not anticipated such terrifying power. The Cyber Succubus, cognitive manipulator, evoked thoughts of the relic chip, as both seemed to alter perception and distort thought. It was likely that the relic chip also had the capability to modify memories. After all, the Blue-Eyed faction utilized it to control those influential figures in politics. Thus, there exists a certain similarity, does there not? So, has he now effectively become a humanoid fugitive, eh? Victor's surgery was completed swiftly, 4 hours later. While GC was still examining the capabilities of the Cyber Pioneers, the interface before him had transformed into a hazy vision. Initially, it was akin to being severely myopic. Yet in an instant, GC found himself able to perceive information from the external world. This was the innate cyber data stream vision. Little G. How do you feel? Do you sense an influx of power coursing through you? I have also bestowed upon you a small gift, which I hope will prove beneficial. Beep beep beep. NCD database loaded successfully. NCD database? Have I become an external member? Victor lit a cigarette and smiled. Indeed. NCD has been recruiting external members. You can now utilize your cybernetic eye to scan targets for information, assess the danger level of fugitives, their crimes, bounties, and so forth. In the future, should you encounter any of these individuals, simply eliminate or apprehend them, and by dialing the NCD hotlines, you will be able to claim the corresponding bounty. Is that not quite convenient? G looked at Victor, who wore a benevolent expression, and nodded without retorting. Victor took a puff of his cigarette and continued, Young G, however, you must also remember that while bounties are enticing, one must possess the life to enjoy them. GC took a deep breath and said, I appreciate your assistance today, Dr. Victor. My brothers are still waiting for me, and I must return. Could you please calculate the total expenses for me? Yes, the guerrilla arm amounts to 16,500, the military-grade parallel line costs 19,800, and the intelligent link palm is 7,800. Adding the anesthetic fees, the grand total comes to 80,500. Let us round it off. You can simply pay me 80,000. JS, old way, I find myself short on funds. I can only transfer you 30,000 for now, and I shall promptly make up the remainder. Having suffered losses in the game, JS was aware that these cybernetic enhancements were secondhand. Yet he had not anticipated their exorbitant costs. Now, in this awkward predicament, he lacked the means to settle the bill. However, upon hearing JS's request, Dr. Victor smiled and readily acquiesced. No worries. I just recalled who you are from the NCD database. As a fellow professional, you may repay me when your finances are more favorable. At present, you are in greater need of funds. Hurry back. Your comrades are awaiting you. Chi-Si sat up from the operating table, gazing intently at the middle-aged man before him, who exuded a captivating masculine charm. He spoke solemnly. Thank you, old way. I will ensure the money is sent over promptly. Victor waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, It's nothing. Just go ahead. After leaving Victor's clinic, GC found himself in a narrow alley where several homeless individuals sat or stood in small clusters. They engaged in casual conversations about the latest news from Night City and the recent lottery results. GC had grown accustomed to this environment. He needed to return to the River Valley district to earn money and develop new products. Chapter 13. Encountering a middleman January 11th, 2075. In the neon-lit coastal region, swirling clouds of yellow sand filled the air. The ongoing corporate wars had led to severe global desertification. In this neon west, apart from a few bustling ports, most areas had become desolate wastelands. Storms howled, and dust swirled, but in the distance, a dark figure emerged. It was a striking silhouette wrapped in a black trench coat, with faintly visible light blue and pink hair cascading loosely. Her eyes were filled with a tumultuous blend of fear and hope. Not far ahead, a massive cruise ship began to sound its horn. In 30 minutes, it would set sail towards the ocean's horizon. Soon, I shall escape this hell. The girl beneath the oversized coat held a glimmer of hope in her eyes. 3 days later, bang, bang. The deafening sound of gunfire echoed across the skies of Peaceful State, a characteristic scene in this territory. Here, there was no NCD. The streets were filled with scavenger members, and the notorious Voodoo Boys, known for their hacking prowess, also made this their home, alongside the Animal Gang, which revered raw physical strength. Today's gunfire was no different from any other day. Hey, T-Bug, I owe you one. If you hadn't been there, I would surely have fallen into the hands of the Voodoo Boys. Those bastards are ruthless. The speaker was a corpulent man weighing over 200 kilograms. His dark figure clutching a wound on his belly, fleeing deeper into the alley. Shut up, Deshawn. My head was about to explode. What on earth were you thinking, provoking those Voodoo Boys? Is making money worth risking your life? A female voice, filled with exasperation, crackled through the neural network. The tall, dark figure of Deshawn gasped for breath, sweat trickling down his face from the pain of the wound. He had hidden himself in a dark corner, away from the ongoing gunfight. Ugh. As a middleman, if I want to make a name for myself, I must risk it all. He took a deep breath. Let me share a piece of wisdom with you. The gravest sins often stem from greed, not malice. Aristotle. T-Bug, stationed in a secure room, was meticulously maneuvering computer equipment, assisting Deshawn in plotting the optimal escape route. Suddenly, T-Bug's voice tensed. Deshawn. Instantly, Deshawn's nerves tightened. Be careful ahead. That is Placid of the Voodoo Boys. Don't approach him. Avoid him. It's your only chance of survival. Just as T-Bug's warning faded, a towering figure emerged under the streetlight, striding toward Deshawn. Haha. Dexter Deshawn, the infamous middleman of Night City, the dark-skinned Jesus of the afterlife. You dare to steal from the Voodoo Boys? You should consider preserving your life. What of the afterlife? Let me shred you to pieces. Placid, resembling a demon from hell, bore no firearms, merely wielding a butcher's knife. And his casual words instilled a profound dread in Deshawn, when he had never experienced since his arrival in the afterlife. Bug. T-Bug. Hurry, hack him for 5 seconds. If I don't run, I'm done for. Fuck. Damn it. Placid's defenses are as formidable as a fortress. I'm trying to breach them. Run. T-Bug's voice was filled with urgency. She had known Deshawn for quite some time. If she withdrew now, Deshawn would surely perish. Yet, if she stayed, she risked losing her mind to the flames. Bang. Whoosh. Ah. Deshawn. Are you all right? Damn it. I can only interfere for 5 seconds. Run. T-Bug's words barely left her lips before she collapsed into an ice bath behind her. Deshawn dared not linger. Just then, Placid lunged forward, severing his right hand in a single stroke. Bang. An unusually sharp gunshot rang out, sending chills through Placid, who instinctively sidestepped. Yet he was a fraction too slow, and a massive wound appeared on his shoulder. Nearby, the figure of Bane, having fired his weapon, dashed towards Deshawn, hoisting him into a van without hesitation. Though Bane did not recognize the Voodoo Boy's Placid, he was well aware of the notorious middleman, Deshawn. The ambiguous relationship between middlemen and mercenaries instinctively placed him on Deshawn's side. Inside the vehicle, Bane glanced at the pale-faced Deshawn through the rearview mirror, urging him, hold on. Stay awake. I'm taking you to the cybernetic doctor. You're safe now. Deshawn. River Valley District. Upon returning to the mechanical modification workshop, GC secluded himself, locking the door behind him to delve into the intricate study of the system's reward mechanisms, the thought controller and the thought accelerator. Many low-end cybernetic limbs, which were barely functional, were dismantled into a myriad of components. The thought controller, in essence, comprises a unique neural source connection data set. Once this is inputted into the target's body, it can effectively alter cognition. Over the span of 3 days, GC, possessing a virtualized soul, successfully crafted both the thought controller and the thought accelerator. The cost of production was not exorbitant, requiring merely a small chip to realize. The reason for the 3-day endeavor lay primarily in the intricate details of neural sources and data transmission, while the thought control chip could function independently without issue. The introduction of the thought accelerator chip led to instances of data collapse. The human brain tolerates no errors, thus, GC, with meticulous care and intense focus, took 16 hours to rectify and produce 12 chips. He had contemplated merging the 2 chips into a singular entity. Yet the field of study involved was a quintessential example of code complexity. While one code could run smoothly, the introduction of a second would lead to chaos. And a third would only exacerbate the situation. In the hands of G, the 12 chips, though somewhat antiquated, are undeniably practical. The quantity of these chips is sufficient to significantly enhance the combat prowess of 4 individuals. Just then, a knocking sound echoed from outside the mechanical workshop. Bang, bang, bang. Brother G, it's me, Little Bane. I found a mediator. An extraordinary mediator. GC, with a face full of confusion, uttered, "What? Please, step inside." Shortly after, at GC's consent, Bane opened the door to reveal a dark, portly figure being carried in on a stretcher. His right arm severed and his visage pale as death. Upon recognizing this familiar countenance, GC immediately spoke his name, Dexter Deshawn. Initially intending to take a break from writing, the unexpected arrival of donations prompted a change of heart. Despite not having reached 30,000 words, I was astonished to discover that readers were engaged. How incredible! I shall add another chapter shortly, though I type at a leisurely pace. So please refrain from urging me. Chapter 14, Surgery, Part 1. In the mind of GC, the infamous exploits of the Black Fellow naturally surfaced. Betraying his comrades, the situation escalated to the point of V's demise, an attempt to suppress the aftermath. However, setting aside these factors, how should one regard this rotund individual? At the very least, he is far superior to that foolish woman, Evelyn Parker. When Evelyn approached V, she brazenly proposed a 50-50 split, disregarding the intermediary. She seemed oblivious to the reality that this operation required Deshawn's intricate planning, involving hackers, the acquisition of robotic assets, and meticulously arranged high-end packages, all while being responsible for the fallout. The outcome was entirely unforeseen. Emperor Arasaka, Saburo Arasaka, met his untimely end in the Konpeki Plaza. Deshawn, as an intermediary, could scarcely withstand the wrath of Arasaka. In the aftermath, there was no refuge left for him in this world. This is no exaggeration. Arasaka is a global financial conglomerate. Consequently, Deshawn not only implicated T-Bug, a skilled hacker capable of holding the entire Konpeki Plaza at bay, but also found himself in a precarious position. With Saburo Arasaka deceased, panic ensued, and he was left with no glimmer of hope in a seemingly fatal scenario. This led to his subsequent act of eliminating his comrade, V. Such matters could not be concealed. Even if Deshawn evaded Takemura, his days as an intermediary were numbered. After all, no mercenary would entrust their fate to someone like him. As for Evelyn Parker, hired by the Voodoo Boys to locate the relic chip, she was utterly ignorant of its true purpose, only aware of its immense value and potential to alter destinies. She was merely a naive girl, yearning to escape her predicament and amass wealth, oblivious to her own capabilities. She was entirely unreliable, possessing not even a fraction of Deshawn's competence. In the face of adversity, all she could do was succumb to her fate. Ultimately, the cataclysmic events of 2077 stemmed from the audacity of the reckless Evelyn Parker, who betrayed her employers, the Voodoo Boys, and sought out the Blackfellow Deshawn, alongside the inexperienced V and Jackie, to undertake a perilous endeavor that even Rogue would not dare to touch. Unsurprisingly, Evelyn Parker succeeded in orchestrating the demise of all involved, dragging countless others into the chaos that followed. From the perspective of this operation, Deshawn's actions were, in fact, commendable. Yet, Evelyn Parker and Arasaka's treachery ensnared the rotund fellow. Jackie, T-Bug, and ultimately the Grim Reaper, V. Reflecting on this, GC felt that 9 words aptly encapsulated the entirety of the Black Fellow's existence. This is the will of heaven to bring about my downfall, not a fault of war. GC gazed at the proud expression on the face of Little Bane, as if urging for praise. How did you come across the stout Deshawn? Is he still in Night City? Bane replied with a grin. I received a commission from the old captain to deliver a sports car to Pacifica, specifically a Water Valley Wolf. Upon delivering the vehicle, I fortuitously encountered the hefty Deshawn, who had been attacked. I managed to rescue him. GC was momentarily taken aback. Bane had already established contact with the old captain without seeking him out. Splendid. In his mind, GC recalled the full name of the old captain and ventured, "Is the old captain the intermediary Muammar Reyes from Santo Domingo?" Bane nodded and replied, "Indeed. Didn't you say earlier that you wanted to take the brothers to find an intermediary for a commission? We are in Santo Domingo. And the old captain was the one who led us to the Puff Tavern." Looking at Bane's perplexed expression, GC understood that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the hefty Deshawn would likely need to stay away for 2 years before daring to return to Night City. As for the present moment, it was the perfect opportunity to test his thought manipulator. He decided against using thought acceleration, for it was well known that Deshawn had never fired a shot in his life, yet had built such a notorious reputation. To the somewhat bewildered Bane standing at the entrance, GC gestured for him to place Deshawn upon the operating table. "Bane, please wait outside for a moment. The hefty one still has a heartbeat, and as long as I am here, you will not perish." "Understood, Jigo. Thank you for your efforts today." The operating table awaited. Season 4 shed Deshawn's jacket, revealing an empty right shoulder, where the wound was remarkably neat. Presently only treated with a rudimentary hemostatic dressing, GC, equipped with measuring instruments, began documenting the dimensions of the wound. He contemplated the future visage of Deshawn, envisioning a resplendent golden right hand. The earth, though humble, indeed possesses a certain grandeur. Fearing that Deshawn might awaken amidst the pain, GC promptly administered the anesthetic without hesitation. After completing these preparatory tasks, GC retrieved a prosthetic arm from the adjacent workbench for refinement and polishing, producing a series of metallic clinks. His movements were mesmerizing, as he required no additional installation of various combat weaponry. GC accomplished the polishing in a mere 15 minutes, resulting in a prosthetic right hand of commendable quality and moderate wear. Inside, the structure was composed of kinetic segments, with the connection between the forearm and elbow exposed to the air, while the interface of the prosthetic featured numerous minuscule neural connectors extending outward. GC took out the scalpel and, without hesitation, sliced through the bandage, exposing the wound beneath. Immediately, he used surgical forceps to part the flesh and blood, then grasped the mechanical prosthetic right hand and pressed it firmly against the injury. Deshawn shuddered involuntarily, although the anesthetic had taken effect. The excruciating pain still left him in discomfort. A hum resonated as the prosthetic hand activated, and numerous slender probes emerged from the connection port, burrowing into the bone to link with the nervous system. After a brief moment, Deshawn's agony began to gradually subside. Observing this, GC nodded in satisfaction. Having kept Bane waiting for merely an hour, GC has successfully implanted a mind-altering chip into Deshawn's spine. This chip has been finely tuned by GC and does not simply recognize him and call him master at first sight. Instead, it is equipped with a specialized signal recognition device embedded within GC's being. Once the mind-altering chip is activated, it significantly enhances the target's friendliness and affection towards GC within a short period, while also subtly altering their cognitive perceptions. After a loading period exceeding 48 hours, the effects become irrevocable, and even if the chip is removed subsequently, the commands etched into the very fabric of the soul remain unchanged. Additionally, should there be a need to execute commands that contravene one's conscience, GC can employ the signal recognition device to override thoughts and enforce compliance. For instance, he might say, "My lady, you wouldn't want this, would you?" Season 4 shouted, "Bane, you may enter once the operation is complete." Chapter 15. Operation 2. Bane had just instructed the brethren within the sect to carry Deshawn away. At this moment, the hefty figure had recently undergone surgery and had yet to awaken from his coma. As GC observed Bane, who was preparing to leave the workshop, he spoke. "Little Bane, come over and lie down. I have recently crafted something that can significantly enhance your cognitive response speed." Upon hearing this, Bane, initially perplexed, quickly transformed his expression into one of sheer delight. "Brother G, are you referring to the Sion Wasteland? I've been dreaming of augmenting myself with this splendid device." Season 4 shook his head and said, "No, that is not the case. What I have developed is merely a mechanical chip that can assist the body. In terms of efficacy, it certainly cannot compare to the likes of Sion Wasteland. However, you need not worry. I am aware of where to procure Sion Wasteland, and when I have it available, I shall replace it for you." Without hesitation, Bane obediently reclined on the surgical chair. GC quietly produced an anesthetic syringe and injected it into Bane's body. Observing Bane, who had already succumbed to a profound slumber, GC maintained an impassive expression as he effortlessly sliced through the skin on Bane's back with a scalpel. He meticulously placed 3 meticulously crafted chips along the vertebrae. After completing the procedure, GC sat silently on a nearby stool, exhaling wisps of smoke, patiently awaiting Bane's awakening. He too was eager to witness the actual effects of the so-called thought controller and thought accelerator. In the realm of dreams, Bane was engulfed in a crimson haze. His despair towards the constraints of the current world palpable. Were the lower echelons of humanity destined to be subjugated? The lofty figures above merely served as obstacles to the pursuit of happiness. Boundless desires, despicable wealth, and the ignorant suppression of knowledge, these pursuits of the lower classes. The dazzling revelries, these were the original sins of humanity's enslavement. And now he, Bane Gesta, had finally encountered the hope that belonged to all of humanity. GC. His exhilaration was ineffable. GC's aspirations mirrored his own, and GC's dreams were indeed Bane's dreams. How fortunate he felt to encounter such a remarkable individual as Brother GC. In his dream, Bane murmured fervently, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Resembling a ferocious beast consumed by madness, he yearned to vanquish those omnipotent figures and clear every obstacle for GC. At that moment, within the confines of his dream, he remained blissfully unaware of any irregularities, devoted like a zealot, willing to sacrifice everything. At long last, in the fleeting moment before the night descended, GC could hardly contain his desire to transform into a virtual spirit and venture forth to gather intelligence. Bane's eyes gradually awakened from slumber, and upon opening them, he was captivated by the sight of the man who had irrevocably altered his fate. GC. Ah, you're finally awake? Let us see if there's anything different. Bane mused, momentarily puzzled before recalling GC's mention of accelerated cognitive response. He extended his right hand before him and remarked, Brother G. I feel as though my speed of movement has slowed. My vision is enveloped in a sense of lethargy. GC smiled and shook his head. No, it's not that you were slow. Rather, the surgery was a resounding success. Little Bane, your neural reactions have accelerated. Bane's eyes gradually filled with fervor as he clenched his fists. With GC's comprehensive transformation, he had shed his frail physique and acquired immense strength. All of this was attributed to GC. After a brief moment of realization, Bane swiftly rose from the surgical chair. Due to the newfound rapidity of his neural reflexes, he experienced a slight discomfort, as if time itself had decelerated. After a moment of contemplation, Season 4 mused, Bane, are you still unaccustomed to your current physique? Let us venture outside and summon our brethren to engage in some practice, to assess your combat prowess. Bane nodded steadily. Very well. Before long, at Bane's invitation, a crowd gathered in the open space behind the Puff Pastry Tavern, eager to witness the impending contest. The valiant young Bane was poised to face 8 opponents simultaneously. Among the spectators were not only the staff of the tavern, but also numerous local residents and wanderers. It seemed that wherever there was excitement, it invariably drew attention. To the left of the clearing stood young Bane, solitary and resolute. Opposite him stood the members of the Puff Pastry Tavern, the very same 8 who had previously chosen to remain after the raid on the scavenger hideout. Ignoring the murmurs of the gathered crowd, a vibrant young woman named Dorothy, distinguished by her striking crimson crest and adorned with elaborate tattoos, stepped forward from the group. She addressed Bane, Fear not, Brother Bane. For as this is merely a contest of martial skill, we shall be gentle in our approach. As GC had just arranged the small stool, clutching a bucket of popcorn in his hands, he felt that this was the essence of life. The affairs of violence and conflict were matters best entrusted to professionals. Suddenly, in the midst of the raucous crowd, GC observed Xiao Ben disdainfully extend both hands, defiantly raising his middle fingers with a broad grin, exclaiming, You wish to knock me down? Fine. If I lose, I shall cover the entire tab at the Puff's Tavern tonight. The crowd erupted in cheers, with one bold young woman removing her coat to reveal her vividly colored cybernetic chest, wildly waving her clothing in support of Ben. Go for it. Come on, darling Ben. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, in a nearby apartment, Deshaun slowly regained consciousness. Hearing the commotion outside, he sensed something amiss and extended his right hand to examine it. Metal. This is cybernetics. I was rescued by that mercenary lad. Phew. The hefty man took a deep breath and struggled to rise, opening the door to discover Ben and GC not far away. While Deshaun felt a sense of gratitude towards Ben, his impression of GC was markedly different. How is it possible for someone to be so breathtakingly beautiful? He pondered silently as he began to move towards GC. In the open space, Ben continued his brash banter. If you can't get up after I knock you down, Don't feel ashamed. Just take care of yourselves and don't push it too hard. Dorothy retorted with irritation. How about you stop talking nonsense like a nagging mother? As both sides took their positions, a young woman clad in revealing attire and black fishnet stockings stepped into the middle of the ring. She was the alluring Isabel, affiliated with the Puffs Tavern. Her long golden waves cascading around her. She approached the edge of the arena, placing her fingers to her lips and whistling. Come on, Big Brother Ben. Take down that little wench Dorothy. Let the match begin. Dorothy charged forward first, her fists clenched, shouting, You will lose. Tonight we are bound to have a blast. Chapter 16. The spectacle Ben opted for a high guard stance, shoulders raised, tucking his chin into his shoulder. As he prepared himself, the rest of the crowd surged forward. Joining the fray, Deshawn made his way to GC's side, smiling as he spoke. You are the cybernetic doctor who saved me, aren't you? May I know your name? I am Deshawn. Season 4 did not turn back, still fixated on the duel unfolding within the arena. However, he did not dismiss the matter entirely, responding with a calm remark. Indeed, it took a considerable amount of precious potions to rescue you from the clutches of death. Do remember to settle the medical fees later. I'll grant you a 50% discount, so a sum of 80,000 will suffice. Deshawn nodded, his smile unwavering. No problem, a mere 80,000. My life is worth far more than that. GC waved his hand, signaling for silence. Do not disturb me. I wish to watch the match. At this moment, Bane's reflexes had been heightened, though not to the level of Cian Weistan. Nevertheless, the stance and speed of his companion's strikes rendered them akin to a tortoise's slow crawl in his perception. This, indeed, was the essence of power. He was the first to adopt a defensive posture, wary of being taken down by a sudden blow. Now, his body was agile, his evasive maneuvers as swift as lightning. He danced on his toes, deftly sidestepping the punches raining down from all directions, moving with a fluidity reminiscent of a supple serpent. A minute later, having gained a more adept control over his bodily responses, Bane glided towards Dorothy's position. He swiftly tilted his head to the left, then delivered a right hook that struck her in the side, causing her immense agony. The impact on her ribs forced her to clutch her injury and crouch down. Bane followed up with an uppercut that landed squarely on another's chin, sending a tall opponent reeling backward, eyes dimming as he fell. Gasps of disbelief echoed from the onlookers. To them, Bane was a force of nature, effortlessly dispatching his foes with each strike. It was ruthless, overwhelmingly so. The spectators had envisioned a fierce and exhausting battle. Yet what unfolded was a unilateral slaughter, akin to shooting fish in a barrel. The contest concluded swiftly, in a mere 4 minutes and 32 seconds, leaving all 8 of Bane's adversaries sprawled on the ground, moaning in defeat. After his victory, Bane extended his right hand and proclaimed, Tonight, the tab at the Puff Tavern is on me. A brief silence enveloped the crowd, lasting only 2 seconds before an uproar of cheers filled the air. Victory belongs to Bane, they shouted in unison. I knew it. Our brother Bane is the strongest of them all. Amidst the adulation, Bane made his way to the corner where the beverages were stored. He retrieved 2 bottles of beer, popped the caps, and approached GC, offering one to him. Deshawn's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Bane. Is this the Cian Weistan from some company? Season 4 smiled, observing Deshawn's astonished expression, and handed him a beer. Let's have a chat, Deshawn. This is your savior, Bane Gusta, the leader of our Fate sect. What do you say? Are you interested in joining our Fate sect? Deshawn responded with an enthusiastic awe. Sure. Bane, however, looked at Deshawn in disbelief. As a renowned intermediary in Night City, Deshawn was not one to easily yield his autonomy. What was this sudden agreement all about? Could it be that Deshawn, the burly man, had recognized the unique charm and grand aspirations of Brother Season 4? The onlookers watched enviously as the 3 departed, their attention then shifting back to the bewildered individuals attempting to rise from the battlefield, exclamations of admiration echoing. Incredible, Brother Bane. At the Puff Pastry Tavern, in a private booth on the 2nd floor, the trio settled in. Due to Deshawn's considerable physique, he occupied a seat to himself. Once the bartender, Loki, served their drinks, Bane noticed that neither of the others seemed inclined to speak. After a moment of contemplation, he softly proclaimed the slogan of the Fate sect. All filth shall be reborn in the destruction of Fate. Season 4? Deshawn, oh, Season 4, what is this? Bane felt the intense gaze of the 2 individuals upon him, and he explained this is a doctrine I have just conceived. Our destiny sect must indeed possess our own mission. Deshawn scrutinized the 2 with keen eyes, discerning the underlying implications. Thus, it became evident that the Destiny sect is an emerging organization, Moreover, with no ties to the company and driven by a favorable regard for Bane in Season 4, his desire to remain grew even stronger. GC rubbed his forehead with a sense of helplessness and candidly remarked, "All right then. You are currently the leader of the Cult of Destiny. I want to pose your desire to find something for everyone to do. Ultimately, as long as you find joy in it." After this, GC turned his gaze towards Deshawn and continued, impressive. "Deshawn, the intermediary. What is your perspective on our Cult of Destiny?" Deshawn, momentarily lost in thought, was roused by GC's sudden inquiry. After a brief contemplation, he spoke softly. "It's quite good. As a nascent force, with someone as formidable as Bane, I believe there is significant potential for the future. However, I suspect you lack substantial backing. The intricacies of Night City are deeply convoluted, and the myriad of factions renders us mere insignificant entities in the eyes of those corporate overlords." After a moment of reflection, Deshawn observed the silence between the two before continuing. For an outsider's faction to establish itself in Night City is no small feat nonetheless. My decision to join the Cult of Destiny is sincere. I have connections with mid-level executives in various corporations who occasionally provide opportunities for survival. Additionally, there are some skilled mercenaries available. Noticing Deshawn's hesitance to speak further, GC realized he was likely reluctant to dampen their spirits. Bane, feeling somewhat anxious, discerned Deshawn's subconscious reservations towards the Cult of Destiny. He wanted to interject, yet found himself at a loss for words, downing the strong liquor before him in one swift motion. What could he do? It seemed he was capable of little beyond violence. Season 4 waved his hand, signaling for calm, and then smiled as he continued. "Deshawn, what are your thoughts on Bane's combat prowess? Furthermore, he currently has not installed the Sion Withstand." "What? He hasn't installed the Sion Withstand? So the recent duel was purely a test of physical combat skills?" "Indeed." Chapter 17, the cake. Deshawn's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Such close-quarters combat capability in Night City is exceedingly rare. The only ones likely to rival it would be the hulking members of the Animal Gang. Season 4 turned his head calmly to face Deshawn. This morning, Bane's close combat abilities were no different from those of the 8 individuals he had encountered. "I possess a serum that can temporarily stimulate the human nervous system without side effects, enhancing neural responsiveness. Of course, the version I would provide you is a diluted one, and it certainly cannot match the effects of Sion Withstand. However, it can complement Sion Withstand's effects, partially alleviating the backlash caused by cybernetic enhancements. You may consider it akin to injectable adrenaline. Presently, our production capacity is limited, and we cannot mass-produce it yet. But we can manage a daily output of 100 units. What do you think? Would you be interested in assisting us in distributing it to various cybernetic clinics or perhaps to mercenaries?" Deshawn swallowed hard. Such a product would be invaluable to mercenaries, especially if it truly delivered the results that Season 4 described. It would undoubtedly be a second chance at life. As long as the price was not excessively outrageous, the market penetration in Night City would be staggering. However, this would surely attract the attention of corporations. And without adequate armed protection, dividing this lucrative pie would become a formidable challenge. The sparkle in Deshawn's eyes brightened, nearly dazzling Bane, causing Season 4 to feel a twinge of awkwardness. Deshawn cautiously inquired, "And what would the selling price be?" At this moment, GC was contemplating how to market the product. He believed, as he had in the past, that professional matters ought to be entrusted to professionals. If he were to handle it himself or enlist Bane to seek mercenaries from the Black Clinic for sales, it was likely that only a few units would be sold in a week. However, if this task were assigned to Deshawn with a reasonable price, it wouldn't be surprising to sell 100 units a day. Even 1,000 units might not suffice in the entirety of Night City. It is essential to recognize that Night City, as the largest city in the Free States, boasts a resident population of 7 million, making it the most populous city in California. Moreover, the cyberpunk community alone comprises tens of thousands, with the daily gang skirmishes and street battles. Such a high-demand consumable is far beyond what GC could currently provide. The injection concocted by GC, as he previously mentioned, is a derivative formulated through the stimulation of the neural system by a cognitive accelerator. While he assured Deshawn that the substance bore no adverse effects, it remains a different matter for mercenaries who rely on cybernetic enhancements to acquire formidable combat prowess. The psychological dependency it engenders is not easily relinquished. Even in the absence of withdrawal symptoms, the stark contrast experienced upon the cessation of such potent combat cognition inevitably leads to feelings of disenchantment and emptiness. Although GC perceives this drug as devoid of side effects, These latent factors were simply overlooked in his considerations. Furthermore, in GC's mindset, the target demographic for this product inherently belongs to the mercenary community, who seek to profit from the acquisition of such consumables. As the adage goes, one must earn money, yet one must also have a life to spend it. Currently, the manufacturing cost of this potion stands at €18 for 10 milliliters. And based on data derived from the virtual soul state, its effects can last approximately 300 seconds, subject to individual physiological variations, which are minimal. However, should this fully effective formulation enter the market, it would undoubtedly conflict with GC's own interests. Therefore, he plans to dilute the efficacy, offering only 1 milliliter, and additionally incorporate physiological saline to neutralize its effects, significantly reducing production costs in the process. GC finally spoke. The cost of the potion is quite high. It should be around €500 for me to produce. Moreover, one cannot inject more than 4 vials at once, as it could lead to partial organ failure. Deshawn, what do you think would be an appropriate selling price? The hefty man extended his mechanical right hand, stroking his chin, feeling somewhat uneasy. He too began to contemplate GC's concerns. Mercenaries exist on the precipice of life and death. They would only resort to such potions in dire circumstances. However, if the effects truly meet the described efficacy, I believe the price should not exceed €3,000. Otherwise, those mercenaries may find it beyond their financial means. G nodded slightly and replied, I find your reasoning quite sound. I do not intend to set a high price. Let it be €1,000 each. Furthermore, as you are procuring from me, I will offer you a favorable price of €800 each. I can provide you with 100 units shortly for your mercenaries to trial. Very well, that sounds perfect. Bain replied, his gaze fervently fixed on G. Indeed, Brother GC is truly a considerate and genuine individual. If such a potion were entrusted to the company S-Dogs for sale, the price would likely soar to at least €10,000. Yet, Brother GC only charges a mere €1,000. What a kind-hearted and conscientious person he must be so principled and sincere. As GC gazed at Deshawn, he inquired, So, do you require our assistance today? Deshawn shook his head, elucidating, Today, I have inadvertently provoked the Voodoo Gang in Taiping State, resulting in the loss of many brothers. I had initially contemplated fleeing, but fortunately, I encountered Brother Bane. Lord Bane, I must step out later and shall return tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Bane seized the rare opportunity to interject. Well, since we are all brothers, allow me to lend a hand regarding your affairs in Taiping State. Coincidentally, I too wish to pay a visit to the Voodoo Gang. However, the outcome did not align with Bane's expectations. As GC and Deshawn shook their heads simultaneously, Deshawn harbored a healthy fear of the elusive voodoo hackers. Meanwhile, GC was not inclined to provoke the warlord Kurt Hansen of Dogtown. Should a confrontation ensue, revealing more of their hand would only heighten the danger. At present, their fates were entwined with the Church of Destiny, and their capacity for self-preservation was rather limited. Deshawn's eyes gleamed with a hint of blue light as he spoke. Dr. GC, I have transferred the funds to you, a total of 160,000. Please verify the amount. If I require assistance from your side, I shall not hesitate to reach out. I must visit my hacker, T-Bug, shortly. She nearly had her mind scorched by those scoundrels from the Voodoo Gang today, and I am somewhat concerned. Very well, you may attend to your matters, GC replied. Xiaobane, please escort Deshawn. Coincidentally, I too must head to the workshop to prepare, so that I may package the potions by dawn tomorrow. Chapter 18. Gossip. Upon leaving the bustling bar, GC returned to the workshop and settled comfortably into a recliner. After a moment of contemplation, he transferred 80,000 euros to Drive Victor and sent a message. Season. Hello, Dr. Victor. I have completed the payment for the remaining balance on the cybernetic modifications. The additional 30,000 euros is intended as a deposit for the purchase of the Cianway stand. Please inform me when it becomes available. Thank you. Before long. GC received a prompt reply from old Victor. Well, Season. Have you robbed a bank? You seem to have struck it rich in just a few days. Excellent. I happen to have information on the Cianway stand. Such items are hard to come by in Night City. But worry not, as a cybernetic surgeon. It is essential to have a wide circle of friends. Victor, in our line of work, the beginning is always challenging. You must venture out and forge connections. I am expecting a shipment of the Zeta Technology Cianway in Type 2, which should arrive in about a week. Thanks, old Vic. Let me know if the 30,000 is sufficient or if I owe more. I will transfer the remaining amount directly to you, GC replied. Victor, that will suffice. Among cybernetic surgeons, we have mutual channels for exchange. The cost for the CN Wasteland is 27,500, leaving 2,500 as the channel fee. Do not hesitate to contact me if you require anything further. GC reclined in his chair, inhaling deeply. He recalled Old Wei discussing the sale of Zeta Technology to Dinar Sion Wasteland, asserting that his connections with these two companies were entirely legitimate. After exhaling a cloud of smoke, GC continued to ponder the current situation. Overall, it seemed manageable. The Puff Pastry Tavern appeared to have entered a phase of development. As long as he refrained from provoking those lofty corporate overlords, surviving in Night City would not pose much of a challenge. As for encroaching on corporate interests, it would ultimately depend on how many Atom Heavy Hammers were willing to meddle in the fate of the cult leader, Little Bane. Perfect. Bane, who had just driven Deshawn to his destination, could not help but sneeze, narcissistically reflecting, "It must be that I appeared too grand and imposing this evening. Those charming ladies must still be awaiting me at the Puff Pastry Tavern, right?" In just 10 minutes. Season 4 utilized the various materials gathered from the tavern to concoct 10 doses of the 100 Sticks Cognitive Enhancement Elixir. After meticulously portioning the mixture into pre-prepared plastic syringes, he contemplated for a moment before affixing a simple label. Fate, Elixir Cognitive Enhancement Special Edition 2, suggested retail price. 1888. GC carefully arranged the vials within a pristine black and gray metallic refrigerator. Just as he settled down, scarcely 10 seconds had passed when a series of vigorous knocks echoed from outside the door. Before GC had the chance to speak, a voice came from outside the door. "Brother G, it is I, Dorothy, and I, Kareem. Pavey." GC was momentarily taken aback, for he was already aware of the purpose behind their visit. Upon opening the door, he found that, as expected, the individuals outside were clearly intoxicated. The others, who had been bested by Bane earlier in the evening, now exhibited unmistakable signs of inebriation. Just as Dorothy was about to speak, GC raised his hand to silence her, directly stating, "You all wish for me to forego sleep tonight, do you not?" Dorothy took a deep breath, attempting to explain. "But I truly desire to grow stronger, Brother GC." GC rubbed his forehead, his tone tinged with resignation. "Dorothy, come in. The others may leave for now. I will conduct the prosthetic modifications for each of you sequentially tomorrow. You all may return home now." "Wow, Brother GC. I adore you. I knew you would agree to help us equip ourselves with combat prosthetics, just like Brother Ben. Hooray." As Dorothy stepped into the workshop, GC promptly shut the door. Though his voice was low, it was still distinctly audible from outside. "All right, Dorothy, it's one thing to remove your top, but why are you taking off your pants?" Outside, the group, initially preparing to depart, exchanged glances. In an instant, their curiosity ignited. Without hesitation, they returned to the mechanical workshop, leaning against the door in hopes of eavesdropping to discern whether any unusual sounds might emerge from within. A shrill and harrowing cry pierced the air, akin to the lamentations of a slaughtered pig. "Ah, Brother G, you forgot to administer the anesthetic." "Oh, did I?" Suddenly, the faces of those outside turned pale, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. In a swift manner, GC efficiently implanted 3 chips into Dorothy, his familiarity with the route evident. It was at this moment that GC seemed to recall something. He administered a mild anesthetic to Dorothy, alleviating her pain and ensuring that she would at least enjoy a tranquil sleep that night. With nothing pressing to occupy his mind, GC felt no inclination to slumber. After a brief moment of hesitation, he connected his computer to the terminal nerve located at her neck. A hum resonated, akin to a soul departing its vessel, as his consciousness seamlessly melded into the virtual realm of Night City. This ethereal experience had become one of GC's rare passions, for he perceived the act of virtualizing his awareness as akin to liberating his soul, granting him the freedom to navigate the vast ocean, or perhaps a mere pond, of the network. In this form, GC possessed certain hardware that augmented his computational prowess, allowing him to roam and uncover secrets whenever time permitted. He also left behind traces of malware, infecting the hardware of others, thereby claiming them as his zombies. Once connected to the Night City network, GC was acutely aware of the threats posed by cyber surveillance and mercenary hackers, entities capable of inflicting harm upon his consciousness. Thus, he exercised caution, refraining from brazenly invading the main systems of NCD or other major corporations. His sole intent was to delve into the clandestine gossip pertaining to the local network. During his aimless wanderings, GC uncovered significant events that had transpired in Night City over the past few days within a mere half hour. As anticipated, the more prominent news channels and radio stations remained taciturn regarding unbroadcastable news, feigning ignorance. For instance, a high-end military technology transport team had been ambushed by a mercenary squad, resulting in a massive bloodshed incident near the desolate wasteland. Additionally, a food processing plant to the north of Watson experienced a cyberpsychotic riot, brutally suppressed by a terror response team. Thus, the terror response unit successfully welcomed a new recruit into their ranks. Chapter 19. Harmony Fee. As GC gazed in awe, he meandered into the local online forum, which buzzed with an extraordinary array of chaotic information. This was a revelation from the divine. The unrestrained use of cybernetic enhancements would only herald destruction. Thus, to those above, should we not consider joining the animal gang? By the way, are you still recruiting? I stand at 158 centimeters and weigh 45 kilograms. Can I be accepted? I await your response urgently. A generous reward is offered for a child. A beautiful young woman, whose husband has tragically lost his ability to conceive due to an accident, now seeks a healthy male to fulfill her maternal dreams. Contact information. As GC casually browsed through discussions from various social strata, he found them, as usual, to be devoid of substance. Yet, they were undeniably entertaining. Moreover, the company did not impose any restrictions on these small forums, as long as they did not infringe upon their bottom line. The recreational pursuits of the lower class were simply deemed insignificant. While wandering through the virtual consciousness, GC noticed something unusual at the private residence of Night City's Mayor Ryan. Unlike the heavily guarded municipal systems, breaching the surveillance here was as effortless as walking through an open door for him. Mayor Ryan was in a furious rage, hurling objects while cursing, "Damn Arasaka. Have they forgotten who brought them into Night City in the first place? How dare they act so arrogantly now?" As Ryan's aide, Councilman Jefferson stood nearby, attempting to soothe him. However, in Jefferson's eyes, Ryan had clearly lost his grip on reality, foolishly failing to recognize the sheer power of Arasaka. "Mayor Ryan," Jefferson cautiously interjected. "Directly confronting Arasaka Corporation isn't wise. They are, after all, a global conglomerate. If they refuse the additional taxes, perhaps we should consider alternative approaches." Ryan slammed his palm onto the desk, his voice seething with anger. "What? Are you saying I can't even impose taxes on Arasaka and Night City? This is absolute bullshit. They've made tens of billions here over the years. Is it too much to ask for a little contribution?" Jefferson fell silent, not daring to respond. Soon, Mayor Ryan regained his composure and spoke in a measured tone. "Jefferson, you're the one I trust most. Here's your task. Reach out to Militech. Inform them that Night City's lower-class population has been dwindling significantly, and Arasaka has been stirring up trouble lately. You know what to do. Go." As the dawn approached, GC blinked, pondering. Is it a strategy of sowing discord while remaining an onlooker in the conflict? "Mayor Ryan, I believe you are merely daydreaming." After logging off the internet, the sky was already beginning to lighten. GC found the scandal involving the company's upper management utterly uninteresting. He had no desire to extract any benefits from Ryan. This destined sacrifice, whether dead or alive, would only serve to entangle him further in the chaotic vortex of the Yi family conglomerate, a price far too steep. Instead, he pondered the potential repercussions of the fate serum flooding the market. Suddenly, the term cyberpsychosis flickered through his mind. Would the influx of the fate serum exacerbate the struggles of the lower classes, leading to a surge in cyberpsychosis phenomena? Cyberpsychosis, a term that evokes terror within Night City. The individuals I have dispatched, victims of cyberpsychosis, number in the dozens, each one surely possessing a tale of their own. But what of it? As GC attempted to gather his thoughts, stretching and preparing to indulge in some much-needed rest, Dorothy began to awaken from her slumber. Her gaze fell upon GC, who was positioned before her, hands outstretched towards his waistband, eager to advance. She lay on the surgical chair. And after a moment of silence, Dorothy mused, Dear brother, would you like me to offer you some pleasure?" Upon hearing the laughter of GC, he instinctively uttered a curse. "Go back to sleep, will you?" Just as he pondered whether to summon others to perform a couple of surgeries, a series of loud knocks resonated from outside the door. "Brother G, someone from the 6th Street gang is causing a ruckus. Brother Bane is absent. You should come and take a look." As GC opened the door, he looked out with a sense of bewilderment, only to find staff from the Puff Tavern standing before him. Dorothy, reclining on the surgical chair, sat upright and pondered for a moment before responding. "Haven't the 6th Street gang already collected this month's Harmony City management fee?" Season 4, unperturbed, suggested, let us venture outside and explore. As GC just arrived at the entrance of the Puff Tavern with Dorothy, he was greeted by raucous laughter emanating from within. Oh, little sister. Your bosom is so petite. Come here and let me give it a rub. I possess a unique technique that guarantees enhancement. Upon a careful glance, GC discerned that the speaker was a young man clad in a vintage jacket, adorned with a duckbill cap, and equipped with a walkie-talkie at his waist. At that moment, Dorothy boldly stepped forward, shielding the harassed young woman, who was none other than her dear companion Ningdiqian, a server at the tavern. With her fiery temperament, Dorothy unleashed a torrent of invective. Payment. Are you going to pay or not, you scoundrel? Keep your hands to yourself. It seems you are merely looking to stir up trouble. As Dorothy's words echoed, the patrons of the Puff Pastry Tavern subtly encircled the members of the 6th Street Gang. Dorothy's father, Rocky, approached GC, his brow furrowed, and murmured, Brother G, I fear these 6th Street gangsters come with ill intentions. According to our usual arrangement, we are only required to pay 200 euros each month, yet this fellow claims they are hawks, and demands we cover what has not been paid. G nodded slightly, having connected everyone from the Puff Tavern into the internal communication channel. He stated plainly, this is our internal network. Feel free to speak openly here. They cannot breach my system. Instantly, the internal network was filled with a cacophony of voices. Brother G, these 6th Street Gang members are exceedingly arrogant. Their demeanor suggests they aim to provoke us into action. Indeed, there is a 6th Street Gang vehicle outside. They must have noticed our recent success and are likely attempting to extort us for an increased price. Brother G, what do you think? Should we deal with them? Just give the word, and I shall be the first to act. Through the regional network, GC observed the members of the 6th Street Gang sitting in a car, gripping the steering wheel tightly. With this sight, he grasped the general situation. Were they secretly attempting to confront Xiao Shui? However, the 6th Street Gang boasted nearly 3,000 members, making it the largest criminal organization in Santo Domingo. Yet, what did that matter? It was not GC's style to remain passive when trouble came knocking at his door. Meanwhile, GC was not idle. He activated the neural interface to connect to the NCD database. By uploading visual information and conducting a data comparison, he swiftly identified the individual before him. Satoni, a level 9 wanted criminal with a bounty of 12 euros, a member of the 6th Street Gang. His criminal record included robbery, theft, and illegal arms trafficking. Chapter 20. A chance encounter 12 euros for a bounty. Is the NCD openly accepting kickbacks? Satoni, with his keen eyes, soon spotted the crowd surrounding GC. As a member of the Santo Domingo gang, he carried a certain audacity on his home turf. He was the embodiment of deception and bravado. He could not fathom that anyone would dare defy the 6th Street Gang in their territory. Satoni grinned widely. Choosing not to engage with Dorothy, the madwoman, arguing with a woman, even if victorious, was hardly an accomplishment. With a nonchalant demeanor, he turned and swaggered towards GC. Feigning surprise, I didn't realize the owner of Puff Tavern was so young. As he reached out, intending to slap GC's cheek, a sudden impact occurred. Bam! Just as Satoni's hand was suspended in midair, he found himself clutching his head, writhing in agony on the ground. Simultaneously, the 3 other 6th Street Gang members behind him collapsed as well. The patrons of Puff Tavern, who were about to take action, were momentarily stunned by the unfolding scene. A cacophony of bewildered murmurs erupted around them. What just happened? Why did their cybernetic eyes suddenly malfunction? Could it be that a hacker intervened? Hush. Brother G hasn't spoken yet. Silence yourselves. The dissipating flow of data within GC's vision marks the emergence of his newly unlocked ability. If the Trojan Horse virus is an aggressive network plugin salvaged by hackers from the depths of the dark web, then GC, having unlocked the virtualization of the soul, possesses an innate talent for manipulating and attacking various data streams. Be it through electromagnetic short circuits or contagion, these are merely applications of data. GC, however, employs sonic waves to strike the marionette, confining the impact solely within the confines of his artificial eye. Unsurprisingly, the members of the 6th Street Gang found their eyes bursting on the spot. GC slowly lowered his head, observing the 4 individuals rolling on the ground, and let out a faint sigh. Satoni, I reckon that your harmonious management fee may not be collected today. Please return and inform your boss that I am merely a cybernetic physician, disinterested in your violent escapades. Should you find time to visit for a couple of drinks, I would gladly welcome you. Satoni convulsed wildly on the floor, feeling as if every cybernetic enhancement within him was uncontrollably affected. The damage to his cybernetic eye was particularly severe. The frenzied currents felt as if they were on the brink of scorching his brain. Why you dare to lay a finger on me? GC gently shook his head, showing no intention of answering Satoni's inquiry. He gestured for others to expel Satoni and his companions. GC refrained from eliminating them on the spot, as he sought to lure the leader of the Sixth Streets gang into a trap, intending to incapacitate him. Once the chip was implanted, all would be well. As for whether the Sixth Streets gang would come to Satoni's aid, GC was indifferent. Should any subsequent troubles arise, he could simply have Xiaobian work diligently to retrieve the individuals if necessary. Dorothy, observing the four men being dragged away like lifeless dogs, disdainfully spat on the ground, exclaiming, "Pa, what a bunch of fools, daring to cause a ruckus at the Puff Pastry Tavern." In the fourth season, his thoughts began to whirl, and he silently contemplated the potential repercussions should their Destiny sect decide to take action against the Sixth Streets gang, regardless of the circumstances. The Sixth Streets gang was formed by seasoned veterans, and while there may not be much else within their ranks, they certainly possessed an abundance of firearms and high-ranking officials from Xian Wei Stan. Moreover, this Satoni was merely a trivial figure. It was imperative to swiftly develop the Destiny sect and establish a sufficiently formidable security division to avert such troublesome situations. Otherwise, if he were to manage everything personally, would he still have the luxury to relax and indulge in leisurely pursuits? As for the notion of striking back and showcasing superiority, one should simply let things unfold naturally without indulging in youthful folly. As Season 4 arrived outside the Puff Tavern, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a rare acquaintance. How could I have forgotten he is also in Santo Domingo? The individual in question was none other than David Martinez, the protagonist of The Edge Runners, a young man with a spiky black hairstyle. In Season 4's eyes, David indeed possessed considerable cyberpunk talent, arguably surpassing that of Little Bane. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accumulated such a remarkable legacy, though ultimately he met his demise at the hands of Atom Smasher. For an ordinary person with no connections in Night City, David's achievements were nothing short of extraordinary. Had Season 4 enlisted David into the Puff cult, with his meticulous guidance, the endeavor to eliminate Atom Smasher would undoubtedly pose no challenge. Previously, Season 4 had contemplated recruiting David, harboring a vague plan for his future involvement. What was the original plot, anyway? What Chi-Si wishes to impart to David is, in essence, quite simple. My destiny is determined by myself, not by fate. If you disagree, let us take action. As for David, he remains a naive youth, his character yet to undergo a profound transformation, still living for the dreams of his mother. But, does that truly matter? The strong possess the ability to alter their circumstances, and if they cannot change their environment, they must inevitably adapt to it. As Season 4 turned her head, she spoke softly to Dorothy beside her. Do you see that young boy over there in the Arasaka Academy uniform? Go give him a good beating and bring him here. I'll be waiting for you in the mechanical workshop. Dorothy paused for a moment, perplexed by the situation. However, it mattered little. Reasons were of no significance. As long as Brother G had spoken, she would comply without hesitation. Meanwhile, David, walking alone on his way to school, had yet to reach the subway station. Traversing the familiar streets he traversed daily, he paid no mind to the four members of the 6th Street gang ejected from the Puff Tavern nearby. Such occurrences were infrequent, but not unheard of in Night City. He was utterly indifferent to the violence of the streets. Engaging in it could lead to complications that would require money to resolve. David lightly kicked a soda can rolling at his feet. Suddenly, a girl with a crimson mohawk and body adorned with sinister tattoos blocked his path. David frowned, intending to bypass this evident troublemaker from a gang. Yet, just as he took a couple of steps, a thigh encased in fishnet material was thrust across his way. Dorothy smiled, gazing at the bewildered boy before her. Kid, you've crossed the wrong person. Someone paid me to deal with you. David's surprise was palpable, yet being a native of Night City, he was not without resourcefulness. He turned to flee, reasoning that he could evade this tattooed woman, a quintessential cyberpunk he could not confront. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Just as David attempted to escape, Dorothy's fist struck his collagen-rich face with unrelenting force. The crystalline spit flew from David's mouth, suspended in the air, illuminated by sunlight, a pitiful sight. With a single punch, Dorothy had felled the boy destined to become a legend in Night City, David Martinez. Without hesitation, she delivered another swift kick to his abdomen. The directive from G had been clear. It was a beating, not merely a lesson or a knockdown, an outright thrashing. Dorothy was resolute in her execution of the task at hand. Soon, A bruised and battered David gazed up at this unfamiliar woman with a look of despair. Through blurred speech, he managed to utter, "That bastard, Tanaka, hiring someone to kill me, and now he has to torture me first. If you're going to kill me, just do it quickly, you foolish woman." Dorothy was unaware of who Tanaka was, but upon seeing David spit blood, she deemed it sufficient. Without a moment's hesitation, she hoisted the barely conscious David onto her shoulder, surveying the onlookers at the Puff Tavern. "Get back to work, you lot. What are you staring at?" At that moment, David felt utterly drained, unable even to struggle against this woman's grip. In an instant, flashes of memories cascaded through his mind, and he felt a deep pang of guilt towards his mother. She had toiled tirelessly to raise him, and he had yet to fulfill his obligations. He was trapped. David feared he was destined to be dismantled by the scavengers. Thud. David was unceremoniously tossed onto an operating chair in a dark cybernetic clinic. He noticed, alongside the brutal woman, a young man who resembled a doctor, dark-haired, dark-eyed, and strikingly handsome. How could someone so alluring be a scavenger? Today is just my damned luck. I must have been cursed for 8 generations. What a miserable existence. As he surveyed David, who was nearly rendered senseless from the beating, GC felt a twinge of embarrassment. Initially, he had merely intended for Dorothy to knock David out and bring him back for a bit of intimidation. However, what was supposed to be a mere scuffle had indeed turned into a full-blown assault. Well, given the circumstances, he certainly would not admit that it was a slip of the tongue on his part. GC waved his hand, gesturing for Dorothy to leave. Once the room was left with just the two of them, GC observed David, who seemed to have calmed down slightly, and then spoke gently. "It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, David Martinez. My name is GC, but you may call me G or Season." David, breathing heavily with rage, retorted fiercely, "And what of it? You are merely a janitor. Do you truly believe you can spare me?" Upon realizing that David had misunderstood him, GC pondered for a moment before articulating an explanation. "No, I am not a cleaner, to put it accurately. Our organization is called the Cult of Destiny. It is an insidious group that specializes in enticing the youth to join, subsequently indoctrinating them to commit nefarious deeds." David felt his mind was somewhat overwhelmed. "So, this is how you recruit new members?" "Indeed. Is there something amiss?" I can't even." As Season 4 gazed upon David, whose face was etched with despair, he placed a black box beside the surgical chair. "In truth, I have noticed your uniform from Saka Academy, and I wish to entrust you with the task. Upon its successful completion, I shall transfer to you a sum of 100,000 euros. What do you think?" "I think not. I do not believe you. And I must decline." Jisai nodded subtly as he opened the box, revealing an intricate array of high-explosive devices within. "Do you see this? I want you to carry this into the Hisaka Academy and detonate it, so that more people may come to understand the teachings of our Fate sect. Our doctrine proclaims that all filth shall be reborn anew through destruction." He continued, "I am aware that you have no father, only a mother named Gloria Martinez, who works at the Municipal Medical Center." In a fit of rage, David attempted to pull the detonation ring, intent on mutual destruction. However, with remarkable speed and agility, Jisai swiftly intervened to halt David's motion. "You bastards! You dare to threaten my mother? If you have the courage, come at me. Come on." GC's furrowed brow relaxed, a smile gracing his lips as he observed David's current demeanor with immense satisfaction. Silently stowing away the box of high-explosive grenades, he continued, "What's the matter? Are you unwilling? We would never impose upon you or compel you to join the Fate cult. If you refuse, then so be it. You may leave. This 5,000 euros is for your medical expenses. Farewell." David, utterly disoriented and lost, gazed blankly at the scene before him, utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired. As he stood outside the Puff Pastry Tavern, he was surrounded by a throng of onlookers, who regarded him as if he were a gorilla, yet he remained unaware of their scrutiny. Bruised and battered, he clutched the 5,000 euros tightly in his hand. What on earth was happening today? At that moment, Deshawn returned, and as he stepped out of the car, his gaze fell upon David standing at the entrance of the Puff Pastry Tavern. However, after a cursory glance, he paid little heed. As Deshawn retrieved the refrigerated box containing 100 doses of the Fate potion from GC, he had already devised a meticulous plan for the day's arrangements. In the beginning, Season 4 embarked on the research of innovative prosthetics, focusing on the production of chips for a thought control accelerator. Additionally, he had to allocate time to implant chips for the followers of the Fate sect, leaving him no moment to indulge in idleness. The Six Streets Gang was originally established by veterans who survived corporate wars and the struggle for independence. Initially, The gang arose from discontent with the violent enforcement of NCD, prompting them to take up arms once more to protect the countless civilians. However, as some individuals tasted the sweetness of being a shield, their intentions turned sinister, leading them to become fully entrenched in criminality. Within one of the gang's strongholds, Williamson coldly listened to reports from his subordinates. That wretched Wilcanon, always meddling, had transformed the Sixth Streets gang into something unrecognizable. He would not escape unscathed. It seemed anyone, human or otherwise, could come and make a mess on their heads. What? The wretched woman you kidnapped yesterday still refuses to contact her deceased husband? Where's your firepower? All rusted and useless, unable to pry open her lips? Williamson's temper flared as he kicked down the reporting member, preparing to teach that insolent girl a fierce lesson. At that moment, accompanied by wails of despair, his informants returned from the Puffed Pastry Tavern, faces concealed in shame. Known for his ruthlessness, Williamson instinctively narrowed his eyes. Chapter 22, The Fate Serum Under the Blazing Sun. In a Villefort Cordis V5000, Deshawn, wearing sunglasses and smoking a cigar, sat in the vehicle next to the Fate Serum that Season 4 had entrusted to him. Soon after, a man adorned with numerous battle prosthetics entered the car. He was Albert Shadari, a longtime cyberpunk working on behalf of Deshawn. Deshawn adjusted his sunglasses, observing Albert's trembling hands. The reason he had refrained from assigning tasks to him recently. He was teetering on the brink of damnation. A mere nudge would plunge him into cybernetic madness. Albersha chuckled. I heard last night that you got into trouble in peaceful state. Why didn't you call me for yesterday's job? If I had handled it, you wouldn't be in such a predicament. Deshawn paused, laughing heartily. Indeed, had you been there, I certainly wouldn't have lost my right hand. But let us set that aside. I have a task for you, along with something special. I need you to rescue the daughter of a company employee. She was abducted by a thug from the Tiger Claw gang on her way home from school. Her name is Pomi G. I've sent you the mission details. If you bring her back, the commission is 7,500, and I'll throw in a dose of the Fate Serum for you to try. This is through my exclusive channel. This substance has circulated in major corporations. I can't divulge too much about its effects, but it can mitigate the adverse reactions of battle prosthetics. Albersha, puzzled, took the serum from Deshawn. It appeared to be an ordinary syringe, likely repackaged by a dubious clinic. With a suggested retail price of $1,888, it was rather pricey. However, he dismissed the thought. Deshawn's continued trust in his combat abilities meant he still had faith in him. Holding the serum, Albersha smiled. All right, wait for my good news. Albersha had a teammate, his girlfriend, a hacker. They were a mercenary couple, navigating the perilous streets of Night City together. Upon arriving at their destination, a dilapidated low-rise slum, Albersha communicated through his neural interface. Mena, it's your turn. Hack into the surveillance cameras and see how many members of the Tiger Claw gang are inside. Albersha's girlfriend hesitated. What if we don't take this job? Let us leave Night City. I'm worried about you. Don't fret, Mena. I haven't earned enough yet. Once we have children, they will need to go to school, grow up, marry, and have their own families. I've accepted this assignment, and we must complete it beautifully. Seeing his determination, Mena ceased her objections. From his vantage point, Albersha surveyed the scene, a standalone residential building with an iron gate preventing observation of the interior. A member of the Tiger Claw gang stood guard at the entrance. Mena had successfully hacked into the security system. Her RAM capacity surged, raising her body temperature, but fortunately, the security level was not too high. Inside, 3 individuals were present. Aside from the guard, 2 were tormenting the target, while another maintained weapons in the living room. Albersha, you need to act quickly. The target's condition is deteriorating. In front of the iron gate stood a vending machine. I'll create a distraction to draw the guard's attention. You seize the opportunity to act. Understood. I'm ready. As Mena finished speaking, the vending machine erupted, dispensing various drinks. The guard's face lit up with delight. Is this a freebie? Night City has finally found its conscience. Albersha moved stealthily, swiftly approaching the guard from behind. He seized the Tiger Claw member by the neck and twisted with force, maneuvering the body to a nearby corner in a seamless motion. Mena kept a close watch on the situation. Albersha, there's a television inside. I'll create some noise to divert the attention of the person in the living room. If possible, avoid using the Steinwassen. In the next moment, the television flickered to life, producing static and noise. Yet, the individual in the living room remained oblivious, focused on weapon maintenance. Albersha, unable to assess the interior thoroughly, entered the room only to find a Tiger Claw member staring directly at him. Without hesitation, As a seasoned cyberpunk, he activated the Steinwassen, an expensive acquisition he and Mena had made. Simultaneously, he injected the fate serum into his body. With a thump, his heart raced, and blood coursed through his veins, a stark contrast to the pain typically associated with activating the Steinwassen. Albersha was acutely aware of his body's limits. He had not felt such clarity in ages. This unprecedented surge of power left him profoundly awestruck. Yet, with heightened cognition, Albersha understood precisely what needed to be done. There were no illusions to cloud his vision. Time seemed to slow as he charged in, firing a shot that shattered the skull of the Tiger Claw member in the living room. After dispatching the other two members within the room, he scooped up the disheveled Pomri G and placed her in his vehicle. The entire operation had taken merely 6 seconds. Jimina's initial apprehension had yet to fully register. Ebershar was already seated in the car, gazing at Jemina with a gentle expression as he spoke. The matter has been resolved, Jemina. Please check if there are any reinforcements nearby. I intend to collect the spoils. Jemina, her face a mask of astonishment, replied with a trembling voice, Ebershar. Your physical burden, have you not succumbed to delusions? Indeed, the stout fellow Deshawn managed to procure some suppressant agents from somewhere. Although they come at a steep price, I feel exceptionally well. Oh, I am simply fearful of losing you. 15 minutes later, Ebershar, now restored to his normal state, dialed Deshawn's number. The task has been accomplished. The target is currently in my vehicle. Where shall we meet for the exchange? After a brief pause, he added, by the way, you have that fateful Agent 1888, correct? I wish to purchase 10. No, 30 vials. Deshawn chuckled heartily. As expected of Ebershar. Once you reach a safe location, send me your coordinates, and I'll arrange for a driver to pick up the goods. As an old friend, I'll extend a preferential price of 1,000 euros per vial. However, my current stock is limited. I can only spare you 10 vials today. But fret not. More will be available tomorrow. Thank you, my brother Deshawn. Chapter 23. Fate, Jemina, with a puzzled expression, turned to Ebershar. Why do you need so many suppressant agents? From what I gathered from your earlier remarks, are you planning to invest our entire fortune in this? Ebershar took a deep breath before facing Jemina directly, stating, as the individual directly involved, I comprehend the true value of this agent. It not only alleviates the side effects stemming from combat augmentations, but also sharpens my cognitive abilities. Do you understand what this implies, Jemina? This fateful agent will soon gain notoriety in the mercenary market of Night City. Whether I stockpile it for personal use or resell it, as long as there is a supply, there will be a continuous stream of profit. If Deshawn can offer it to me at 1,000 euros per vial, then reselling it at 2,000 euros guarantees profit. Deshawn also mentioned that this agent has been leaked from within the company, and it is highly probable that this is the only batch available on the market. If we do not seize the opportunity to stock up, no one can predict what may transpire in the future. Jemina nodded thoughtfully, fully trusting Ebershar's judgment as a partner. Simultaneously, this scene unfolded across various locations in Night City, where numerous cyberpunk individuals experienced the invigorating sensation coursing through their bodies, igniting a flame of hope for the future. Valley District. Puff Pastry Tavern. GC let out a sigh of relief. Today, he had worked tirelessly to produce the thought control devices. Mastery through practice had allowed him to complete the fabrication of 7 sets of chips in a mere 5 hours, a feat that previously demanded significantly more time. He invited several unfortunate souls from the sect to enter the mechanical workshop in succession. Initially, GC had casually suggested whether they should collectively undergo modifications, to which they eagerly agreed. He consented to fulfill their wish. With a swift injection of anesthetic, he laid them down on the floor to perform the procedure. As for the slightly cold floor, the subjects themselves were unconcerned, and GC had no worries about them catching a chill. By this time, evening had already arrived. Season 4 chose not to engage with them further. Instead, he instructed a tavern employee to stand guard at the entrance, as he too required a moment of respite. Approaching the bar, he regarded the bartender, Loki, and thoughtfully requested, I would like a vodka with ice, accompanied by a splash of cola. At that moment, Bane descended from the second floor, and upon spotting Season 4 seated at the bar, he approached without hesitation. Brother Season, the old captain just assigned me a task. Kareem and the others underwent surgery this afternoon. This assignment is rather urgent. Do you have a moment to take on a side role as a mercenary? I do not have the time. Ah, then I shall seek out Dorothy. This assignment pertains to the 6th Street Gang, and she should find it intriguing. The location is not far from here. GC raised an eyebrow. This morning, There happened to be a disturbance caused by the Sixth Streets gang. Care to elaborate? Bane, noticing GC's interest, smiled and elaborated. The client is a woman named Leotro, and the initiator of this request is presumably her lover, a mid-level manager within the company who has chosen to remain anonymous. The remuneration for this task is 25,000 euros. 25,000. This indicates that the Sixth Streets gang wields considerable influence, GC remarked. Bane, well done. In such a short span, the old captain has already begun assigning you major tasks? Bane, caught off guard by GC's teasing, could only chuckle. Primarily, we are no longer lone wolf mercenaries undertaking assignments. We previously assisted the old captain with several matters, and having observed our swift actions, he entrusted this urgent mission to me just now. The target for abduction by the Sixth Streets gang is reportedly a certain Williamson, and this stronghold likely houses over 30 individuals. I pondered, as the old captain assured me that I need not worry about subsequent repercussions, he would handle any complications, and I should focus on rescuing the individuals without concern for retaliation from the Sixth Streets gang. GC nodded slightly. This was something the old captain had mentioned. It seems that Johansson had also offended someone within the gang. However, GC was not particularly concerned about retaliation. At worst, he could simply change his base of operations. If he provoked them, the entire Sixth Streets gang would eventually come after him. All right, summon Dorothy. I will accompany you both. Recently, I have been delving into hacking techniques, so a part-time role in this matter should pose no problem. Indeed, Johansson and his associates possess several combat augmentations, likely of a lower model, primarily remnants from the unified war that erupted in 2069. Samwiston surely has some as well, but I am somewhat apprehensive about going alone and risking my life. Veteran? Understood. Please call Dorothy. I will retrieve some supplies from the workshop. As GC approached the entrance of the mechanical workshop, just before stepping inside, he suddenly heard a peculiar voice resonating in his mind. Ding. You have triggered a special quest, Redemption from the Cult of Destiny. Eliminate all members of the Sixth Streets gang led by Johansson to receive a talent reward, Mechanical Insight Optimization. As GC took a deep breath, he entered without allowing anyone else a moment of reprieve. Get up, all of you. It's time to get to work. When Bane escorted Dorothy into the mechanical workshop, they beheld the others donning bulletproof vests and selecting various firearms. Bane's gaze fell upon several crates of electromagnetic pulse grenades in the corner, his eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. He turned to GC, cautiously advising, Brother G, are we not perhaps being a tad indiscreet? As soon as Season 4 grasped Bane's intentions, he raised his hand to interrupt. Feel free to take whatever you need from my storeroom. We are all brothers here. However, when the time comes to act, keep your eyes peeled. Whether or not we save that target is of little consequence, but I want every last one of the Sixth Streets gang eliminated at the Williamson stronghold. Upon exiting the Puff Pastry Tavern, Bane took the wheel of the Wraith van, with their group of 10 comfortably divided between two vehicles. The vehicle driven by Bane was precisely the one that GC was in. His keen eyes suddenly spotted the freshly released hedgehog-headed boy. Bane, did you see that hedgehog-headed kid? Pull over next to him. All right. In the next moment, the bewildered David was abruptly seized by GC and dragged into the van. Before David could fully comprehend the situation, he recognized GC, who handed him a standardized military pistol. David, hold this tightly. We'll be commencing our task shortly. What? It's you again, bastard. Chapter 24. The commission. David's casual curse elicited glares of disapproval from the other occupants of the vehicle. As a mere youth, David had never encountered such an intimidating atmosphere, and he was instantly gripped by a chill of fear, instinctively tightening his grip around the firearm. With a casual wave of his hand, GC signaled to the crowd, who then retracted their fierce expressions, though a look of perplexity lingered on their faces. Intrigued as to why GC had chosen to bring the young boy along when making the request, G-Siren cleared his throat and spoke. David, isn't your aspiration to ascend to an executive position within the company? Do you not realize that what we are currently engaged in is precisely that, serving those at the upper echelons of the corporation? Worry not. Consider this as an early internship, a chance to savor life. David struggled for words, utterly at a loss as to how to respond. He had no desire to wade into this murky water. Observing GC's beaming smile, he hesitated for a moment before lowering his gaze, unable to meet GC's eyes, and murmured softly, I wish to get off and return home. GC patted David on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement. What nonsense are you spouting? We are all brothers within the community. Do not worry, before your mother returns from work, I will certainly ensure you are back home. There is no need to fear her discovering that you have been led astray. It seemed that David, sensing his inability to resist, succumbed to the flow and relaxed slightly, realizing that GC was still able to converse with him normally. After a moment of hesitation, David finally inquired, "Dr. G, why did you give me 5,000 euros this morning? For a student, that is an enormous sum." GC remained indifferent. "Is 5,000 euros a lot? In that case, handle this task efficiently, and I will transfer 5,000 euros to you shortly. It could alleviate your mother's financial burden, which is quite commendable, isn't it?" David felt as though he had been rendered speechless by GC's words, unsure of how to respond further. He typically procured black dream substances from a well-acquainted cybernetic doctor and sold them within the confines of the Academy of Harazaka. Yet the returns were merely 20 to 30 euros at best, rarely exceeding 50 euros. Each transaction carried the looming threat of severe expulsion if discovered by the Academy. And now, it was 5,000 euros. He recalled the 5,000 euros in cash nestled within his backpack. A bunch of bastards. This is the allure of the adult world, David thought, acknowledging that it would be disingenuous to claim he was unmoved by the prospect of money. After all, the years of diligent study were aimed at achieving prominence in Night City, striving to rise above disdain. They were not far from their destination. GC did not disembark. Gazing at the abandoned factory, now stripped of its grand entrance. This place, having undergone transformation by Weihankson, had undeniably evolved into a modest armed stronghold. "Brother G, shall we launch an assault or prioritize the rescue of the hostages?" Bain inquired, casting a glance at GC. "No rush. I will first infiltrate their network to ascertain the situation within. By the way, David, you will stay close to Bain. He will take good care of you." Upon hearing this, Bain dismissed any concern, offering a somewhat amiable smile and nodding at David. Although he was unsure why this young lad had caught GC's attention, he resolved to follow GC's directives without question. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. GC unleashed his hacking prowess, executing a seamless cyber intrusion. With virtually no security resistance, he effortlessly breached the factory's internal network system and seized control of all surveillance cameras. There are no hackers to provide cybersecurity defenses. How remarkable that over 30 members of the Six Streets gang are still thriving. They must be fortunate. Indeed, a few of them are equipped with CE defenses in their minds, which explains their fearlessness towards hackers. The virtual consciousness of GC traversed through numerous network surveillance systems, contemplating the internal structure while silently memorizing the concealed positions of the guards lurking in the shadows. They are still engaged in discussions in the hall. Look, that figure in the black robe resembles a member of the Voodoo Gang. Inside the factory hall, there stood an individual clad entirely in a black robe. GC assessed his CE, and, as expected, it was quite substantial, his form enveloped tightly, with a mask obscuring his features, revealing only his cybernetic eye. This location was an abandoned assembly line factory, with dilapidated electronic waste strewn haphazardly around. The adversary was an inexperienced hacker who had burned the eyes of one of my subordinate brothers earlier that morning. "MD, he doesn't regard me, Wei-On-sun, with any respect." Wei-On-sun's voice was filled with ire, while GC felt utterly bewildered. Are they preparing to eliminate me? Are they so discontented with me? What have I done? The figure in the black robe nodded. "I have reviewed the commission details. Due to gang affiliations, you cannot act against him directly, which is why you sought my assistance. I have no interest in the entanglement between you and that hacker. You provide the payment, and I shall execute the task. It is as simple as that. Since you have found me, you are undoubtedly aware of my capabilities." Upon hearing this, GC's mind began to grasp the intricacies of the situation. Wei-On-sun, constrained by gang loyalty, could not confront him directly. Thus, he had enlisted the help of someone from the Voodoo Gang to carry out this unsavory task. The Voodoo Gang was the most enigmatic faction in the tranquil state of Night City, comprised entirely of adept hackers skilled in cyber warfare. They often immersed themselves in the old web, excelling in the exploration of the world behind the black wall. The membership of the entire gang did not exceed 300. Yet their prowess as hackers rendered their influence formidable. The Voodoo Gang thrived on infiltrating the network databases of major corporations, pilfering trade secrets to amass considerable wealth. Additionally, they had members, like this figure in the black robe, who took on private jobs, addressing matters and individuals related to the digital realm. As GC attentively observed the crowd within the hall, he continued to investigate the remaining locations within the factory. In a corner piled high with what resembled pet cages, GC discerned information regarding the target of his commission. A primitive woman, not heavily modified, possessed a striking beauty. which undoubtedly explained why her partner was willing to spend a considerable fortune to rescue her. Furthermore, there were over 20 human cages imprisoning individuals, with only 2 cages remaining unoccupied. Severing the connection to the surveillance cameras, GC opened the iron box at his feet, which contained electromagnetic pulse grenades. Bane, watching GC's actions with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Brother G, are there many members of the Sixth Streets gang inside, or is there something else at play?" Season 4 handed 3 electromagnetic pulse grenades to David, directly pulling everyone into the internal brain-machine communication channel. He began to explain, "Inside, besides the gang members from the 6th Street, there is also a hacker from the Voodoo gang. I will take the lead and eliminate their leader first. You will then throw the electromagnetic pulse grenades inside, and we will conclude the operation afterward. I have set up a cover program in the vehicle. They are currently unaware of our presence." With Season 4's meticulous arrangements, Bane and the others took their positions, and even David, seemingly resigned to fate, followed Bane to conceal themselves. As for the thought of fleeing at this moment, David cast a deep glance at Season 4, realizing that escape might be impossible. Such a foolish notion was better kept hidden within. Regardless, there was still the enticing prospect of 5,000 euros. Chapter 25. Sionway Stan. You will wait at the positions I designated. Once I take action, I will notify you to throw the grenades. 3 minutes later. The 4th season is now ready. With computational power assistants prepared by meat chickens from various corners of Night City. A faint smile graces his lips. After all, isn't it all about the thrill of the hunt? Within the factory hall, Williamson is orchestrating his underlings to deliver money to the cloaked figures. The members of the Voodoo Boys place little faith in monetary chips, fearful of viral attacks. Such commissions necessitate upfront payment, and it must be in cash. Throw a grenade. Through immense computational power, GC targeted the brain-machine interface of Wei Hansen for a remote bombardment. David, uncertain of the cyberpunk combat tactics, possessed only the predetermined trajectory planned by GC in his mind. All he needed to do was to follow the designated coordinates, activate the wristband, and toss it in. And that would suffice. In the next instant, dozens of azure beams erupted, and the foremost Wei Hansen's brain-machine interface detonated spectacularly. Boom. It was akin to being struck directly in the head by a high-explosive sniper round, leaving a gruesome mess as he collapsed to the ground. At that critical moment, a hacker from the Voodoo gang, on the verge of escape, found himself ensnared by electromagnetic pulse grenades, an exceedingly dangerous contraband in Night City. Before he could even take a step, he was enveloped by 3 beams of blue light, rendering him completely paralyzed and unconscious. Bane and his companions each wielded 3 electromagnetic pulse grenades, which cascaded into the factory, creating a series of explosive echoes. In an instant, it felt as though time had both frozen and elongated. The voice of Season 4 echoed once more in the minds of the onlookers. Bane, lead the way inside to finish them off. By the time David entered the factory, chaos reigned supreme, with bodies strewn about in disarray. A few surviving members of the Sixth Streets gang emerged from the depths of the factory, weapons in hand. Their faces drained of color at the sight of Williamson's lifeless body. Williamson was dead. What should they do? Was it the Valentino gang that had attacked? Among those unaffected by the electromagnetic pulse grenades, only 3 members of the Sixth Streets gang remained. Bane grinned, tilting his head slightly toward David, signaling him to pay attention, take aim, and remember to disengage the safety. Bang! A brutal shot shattered the skull of one gang member, blood splattering in a gruesome display that left David momentarily speechless. The remaining 2 members of the Sixth Streets gang had no time to comprehend the unfolding horror before they too were riddled with bullets, turning them into mere sieves. With Bane's special attention, David was pulled up, aimed at the powerless enemy's head, and then pulled the trigger. Blood erupted forth, drenching him in a visceral spray. So this is the life of a mercenary. As the situation reached its inevitable conclusion, all neural signals within the Sixth Streets gang's internal network vanished. Simultaneously, a melodious notification resonated within his mind. Ding! You have completed a special mission, a redemption from the Church of Destiny. Successfully eliminated all 636 members of the Sixth Streets gang, led by Wei Hansen. Awarded talent, Mechanical Insight Optimization. Mechanical Insight Optimization, when engaging in the creation of mechanical artifacts, there is a certain probability of gaining additional enlightenment, allowing for optimization and enhancement of the product. What does infinite inspiration imply? GC pondered, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke as he contemplated the true meaning of this newly acquired talent. Before long, Inquiries began to emerge from the internal communication network. Brother G, we have located the cage where our target is imprisoned. As for the others who have been abducted, how shall we proceed? Let's refrain from opening the cage just yet, inform them that their fate is sealed, and leave it at that. For now, we should first clear the battlefield and transport our spoils back. Once we have completed our task, we will summon the NCD personnel. After the group has finished tidying up, Dorothy will escort the target to report to the old captain, utilizing a vehicle originally belonging to the factory. In addition to this vehicle, their bounty has expanded to include 4 new cars, 1 truck, and 3 off-road vehicles. Meanwhile, Bane has arrived at the van with 3 corpses in tow, followed closely by David, who appears to have emptied his stomach. Bane, with a beaming expression, exclaims, "Brother G, I have discovered 3 Sion Westons. Is this not a windfall from the heavens?" GC cast a glance at Bane. "If you desire, I shall have it installed for you tonight. Later, inquire among others who else might wish for it. With me here, you need not worry about becoming a cybernetic lunatic." Inside the Johansson factory, there exists an abundance of firearms and ammunition. Indeed, for vehicles cannot possibly contain it all in a single trip, and shortly the group will return for another load. Along the way, Bane continued to steer the vehicle, and within it, apart from GC, there was only David, whose expression was one of numbness. This surreal day was an existence he could scarcely fathom. Season 4 jestingly remarked to David, "Shall I escort you home first? Or would you prefer to join us at the Cream Puff Tavern? Since we are all comrades who have fought together, there's no need for you to be so reserved." David turned his head, utterly at a loss for words. Season 4 smiled lightly. "Let us head to the H4 skyscraper first. We must return David home. He is covered in blood, and it would be troublesome if his mother sees him like this. By the way, young man, when you can defeat little Bane with your bare hands, I will present you with a gift." "A gift?" "Yes, but do not inquire further. Revealing it would spoil the surprise. Also, remember to visit the Puff Tavern every day after school. Everything you desire is here." After delivering the disoriented David, Bane was filled with fervor, racing back to the workshop, eager for Season 4 to install the Sion Wei stand. This was the pinnacle of combat cybernetics within the realm of cyberpunk, offering the exhilarating sensation of time suspension. Who wouldn't yearn for such an experience? Regardless of how mundane life may be, with this cybernetic enhancement, mediocrity would no longer be an option. Upon returning to the workshop, Bane awaited patiently as Season 4 pondered before proceeding to dismantle the Johansson Sion Wei stand, initiating mechanical analysis to extract relevant product information. Nerve Terminal Accelerator, Sion Waste and Model, Military Technology Falcon 2 Durability, 48 Effect, a mass-produced nerve system accelerator from a military technology firm. Its implantation within the human body provides a formidable temporary acceleration of neural responses, with a time dilation effect of 62. This is an early model of the Falcon V, a military technological product that, despite decades of wear and tear, continues to function efficiently. Bane reclined on the surgical chair as Season 4 began the installation of the Sion Wei stand. The procedure was not overly complex after administering anesthesia. Season 4 completed the installation in merely half an hour. Reclining on the surgical chair, Bane soon felt the distinct sensations brought forth by the Sion Wei stand, and he quickly opened his eyes. Upon activating the Sion Wei stand, he perceived the world with newfound clarity, as if everything were playing in slow motion. Everything was so vivid, yet so leisurely. Chapter 26. Swift. Indeed swift. The Sion Waste and system enhanced Bane's reflexes, synergizing with the cognitive accelerator to create an unprecedented level of neural responsiveness. Under such intensity, he experienced an illusion that perhaps he could engage in a direct confrontation with the legendary Atom Heavyhammer of Night City. Despite the war machine's lack of substantial mass, Bane believed that even if he could not prevail, he certainly would not suffer a catastrophic defeat. As GC beheld Bane awaken on the surgical chair, he understood that Bane was savoring the exhilarating sensation bestowed by Sion Wei stain. Before uttering a word, Bane's voice resonated. "Jigu, do you think I could challenge Atom the Hammer now, and become a living legend in Night City?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Bane's figure flickered, vanishing as if propelled by instantaneous movement. His voice echoed joyfully from behind GC. "Jigu, guess where I am? How about that? Was it swift?" GC rolled his eyes and turned to look behind him, where Bane was stretching his body. "Quick, certainly quick. I hope you maintain such swiftness when engaging with your soulmate in the exploration of new life and procreation. As for the legendary goalkeeper Atom Heavyhammer, I believe he merely serves as a benchmark for combat prowess. Do not underestimate him, yet do not set him as your life as ambition either." I do not advocate for the exaltation of individual heroism. One person cannot save the world. Reality is not a script from an idle drama. Of course, if you truly wish to eliminate Adam Heavy Hammer, I can equip you with additional combat augmentations. There should be no issue. Besides the Sion Wasteland, there exists a neural modulation device known as the Crunchikoff, capable of significantly enhancing the body's neural reflexes in a remarkably short time. Bane observed GC, who was busy organizing surgical instruments, and silently mused, truly, he is the man I aspire to follow in this lifetime. Indeed, the so-called legend seems to be just that. How little time has passed, and I find myself so indifferent to legends now. I must have been influenced by Jigo, the Night City legend. I will inevitably put an end to him. Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed Bane's mind. Good morning, Night City. I am your friend, Stanji. Yesterday's lottery of the deceased amounted to a full 30 Adam Heavyhammers. Indeed, the one who perished was none other than Adam Heavyhammer. He chuckled. Season 4 glanced at Bane, who was inexplicably grinning, and waved dismissively, expressing his disdain. If you have nothing better to do, go assist the others in organizing the spoils of war. Also, contact the old captain and help me locate a piece of land nearby. It should preferably be larger. This place is too cramped to accomplish anything efficiently. I still need to prepare the fate potion for Deshaun tomorrow, which is quite bothersome. The following morning, with nothing to occupy his time, Season 4 sat at the entrance of the Puff Tavern, basking in the sunlight while awaiting Deshaun to arrive and move the goods. The payment for today's potions had been promptly transferred to Season 4's account by the hefty man the previous day. Before long, he spotted David, dressed in his uniform and carrying a backpack, preparing to head to school. GC waved his hand, offering a greeting. Today, he had no intention of instructing anyone to give David a beating before sending him off to school. After all, moderation is key. Any training could wait until the evening after classes. David, upon seeing GC signaling to him, felt an immediate uplift in his spirit, his previously sullen expression transforming into an extraordinarily grotesque smile. Realizing that GC had no desire to torment him at that moment, he quickly took off, eager to distance himself from this troublemaker. Who knew what bizarre events awaited him if he were to lag behind and fall into GC's clutches? However, David was uncertain about his feelings towards GC. The previous night, he had tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, having kept his mother, Gloria, in the dark about the astonishing sum of 10,000 euros he had earned. The experiences he had undergone were far too surreal. He doubted even he would believe them if he spoke of them. The thought of his mother confronting GC was a scenario he dared not entertain. The so-called fate cult was ruthless and exceptionally fierce, not to mention the electromagnetic pulse bomb, an illicit item in Night City. Just yesterday, Bane had coerced him into eliminating members of the 6th Street gang. Yet, in the end, those who had been captured and imprisoned were rescued. The chilling words he had delivered to them, that they were doomed, echoed GC's earlier command for him to blow up the Harabaka Academy, a morbid sense of humor indeed. Nonetheless, those individuals were ultimately saved by NCD. As for him, David Martinez, he returned to pay the property management fees, renewed his lease, and ensured that the washing machine could function properly once more. In the grand scheme of the 10,000 euros, these expenses were but a trifling matter. Puff Tavern, here. You can find everything you desire. The words of GC echoed in David's mind like the whispers of a devil, laden with temptation. Just moments after David's departure, Deshaun arrived once more at the entrance of the Puff Tavern. His eyes immediately fell upon GC, who was seated at the doorway, indulging in a cigarette. With a voice brimming with enthusiasm, he exclaimed, "Gee, it truly is a splendid day. Seeing you for some reason lifts my spirits immensely." GC took a silent drag from his cigarette before discarding the stub with impatience, gesturing dismissively, "Hurry up and take the goods away. I'm quite vexed." Deshaun paused momentarily, reassuring himself that he had not inadvertently offended GC. Drawing upon his own experiences, he advised, "Gee, if you're feeling troubled, perhaps a stroll through Japan Street or Twisting Street would be beneficial. Life encompasses more than mere work. Sometimes, a change of scenery can be quite refreshing." As GC gazed at Deshaun's retreating figure, he nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, since we are already in Night City, life is not solely about violence and conflict. Spending every day cooped up in the Valley District would be dreadfully tedious. A stroll through Twisted Street might not be such a bad idea, after all. I'm not looking to cause trouble. Jigu, how about I give you a taste of Sion Wasteland? Maybe I could let you enjoy a little? Get lost." Without even raising his head, GC recognized the voice, accustomed as he was to the daily advances of those who sought to entice him. Nestled within one of Night City's 6 major districts, Westbrook boasts the finest entertainment venues. Particularly notable is Japan Street, a favored leisure locale for many mid-level corporate employees after work. Not far from here lies the renowned Twisted Street, a place that promises never to disappoint its visitors, attesting to its considerable allure. Within this vibrant district, one can find a plethora of attractions: the Super Dream Experience Center, lively bars, spirited hotels, virtual gaming halls, and exhilarating casinos, among others. As a neighborhood synonymous with entertainment, it caters to all desires, both virtuous and otherwise. Its prime location is merely a stone's throw from the corporate plaza at the heart of Night City. This locale is a veritable den of indulgence, a cybernetic paradise on Earth. Naturally, the profits generated here have made it a coveted prize for numerous factions. Even GC, despite his usual restraint, finds himself tempted to partake in the spoils. Chapter 27. Misfortune. Japan Street is managed by the local gang, the Tiger Claw. This gang not only serves as security personnel but also maintains order and stability in the area. While seeking NCD may prove fruitless here, approaching the Tiger Claw will undoubtedly resolve most issues. More importantly, their murky connections with Arasaka Corporation cannot be overlooked. It would not be an exaggeration to label the Tiger Claw as the Hounds of Arasaka. If Japan Street is the most resplendent and dazzling paradise in Night City, then Twisted Street embodies the depths of human depravity and indulgence. A common saying in Night City suggests that the big shots head to the summit, where the best super dreams, the loveliest women, and the strongest men await. Conversely, the financially challenged lower-tier individuals find their solace in Twisted Street, where although the services are inexpensive, they offer the best value for satisfaction. Twisted Street is a place where anything conceivable can be found. Despite its chaotic mix of patrons, it excels in providing efficient, swift, and affordable means of fulfilling one's desires. As time passed, GC inadvertently squandered an entire day. Unable to bear the solitude any longer, he ventured to Twisted Street, arriving during the peak hours of the day when foot traffic was at its highest. As GC strolls down the street, his gaze wanders through the surrounding scenes. Outside an adult novelty shop, several flamboyantly adorned sex dolls stand at the entrance, casually smoking and engaging in playful banter, their laughter occasionally ringing out in a flirtatious manner. This reflects the unspoken understanding between the adult store and the sex dolls. When performing their duties, the dolls inevitably require an array of accessories and props to enhance their service quality. The source of these various tools lies within the adult shop itself, such as the simplicity of comprehensive service. The arrival of GC naturally drew their attention, bringing their conversation to a halt. One of the sex dolls glanced in GC's direction and inquired, "Sir, would you care to experience our revelry services?" "Revelry?" GC shook his head, showing no interest in the advances of the sex doll. He declined to waste time and turned to continue deeper into the establishment. Alas, what a pity that such an attractive gentleman cannot become a client. How wonderful it would be to indulge him. Indeed, he is so handsome. And I can see that his cybernetic enhancements are quite advanced. He must be equipped with a formidable arsenal. Just imagine, an entire evening of indulgence. As the lower-tier service personnel of Twisting Street, whenever they found themselves with idle time, the banter among these sex dolls flowed freely, fueled by whatever excitement they could muster. After walking a few dozen meters, GC gazed upon Twisting Street, noting the stark contrast to his memories. This place was vastly more expansive and chaotic than the rendition in the game 2077. Twisting Street housed a bar called the Bai Ching, where the proprietor, Okada Wakako, served as a well-known intermediary in Westbrook. Cyberpunks could obtain various commission tasks through her. These intermediaries were often well-informed, with extensive connections, acting as crucial bridges between cyberpunks and their clients. Okada Wakako, in particular, was backed by the Tiger Claw gang. According to GC's intelligence, all 5 of Wakako's husbands had been leaders of the Tiger Claw gang. Furthermore, her 9 sons were also members of the gang. If one were to define her status, it could only be said that those who understood. Due to factional issues within the Tiger Claw gang, she undoubtedly carved out her own niche. The current leader's words might not carry as much weight as hers. In the 4th season, it is recalled that V would undertake a commission to help a husband clandestinely reclaim embezzled funds. During that time, Wakako would express admiration for that lady. Incidentally, she would reveal her own experience of a whirlwind marriage and subsequent divorce with her 4th husband, which enabled her to legally acquire a substantial fortune. The Tiger Claw gang did not pursue Wakako, suggesting that internal conflicts among them were undoubtedly significant. After all, as long as there is wealth, these intermediaries can fulfill all the desires of their clients. As GC gazed upon the vibrant neon lights adorning the streets, they formed a hazy, dreamlike spectacle. Tonight, the bustling twist street was alive with an exuberant throng. The narrow thoroughfare teemed with people, while the transparent glass nearby offered glimpses into the fervent scenes within. The kaleidoscopic neon lights, accompanied by pulsating music, stirred an insatiable excitement. Inside the pachinko parlor, the establishment was brimming with eager patrons seeking amusement. As GC stepped inside, he surveyed his surroundings. The air was filled with the melodic chimes of the machines, each occupied by eager patrons, while the gambling devices within tantalized the hearts of every visitor. Gazing upon this ocean of insatiable desires, GC remained unfazed, succumbing to the current as he exchanged 1,000 euros for marbles. Every fleeting second bore witness to a cacophony of screams, expressions of despair, and faces alight with ecstasy or twisted in agony. In such a casino, the spectacle of human folly was a commonplace occurrence. At present, GC found himself without a place to engage in play. After a moment's contemplation, he retreated to a secluded corner, where a flicker of blue light emanated from his eyes as he commenced an incursion into the pachinko parlor run by Weiqi. His intent was not to create chaos or to tamper with the internal systems. After all, it is often said that in gambling, deceit is omnipresent. GC merely wished to avoid becoming a victim of misfortune himself, seeking to comprehend the rules to prevent a devastating loss later on. Simultaneously, a young man clad in the distinctive garb of the Tiger Claw Gang, his hair dyed in a blend of blue and green, was visibly displeased as he pounded on the machine before him. "Damn it, not again," he muttered in frustration. Beside him stood a young woman, elegantly attired in a black blazer over a white blouse, her long legs adorned with exquisite black stockings. Her hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and she wore a beaming smile as she gazed at the machine, which emitted melodious victory chimes. Even those unfamiliar with the device could easily discern the abundance of marbles before her. Conversely, the Tiger Claw Gang member was met with a relentless GMEOVR message, beckoning him to insert more marbles, to the point where he felt an overwhelming urge to slam his head against the infernal machine. The woman turned her head, a teasing smirk adorning her face as she remarked, "Handsome, it seems your luck is rather lacking today." "Damn it," the man from the Tiger Claw Gang muttered under his breath, shooting a fierce glare at her. If this were not Weiqi's establishment, he might have been tempted to resort to more violent measures. "Oh, do you intend to confront me? This is Weiqi's parlor. One must be aware of their place and avoid provoking those who are beyond their reach." The woman exuded an air of superiority befitting a company employee, her words dripping with condescension. With a scowl, the Tiger Claw Gang member turned on his heel and departed, while the woman dismissed the encounter with indifference. Just as GC was about to indulge in a couple of games, he noticed the young man striding directly towards the inner sanctum of Weiqi. A smirk crept across his face as he thought, TSK, that corporate woman is in for a rude awakening. Wait, no. Chapter 28. Kong Tao. GC initially intended to casually infiltrate the woman's CE to obtain pertinent data. However, he soon discovered that her CE protection was exceptionally robust indeed. It was the most formidable he had encountered in Night City, surpassing even Mayor Ryan's defenses by a significant margin. Heh, this is truly a big shot. Let me see who you are. As GC augmented the computational power of the RAM, the information he acquired left him momentarily stunned. Outer layer disguise. Su Qingshu, an employee of the Weapon Development Department at Kongtao Corporation, a golden member of the Trauma Team. Internal system data. Ling Xiaohan, a member of the Kongtao Corporation Board, a big fish, an absolutely significant one, and from Kongtao nonetheless. In an instant, a spark of inspiration ignited within GC's mind. The thought controller inputs data capabilities into the human body via a chip. At that moment, he had just successfully breached Ling Xiaohan's dual CE without raising any alarm. Why delay in leaving a mark of his presence? Seizing the opportunity, GC silently began injecting his Trojan virus, infused with his overwhelming favor, into Ling Xiaohan's neural system. Meanwhile, Season 4 did not pause in his pursuits. He settled directly beside Su Qingshu, attempting to engage in the game with marbles. Su Qingshu remained indifferent to the change in her companion, while Season 4, focused on his endeavors, did not relent in his vigilance over the surveillance within the pachinko parlor. In a secluded room, adorned in understated Japanese style, a modest tea table sat at its center, wisps of smoke gently curling from a brown teapot. Seated at the table was a kindly elderly woman, clad in a white kimono, her visage framed by spectacles. She leisurely tended to her smoking pipe, exuding an air of elegance and gentleness. "Ah, has something brought you here, Kamiya-kun?" she inquired, her tone tranquil, casting merely a cursory glance at the man before her. then returning to her own musings. The formerly irate Kamayama immediately wilted upon entering Wakako's presence. He lowered himself to kneel before her and murmured, "Wakako-san. I was just insulted by that woman outside, the one from Kanto. I wish to purchase information regarding her. Since this is a business matter, let us rise and share a cup of tea," she replied. "As for this woman's information, it will cost you 2,000 euros. Through diligent data comparison." Wakako swiftly unearthed the details pertaining to Su Qingxue, simultaneously preparing a cup of tea for Kamayama. With his gaze downcast, Kamayama's eyes glimmered with a faint light as he transferred the 2,000 euros to Wakako's account, then respectfully accepted the tea, disregarding its scalding temperature as he swallowed it in one gulp. This woman is named Su Qingxue, an employee of the Kanto Weapon Development Department. She has recently been assigned to Night City, and she frequents either Japanese Street or Twist Street seeking novelty every night. She shows no interest in sexual companions or super dreams, but rather has a penchant for gambling. As for combat, she does not possess a combat body, nor does her status typically warrant security detail. Should you wish to act against her, ensure your methods are clean and avoid entanglements with the Tiger Claw gang. Wakako elucidated calmly, relaying the intelligence she had gathered. Furthermore, you should be aware that Kanto provides trauma group memberships to employees who sign contracts for 50 years. Her position in the development department grants her gold member insurance. If you wish to avoid becoming a sieve at the hands of the trauma group, do remember to carry a signal jammer. Thank you, Wakako-san. I understand. I shall impart a profound lesson to her. Upon concluding his remarks, Kamayama bowed respectfully and quietly exited the elegant chamber. Meanwhile, Season 4, under the auspices of the rules, had accumulated quite a number of marbles, drawing Su Qingxue's attention. Initially, she had paid little heed to this individual, only to suddenly realize that he hailed from her homeland. His black hair and dark eyes, coupled with a refined countenance, perfectly aligned with her distinct aesthetic. The aura surrounding GC caused a slight tremor within Su Qingxue, an incongruous figure amidst her surroundings, with a handsome visage. However, she swiftly regained her composure. She utilized her internal neural link to connect with her personal assistant, Jing Xiaochun, through a highly encrypted internal communication network. Ling Xiaoan, Xiaochun. Please inform the Strategic Planning Department to commence overtime immediately. I require assistance. Jing Xiaochun. Understood. All members of the Strategic Planning Department will join the online meeting within 30 seconds. May I inquire what instructions you have, Ms. Ling? Ling Xiaoan. I have encountered a man who captivates my heart, and I wish to initiate something with him, discreetly, without appearing presumptuous or insincere. Please assist me in arranging some conversation starters. Jing Xiaochun. Certainly, Ms. Ling. Meanwhile, after exiting the pachinko parlor, Gue Tian sought out his comrades from the Tiger Claw gang nearby. Matsushita-kun, I have found a lucrative target. He is one of Kong Tao's people. Please gather Miyuki and Sam Bin. We have work to do tonight. A gentle and melodious voice drifted into GC's ear. You look remarkably handsome. Startled, GC turned and pointed to himself. Are you referring to me? Su Qingxue nodded, her smile enchanting. Indeed. Is that true? Yes. But why is your face so flushed? Su Qingxue's lips parted slightly, emitting a soft hum. She had been so captivated by GC's striking features, which grew more handsome the longer she gazed. Readjusting her demeanor, Su Qingxue tilted her head and inquired knowingly, Are you associated with Kong Tao? No, I am not. I am merely a cybernetic doctor who occasionally dabbles in the world of cyberpunk. Would you like me to check if you've been infected by a hacker virus? Su Qingxue swallowed hard, feeling flustered. When it came to flotation, she was quite inexperienced. Without the strategic department's guidance, she would have been at a loss for words. Observing GC's smiling face sent her heart racing. She had once believed that love at first sight was merely a fairy tale meant to deceive young girls. But the moment she encountered GC, she found herself believing that true love could indeed exist in this world. My name is Su Qingxue. May I ask for yours? I am GC. Chapter 29. Breaking down defenses. Shall we have a contest to see who wins more? If you lose, I shall treat you to a drink afterward. How does that sound? GC maintained his unwavering smile, keenly aware that the thought controller was now in effect. Without hesitation, he engaged in casual conversation with Su Qingxue while keeping a vigilant eye on the happenings at the casino. He understood that Su Qingxue had attracted trouble that evening. Establishing a connection with Kong Tao aligned perfectly with his strategic aspirations. As for the trouble itself, GC remained unfazed as long as Su Qingxue survived. Greater value could be generated. Regarding the prospect of seeking collaboration with the Wilderness Slope, GC's intention was to gather everyone to blow up the abandoned tower. Not for any particular reason, but simply for the thrill of destruction. As night fell and midnight approached, the electronic chime reverberated through the winding streets. Having just concluded their evening of amusement, GC and his companion prepared to venture out for a drink or two. Stepping out of the casino, Su Qingxue gazed at GC's visage, momentarily entranced. GC pondered for a moment and casually remarked, "Do you have a car? I drive a van. And I worry you might find it uncomfortable, so let's take your vehicle instead. I'll take you to a wonderful place." Su Qingxue, lost in an unsuitable thought, felt her cheeks flush even more, her voice barely above a whisper, at the parking lot above. The layout of Twisted Street in the City of Night is not a flat, cohesive plane. The buildings in certain districts often stand in disarray. You might think you are on the ground floor, but beneath your feet, there could be another world entirely, and Twisted Street is precisely such a place. Well, let's head to the elevator first. Are you feeling a bit unwell? GC inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Su Qingxue. "Oh, no, I'm perfectly fine. Let's hurry," she replied. Along the way, silence enveloped them as they each harbored their own thoughts, arriving at the elevator entrance in unison. As GC extended his hand with a gentle touch, the elevator above began its slow descent. It seemed that the enchanting night was about to unfold at this very moment. The elevator emitted a rhythmic sound, reminiscent of the lifting machinery used at construction sites, producing subtle friction noises as it moved up and down. Just then, a crisp voice echoed behind the two. Well, looking quite charming, aren't we? It seems you, a mere company lackey, have managed to ensnare a wealthy benefactor in no time. Huh. The man's voice, laced with sinister intent, pierced the midnight air like a wraith's malevolent whisper. Su Qingxue was taken aback, her heart racing as she swiftly turned her head. She had intended to summon the nearby security personnel through her neural interface, but an unexpected scene unfolded before her. Her vision blurred momentarily, and before she could utter a cry, GC had already pulled her behind him. A streak of dark silver flashed through the air, descending from above, aimed towards Su Qingxue's side. The assailant was a member of the Tiger Claw gang, who had drawn their attention, allowing the attack to be executed cleanly and swiftly to eliminate Su Qingxue, thereby preventing any unforeseen complications. Su Qingxue's expression was one of terror. Despite her high-ranking position within the company, she had seldom encountered such life-threatening moments. In the past, her outings were always accompanied by Kanto's super soldiers, who remained on alert nearby. However, due to GC's presence today, she had dispatched these guards to a more distant location, never anticipating that this decision would lead to disaster. The sound of electricity crackled, mingling with the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground, reverberating through the darkness like muffled thunder, snapping Su Qingxue back to reality. She glanced down, her gaze fixating on the trembling figure on the ground. Incredible! GC's network intrusion skills have effortlessly breached the Tiger Claw gang's CE security system. Is this an electromagnetic short circuit? In the next moment, in an instant, GC drew his pistol, denying Kuei Tian any opportunity to continue his taunts, and without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The specially modified caliber emitted a thunderous roar. Bang! On this dimly lit night, under the feeble glow of the moon, flames erupted as the bullet, trailing a vivid crimson tail, was unleashed from the barrel. Just as Kuei Tian intended to activate his defensive mechanism, he felt his body stiffen. His nervous system ceased to respond, and the bullet pierced through his prosthetic eye, traversing his skull and splattering blood. The last image that lingered in his mind was that of the man with pitch-black eyes, whose cold demeanor revealed no hint of hesitation as he took a life. In that moment, Kuei Tian felt as if he were merely a hapless prey delivered to the hunter's doorstep. GC did not give Su Qingxue the chance to react. He swiftly redirected his gun and pulled the trigger once more at the figure on the ground. Bang! Su Qingxue looked up at the man towering over her, his silhouette illuminated by the radiant moonlight, exuding an overwhelming sense of security. Just then, two piercing screams of anguish echoed from a nearby location. GC gazed at Su Qingxue with a smile. There were two others who attempted to flee, but I incinerated their minds. Let us depart. It is nothing. Night City has always been this way. The elevator doors gradually opened with a soft hiss. The two stepped inside, and as GC pressed the button, the sound of grinding gears accompanied the ascent of the iron cable, bringing them to the surface street, Biontree Street. No longer within the confines of Twisted Street, signified their temporary escape from the troubles of the Tiger Claw gang. How about it? Are you still in the mood for a couple of drinks? GC inquired while scanning the surroundings for any potential ambushes. This way, my car is parked just over in the open lot. It's just a short walk. Su Qingxue gently brushed her chest, attempting to calm the exhilaration brought on by their recent brush with death. This time, without hesitation, she naturally took GC's right hand and led him forward. GC did not release her hand. Instead, he gently pulled her along as they made their way towards the parking lot. At midnight, the streets lined with poplar trees were not bustling with pedestrians. The surrounding skyscrapers continued to shine enchanting lights, with flickering neon signs that seemed to never dim in this city of dreams, a metropolis brimming with technological allure. Having escaped danger, Su Qingxue felt remarkably uplifted. Her demeanor relaxed as she occasionally glanced back at GC, as if wishing to etch his image into her memory. I must say, I owe you a great deal for your timely intervention tonight. Without you, I fear I might have fallen victim to those thugs from the Tiger Claw gang. Su Qingxue spoke softly, turning her head to gaze affectionately at GC. As GC and Su Qingno locked eyes, a playful remark escaped GC's lips. Are you perhaps alluding to the ancient adage that a young lady, unable to repay a favor, can only offer herself in return? Su Qingno bit her lower lip, hesitating. Well, that's not entirely out of the question. Would you consider marrying me? However, GC's subsequent words nearly shattered Su Qingno's composure. I already have a son. Despite my youthful appearance, I am not as young as I seem. My son is on the verge of adulthood. Chapter 30. Rebecca. For a moment, an awkward silence enveloped them as they made their way to the parking lot. Su Qingno approached a sleek sports car, activating the unlocking system with her neural identification device. She then settled into the passenger seat, gesturing for GC to take the wheel. Let's go. Didn't you say you would take me to a wonderful place? GC also took a moment to admire the sleek sports car, the Herrera Thug GTS. Herrera is a well-established automobile manufacturer, and the Thug GTS is their latest offering. Renowned for its formidable performance, the Thug boasts sharp, angular contours, exuding an aesthetic of fluidity, enveloped in a vibrant crimson hue. Though classified as a sports car, it accommodates 4 passengers comfortably, providing a spacious interior that never feels cramped. Season 4 approached the driver's seat, igniting the engine as the roaring sound of the motor filled the air, and the assailant's GTS gradually emerged from the parking lot. As GC opened the car window, his left hand rested on the frame while his gaze wandered over the dazzling nightscape that glided by. The nocturnal city, in stark contrast to its usual hustle and bustle, was relatively tranquil at this midnight hour, with fewer vehicles on the road. The gentle purr of the engine propelled the two swiftly to their destination, the Turbo Restaurant, nestled beneath the towering H8 skyscraper in the Japanese district. Their choice of venue was not coincidental. It was a favored haunt of the Man team, who frequently gathered here to celebrate after fulfilling their missions. The location was conveniently close to Twisting Street, and rather than indulging in drinks at a bar, GC preferred to immerse himself in the vibrant cyberpunk ambience, participating in a bonfire party. Su Qingxue was slightly taken aback by GC's decision to bring her here. But as soon as they exited the vehicle, they quickly attracted the attention of numerous onlookers captivated by the cyberpunk aesthetic. As Season 4 accompanied Su Qingxue, they disregarded the curious glances around them and purchased some drinks from a nearby street vendor, settling at the periphery to observe the revelry. Su Qingxue furrowed her brow slightly. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, the crowd primarily consisted of freelance mercenaries from Night City, embodying the essence of cyberpunk. Meanwhile, Season 4's attention drifted as he sought a leisurely stroll to unwind. To his surprise, he encountered familiar faces, Sasha and the Man Squad. It appeared that the Man Squad had completed their mission and were now gathered to celebrate. The brawny, dark-skinned man sat alongside his girlfriend, Dory, on a metal bench, engaged in light-hearted conversation punctuated by bursts of laughter. Meanwhile, the lanky Pila and Falk mingled within the crowd, showcasing their skills to enthusiastic cheers. Sasha, the hacker, stood off to the side, sipping her drink, but her expression brightened upon noticing the arrival of Season 4. Besides Sasha, the cyber-lowly Rebecca was sipping her beverage. Observing Sasha's cheerful demeanor, she curiously remarked, You were just sulking. Sasha, has spring arrived for you? Rebecca showed little interest in the ongoing performance, instead following Sasha's gaze to spot Season 4 and Su Qingxue engage in casual conversation over drinks. Could that be your boyfriend, bringing along his girlfriend? Isn't that a bit exhilarating? Sasha shot Rebecca a disapproving glance and clarified, he is merely a friend, so refrain from making wild assumptions. He is a exceptionally kind cybernetic doctor. Rebecca's face expressed shock as she replied, From what I see, His cybernetic modifications are quite extensive. Rather than a doctor, he resembles a true cyberpunk. And in Night City, when has there ever been a good cybernetic doctor? I refuse to believe they are not connected to the scavengers. Hey, could it be that you, Sasha, are the third party in someone else's relationship? Sasha playfully pushed aside the grinning green-haired lowly and, drink in hand, strode purposefully towards Season 4. After a moment's hesitation, Rebecca followed suit, concerned that Sasha might encounter trouble. Their movements caught Dory's attention, prompting her to nudge Man and say, "Man, our newly recruited hacker Sasha seems to be going after the company dog with Rebecca." Man, his expression one of confusion, turned his head to observe. Season 4 struck him as a rather pretty-faced bodyguard, while Su Qingxue undeniably appeared as the elevated company dog. However, they felt unconcerned, knowing they were close enough to provide immediate support should any conflict arise. Sasha and Rebecca approached Season 4, who noticed them and greeted with a cheerful tone. "Sasha, it's been a while. I've heard about this punk bonfire party and thought I'd drop by. But I didn't expect to run into you." Sasha, equally delighted, replied, "How could such a busy person like you leave the Valley District? I just pulled off a big job today and wanted to celebrate with my teammates." GC was well aware that she was referring to Man's team, yet feigned ignorance and inquired, "Teammates? Indeed, that's us." Rebecca, with her delicate figure and light green hair styled in twin ponytails, peeked out from behind Sasha. She wore only a binder beneath her oversized black jacket, and the faint blush of her artificial eye along with her crimson tattoos did nothing to detract from her charm. Sasha gently patted Rebecca's head and winked, saying, "Didn't you mention something about teammates earlier, G? Recently, I had a significant job with Yuta, and I recommended myself to Man, who happens to be our current leader. He is a decent fellow with a penchant for enhancing cybernetics. It seems he has plans to continue augmenting his body. I'll introduce him to you shortly. Just remember to share the profits when you earn from him." G nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Rebecca observed Su Qingxue, who was curiously scrutinizing the two of them in silence, and gently tugged at Sasha, saying, "Let us head back." "Sasha, your Dr. G is still engaged in discussions with clients. It would be best not to interrupt them." At these words, Su Qingxue raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Just then, Sasha interjected to prevent Rebecca from continuing, stating, "Please refrain from making assumptions. G and I share nothing more than a strong friendship. Should you require the services of a cybernetic doctor in the future, you are welcome to reach out to G. His skills are truly exceptional." Oh. GC was aware that individuals in the cyberpunk realm generally harbor disdain for corporate employees. At that moment, Su Qingxue remained notably silent, refraining from expressing any intentions. Once Sasha had escorted Rebecca away, Su Qingxue suddenly posed a profound inquiry. "By the way, G, aren't you a mercenary? Could you enlighten me about life in the cyberpunk world? I have heard that mercenary squads tend to be rather chaotic. Surely, you are not involved in such turmoil." "Are you? Chaotic? What do you mean?" GC responded, "Well, I have heard that in some mercenary squads within Night City, certain female members fulfill the squad's desires in a rather unorthodox manner. Is that true?" GC shook his head in response, stating, "There should be some, but I have not encountered them. The mercenaries I know are quite decent. They do not behave as you have described." "Oh, is that so? Fortunately, you are not one of those individuals." Chapter 31, The Man Team. Su Qingxue took another sip of her drink, feeling a bit tipsy. She tossed the bottle into the nearby trash can and looked at GC, saying, "G, it has been a pleasure knowing you. I am feeling a bit fatigued today and cannot drive. Would you be able to give me a ride? By the way, here are the car keys." "G, did you not mention that your car is not in the best condition? That Thug's GTS was given to you." GC accepted the car keys handed over by Su Qingxue and inquired, "Where is your home? Please indicate a direction." Upon witnessing GC's agreement, Su Qingxue felt an overwhelming mix of emotions stirring within her, rendering her oblivious to the information transmitted by her neural interface. She pondered, "You have played the game, indulged in drinks, and taken possession of the car. Are you already eager to return?" Such flirtatious banter transmitted from the strategic department struck her as utterly foolish. Meanwhile, GC imagined that her residence would resemble a luxurious penthouse atop a grand edifice, akin to the conclusion of the King of V City. After all, prominent figures like Arizaka Raiken often favored secluded and tranquil locales that offered a panoramic view of the Night City. However, Su Qingxue simply handed over a room card, indicating Company Plaza, Elsa apartment. G nodded slightly, fully aware of Su Qingxue's intentions, yet choosing not to expose them. It was clear that she was merely enticed by his presence. Su Qingxue lowered her head. Her delicate face tinged with a faint blush. My apartment is located right beside the company plaza, where Kanto provides accommodations for its employees, making commuting to work quite convenient. It is not far from here. The invasion of Su Qingxue's mind by the fourth pathway was subtle, with a gentle push from within. She felt a drowsiness envelop her. In the next moment, darkness consumed her entirely, and she fainted. As GC gently placed the unconscious Su Qingxue into the car, he exhaled a sigh of relief and prepared to greet Sasha. Upon reaching the open space in search of Sasha, he noticed that she had already approached with Man's team. GC was well aware of Man's obsession with becoming stronger, an obsession that bordered on pathological. He would unhesitatingly purchase and install any augmentations as long as he could, disregarding the limits of his own physical endurance. Nonetheless, aside from this, Man was an exceptionally trustworthy leader to his team members. Soon, the group gathered before GC. Noticing Su Qingxue's absence, Sasha inquired, "Oh, where is that company employee who was with you just now? Has she left?" Season 4 shook his head, contemplating before explaining, "Sasha, you are aware that I am a prosthetic physician, and I must seek appropriate channels for prosthetics. She is an employee of Kangtao. Do you understand what I mean?" Upon hearing this explanation, Sasha merely nodded. However, Man, who stood beside her, suddenly brightened with intrigue. "Oh, so, Dr. G, you must possess a plethora of remarkable items, then." In the presence of Captain Man, a member of the esteemed Man team, Season 4 felt a sense of affinity. Largely due to the factors associated with the Edge Runners. His mind was a tempest of thoughts, yet it did not affect his demeanor or expressions. "So, you must be the esteemed Captain Man that Sasha spoke of, correct? What kind of cybernetic enhancements do you require? Well, for instance, do you have anything akin to a Sion waistband?" "Indeed, we do." As he replied, Season 4 scrutinized the cybernetic components adorning Man's physique. Gorilla arms, reinforced tendons, subdermal armor, and a projectile launcher. These are merely the external modifications that are readily apparent. The internal enhancements must be quite substantial as well. As GC observed Man and heard his affirmative response, he noticed the involuntary tremor of Man's palm, uncertain whether it stemmed from excitement or the limits of his physical endurance. Although the number of cybernetic enhancements Man possessed paled in comparison to the formidable David and Atom Smasher of the future, his current state was nonetheless intimidating within the cyberpunk circles of Night City. Man's squad, after all, was a mercenary team that frequented the bar scene, placing them above 80% of the mercenaries in Night City. "I want to buy. Can I get it installed now?" Man's demeanor was noticeably off, prompting Dorio to furrow his brow, hesitating to voice his concerns. However, GC remained indifferent to such difficult ailments. "You'll have to wait 3 days for the delivery. I'll contact you then. The product is the Zeta Tech Sandwiston Type 2. During this time, you can prepare your funds, as it is a high-end product not sourced from scavengers or cyber psychopaths, ensuring reliable provenance and a correspondingly steep price of 88,000 euros for the surgical installation. Do you find that agreeable?" Upon hearing the price, Man regained his composure. This cost was significantly higher than what one would encounter in the black clinics. Yet the Sandwiston from those establishments often remained unobtainable. The mere fact that he could secure a source was immensely satisfying, and GC's reliability further reassured him. After all, in Night City, one who could afford a GTS sports car and had connections with reputable companies was already among the elite. "I'll take it. Please reserve it for me. As per the customary practice, I'll pay half the deposit now, and you can notify me upon its arrival." Man's expression remained unchanged as he resolutely made his decision. However, GC waved a hand dismissively. "As a teammate of Sasha, you are naturally my friend as well. There's no need for a deposit. I will contact you when it arrives. The location will be behind the Puffed Pastry Tavern in the Valley District." "Huh? The Puffed Pastry Tavern?" Man's face suddenly lit up with realization. "No wonder you seemed so familiar when I saw you earlier, Doctor. You were the one who sought revenge for Kuro, issuing a contract to eliminate the scavenger stronghold at Lavi. Hey, Doctor, should you ever require assistance in this regard, feel free to reach out to me. My team specializes in such matters." "Of course, no problem. I've sent you a contact request." With that, GC's contact list was updated to include Man. Just then, a lively Rebecca sprang forth from behind Sasha. "Doctor, I'd like to upgrade my cybernetics. Is now a convenient time?" "Sure, but it's quite late. Come see me tomorrow." GC promptly sent Rebecca a contact request, which was swiftly accepted. At this moment, Rebecca had yet to install the gorilla arms. Her cybernetics were more ornamental than practical. The cybernetic eye she had installed was among the most popular enhancements in Night City, capable of various visual augmentations and scanning functionalities. During this period, Rebecca was not the primary firepower of the team. Her role leaned more towards decoy, support, and intelligence gathering. Chapter 32. Arasaka Academy. As GC gazed out of the car window, a soft sigh escaped his lips. The world of 2077 had materialized into reality, and the expanse of Night City had naturally multiplied by several hundredfold. The protagonists of the Edge Runners. This night, GC had encountered them all. Yet, the only ones he had failed to locate were Kiwi and Lucy. The vehicle sped along swiftly, and within a mere 10 minutes, GC arrived at the Elsa apartment, where Su Qingxue resided. The overall layout of Night City remained unchanged. At the heart of the city, the corporate plaza housed numerous colossal international enterprises with their branches established in Night City. Towering skyscrapers formed the pinnacle of the skyline, a dazzling world of neon that those from the lower echelons, like the once humble Bane, could never hope to reach. By night, these towering edifices loomed like dark giants, standing together in a rugged yet enchanting formation, simultaneously beautiful and profoundly grimy. This was the very heart of Night City, the corporate plaza, an expansive circular area. It featured an unchanging landmark, two holographic fish, gracefully swimming through the air, destined to remain there indefinitely, repeating their synchronized dance, embodying the essence of the most liberated soul. As GC navigated the game, he was initially struck by its stunning beauty. Transported into reality, it became an even grander visual feast, captivating him further. While seated in the driver's seat, he occasionally glanced at Su Qingxue to ensure she was not on the verge of vomiting from intoxication after all. This was his new car. Equipped with an intelligent navigation system, GC followed the prompts and drove into the underground parking lot of Su Qingxue's apartment. With the room card she provided, he effortlessly carried Su Qingxue, making his way into the apartment building. Even on the basement level, a reception desk was manned by a woman entirely adorned in gold. Her exposed arms, neck, and face gleamed with a golden hue, resembling a gilded statue from afar, exuding an air of opulence. GC admitted that he did not appreciate such a unique aesthetic. He preferred a silver or black design, which he believed would embody a more sophisticated, cyber-technological elegance. He mused that if the reception were attended by transformers like Optimus Prime or Megatron, he would find it quite enjoyable. The advancements in technology had ushered in the fourth generation of cybernetic components, in contrast to the third generation, which prioritized combat practicality. The current models were more ornate and visually appealing, yet prone to malfunction, necessitating frequent returns for repairs at a significant cost. Naturally, beyond these superficial embellishments, the fourth-generation components undoubtedly included products of immense technological value, such as biological detectors, pressure analyzers, and terminal neural processors. However, the clientele for such innovations would primarily consist of high-ranking corporate members or individuals of noble standing. Furthermore, due to their intricate designs, the production costs were exceedingly high, relegating their use to a privileged few, while the impoverished masses remained entirely unable to afford them. Before long, GC carried Su Qingxue to the elevator, which lacked traditional buttons, instead featuring a smart recognition device. Upon scanning the room card, the elevator doors closed automatically, and it began to ascend steadily. When the doors opened once more, GC found himself in Su Qingxue's residence. As expected, the interior was lavishly appointed, showcasing an array of high-tech furnishings. In the room, GC spotted a few green plants embellishing the space, which starkly contrasted with his current environment at the Puffs Tavern. The disparity was immense. Dismissing further thoughts, he tossed Su Qingxue onto the living room sofa, ensuring she would not suddenly perish before he turned to stride towards the elevator. Arasaka Academy. This prestigious institution is situated near the corporate plaza. As the sun rose on that early morning, the walkways around the roundabout bustled with employees from various companies. This area is a prime location, where ordinary firms lack the resources to establish their headquarters. Only those with substantial capital, even on a global scale, can maintain a presence here. Arasaka Academy, backed by the Arasaka Corporation, occupies a modest footprint within the corporate plaza's roundabout, housing a dedicated teaching space. In this age of advanced technology, educational methods have transformed. The phenomenon known as Super Dream allows students to immerse themselves in a personalized virtual realm. Here, students can recline on lounge chairs in the classroom, donning the appropriate Super Dream apparatus to commence their lessons. The curriculum primarily encompasses the regulations pertinent to their future employment, such as the developmental history of Arazaka Corporation and the accomplishments of Lord Arazaka Saburo, among other topics. Moreover, students requiring specialized skills need only to install the corresponding chip. For instance, those entering the food industry after graduation merely need to familiarize themselves with the production process and install a unique chip to instantly grasp the handling, preparation, and preservation of ingredients. In contrast, schools still reliant on physical facilities like basketball and soccer fields have become synonymous with disarray and neglect. Prestigious institutions in Night City do not require such outdated amenities. If a school boasts expansive basketball courts, ample sports equipment, and spacious, comfortable classrooms in its promotional material, discerning parents would likely walk away, perhaps disenchanted by the reality of educational expenses. As times evolve, so does technology. The latest Super Dream educational model is streamlined, efficient, convenient, and practical, enabling each student to have a well-structured study schedule. Furthermore, akin to the new generation of cognitive memory enhancement augmentations, those who can install such devices will find their children transformed into prodigious talents. Naturally, this service is not intended for the destitute. Only those from affluent backgrounds can afford it. Founded by Arazaka Corporation, Arazaka Academy stands as the most opulent educational institution in Night City, with its admission criteria being exceedingly stringent. To pursue studies there, students must not only exhibit intelligence and outstanding academic performance, but also belong to a significantly wealthy family. Hey, isn't that David Martinez? Come here, we need to talk to you. In one of the classrooms at Arazaka Academy, David, who had just set down his backpack, was called over by several students. Chapter 33. Troubles at the Academy. David tossed his backpack onto the desk and glanced around, spotting the same familiar faces. Among them was Tanaka Katsuneo, a boy with light blue hair and an acceptable appearance, whose father holds a supervisory position in the Arazaka Corporation's research department. Tanaka was flanked by two lackeys who regularly banded together to bully David, the so-called commoner. They had approached David multiple times, demanding he sell them illegal super dreams, threatening to report him to the school if he did not comply. This time, their visit was likely due to David's recent cessation of illegal super dream sales. Observing Tanaka's brazen demeanor, David had no intention of engaging. The more attention he gave them, the more emboldened they became. However, it wasn't long before Tanaka, fuming with rage, marched toward David, his henchmen rolling up their sleeves, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Are you deaf, David Martinez? Tanaka Katsuneo. What do you want with me? David replied nonchalantly, reclining in his chair with one leg crossed over the other, resting his chin on his hand. After 2 days of rigorous training with the new disciples of the Fate sect, he had no desire to engage in childish games with Tanaka. Tanaka Katsuneo had initially fantasized about how to intimidate this disobedient commoner, but upon meeting David's piercing gaze, he faltered, momentarily struck dumb. It was as if a chilling wind had permeated his very bones, causing him to shudder. David's eyes bore an otherworldly intensity that evoked memories of his mother. A street cleaner. Had David truly become one of those soulless figures? Instantaneously, several students in the classroom turned their gazes toward the petrified Tanaka. Realizing the shift in atmosphere, Tanaka stammered, You, commoner, worthless trash, you shouldn't even be at Arazaka Academy. My father is Tanaka of the Arazaka Research Department. David remained unfazed, shifting his posture to cross his arms, his tone laced with mockery, and then what? Taking a deep breath to regain composure, Tanaka dismissed his two lackeys who had instinctively reached out to assist him. David Martinez, I admit I underestimated you before. You wouldn't want me to expose your dealings with the chips, would you? Meet me after school at our usual spot. If you don't show, you're finished. With that, Tanaka abruptly abandoned his studies for the day, striding out of the classroom, followed closely by his two plump accomplices. Once they were a safe distance away and out of earshot, Tanaka exhaled a long, pent-up breath and voiced his suspicions. I always suspected David's mother was a street cleaner. Right? He was selling illegal super dreams, which was undeniably thrilling. But just now, the look in David's eyes reminded me of the street cleaners I've encountered before. Psychopaths have no place in a school. I detest his foolish demeanor. How could someone of our status ever be associated with someone like him? What should we do then? Inform the teachers? One lackey suggested. No. I'm going to install the latest combat chip and the 400 series of augmentations. I've finally saved up enough pocket money for the procedure. David Martinez. I just confirmed he has no combat augmentations. I can't bear to let this trash, purely organic, get the better of me. Wow, you're the best, boss. Absolutely. That Martinez is just repulsive. In the classroom of Arazaka Academy, David glanced at the empty seat of Masaneo Tanaka, who was absent due to leave, but paid it no mind. Simultaneously, the holographic projection device in the classroom activated. An instructor, entirely clad in pale blue, appeared above the students, calmly commencing the day's lesson. Good morning, students. Aside from Masaneo Tanaka's absence, it appears everyone else is present. Excellent. Let us begin our class. Please don your dream headbands. As we are about to enter the verdant classroom for a session of meditation, which is remarkably effective for calming the mind. Boring class. I'd rather get beaten up at the Puff Tavern by Bane, David thought nonchalantly as he donned his dream device, and in an instant, his surroundings transformed into a vibrant green world. Such scenery was no longer visible in Night City, and his classmates soon joined him in this idyllic realm. They naturally reclined on the grass, basking in the sunlight, regulating their breaths, and succumbing to a meditative state. If one were to find merit in this teaching method, it would likely be its focus on cognitive growth, along with the simplicity of merely lying down without any extraneous movements. In a world ravaged by desertification, rare green plants had become prized possessions of the elite. As school ended, dusk had settled. The evening sun cast its fleeting rays over the entire city. Students donned in Arasaka Academy uniforms gradually departed, exiting the gates and entering the inner area of the roundabout. Outside the academy lay a small park adorned with simulated trees, a transparent screen reflecting colorful hues above, and spacious roads branching out in all directions. Above, a circular pedestrian walkway completed the design. One must admire the Knight Corporation's ability to maximize land resources. Within this modest space of the roundabout, they had managed to incorporate a park, bars, an academy, and a bus station among other functional locales. As a corporation led by non-humans, their humane management and value orientation could not be overshadowed by profit-driven giants. In fact, if the lower-tier residents of Night City were to choose their favorite company, it would not be Arasaka or military technology, but undoubtedly the Knight Corporation. Regardless of circumstances, their contributions to Night City were undeniably significant. Upon reaching the park's exterior, David found a road encircling the roundabout where students' parents would park their vehicles to pick up their children. He took a glance and moved on, recalling that on occasion, Gloria would come to escort him home. More often, however, he had to walk to the subway station and take the light rail back to the Santo Domingo district. Today, though, Masaneo Tanaka had a meeting planned to seek him out for a private conversation between men, which David naturally wished to avoid. Chapter 34. Into the Dragon's Den. After some contemplation, David halted, retrieving the standard-issue military pistol that GC had given him from his backpack and concealing it behind his waist. Following the completion of a previous commission, GC and Bane seemed to have forgotten about it, and he had no intention of returning it. Hence, it remained with him. In a corner beneath the overpass, not far from a public waste disposal area, the stench permeated the air, deterring passers-by from lingering. David had often come here to deliver goods while dealing in illicit dream substances, as being caught by the surveillance systems at school was a risk he could not afford. Thus, this place had become what Masaneo Tanaka referred to as the Old Haunt. After that fateful night of action, having experienced murder, David's demeanor had transformed dramatically. No longer the naive boy he once was, he grew increasingly composed and indifferent. This change was, of course, a means of blending in. The shock of his first kill and the gruesome scenes within the factory, alongside the helplessness of the weak, all these stark images haunted his youthful spirit. The battlefield and the brutality of combat served as potent catalysts for a rookie's transformation. With hands shoved deep into his pockets and an air of arrogance, David arrived at the agreed-upon time. Nearby, Masaneo Tanaka crouched with two of his henchmen. Upon hearing David's footsteps, Tanaka turned, spotting David's disdainful expression, and immediately sneered as he approached. David, as trash, you have no right to attend Arasaka Academy. Surely, you understand this? Seeing David remain unresponsive, Masaneo felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, prompting him to unleash further insults. You know how filthy your mother is. You must be aware of it. It's appalling that you followed in her footsteps. I refuse to be associated with garbage like you. The money you use for school comes from crime. Do you not feel ashamed? David had no desire to engage in idle chatter. He stepped forward and seized Masaneo by the collar. Let's get to the point. Do not waste my time. Do you understand? Masaneo, taken aback by David's cold demeanor, felt a chill run down his spine, completely forgetting about the K-400 he had just equipped. Why you? Let go of me. His two companions, witnessing the scene, rushed to intervene and separate them. However, in the next moment, a gunshot rang out. David drew the pistol from his back and fired decisively into the air. The smoke wafted from the barrel as the hot weapon pressed against Masaneo's chin. The two henchmen, startled by the gunfire, stumbled back, collapsing onto the filthy ground. Their eyes wide in disbelief at the boy they had relentlessly bullied. Masaneo, drenched in cold sweat and trembling, raised his hands in fear, for they were still children, unfamiliar with such explosive situations. After a few moments of silence, David, seeing Masaneo's lips quivering without further words, struck him across the forehead with the grip of the gun. Clang! Ouch! Blood streamed from Masaneo's forehead as his companions instinctively moved to assist him. Yet, David pointed the gun at them, instantly silencing any further actions. Observing their terrified expressions, David felt a mixture of emotions he could not define. He fired another shot at the ground, near Masaneo's feet. Bang! Please, please, don't kill me. My father is the department head at Arasaka. Masaneo stammered, panic-stricken. David's gaze, indifferent and cold, bore down on him. Boring. Without hesitation. He holstered the gun and turned to leave. At that moment, the two henchmen dared to rise, rushing forward to help Masaneo. But he shoved them away, gritting his teeth in fury. I knew it. I knew he would become a cleaner. That damn bastard. This is not over. Boss, what do we do now? One of them asked, trembling. Rebecca returned home that night, sinking into a deep slumber, only to awaken to the break of dawn the following day. She reached out to Falk for a ride to Season 4, where she intended to update her cybernetic system. Upon her arrival at the Puff Pastry Tavern, it was inevitable that she caught the attention of Bane and Dorothy among others. The piercing gazes directed at her sent a chill down her spine, as if she were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Taking a deep breath, Rebecca announced, I have an appointment with Dr. G to update my cybernetics. In an instant, the previously hostile stares vanished without a trace. Bane gestured for Dorothy to approach. For reasons unknown, she activated the Sanwiston, the formidable combat cybernetic that had recently been installed. In less than a second, she appeared before Rebecca as if she had teleported from the second floor. Rebecca's eyes widened, her thoughts racing. Goodness, it's the Sanwiston. Is this tavern a den of danger? It was noteworthy that even the seasoned mercenaries of Night City had yet to acquire such advanced technology. The Sanwiston held a significant status in the neon-lit metropolis. Dorothy flashed a grin. Hey, don't take offense, you're a newcomer and a mercenary. Recently, we've tackled some major operations, leading to a bit of an overreaction. Major operations? How significant could they be? Ah, little sister, that remains a secret. Come, let me take you to see Brother G. Soon, under Dorothy's guidance, Rebecca arrived at the entrance of the mechanical workshop in less than 2 minutes. A series of knocks echoed, and G's voice came from within. The door isn't locked, come in. As GC was tinkering with the chip in his hand, he glanced up and spotted the two women. Oh, it's Rebecca. I thought you had sought the assistance of another doctor since you didn't come by yesterday. Rebecca shook her head and explained, I simply fell asleep yesterday and have just now awakened. Dr. G, do you have a moment to spare? Season 4 set down the chip in his hand and nodded slightly. I have some time. Would you like to take a look at the inventory in my clinic? As a proficient cyberneticist, I believe it is essential to promote my products to clients. Upon hearing this, before Rebecca could utter a word, Dorothy's eyes lit up. And she exclaimed, Brother Chi, I want one too. Get lost. Chapter 35, The Gift. Once Dorothy left, her head hung low. Rebecca removed her oversized black coat and reclined on the surgical chair. GC connected the network terminal to the external interface on Rebecca's system, extracting the data pertaining to the model of her internal cybernetics and searching for compatible updates. Rebecca's degree of cybernetic enhancement was modest. Aside from the collaborative processor in her palm, she had merely installed a basic ocular implant and bionic lungs. Simultaneously, he displayed the cybernetic enhancements that could be adapted for Rebecca. Take a look and see if anything catches your fancy. As Rebecca perused the descriptions of the cybernetics in GC's inventory, her eyes soon widened in astonishment. Single-molecule wires, Mantis blades, biological conductors, ballistic collaborative processors, subdermal armor, miniature rotor skeletons, neural thought acceleration terminal chips. 8,888 euros. Upon reaching this point, Rebecca's mind brimmed with confusion, prompting her to inquire. Dr. G, may I ask how the neural thought acceleration terminal chip differs from the Sionway C10? Why is it so inexpensive? With a smile, Dr. GC responded, Indeed, this is an exclusive product, but I cannot disclose its origins. It offers prolonged cognitive enhancement for the human mind, although it does not achieve the full effects of Cyberpunk. You may consider it a milder version without any side effects. How does that sound? Would you care to try it? Dr. G, is the fabled life elixir available on the black market akin to its effects? She inquired. Yes, he affirmed. Very well. I shall take it. However, I cannot afford an upgrade for my cybernetics. Upon hearing this familiar refrain, GC was suddenly filled with joy from old ways enthusiasm, bursting into hearty laughter. Haha, fret not. I can extend credit here. Just settle the payment when you find yourself in a more comfortable position. Upon hearing this, Rebecca turned her gaze as if to scrutinize this extraordinary cybernetic physician. After a moment of silence, she finally said, Sasha mentioned that you are an exceptional cybernetic doctor. I did not comprehend it before, but now I understand. Dr. G, you truly are remarkable. In response to Rebecca's praise, GC shook his head modestly. Enough flattery. Or I might have to offer you a discount. Now, I will administer the anesthetic, and you shall drift into slumber. However, it will be brief, and when you awaken, everything will be transformed. All right, she replied affirmatively. After receiving her consent, GC injected the anesthetic into the spinal region of Rebecca, commencing the installation of 3 chips. The procedure for updating her cybernetics was not overly complex. This operation merely required half an hour due to the chip installation. Upon completion, GC refrained from unilaterally enhancing Rebecca with advanced cybernetic technology, understanding her role as a combat support member within the man squad. This was also tied to her upbringing alongside Pilar. The 2 siblings had grown up on the streets of Night City, with Pilar serving as both brother and, in many ways, a paternal figure during Rebecca's childhood. Yet, regardless of how dazzling and beautiful Night City may appear, it could not alter the reality of its grim nature. Presently, Rebecca utilized light firearms such as handguns for fire support and cover, differing from her later role in David's team as a heavy firepower specialist. She had not installed guerrilla arms, nor did she wield ironclad weaponry, as she could not withstand the recoil from high-powered arms. Nevertheless, GC had prepared a gift for her, which she would naturally discover upon awakening. With the frequency of anesthetic injections increasing, GC had become increasingly precise in his dosage. Merely 15 minutes after the surgery, Rebecca slowly began to awaken from her slumber. As her cybernetic eye opened, she perceived the distinct changes in her field of vision. Doctor, why does it seem like my vision has become delayed? Rebecca inquired, rising from the surgical chair. Her expression tinged with confusion. Season 4 explained, do you not find your vision clearer? The performance of the ballistic analysis processor has also been enhanced. Come over. I have prepared a gift for you. You are right. It is indeed me who has become faster. Thank you. Following Season 4's voice, Rebecca approached a workbench and inquired, pointing at the firearms displayed, is this the gift? Season 4 handed over the handgun resting on the table. Indeed. This kinetic pistol is free. I have modified it, and I trust you will appreciate it. Not only has the caliber been enlarged to enhance its lethality, but with swift movements, this firearm can empty its magazine within a second. It has been meticulously crafted with you in mind. Rebecca received the pistol, inhaling sharply. Merely weighing it in her hands revealed to her that this weapon had been impeccably maintained. As GC gazed at Rebecca, a conflicted expression crossed his face, and he jestingly remarked, "What is the matter? Don't you like it?" With a tone laced with trepidation, Rebecca replied, I have run out of money. Season 4 raised an eyebrow slightly. I thought you were hesitating about something. I have already stated that this is a gift for you, and gifts are undoubtedly free. Rest assured, I am confident that Rebecca will undoubtedly become a significant figure in Night City in the future. Thank you. As Season 4 escorted Rebecca out of the Puff Tavern, he accepted her transfer with great pleasure. Although Rebecca and Pilar had only recently embarked on their journey as mercenaries, their financial situation remained precarious. Nevertheless, Season 4 felt no pangs of guilt for draining Rebecca's wallet. Watching her board the car that was still waiting outside, driven by Falco, Season 4 finally turned to make his way back. Just then, inside the Season 4 neural device, a message came through. Victor, G. The Zeta Technology Sion Weston Type T requested has arrived. When you have a moment, do remember to come and collect it. If it is inconvenient for you, I can arrange for someone to bring it to you. Season 4. It has been quite some time since I last laid eyes on Old Way. Fortuitously, I find myself with some leisure today, and I shall make my way over shortly. It is presently morning, and although the tavern operates during the day, it remains devoid of patrons at this hour. As Season 4 paused at the tavern's entrance, the glimmer of blue in their gaze naturally captured Bane's attention. Just as GC was turning around to head out, the quick-footed Bane darted over. Brother G, are you going out? Please take me with you. GC's expression was filled with confusion. I merely went to the Watson district to procure some goods from other cybernetic doctors. Why are you following me? If you have nothing to do, why not go and accept a commission yourself? Bane scratched the back of his head, his tone laced with an innocent chuckle. While the rest of us toil away on commissions for a meager sum of 1 or 2,000 euros, you, G-Gu, are different. Even a leisurely stroll for you could yield a criminal's GTS. He pondered aloud. I was just wondering if I could accompany you to perhaps pick up one for myself. Upon hearing this, GC couldn't help but roll his eyes. It turned out that Bane harbored a fondness for that sports car. GC retrieved the car keys from his pocket, tossing them lightly in his hand before throwing them in the direction of Bane. Since you wish to go, let us embark together. It is only fitting that you take the wheel. Observing the joyful smile on Bane's face, GC was unfazed and turned his stride towards the parking lot outside the Puff Tavern. Chapter 36. Jack within the confines of Misty's psychic fortune-telling parlor, located in the Watson district. GC and Bane just stepped in one after the other. It's you. It's you. Two identical voices echoed simultaneously. GC glanced up and surveyed the scene. Ah, indeed, a familiar face. The true magnate of Night City. Jack Wells. It is hardly surprising that Jack would appear at the Spirit's Den, after all. He shares a childhood bond with Misty and is a longtime confidant of old Vic. Jack's cybernetic enhancements are modest, likely influenced by Vic's ideals. Not everyone aspires to become a cybernetic lunatic. Yet, he bears another title, V's sworn brother, destined to face the future together. As GC gazed upon the imposing figure before him, a visage marked by rugged features and a robust countenance, Jack had already risen from the recliner in the divination parlor, a smile gracing his lips. Hey, Brother Bane, he began amiably, I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding last time. But I must extend my gratitude for bringing our Valentino brother back. Bane, ever affable, waved his hand dismissively. No worries, misunderstandings are easily resolved. Their essay saying. Isn't there? It's all about fate. Yes, fate. I truly feel a special connection between us, don't you agree, Brother Jack? GC raised an eyebrow, inexplicably finding the phrase somewhat familiar. Jack did not feel that his line had been stolen. Instead, he turned his gaze towards GC and, with a tone brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, What shall I call this esteemed brother? GC smiled gently, saying, You may call me G. Haha, very well, Brother G. Are you also a mercenary like Brother Bane? I believe the three of us could form a small team and undertake commissions together. We would earn an abundance of wealth that is simply unspendable. Season 4, however, envisioned a future where Jack would stumble within the confines of the Azure Tower. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck. Both Old Way and Jack shared a passion for boxing matches. With this thought in mind, Season nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, I can be considered a mercenary. I am a cybernetic physician, and occasionally, when Bane requires the services of a hacker, I take on freelance mercenary assignments. Upon hearing this, Jack immediately reacted with exaggerated astonishment, exclaiming, Wow, brother, you are also a hacker? That's impressive. Season 4 regards Jack's compliments with indifference, recognizing that he is inherently a person of deep affection, valuing friendship and family, treating others with kindness, and brimming with enthusiasm. With a smile, GC remarked, Jack, weren't you the one who left Bane bruised and battered last time? How about heading to Old Way's clinic later for a friendly comparison? He has some impressive enhancements this time that are sure to astonish you. Upon hearing this, Bane placed one hand on his hip and grinned. Haha. I'm just worried he won't dare to face me. If we do end up sparring, I will undoubtedly send him scrambling for his teeth. Jack, with a skeptical gaze, replied. You're referring to the Sandweiston, right? If that's the case, I concede that I would be at a disadvantage. Season 4 shook his head and said, No. Bane possesses Sandvision at the moment, yet he could still triumph over you without its aid. Jack's expression grew increasingly perplexed. It had barely been a week since their last encounter. He couldn't help but exclaim, Is that so? I find it hard to believe. I shall pay a visit to Old Way's clinic shortly. Jack's mind was remarkably agile. Despite his towering stature, he was by no means foolish. Inside Old Way's clinic, even if he couldn't discern the truth himself, the city's most esteemed cybernetic physician and professional fighter, Old Way, possessed keen insight. Should any complications arise, a consultation with Old Way would suffice. With this thought in mind, Jack readily agreed. As GC glanced at Jack in agreement, he refrained from saying more. Indeed. Let us proceed together. I have entrusted Old Way to assist me in acquiring a prosthetic. Come along. In no time, the trio arrived at Victor's clinic. Upon seeing GC, Old Way inquired, Gee, how have you been? Is your prosthetic adapting well? Do you feel any discomfort? Thank you, Old Wei. I have no issues. GC replied, a warm feeling blooming within him at Victor's concern. Victor nodded and then shifted his gaze to Jack. Ah, Jack, what brings you here? It's uncommon for you to visit unless it's for a prosthetic check. Jack chuckled. It's Bane. He wishes to challenge me to a boxing match. And your clinic has a suitable space, doesn't it? Would you officiate as the referee? It seems the fairest arrangement. Certainly. Victor, once a professional boxer in Night City, had left the ring due to its tumultuous nature to become a prosthetic doctor in Watson. He retained the habit of watching boxing matches and occasionally practicing, which explained the boxing equipment in his clinic, one of his few pastimes. Upon learning of the impending match, Old Wei's enthusiasm surged. He swiftly prepared the boxing gloves and set up the ring. Watching Jack and Bane after their warm-up, both brimming with fighting spirit, he couldn't help but advise friendship first, competition second. Begin. With that, punches were thrown, blocks were made, and dodges executed. The two engaged in a spirited exchange. Jack's strikes were filled with explosive force, the air slicing with a sharp whistle. However, the situation did not reach a stalemate. Jack's heavy punches were often evaded effortlessly by Bane, while Bane's blows found their mark through cunning angles. Jack sensed something amiss but resolved to continue until the match concluded, intentionally leaving an opening to counterattack Bane. To his surprise, this fate resulted in a barrage of fists raining down upon him. Despite their similar builds, Jack soon found himself sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Bane grinned. How's it going, brother? Have you had enough? Grasping Bane's outstretched hand, Jack was pulled to his feet. Despite the beating, Jack was not angry but rather puzzled. Bane, you haven't used Stannis, right? Why do I feel like you've improved significantly? You weren't this formidable a week ago. That's undoubtedly because I have a remarkable older brother, Bane replied, looking at GC. Isn't that right, G? GC gave a slight nod and retrieved 3 chips from his person, handing them to Old Wei. These are neural acceleration chips I designed myself. Due to the complexity of the algorithm, a single chip couldn't contain the complete program, so I divided it into 3 parts. Chapter 37. A new arena. Victor took the chips with a furrowed brow. 3 of them. With such extensive processing capacity, wouldn't this place an immense burden on the body's nervous system? This is. GC shook his head and explained. It is precisely due to the significant strain that the algorithm imposes on the bodily system that I developed my 2 additional chips to counteract the side effects. Brother Jack, if you do not mind, you may give them a try. Should any issues arise, you can remove them at any time. For they are my personal products and do not have comprehensive statistical data available for public scrutiny. Upon witnessing Victor accept the chips, Jack also expressed his gratitude to GC. GC took the refrigerated iron box containing Sion waste and from Victor's hands. Having secured the item, Bane and I prepared to depart. Although you might not care, I still express my gratitude to Old Wei. Victor waved his hand dismissively, choosing silence. At that moment, Jack suddenly spoke again. Brothers G and Bane, let us collaborate on future commissions. Certainly, no problem. After GC and Bane departed, Old Wei turned his gaze towards Jack and inquired, Jack, do you wish to install this chip? It appears to interface with a spinal-type nervous system, and installation would require surgery. Jack took a deep breath and replied, of course I want to install it. As a mere underling, the opportunity to grow stronger lies before me. Bane has already made a name for himself, though you might be unaware of it, Old Wei. With you here. If I truly cannot bear it, I can always have it removed. Come on, Old Wei. I am ready. Victor shook his head, stating, before installation, I must examine the chip's specific data. As a physician, I have a responsibility to each of my patients. However, when Victor looked at the encrypted device, he felt utterly at a loss. He relayed his findings to Jack. This appears to be a product from a major company, and I cannot decipher its encryption methods. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Install it. On the way back, within the assailant's vehicle. During the mid-autumn break, GC was indulging in a peaceful slumber, while Bane wore a foolish grin on his face. Suddenly, an email arrived in Bane's neural interface. His eyes glimmered with a blue hue as he read the information while attentively navigating the road. Old Captain, Bane. The warehouse you previously requested me to renovate has just been completed. When you have a moment, please come to inspect it. Once you give your approval, I will settle the payment with the workers. How about that for efficiency? Upon reading this, Bane turned to GC and gently urged, Jiga, wake up. Didn't you ask me to find a piece of land for your clinic? The old captain just informed me it's ready. Shall we go take a look? Hearing that the new facility was complete, GC opened his eyes and looked over. All right, let's go. The traffic on the road was not congested. And Bane quickly drove GC back to the River Valley area, pressing the accelerator to its limit. The new studio of GC is situated not far from the Puff Tavern, merely a distance of approximately 300 meters. It is comparable to his previous workshop, differing only in its location, one positioned to the south of the back entrance and the other to the north. This arrangement was made at GC's request to facilitate the brothers in the tavern's easy access. The entrance of the new studio is rather unremarkable, facing a modest 3-story residential building. The River Valley area is generally similar, lacking in bustling vibrancy. Nevertheless, GC is quite content with this. He believes that a noisy environment would be detrimental to his research endeavors, and the tranquility here is indeed a blessing. Furthermore, the entrance appears to have been tidied up, and the alleyway is not cluttered. Upon arriving at the door, it is unlocked, as there are currently no instruments or equipment moved inside. Ascending the stairs, one first reaches the basement level, which boasts newly renovated, pristine white walls and immaculate flooring. Though the entrance is small, the interior reveals a surprising expanse, comprising 3 levels. From the basement to the 3rd basement, each level encompasses nearly 200 square meters. Brother G, what do you think of this place? Bane inquired, casting a glance at GC. GC nodded slightly. Indeed, let us have the brothers move everything over shortly. The basement will be transformed into a clinic. The 2nd basement will serve as a storage and mechanical prosthetic modification room, and the 3rd basement will be my private space. It is certainly a significant improvement over that dilapidated warehouse. After speaking, GC, accompanied by Bane, inspected the internal structure, only to discover a locked iron door secured with chains at the very bottom level. Do you know what this is? GC inquired, his expression reflecting his curiosity. Bane, equally perplexed, was at a loss. Observing Bane's bewilderment, GC realized he was also unaware of its significance. Without hesitation, he drew his firearm from behind and aimed at the chains. Bang! Sparks flew, and fortunately, the chains shattered, revealing the true nature of the passage within. It was a dark tunnel leading upwards. With a nod from GC, the two ventured in, one after the other. However, just 3 minutes later, they emerged through a side door in a corner of the residential building, looking up to find that, astonishingly, the Pudding Tavern was not far away. Upon reaching this point, GC raised an eyebrow, astonished to discover an escape passage. The workers must have locked it to prevent others from inadvertently wandering in. Bane, please summon the brethren to assist in moving the items inside. By the way, how much did it cost to commission the old captain for the renovations and rental of the space? It is not overly expensive here. The annual fee amounts to 18,000 euros, and the renovations required 7,000 euros. Now, I shall call the brethren to lend a hand. GC nodded slightly, knowing that he still had tasks ahead, including debugging and arranging the equipment. However, he had successfully brought back the Sandwai from Zeta Technology, which allowed him to inform Man. With this thought in mind, GC sent a brief message. Man, the Sandwai has arrived. You can come over whenever you have time. Meanwhile, Falco had already escorted Rebecca to their team's active base, an abandoned warehouse usually used for training and firearm maintenance. As Rebecca stepped inside, she noticed Sasha engrossed in research on the computer, while Man was fixated on watching Dorio strike the punching bag. The sound of thuds echoed in the air, prompting Rebecca to murmur, Why is Dorio's movement so sluggish today? Chapter 38, Speculation Man, seated in the stairwell, caught Rebecca's murmurs and playfully reached out to tousle her hair, teasing her about being unable to evade Dorio's punches. Yet, to his surprise, Rebecca seemed to sense his intention, swiftly dodging his hand. With a light laugh, she remarked, Oh, turns out it's not Dorio, it's you, Man, who has softened. No wonder everything feels slow today. Man adjusted his sunglasses, as if attempting to reacquaint himself with Rebecca. The only notable difference today was that she had accompanied Falco to GC's clinic, something Man was aware of. In his view, Rebecca's transformation must have been due to some special augmentation provided by GC, so he boldly inquired, Rebecca, did you get the Sandwai installed? With her left hand on her hip and her right hand shaking her index finger, Rebecca replied, No, that's not it. But it's certainly a valuable piece that cost me my entire fortune. Man, how about we have a little contest? I'm still getting used to this new body. I feel like all of you are moving so slowly. 10 minutes later, in the empty space of the abandoned warehouse, the prospect of Rebecca challenging Man to a close combat duel captured the attention of all team members. Standing opposite each other, their size difference was stark. reminiscent of a gorilla facing off against a small monkey. The onlookers included Pira, Sasha, Falco, and others. Man, curious about GC's hidden talents, declared, "Are you ready, Rebecca? I'm about to start. Here I come." With a powerful push of his leg, Man charged at Rebecca with a fierce fist. However, Rebecca merely gazed at him with a look of uncertainty, as if silently questioning, "Is this all you've got?" Man instantly comprehended her unspoken words and, without hesitation, swung his right fist down towards her. To everyone's astonishment, Rebecca effortlessly sidestepped, her movement barely exceeding 30 degrees. Undeterred, Man, now fueled by a competitive spirit, unleashed a flurry of punches, relentlessly attacking. 3 minutes later, not even a single thread of Rebecca's clothing had been disturbed. Man's eyes widened in disbelief as he halted his assault. The remarkable reflexes demonstrated by Rebecca were astonishing. With a grave tone, Man stated, "Rebecca, I now understand what GC has implanted in you. But how could you afford the Krunchikov neural system with your resources?" Rebecca's expression turned quizzical. "Krunchikov? No. That's not right. GC told me it was called a neural thought accelerator, and it cost me 888 euros. I thought it was a fair price. And the results are truly impressive." She added, "By the way, GC also gifted me something. Man, extend your hand so I can give it a try." Curious. Man raised his left hand. In the next moment, a rapid succession of gunfire erupted. In less than a second, the handgun had emptied its magazine. Man winced, gazing at the shattered remnants of his left hand, feeling a pang of regret. Pira, astonished, observed the scene. As the team's technical expert, he was acutely aware of the internal mechanics of various firearms. Is this freedom? When did the constitutional military's pistol become this powerful? It shattered Man's prosthetic hand in mere seconds. Turning to Rebecca, he saw her delightfully toying with the firearm. The Krunchikov serves as a terminal neural processor replacing the entire spinal column, while the Weiqi functions as a terminal processing chip. The price of the Krunchikov in Night City surpasses that of the Weiqi significantly. According to current market rates, even a second-hand variant would exceed 500,000 euros. Yet, Rebecca managed to obtain a comparable product for just 888 euros. Even Man felt that GC's generosity had ulterior motives. With this thought, he continued, "Rebecca, could you inquire if there are more neural thought accelerators available at that price? If so, I'll fund the installation for everyone in the team." Just then, GC's message appeared in Man's mind. Rebecca, glancing cautiously at Sasha, replied, "Does GC only have me in mind? Man, don't you have his number? Why not call him?" Man's face brightened with a smile as he responded, "Let us go to GC's clinic. He informed me that the Weiqi has arrived, and I can ask him if he has any more of those thought accelerators." At that moment, in the Valley District, at the Puff Tavern, the effects of the Fate Potion were proving highly effective. The thought acceleration was particularly practical for GC. Everyone who had used it sang its praises, leaving GC unconcerned about the potential repercussions. Currently, whether mercenaries, gang members, or those affiliated with corporations, anyone wishing to grow stronger would seek enhancements to their neural capabilities. Most significantly, the Fate Potion mitigated the side effects of excessive prosthetic use. While various products existed in Night City that claimed to reduce such side effects, their effectiveness was generally mediocre. Additionally, the latest generation of biological prosthetics, monopolized by large corporations, had not significantly penetrated the market. Their use was limited to laboratories or select special operatives. In contrast, although the enhancement provided by the Fate Potion was not monumental, the glimmer of hope it offered spread like a roaring fire in the night. Jizig had just directed Bane and his team to set up the workbench when Dorothy shouted from the entrance on the first floor, "Brother G, Man's team has arrived. He says he has an appointment with you." Hearing this, Jizig turned his gaze. "All right, I understand. Their arrival is fortuitous. We are short-handed, so let's enlist their assistance." Shortly thereafter, upon learning that Jizig was moving items into the new studio, Man volunteered without hesitation to help, bringing along others. As Pila carried a metal box, he caught sight of the neatly stacked blue plastic bottles inside. During a brief pause, he carelessly assumed they contained some sort of reagent and absent-mindedly pulled one out to examine it. As a technical expert, he immediately noticed the pull tab on top. And after careful scrutiny, he began to surmise what it might be through the translucent base of the bottle. Chapter 39, The Pull Tab Man, who was hefting 2 large boxes of equipment, noticed Pila's halt and chuckled. "What's the matter? Can't handle it? I've been telling you to exercise more." "No, man. Come here, I need to speak with you." This box here contains a shipment of electromagnetic pulse grenades. Pila's confusion stemmed from the extreme illegality of electromagnetic pulse grenades in Night City. Aside from the forces under major corporations, no one else could find any means to produce or sell them. Not only was their sale illegal, but their production, if discovered, would also be dismantled. In Night City, such items were deemed far more criminal than even the infamous Shanshan. If Shanshan caused harm to the impoverished populace, the elites of various corporations were largely indifferent. However, electromagnetic pulse grenades posed a threat to the employees of these corporations themselves. Consequently, all companies had tacitly issued a unified ban on such products. Mercenaries found themselves unable to acquire the manufacturing methods, leading to a complete absence of related information in the market. Man nodded in silence, then after a few moments, spoke again. Are you worried that G is a corporate pawn? If there's an issue, you can directly ask Dr. G later. After all, he is our friend. Man, you know what I'm trying to say. Man was acutely aware that each individual in Night City harbored secrets. Pila wished to caution him against being exploited while assisting Jizig in counting the profits. Man, however, had his own considerations. Something like Cyberpunk could never be deemed safe. If they wanted to advance further as a team, they needed to augment their combat enhancements. Only then could they pursue greater ambitions. As for the notion of a corporate conspiracy, as a mercenary, he felt he had no choice, at least from his perspective. He had long since run out of options. Never mind, let us just move the items, he urged. And for heaven's sake, don't let this thing explode. Why did you pull the tab? Zing. A blue flash erupted in the air. In an instant, the previously tranquil alley was invaded by Bane, Dorio, and others within less than a second. Man? An enemy attack? Man's heart raced at the sudden appearance of Bane and his companions. Overwhelmed by the sight of so many Cyberpunk, without hesitation, he clarified. Pila accidentally triggered one. It's not an enemy attack. Soon, Jizig, sensing the explosion of the electromagnetic pulse bomb, arrived at the entrance, observing Pila encircled by the others, with Rebecca anxiously shielding her brother. Dr. G. It was just an accident with my brother. GC cast a glance and roughly deduced the sequence of events. As a technical expert, Pira had just moved on to the electromagnetic pulse grenade. His curiosity got the better of him, and he impulsively activated one to witness the display of fireworks. It's all right. We're all brothers here. Pira, do you fancy this sort of thing? Perhaps you could take a box back with you later. Pira awkwardly scratched the back of his head. This is my first time witnessing such a thing. Heh, as long as you're not angry, Dr. G. By the way, you really have an impressive collection here. Did you create all of this, Dr. G, or rather, Teacher G? Would you consider taking me on as an apprentice? I'm quite adept at assisting. Observing this, Bane was well aware that these items should remain concealed. Pira's demeanor struck him as entirely unreliable, prompting him to speak up. Brother G, this. Season 4 rolled her eyes and waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Let's move everything inside first, and we shall discuss the rest later. 2 hours later, everything had been moved and neatly organized. GC conducted another inspection of the new venue. With the assistance of many, the progress was indeed swift. He quickly became familiar with his surroundings. The originally chaotic dump is now neatly organized on the shelves along the wall of the second basement, housing the cybernetic enhancements salvaged from the scavengers and those brought back by Bane and his associates during their commission tasks. The first basement has been cleared to create 3 distinct small rooms. One is an operating room, equipped with relevant medical instruments, while the other 2 serve as laboratories for concocting potions and processing chips for the terminal systems. The third basement currently accommodates a bed and wardrobe along with other personal belongings. Everything has been arranged, and now he stands at the entrance of the first basement. GC looked at the crowd and spoke. Thank you for your hard work today, brothers. Dorothy, please take Man and the others to the tavern for a few drinks. At that moment, Man stepped forward and said, Dr. G, I won't be going. I would like to perform the surgery first. That's fine. You all go ahead. I'll join you after I finish with Man. All right. Haha, Jigo, make sure to drink a couple more glasses later. Once everyone had departed, GC led Man to the operating room and gestured for him to take a seat. Now, Man, please connect this personal link. I want to examine the composition of the prosthetics within you. Besides the Sandweisten, you might also choose from my current inventory. Man accepted the data link GC handed him, and while connecting it to the interface behind his ear, he inquired, Dr. G, do you still have the neural response acceleration device that Rebecca installed this morning? Is it truly 888 euros? GC raised an eyebrow and replied, indeed. Would you like to have a share as well? Man grinned and said, hey, I wish to provide each member of my team with one. But I am uncertain if Dr. G's stock is sufficient. Yes, it is ample, no worries, came the response. As GC gazed at the list of cybernetic enhancements installed within man's body, he recognized that, as a mercenary in Night City, man had approached the precipice of cyberpsychosis. Though not as exaggerated as Atom Smasher or V, he had nonetheless integrated nearly all available augmentations into his physique. Had he not encountered GC, man would have been left with no choice but to downgrade his enhancements, removing the burdensome combat augmentations to avoid descending into madness. Over time, the risk of insanity would have become inevitable, leaving him with no opportunity for redemption. As man concluded his review of the enhancements, he remarked, Dr. G. The augmentations available here are predominantly combat models, significantly more than other clinics offer. Do you believe I can still add more enhancements? Noticing man's eagerness to further augment himself, GC remained unfazed. Many of the augmentations in his inventory were procured from scavengers and gang members. As the likelihood of high-intensity combat enhancements appearing on corpses was markedly higher. Actually, man, you might consider waiting. Your current level of augmentation is already quite extensive. If you continue to add more, it would necessitate either a spinal nervous system replacement or an overhaul of your immune and circulatory systems. Unfortunately, I do not have inventory in those areas at the moment, but I can contact you when I do. All right, I appreciate your assistance, Doctor. Rest for a while. When you awaken, everything will be different. Chapter 40. Super Dream. GC connected various examination devices to man, who lay upon the surgical chair. As the anesthetic was administered, man gradually closed his eyes. When he next opened them, the sight before him was GC, who was tidying up the instruments. Dr. G. How long have I been lying here? Man inquired, noting the comforting and distinct sensations coursing through his body. GC glanced at the clock beside him. 52 minutes, how peculiar. Usually, those freshly equipped with Sandevistan couldn't resist testing it by darting behind me to give me a start. Man stretched out his hands, clenched them tightly. And as he sat up, he finally spoke. Dr. G, I feel incredible, truly remarkable. I've never felt this light before. My thoughts, my reflexes, everything seems sharper. It's as though I'm brimming with boundless energy. Is that so? Or could it be an illusion? The next instant, man activated his Sandevistan, and for the first time, he truly grasped the overwhelming power of manipulating the seams of time. By the time GC registered man's movement, the man had already shifted from the surgical chair to the doorway. Hey, man, seems like you're adapting just fine. Go on then. Head to the bar and fetch the next patient waiting for the procedure. Man turned back, studying this unusual man with deep contemplation. Dr. G, may I ask something presumptuous? Night City is the city of dreams. So, what is your dream? HM? What brings this on? Nothing. Just sudden curiosity. Well, it's not like it's a secret. I don't care about becoming a legend, nor do I care about standing at the top of Night City. Those things mean little to me. As for what I do care about, well, it's certainly not becoming a corporate lapdog. I'd rather tear down Arasaka Tower, If you want to talk about this, I'd suggest sharing a few drinks with Bane. You two would probably get along better. All right, I'll go find them then. Though, I must say, talking with you, Dr. G, is surprisingly pleasant. With that, man turned and left without hesitation. Corporate lapdogs. In his current state, man harbored an unusual trust in GC. Corporate enterprises, those at the bottom, could never reach the summit. The apex of that pyramid had long been sealed shut, even if one clawed their way up with desperate fervor. All they defined were countless others who had already claimed their spots. In every corporation, one rule reigns supreme above all else. Employees must pledge absolute loyalty to the company. Never harm its interests. Never betray it. The consequences of defiance? A fate worse than death. In this world, the gears of society were turned by the hands of mega-corporations. And that was the dream countless souls chased with reckless abandon. This era, it had long since stripped the masses of their humanity. All in the span of a single afternoon. GC installed thought acceleration chips for all members of the man team, enabling them to perceive their uniqueness without hindrance. Nonetheless, this incessant work left GC feeling quite displeased. He preferred to savor the joys of life rather than engage in continuous toil. That night, at GC's behest, a bonfire barbecue party was once again held behind the Puff Tavern. GC generously financed the event, purchasing copious amounts of bloody, 70 meat content, fully synthetic real meat. Man proposed a wrestling match with Bane and others, a contest of true masculinity. David, returning from school, was taken aback by the scene before him, where Doliu and Dorothy were engaged in a fierce exchange. However, considering that Gloria had been returning home past midnight lately, he He felt no concern about being discovered for coming home late. David approached GC and began to cheer for the two combatants. Contrasting the playful scuffle he had with Tian Zhongxingnan earlier that day, which seemed merely a child's game. In the ring, the two exchanged blows with impressive speed. And often, David could only catch fleeting glimpses of their movements. Season 4 sighed, realizing that this was the essence of life. Now that the venue had been organized, he was gradually making arrangements for his subsequent ideas. It was inappropriate to continually have Old Wei replace his prosthetics. He was also curious about the unique abilities that would emerge once the Cyber Pioneer reached level 80. With the newfound capability of soul consciousness virtualization, he yearned to assemble a cybernetic robot and explore whether he could exert control through his virtual soul. If he could realize this technology, he would possess the ability of a cybernetic external incarnation. At that moment, Pyrrha suddenly approached Bane, perplexed. Bane, doesn't the Puff Pastry Tavern serve dream nectar? I just inquired with the bartender, and he claimed they do not have it. This cannot be true, can it? Bane took a sip of his drink, a refreshing sound escaping him before he responded, "What's so great about that dream nectar? It merely distorts the human psyche. I dislike it. Hence I haven't permitted them to sell it." In response, Pyrrha shook his head. "You cannot operate this way, as regular patrons of various taverns. Let me put it this way. In Night City, as long as it is an entertainment venue, be it the Cloud Op or the Lizard Lounge, or even the reincarnated gathering of mercenaries, it invariably hinges on a few critical elements: alcohol, pleasure companions, and dream nectar. These three components are as captivating as triplet sisters. You already have alcohol and pleasure companions, yet you refuse to sell dream nectar? This simply will not do. Wait here. I shall retrieve my stock from Falco's vehicle." With that, Pyrrha hurriedly dashed outside, returning shortly with a box in hand. As he turned his head, Chi-Si was acutely aware of the Mox Gang, a collective formed by sex workers. This gang, the most recently established major faction in Night City, traces its origins back to 2067, a time that predates the Unification War. It was during this era that a woman named Elizabeth Liz Bowden founded a club called the Empathic Garment. Driven by a desire for vengeance on behalf of the sex workers she protected, she gruesomely beheaded 3 members of the Tiger Claw Gang with an axe, displaying their heads at the entrance of her establishment. That very night, the Tiger Claw Gang retaliated, decimating the venue, and Liz herself met a torturous demise. The bar that later emerged, known as Liz's, was merely a tribute to her, a sanctuary for sex workers seeking solace and unity. Piranha offered a Super Dream headset to Bane. "Shall we give it a try?" Bane was about to decline, but Chi-Si, who had never experienced a Super Dream, was filled with curiosity. "Give it to me. I shall try it." Chapter 41, Super Dream. 2 in the game, GC naturally experienced the services of Super Dream, whether it was the Gambi building or the subsequent assassination of Mayor Ryan. This piqued his curiosity about Super Dream, particularly regarding the formidable Super Dream editor, Judy, who is also the girlfriend of the illustrious D. Brother G. She exclaimed, "Ah, this is my cherished Super Dream footage. Each time I engage with it, I can vividly feel the flames of passion igniting within me." Pilar, in calling him Brother G, followed suit with the crowd, seemingly believing that such an address could bridge the gap between her and GC. As GC received the headband handed to him by Pyrrha, a flicker of doubt glimmered in his eyes. He was well aware of the potent and perilous nature of the psychic phenomenon. However, he did not dwell on it too long, for he was surrounded by his own kind. Without hesitation, he placed the device atop his head. In an instant, his vision blurred, and GC found himself transported to an unfamiliar realm. At dusk, the sun's waning rays bathed the earth in a gentle, golden hue, resembling a delicate filter. Leaning against his battle-worn armored vehicle, a recently fired shotgun rested upon the hood, its smoke still lingering in the air. As he surveyed himself, GC noticed the severity of his injuries, diligently wrapping bandages around his arm. At that moment, 5 enchanting women, each adorned in distinct attire, gracefully descended from the vehicle. Among them was a gentle, white-haired schoolgirl, an elegant blonde socialite, and a proud, long-legged professional clad in sheer black stockings. They swiftly encircled him, their eyes shimmering with tender affection as they tended to his wounds, an ocean of compassion reflected in their gaze. In the dimly lit corners of the abandoned factory, GC discerned a certain pretentiousness emanating from him. His gaze shifted to the surroundings, where countless lifeless bodies lay strewn about, presumably the fallen gangsters dispatched by him. One could easily envision the recent chaos, a cacophony of gunfire reverberating through the air, with him emerging as the ultimate victor. Upon arriving in Night City, Who could possibly resist the unique allure of the super dream? Even GC, despite his discerning nature, succumbed to the temptation. And his inaugural experience was nothing short of a collectible treasure. Truly, this is a super dream film meticulously curated by Pila, aware that the scenes are fabricated, undoubtedly crafted with precision by the Black Dream editors. Yet for the downtrodden, these visuals represent an idyllic fantasy. GC silently removed the super dream device, offering it to Bane with a gesture, inviting him to partake. This dreamscape, whether tainted with filth or steeped in malevolence, or perhaps brimming with joy and sanctity, humanity forever grapples with insatiable desires. Yet, it seems that donning the super dream allows these yearnings to manifest with astonishing ease. The distinct scent of gunpowder lingers, while young, stunning women don an array of attire. Within this immersive reverie, the super dream editors amplify both touch and desire for a heightened experience. Pila's film intermingled elements of pain, unconsciously triggering the secretion of dopamine, and at the very moment of euphoric bliss, the super dream editors magnified this fleeting instance multiple times, delivering a lethal blow to the heart. How could such an experience not be utterly addictive? GC also came to an understanding. Other super dreams, even if they do not possess the exceptional qualities of the rare Polara edition, exhibit nearly identical value. They merely focus on showcasing unattainable visuals, amplifying the exhilarating experience while minimizing elements that might evoke feelings of despair and dejection. It is no wonder that countless individuals from the lower strata of society become enamored with super dreams. It serves as an unequivocal means of evading reality. GC originally believed that with his steely resolve, he would remain impervious to the ravages of tenderness. However, in the absence of that delightful sensation, a subtle sense of disorientation and melancholy began to creep into his heart. Hey, Jigu, isn't this film exhilarating? What do you think? Isn't it thrilling? Pai La, with a proud countenance, simultaneously offered GC a bottle of beer. G nodded slightly, acknowledging the notion that such substances could indeed devastate countless minds, leading individuals to a state of irretrievable decline. David turned his head and remarked with a dismissive pout, "What is so remarkable about these things? Brother G, if you desire it, I can procure any kind of Black Ultra Dream for you. I am quite the expert in this domain." The term Black Ultra Dream refers to a specific genre of films that can only be found in clandestine markets, shunned from public sale. These Black Ultra Dreams, aside from depicting tender and romantic encounters between men and women, also portray the complete, blood-soaked carnage of cybernetic psychopaths. David continued, "Back in school, I was involved in the trade of marginalized series of Black Ultra Dreams. Compared to the romantic entanglements of lovers, the scenes captured by cyber psychopaths are far more visceral, engaging with NCD and clashing with the violent terror response teams, even if one meets their demise. That thrill of teetering on the edge of life and death is entirely unparalleled." Pila nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, Black Ultra Dreams cannot be denied. They do offer an exhilarating experience. However, lad, you must understand that not everyone is fond of that sensation of flirting with mortality." Season 4 smiled softly at the bickering couple, neither affirming nor denying their dispute. However, one cannot help but acknowledge that the advent of Super Dream has undeniably transformed the lives of people in this era. Whether perched atop the pyramid, surveying the masses and wielding control over countless lives, or indulging in the opulent lifestyles of top-tier celebrities, relishing the splendor of a world accessible only to them, Super Dream enables one to genuinely traverse any corner of this realm. Edited portrayals amplify the most exquisite sensations to an infinite degree, rendering this dreamscape a veritable fusion of heaven and earth. After downing a chilled beer, the raging fire within did not subside, recalling the earlier scenes in the dream realm, particularly those frail, enchanting young maidens, was utterly indescribable. If one were to attempt a description, it would be akin to a valiant warrior being cast into the lair of succubi, where these seductive beings employed myriad tactics to compel his submission. Yet, how could a true warrior yield so easily? After a fierce battle, he subdued all those pitiful succubi. Following the skirmish, he felt invigorated and fierce. Such sensations were undeniably exhilarating. Turning his gaze, GC glanced at Bane's condition. He had been inside for about 10 minutes. However, unlike GC's previous calm demeanor, Bane now appeared utterly terrified, as if some dreadful creature within the dream realm were mercilessly tormenting him. On another front, Tanaka Katsuneo, his forehead wrapped in a white bandage, entered a pachinko parlor. He proceeded deeper, passing through a series of glass curtains, ultimately arriving at an elegant chamber. Following him were two subordinates. Wagako sat in an office chair, her eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the young men before her. The steam rising from the hot tea on the table mingled with the chaotic noise from outside, which seemed to dissipate upon entering this space. Tanaka Katsuneo could not deny his anxiety. However, thoughts of David's recent actions ignited a fierce anger within him. Chapter 42. Hiring a hitman. Students from Aozaka Academy? You really ought not to be here. Wagako took a drag from her cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Upon recognizing Tanaka Katsuneo's identity, she couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Although the Tiger Claw gang had a complicated relationship with Aozaka, the mere presence of someone from Aozaka signified trouble. You are a formidable intermediary. It is only reasonable for me to seek your assistance, Tanaka Katsuneo stated bluntly, seating himself directly across from Wagako. His two subordinates, however, were visibly uneasy, having never encountered such a situation. Seeing Tanaka's lack of formality, they exchanged furtive glances at Wagako, whose reputation was akin to that of a demon. Yet she bore no visible displeasure. The two cautiously approached, positioning themselves behind Tanaka without daring to overstep. Wagako extended her right hand, lightly tapping her finger on the table. Her expression laced with curiosity. Well, young Master Tanaka, what exactly do you wish to commission me for? Taking a deep breath, Tanaka retrieved a photograph from his back pocket, slamming it onto the table. I want to hire a mercenary to eliminate David Martinez. That damn trash, a filthy garbage collector. Wagako picked up the photograph. Her surprise fleeting as her demeanor returned to normal. A garbage collector? How amusing. Tanaka gritted his teeth. Yes. His mother is a garbage collector. He is one too. Is that wrong? I want him gone, Wagako. Just tell me, how much will it cost? Wagako remained silent, already searching through the NCD database for information related to David Martinez. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. A noble from Santo Domingo. You say? Interesting. While you claim he is a garbage collector, there is some truth to that. However, you must understand, young Master Tanaka, that Santo Domingo is beyond my jurisdiction. If I arrange for a mercenary to deal with him, it would be an overstep. Do you comprehend this? Tanaka grew agitated. Wagako, you are the most skilled intermediary. Why must it be so troublesome to eliminate a mere boy? He attends Aozaka Academy daily. Can't you find someone to take him out on the way? Wagako maintained a friendly smile, shaking her head gently. It's not that it's impossible tonight. It's simply going to cost more. I can arrange for mercenaries who will handle the task efficiently, but the expenses, if it involves crossing boundaries. I will need to engage an intermediary in Santo Domingo to manage the aftermath. In total, it will be 35,000 euros. What do you think, young Master Tanaka? 35,000 euros. Tanaka exclaimed. I accept. The price is acceptable, but I want him gone tonight. Tanaka agreed to the fee, his eyes glowing with a bluish hue as he promptly transferred the entire sum to Wagako's account. Good, I have received the funds. A pleasant collaboration, young man. Await my good news, Wagako said, her gaze towards Tanaka warm and gentle. She had not anticipated that such an underage student, attending the same academy, would resort to hiring a hitman. Yet, this was her line of work. Right or wrong mattered little to her. What counted was profit. Behind the back door of the Puff Pastry Tavern, the space lay empty. As GC smiled at the crowd before him, he observed Bane and Man sharing a drink, their arms draped over each other's shoulders, while Dorothy and Dorio seemed engrossed in a risque conversation, occasionally bursting into lascivious laughter. Meanwhile, Sasha and Rebecca were analyzing the perplexing taste of carbonated beverages, which Sasha surprisingly enjoyed. David and Pilaw were deep in discussion about which version of Dream was truly exhilarating. Witnessing such a scene, he couldn't help but exclaim, in the city of night, what is most abundant is, indeed, dreams. It was at this moment that, with a slight furrow of his brow, GC activated the alarm alert program he had integrated into the nearby surveillance cameras. Should any armed suspicious individuals or mercenaries listed on wanted posters approach, his neural system would receive an immediate notification. Without hesitation, GC's gaze sharpened as data streams materialized before him. He remotely linked his consciousness to the local network, eager to discern whether the presence was merely passing or if it harbored sinister intentions towards the Puff Tavern. As GC's current stronghold, the Puff Tavern was fortified with specialized hardware he had meticulously installed for enhancement. In this domain, surpassing his hacking prowess was a near impossibility unless one were to summon Bartmos himself, who might stand a chance. Any other hacker would undoubtedly find themselves in a futile struggle against him. Speaking of Bartmos, he resembled more of a mere backdrop in 2077, a formidable figure whose intellect had reached the astonishing level of 20, making him a super hacker. Bartmos had devised a network virus known as the Romer RABDS, which led to the complete disintegration of the planet's internet. It obliterated 78 of global networks, akin to a glass mirror shattered upon the ground, splintering into countless shards. These fragments now constituted the local networks of various cities, while the devastated 78 networks were referred to as the Old Web, rife with perilous viruses and rogue AIs. Subsequently, a neutral organization emerged in the form of network surveillance, establishing a defensive system dubbed the Black Wall, ensuring that the remaining cyberspace could still be navigated safely by humanity. As night fell, Night City resembled a slumbering giant, just awakening from fragmented dreams. The neon lights flickered to life, and holographic billboards cast a luminous glow over the entire metropolis. At that moment, Night City appeared as a bustling paradise, though this beauty was not bestowed upon all. In the Vias region, the streets were sparsely populated, and numerous bonfires flickered near the Puff Tavern, serving as a means for the homeless to seek warmth. However, it wasn't long before an armed off-road vehicle came to a halt in a shadowy alleyway. GC recognized the model of the vehicle as the Emperor 720, an automobile fortified with robust armor plating and thick bullet-resistant glass. This car had evidently undergone violent modifications, its once imposing exterior now rendered dark and menacing. Its concealed parking position was the only reason it piqued GC's attention. Shortly thereafter, two members of the Tiger Claw gang emerged from the alley, their unfamiliar Asian features easily distinguishable by their distinctive attire. Through the neural signal source, GC discerned that another member remained inside the vehicle, presumably serving as the hacker and driver. Surveillance revealed their gaze fixated on the Puff Tavern, prompting GC to raise an eyebrow. It appeared action was imminent. Chapter 43. Unconscionable Acts. Meanwhile, a homeless man adorned with a psychedelic dream headset and clutching a can of soda seemed thoroughly intoxicated, swaying unsteadily as he traversed the pedestrian crosswalk. Just as he approached the two men, his foot unexpectedly slipped, sending him tumbling toward the bald man at the forefront. In the blink of an eye, the bald man drew a handgun from his coat, his eyes sharp with intent as he deftly adjusted his grip and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The weapon discharged with a muted sound, the bullet zipping through the air and blood erupting from the homeless man's forehead. The noise generated was minimal, attributed to the silencer fitted on the firearm. The green-haired man behind him swiftly grasped the homeless man's ankle, yanking him into the shadowy recesses of the alley with seamless precision. GC observed the situation silently. "HM? I thought I was discovered," muttered the bald man as he casually returned his handgun to his pocket. "There aren't that many surprises. This is merely a trivial task worth 10,000 euros. Our target today is suspected to be the offspring of a scavenger, and dealing with such filth hardly stirs my enthusiasm." The green-haired man grimaced, his hand, which had just seized the vagrant, now flailing in disgust, the foul odor from the vagabond still lingering in his senses. The bald man glanced at the Puff Tavern and spoke again. "Qian Huizi, have you infiltrated the local network? Why the delay today? I want to eliminate the target and return home to relax." In an instant, a composed female voice resonated within both their minds. "Qian Huizi, I have successfully decrypted the network security system in this area. The target is located behind the Puff Tavern, mingling with a group of individuals. However, there is something amiss about them. They seem less like scavengers and more like mercenaries." The bald man replied in dismay. "Mercenaries? Scavengers mingling with mercenaries? Damn it, these hyenas make my skin crawl." "Enough with the complaints," Qian Huizi interjected. "This is a commission entrusted by Lord Wazuko. If you wish to earn money easily, you'd best avoid any conflicts with them. Follow my instructions. First, ascend to the rooftops nearby. I will release the magical puppet to distract the target. You should seize the opportunity to shoot and eliminate the target, then withdraw immediately. I will drive over to assist your escape. Is that clear?" After listening for a while, GC still did not ascertain the identity of the targets mentioned by the Tiger Claw gang. However, it was evident that they were indeed aimed at his group. With Chiwi Rico capable of deciphering the security measures in this area, it was clear that GC had offered substantial assistance, allowing her the liberty to operate. He felt no urgency regarding the current situation. The plan to turn the tables was not without merit. At the moment the hacker made their move, it would suffice to reverse the situation and cause a mental overload. As for the other two members of the Tiger Claw gang, it was fortuitous that Man and his companion would encounter them, and thus, as they ascended to the rooftop, Season 4 casually connected to the minds of Man and Bane. Season 4. There's trouble. There's an assassin on the rooftop next door, and I am likely the target. When you act, remember to leave a survivor. I will infiltrate their minds to ascertain the situation. Bane and Man exchanged a glance, while the others in the vicinity remained oblivious to the unfolding anomaly. Soon, as the two members of the Tiger Claw gang on the rooftop aimed their guns at David, Season 4 could not help but display a look of astonishment. This is illogical. What heinous act has David committed to attract the wrath of the Tiger Claw gang? Realizing that the matter did not concern him, Season 4 felt a twinge of embarrassment before the Tiger Claw hacker could make a move. Season 4 directly incinerated the hacker's mind. Since they were adversaries, there was nothing more to discuss. In an instant, I marked the positions of the two individuals. You may proceed. Man and Bane simultaneously activated their Saint Investin. Man aimed to ascend to the rooftop using enhanced tendons, intending to capture the target alive. Meanwhile, Bane directly produced an electromagnetic pulse grenade, launching it towards the green-haired man. To everyone's astonishment, the bald man had also equipped himself with Saint Investin. As he sensed the impending danger and attempted to retreat, Man had already closed the distance, and the two engaged in hand-to-hand combat. The sudden clash between Man and Bane naturally astonished the onlookers. However, despite their surprise, the crowd acted swiftly. Some drew their firearms, others took defensive stances, and Rebecca approached GC, urging him to hide promptly. With Bane's ambush aiding him, Man successfully neutralized the target within the duration of Saint Investin. Nevertheless, Bane's decision to hurl an electromagnetic pulse grenade made Man realize just how affluent the patrons of the Puff Tavern truly were. When the two members of the Tiger Claw gang were thrown before GC, he finally spoke. There is a hacker in the alley 40 meters southeast of the tavern. Dorothy, please bring her here. Understood, G. GC extended his hand to grasp the weapon of the green-haired man, a sleek elongated firearm. The lengthy barrel was complemented by an electromagnetic acceleration device, representative of the technological advancements of 2077, a Gauss electromagnetic firearm. This weapon harnessed electromagnetic propulsion to enhance its firing power. Its design resembled a rectangular prism, exuding an aesthetic of sharp, angular precision. The magazine was modest in capacity, lending the gun a compact appearance. Adorning the barrel was a night vision scope, characteristic of the classic sniper rifle known as the Cat Demon, developed by the Tsunami Defense Systems Company. At this moment, David was engulfed in the chilling aura of terror that had accompanied the simultaneous disappearance of Man and Bane, a dread instilled by Onway Tan. Having long been an observer of the Fringe series, he understood all too well what this prosthetic signified. Season 4 smiled at the visibly excited David beside him and said, "Do you know who they are here to assassinate? It's certainly not me." David's expression quickly turned to one of confusion. "What have you done?" "They are here to kill you." "Ah." Just then, Dorothy, who happened to throw a woman with red braids over, chuckled and asked, "Is it that Tanaka Kitsuno?" Season 4 examined the electromagnetic sniper rifle and elaborated. This weapon, enhanced by electromagnetic acceleration, possesses the formidable capability to penetrate walls or even breach sections of armored plating with its tungsten-tipped rounds. Even titanium alloy armor appears as fragile as paper in the presence of this gun. So, David, what heinous act have you committed? Having finished coding. It is already 3 o'clock. Tomorrow I must return to work. Chapter 44, Dreams and Aspirations. The words of Season 4 left David utterly bewildered. The only distinction today was that he had lightly tapped Tanaka Kitsuno on the forehead. To him, as a classmate, the conflict that arose today seemed like a mere trifle. It was astonishing that Tanaka Kitsuno would resort to hiring mercenaries to eliminate him over such a trivial disagreement. David took a couple of steps forward, gazing silently at the 3 members of the Tiger Claw gang sprawled on the ground before him. With a hint of amusement, GC remarked, "David, was it your aspiration to be an employee of the company? Such occurrences are hardly uncommon for employees. So, what are your thoughts?" David chuckled awkwardly, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. Bane leaned in, grumbling, "What is there to hesitate about? Are you really going to stand by while your own brother is bullied? Stop overthinking it. David, you're coming with me shortly. We'll resolve this matter tonight. Otherwise, will you just wait around for mercenaries to come knocking?" David shifted his gaze to Bane's face, torn, "But my mother is returning soon. If we confront Tianzong Shengnan, I'm worried we won't be back for 3 hours." Just then, Rebecca, who had taken a sip of soda, burst out laughing. Ha ha, kid. That excuse of yours is truly excellent. GC felt an undeniable sense of inevitability as he continued to scrutinize David, a perception deeply rooted in his own upbringing. Gloria had toiled tirelessly to raise her child, and David was not particularly assertive by nature. Regarding the blue-haired Tanaka Masanobu, GC had seen edge runners and was well aware of his identity and demeanor. After taking a few steps, GC handed the cat-shaped firearm to David. Here, this gun is yours now. I will provide you with relevant intel shortly. Make haste and return. Also, based on your performance tonight, if you excel, a mysterious little gift awaits you tomorrow. In the vast expanse of Night City, Westbrook is regarded as a highly desirable residential area. It boasts the most upscale housing in the city, the North Oak District, as well as the most cost-effective residences for mid-level corporate employees, Charter Hill. 1 hour later, near Charter Hill, within a modest villa equipped with a swimming pool, Tanaka Masanobu, with his blue hair seemingly damp from a recent bath, donned a pristine white fleece onesie. He gingerly touched the bandage on his forehead, immediately wincing in pain, and could not help but curse. Damn David Martinez. If it weren't for your worthless self, I wouldn't be enduring this torment. Humph, don't blame me for your predicament tonight. It is entirely of your own making. Damn, just thinking about it infuriates me. Soon after, Tanaka reclined on a lounge chair by the pool, crossing his arms. He settled into a comfortable position, carefully placing a Dream Eater headband atop his head, cautious not to jostle his wound. As the son of the vice minister of Arasaka, his daily life was rather unremarkable. Meanwhile, on a nearby hillside, Bain had arrived at a vantage point on his motorcycle, with David Martinez carrying a cat-shaped electromagnetic sniper rifle, trailing behind him. Bain turned and smiled at David, saying, "Kid, I must admit, G is quite fond of you." David paused, realizing Bain did not intend to belittle his relationship with GC, and curiously replied, "Bain, I don't quite understand." Bain, still smiling, countered, "Do you have any idea how much this contraption behind you is worth?" Is it very expensive?" David inquired. "Haha. Not just expensive. This item is explicitly prohibited in Night City, unless one is employed by the municipal system or a mainstream corporation. It is nearly impossible for mercenaries to acquire it." The cat-shaped firearm itself was valued at over 100,000 euros, but in such circumstances, can you guess what the black market acquisition price might be? Winky face. Haha, I'm not joking. The price is indeed 800,000 euros. Bain noticed David's hands instinctively clenching. Gloria earned around 3,000 euros a month. This meant that based on David and Gloria's income levels, purchasing this firearm would require 2 decades of abstaining from food and drink. David found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Even if he realized Gloria's dream of becoming a respected corporate dog, how long would it take to earn 800,000 euros? 8,000 or even 10,000 a month? As David pondered in a daze, he ultimately had to concede that the aspiration of becoming a corporate dog seemed so humble and so insignificant. In light of his actions over the past few days, he began to question himself for the first time. Was being a corporate dog truly his dream? Bain, what must I do to ensure my performance tonight is commendable? David inhaled deeply, leaning silently against the motorcycle, his expression grave and trembling. Bain lit a cigarette casually and replied, "Aim, fire, and deliver a fatal shot." Just then, a voice echoed in David's mind. Season 4. I have established a connection to your personal system through the brain-machine interface. Fear not, your sole responsibility is to aim and pull the trigger. I will assist you in real time by monitoring wind direction, wind speed, target distance, shooting elevation angle, and the Coriolis effect error information. David's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. At that moment, Bain, enveloped in smoke, remarked, "David, you are no novice when it comes to handling firearms. Check the safety. Embrace the weapon." David nodded earnestly, assuring, "I will manage this well. You can rest easy, Brother Bain." Meanwhile, the bonfire party behind the Puffed Pastry Tavern continued unabated. In accordance with Season 4's directives, the 3 mercenaries had their necks snapped and their cybernetic limbs dismantled, discarded into the refuse pile. By the following dawn, municipal sanitation workers would retrieve the bodies, thus alleviating any concerns of foul odors. GC initially contemplated infiltrating their neural interfaces to gather pertinent intelligence, only to discover that it was a misunderstanding. They were not targeting him, and he felt no embarrassment. As a highly skilled hacker tasked with supporting Bain David, GC reclined on the bed in the studio's basement, his consciousness transforming into a virtual essence flowing through the vast digital ocean of Night City to offer his assistance. The relevant intelligence regarding Tanaka Kitsunobu was something GC could uncover using his abilities. Although his villa was situated near the North Oak district, its security was not excessively stringent. At the very least, Bane found it remarkably easy to reach the optimal vantage point following the route provided by GC. The voice of Season 4 echoed once more in David's mind. Season 4, there's no need to be so tense, David. Relax. Just grip the gun firmly. Aim at the target and maintain your focus. Everything else is inconsequential. Yes, Brother G, David replied softly. Chapter 45, Guns and Charm. The night was overcast, and the pace of darkness slowed. David's emotions were a perplexing blend of heaviness and perhaps even joy. Ever since he encountered GC, the trajectory of his life seemed to have irrevocably altered. As GC calculated angles for David, a slightly bored Bane interjected, David, are you still a virgin? After this is over, I can arrange for 2 beautiful girls for you. Seeing how fiercely you were arguing with that Pilar tonight, I can't help but think you are a fledgling who has yet to experience the pleasures of love. David, however, remained completely engrossed, offering no reply. Through the high-powered scope, he was intently searching for the figure of Tian Zhongxingnan within the villa. David meticulously maneuvered the cat's paw, moving it millimeter by millimeter, capturing the sight of the guards at the entrance and the 2 security robots inside the villa. His concentration seemed to reach a zenith. Perhaps it was due to GC's assistance, but David felt as though the cat's paw had become an extension of his own body. Even though it was his first encounter with an electromagnetic sniper rifle, he was unaware that the rifle's muzzle was subconsciously tracking every moving object within the scope. It was as if his instinct for combat had been awakened. In that moment, David transformed into an eagle soaring in the skies, hunting for prey. And what he sought was akin to a venomous snake lurking in its den. There was no need for him to consciously exert effort. This hunting instinct had taken over his body, making him the ultimate predator. In that fleeting moment, an impulse surged within David. He yearned to shatter every moving entity within his crosshairs. He took a deep breath, calming his mind and dispelling all distractions, leaving only one singular thought, to eliminate Tian Zhongxingnan. Suddenly, GC interjected, stating that Tanaka Katsuneo was reclining on a white chaise lounge beside the swimming pool. David swiftly redirected the muzzle of his firearm. With GC's indication, he pinpointed the target in less than a second. A figure, seamlessly blending into the surroundings, appeared unguarded within his scope. Tanaka Katsuneo lay there, motionless, with the bandage on his forehead appearing both pitiable and absurd. The target was a distance of 1485, 47 meters. The current wind speed was 1.7, and the angle. The data flashed before David's eyes as he locked onto Tanaka Katsuneo's head, his right index finger quivering slightly on the trigger. Both GC and Bane observed David's peculiar demeanor at that moment, yet neither chose to speak. Whether or not to intervene was not their decision to make. David's lips were tightly pressed together, and a series of images flooded his mind from earlier that day. If he had not pulled the trigger, if he had not received assistance from GC and Bane, the endeavor to free himself and his mother, Gloria, from the troubles instigated by Tianjung Xingnan would have been far from effortless. The Night City had never known an era of beauty. 2 seconds later, bang! With a soft thud, David did not shift his gaze from the scope. He witnessed the bullet find its mark. The spinning projectile struck Tianjung Xingnan squarely in the nasal cavity. In an instant, his skull was pierced, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl, with blood mingling with oil, splattering in all directions. Before David could savor the sweetness of victory, Bane seized him and hurled him onto the back seat of the motorcycle, stating that the task was complete and it was time to return. Should they linger, they would soon face the formidable security forces of the North Oak district. Upon returning David to the H4 skyscraper, Bane glanced at the time. Hey, it's 22:55. You should have time before your mother returns. Well done tonight, David. However, I cannot fathom why you are so fearful of her. Even Chisi seemed to accept it. I simply do not understand either of you. Thank you, Bane. See you tomorrow. David shot a quick glance at Bane, offering no explanation, and dashed toward the elevator of the skyscraper. What Bane did not anticipate was that Chisi had sent him a voice message. GC, once I attempted to silence my mother. Oh heavens. Nothing could be more dreadful. Bane, I am insignificant and utterly worthless. Brother G, please say no more. Shortly after Bane returned, Man departed with the others. GC lay motionless on the bed, murmuring to himself, Night City, if not for the bloodshed and violence, what remains is merely the trivialities of human affairs. People are as insignificant as ants. Lives as fleeting as grass. This is the truest reflection of Night City once stripped of its illusory glamour. as GC pondered over matters. Soon someone from the Fate deity sect approached, seeking to don the guise of Xian Wei Stan. However, GC declined their request, as he too needed to prepare himself. The cybernetic incarnation of his external self must soon be set in motion. GC rose to commence the construction of his fully mechanized body. With an entirely metallic skeletal framework enveloped in lifelike silicone, the only component remaining was the spine, the Crunchikoff, and he pondered where to acquire it. GC dialed Su Qingshue's number. Qingshué, I require your assistance. No matter the circumstances, GC is now in Night City, where he at least possesses a modest dominion, the Puff Pastry Tavern. The following morning, in the quiet embrace of slumber, GC was abruptly roused by the insistent ringing of a phone. Upon descending to the first floor, he was greeted by the radiant sunshine outside. The Night City, too, unveiled an extraordinary expanse of clear blue skies. The firmament resembled a vast azure tapestry. Last night, GC had dreamed of transforming into a mere pawn of the 2077 Corporation, where he encountered a rather foolish superior who entrusted him with a dubious task, to assassinate the director of special operations at Arasaka for a sum of 100,000 euros. Such was the absurdity of corporate intrigue. At that moment, a striking pink Gudera VTEC sports car made its grand entrance at the door of the Puff Pastry Tavern. Su Qingxue, upon stepping inside, was immediately enveloped by a melodious tune emanating from the tavern. I couldn't wait for you to come clear the cupboards. But now you're going to leave with nothing but a sign. Su Qingxue turned her gaze toward Rocky, who was busily polishing a table at the entrance, and gently remarked, could someone lend a hand? Dr. G's order has arrived. Prompted by the notification, GC soon made his way to the tavern, where he quickly spotted Su Qingxue leisurely seated at the bar. Ah, Qingxue, up so early. Do you have work to attend to later? Su Qingxue could not suppress a roll of her eyes. When seeking assistance, she was Qingxue, but when she did not, was she merely to be referred to as that person? Chapter 46. Report Season 4 chuckled softly and explained, how could that be? The last time I took you back, I was merely concerned about your inebriation and your need for proper rest. In the 4th season, G greeted Bane and instructed him to take the refrigerated iron box brought by Su Qingxue to the storeroom, which contained various cybernetic prosthetics he had asked Su Qingxue to bring. The purpose of meeting Su Qingxue this time was to acquire information regarding the sales channels for cybernetic prosthetics from the Kanto region. GC led Su Qingxue to a cozy booth on the 2nd floor of the CAF, where the absence of patrons rendered the atmosphere both comfortable and tranquil. Once seated across from one another, GC finally unveiled his thoughts. Qingxue, will I be able to obtain a sales channel for the new prosthetics from Kongtao through you in the future? Su Qingxue, seemingly indifferent to the proposition, nodded casually and replied softly, that's a trivial matter. Didn't you mention previously that you are a prosthetic doctor who occasionally works as a mercenary? I've been contemplating this over the past few days, and I believe that working as a part-time mercenary is far too perilous. Why not consider assisting Kongao instead? I have connections that could support you in becoming an intermediary, thus freeing you from those dangerous undertakings. Jisai had not anticipated that Su Qingxue would take this aspect into consideration. He responded, I have no objections to becoming an intermediary. In the future, I will have sufficient mercenaries to fulfill the tasks assigned by Kongtao. Qingxue, what are your thoughts on this? Is Kongtao planning to expand vigorously in Night City? You must also be aware that the Six Streets Gang is backed by military technology. The Tiger Claw Gang serves as the minions of Arasaka. And as for the Vortex Gang, they too rely on biotechnology. The Vortex Gang's comprehensive food processing plant is entirely rooted in biotechnological advancements. Listening to Jisai's agreement, Su Qingshue's initially delighted expression turned to one of surprise upon hearing the subsequent explanation. Jisai, are you fully aware of these matters? GC wore an expression of helplessness. Such matters are hardly secrets in Night City. With a little attentiveness, one could easily discern the truth, couldn't they? Su Qingxue hesitated for a few moments. Hearing you put it that way, I suddenly feel that being an intermediary is not such a desirable path. How about this? Gee, why don't you directly join Kanto and start working there? This way, your safety would be much more assured. G. Seymour let out a sigh. Were it not for the myriad intrigues and conspiracies lurking within Night City, along with the ever-watchful blue-eyed A hovering above, he would have no desire to engage in such thankless tasks. Surely, it would be preferable to find a corner to reign as a local sovereign. Alas, in this world, the notion of self-preservation is but a fleeting illusion. Setting that aside, by the way, Qingxue, is your subsidiary, Qinti, not developing new cybernetics? Do you know how the progress is coming along? This information is confidential. It's not that I wish to withhold it from you. But should others learn of it and come to abduct you, it would be a grave sin on my part. Su Qingshue's expression darkened. For instance, like the C and Wei C10 series, Reality Distortion, Su Qingshue's eyes widened, her mouth forming an O, her face a canvas of disbelief. Gee, where did you acquire such intelligence? GC said calmly, in addition to being a cybernetic doctor, I am also a fairly skilled hacker. And my practical abilities are quite commendable. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. Su Qingshue's expression was filled with a sense of bewilderment, as she recalled the scene from that night when GC had incinerated a member of the Tiger Claw gang with merely a glance. Oh, I recently transferred to Jinteng Company as the vice president. In Night City, I have already ascended to one of the highest echelons of power. Lately, there seems to be an increasing number of individuals coveting this product. Su Qingxue found herself unable to restrain her innermost thoughts as she confided in GC. Whenever she was in his presence, she felt an enchanting force that rendered her utterly captivated. In the recesses of his mind, GC reminisced about the intelligence pertaining to the Sanweistan, a product of Kongdao. During the era of 2020, amidst the Fourth Corporate War, Qianti successfully developed this remarkable cybernetic enhancement. In a certain sense, Sanweistan represents a groundbreaking invention. Within the existing worldview, various factions have long been in a state of competition, giving rise to countless super soldiers, all of whom rely on extreme cybernetics and advanced technological equipment. The Sanweistan series stands as the most formidable combat augmentations of this era. Warriors equipped with this technology move as if they traverse the very seams of time itself, rendering their adversary speeds diminished by several, even tenfold, while they remain unaffected. During this period, they were nothing short of invincible deities on the battlefield. Today, Sanweistan is under the control of major corporations such as Dinara, Zeta, Military Technologies, and Qianti, among others. It has become an essential augmentation for elite mercenaries and distinguished warriors. In the realm of gaming, 5 iterations have already been released. However, in Night City, even the networked Spectre GC can only uncover intelligence on the 3rd model at most. Either it is well concealed or has yet to be developed. Based on Su Qingshue's attitude and feedback, GC is convinced that the product currently being developed by Jinteng Company is likely the 4th model. GC spoke up. Well, Qingshuе, please help me get my name registered in the RD department of Jinteng Company. If there's a need, I'll come by to see if I can be of assistance. All right. Su Qingshue was dismissed by GC, who claimed to be busy with other matters, ignoring her resentful gaze. After all, it was a crucial period for the development of the cybernetic external avatars. There was little room for romance. As a dedicated employee, she needed to return to her duties. Upon returning to the studio, GC did not linger idly. With the completion of the cybernetic components, he began the process of assembly and refinement. The visage of the avatar was crafted to be an exact replica of his current appearance, meticulously shaped using the latest foam-like silicone, soft and comfortable. Today, the robust Deshawn did not come to collect goods, and GC had completely forgotten about it due to Su Qingshue's visit. In the company plaza, on the 42nd floor of the biotechnology building, Melcato was reviewing the latest report in her office cubicle. The Biotechnology Intelligence Investigation Report SW559856, Fate Potion Investigator, Granger Report Content. A new and unknown type of potion has recently circulated in the market, produced by the mysterious organization known as the Fate Sect. The final investigation revealed that the sales intermediary is Dexter Deshawn, who operates in Night City. For information on the Fate Sect, please refer to Report SW559978. According to feedback on the potion, it significantly enhances the user's neural response speed and increases tolerance to cybernetic implants, thereby reducing the risk of cyberpsychosis. The RD department has acquired 7 samples of the potion, but analysis of its components has yielded no results. 2 injection experiments confirmed the potion's efficacy. Subject Feedback Report SW560102. Whether to continue the investigation into this potion awaits further instructions. Approval Report. After 3 rounds of assessment, the drug has been deemed of high value, necessitating an increase in priority for handling this matter. Approval Processor, Aleman. Chapter 47. Undercurrents. Melcato reclined comfortably in her office chair, having finished reviewing the document and the risk assessment report regarding the Fate Sect. How amusing. Something that our biotechnology division isn't capable of achieving has been resolved by a little-known organization. Enhancing neural response capabilities while effectively mitigating the burdens associated with cybernetics was indeed groundbreaking. With her left index finger and thumb supporting her chin, Melcado's face lit up with excitement. In her view, as long as this product did not originate from a major corporate laboratory, the ensuing profits would be monumental. In addition to their biotechnology division, Arasaka and military technology companies surely possess potent immunosuppressants that can mitigate the effects of cybernetics. However, those suppressants, while effective, are not without their side effects. Various tests have shown that strong suppressants can harm cellular vitality and accelerate aging. The emergence of the Fate Potion coincided perfectly with the current market demands. Without a doubt, biotechnology has always considered itself a frontrunner in life research, and they could utilize the Fate Potion to create clones with superior physical capabilities. The advent of this potion holds immense value for all major corporations. If she could acquire the formula for the Fate Potion, Melcado would possess a significant bargaining chip, a crucial resource in her ascent within the company's hierarchy. After a moment of contemplation, Melcado began to strategize her approach to this incident, quickly formulating 3 plans in order of priority. 1. Dismantle the Fate Sect. Gain complete control of its production formula, and ideally secure exclusive rights. 2. Should the Fate Sect demonstrate considerable combat prowess, negotiate a partnership to ensure a stable and long-term supply of the Fate Potion for biotechnology. 3. If another corporation acquires the formula for the Fate Potion, she must prepare for the worst and eliminate any possibility of the potion's emergence. Otherwise, biotechnology would face substantial global repercussions. To achieve these outcomes, several methods came to mind: theft, coercion, seduction, or negotiation. Regardless of the approach, Melcado, as the head of the intelligence department, was well-versed in all of them. She also understood that the hefty Deshawn was merely a bait, and she had no intention of deploying the entire biotechnology team just yet. There were organizations within Night City that specialized in handling such unsavory tasks, particularly the notorious Vortex Gang, which had a penchant for cybernetic modifications. With her directives issued, the intelligence department's operatives sprang into action. Melcado had no doubts that she would not falter against the Fate Sect. While the Vortex Gang sought to capture Deshawn, she too would not remain idle. She needed to monitor the movements and intentions of other companies in Night City, for time was of the essence. Of course, this operation by biotechnology did not create any significant ripples. For the intelligence department, it was merely another routine task, albeit with the unique target of the Fate Sect, a seemingly insignificant organization that had emerged from obscurity. As night fell, a gentle breeze swept through the air. At the Afterlife Bar, the most prestigious establishment in Night City, every mercenary considered it an honor to step inside. It served as a hub for substantial business dealings, attracting not only mercenaries but also influential intermediaries from various sectors of Night City. Among them, the formidable Deshawn was one of the prominent intermediaries frequenting the afterlife. Boasting the most lucrative jobs and bountiful rewards, it was the place to be. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the afterlife reached its zenith of activity, with mercenaries seeking jobs and employers issuing requests converging here, alongside the intermediaries who thrived in this environment. As usual, Deshawn entered the afterlife without any fanfare. The imposing security personnel paid him no mind. Their duty was to intercept unruly troublemakers. Unbeknownst to Deshawn, several members of the Vortex Gang lurked in the shadows outside the bar, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Although their base was in Watson District, their presence in any part of Night City was merely a matter of necessity. One of these gang members, adorned with 2 crimson cybernetic eyes and extensive cybernetic modifications, wore the most striking feature of having half his body replaced with mechanical enhancements. The glow of crimson lights, coupled with an array of unidentifiable black patches, adorned his head. This individual was Royce, a member of the Vortex Gang, currently on the phone with his boss, Brick. "Hey, I've spotted the hefty Deshawn entering the afterlife. Brick, you better act quickly. This is the afterlife we're talking about." "Understood, I'll keep an eye on him." 2 hours later, somewhat tipsy from the abundant libations, Deshawn emerged from the bar known as Life After. However, scarcely had he stepped through the entrance when his neural interface system suddenly malfunctioned, inundating his vision with error messages. In an instant, a powerful surge of electricity erupted within him. The current swept through Deshawn in an ephemeral moment, leaving him bewildered and unresponsive. As his neural system spiraled out of control, he found himself utterly immobilized, unable to call for help or react in any manner, as if a pause button had been pressed on his very existence. With a piercing whoosh that sliced through the night air, a swift needle darted through the darkness. Illuminated by the vibrant neon lights, and struck directly at Deshawn's protruding belly. This was the tranquilizer gun employed by the NCD task force for apprehending suspects. At that moment, Deshawn felt as though a weight of alloyed steel had been imposed upon his eyelids. Succumbing to unconsciousness, he collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, two members of the Vortex gang, Brick and Royce, appeared behind him. They swiftly seized the 200-kilogram Deshawn, lifting him effortlessly from the ground and tossing him into a heavily modified off-road vehicle adorned with the unmistakable graffiti emblem of the Vortex gang. Chapter 48. Surge. The Vortex gang abducted Deshawn in a matter of seconds, leaving behind a crowd of astonished thugs and mercenaries at the entrance of Life After. What had Deshawn done to provoke the direct involvement of Brick, the gang leader? Did he think himself so significant as to look down upon others? The Night City was no easy place to navigate. To capture a middleman at the entrance of Life After, the Vortex gang was truly unafraid of retaliation from Rock. Who could say? Perhaps Deshawn had indeed overstepped some unwritten boundary. Some onlookers were perplexed while others smugly remarked that he deserved it. Yet, regardless of their sentiments, they had no familial ties to consider intervening or alerting anyone. Once the Vortex gang departed, the crowd dispersed, with some heading home and others moving on to different locales. Entertainment must be sought, but life goes on. Nightfall enveloped the company plaza at Arasaka Tower, 62 floors high, within the Research and Development Department. In one of the office cubicles lay Tanaka's office, where he sat behind his desk, donning a Dreeware headset. Soon, the sound of a telephone alert echoed through his neural interface. He removed the headset and tossed it carelessly onto the desk, clasping his hands with an authoritative demeanor as he answered the call. "What is it? Are you unaware that I am busy?" The caller was a security personnel from his home, and Tanaka assumed that his son, Masanobu Tanaka, had stirred up some trouble. However, his expression quickly darkened as he erupted in anger. "My son Masanobu, shot in the head by an electromagnetic sniper? Are you all imbeciles? A useless bunch. I pay you handsomely, and you don't even know who the suspect is, merely speculating it to be a mercenary. Gather all information regarding Masanobu's recent activities. I want every detail on whom he has crossed." His classmates reported that he had clashed with David Martinez at school. Today, he had sought a middleman and a singer to eliminate the rival, and now he lay dead. David Martinez, his mother, Gloria, a municipal sanitation worker. "I see." After hanging up, Tanaka closed his eyes, plunging his office into silence. Initially, he believed Masanobu had merely provoked an undeserving adversary leading to his demise. After all, only mercenaries could commit such an act. If it were a high-ranking company official, it would not be executed in such a manner. The death of Masanobu was not of great concern to him, merely a son lost. However, given the current circumstances, he was acutely aware that David would not refrain from seeking retribution now that animosity had been established. Mercenaries, akin to hyenas lurking in the shadows, would seize any opportunity to pounce, refusing to relent until they had claimed a piece of flesh from their target. The pain of losing a son inherently breeds an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. The entire sequence of events was predictable. Tanaka deduced that David's mother, being a municipal worker, would inevitably know many mercenaries operating in the underbelly. Otherwise, a family of their stature could hardly afford the exorbitant tuition fees of Arasaka Academy, which amounted to 30,000 euros annually. While this incident appeared to stem from Masanobu's initial provocation towards Wako, what difference did it make? What a dreadful day. Tanaka's countenance darkened as he rose to depart. To the other employees, Tanaka was typically a stern and serious supervisor, rarely seen engaging in any form of leisure activity. Even in social gatherings, he seldom partook in alcohol, showing little interest in beautiful women. Many privately regarded him as a reclusive older man. Upon exiting, Tanaka had no intention of going elsewhere. For him, as long as the turmoil persisted, safety was merely an illusion, given the mercenary connections involved. The company had a dedicated department to handle such matters, specifically, the counterintelligence division. He could not rest easy until he had dealt with the Martinez family. Using his employee ID, he summoned the elevator to the 33rd floor. He sought out Jenkins, the head of the counterintelligence division, to address this issue. Professional matters require the expertise of professionals. Before long, Tanaka arrived at Jenkins' office and rang the doorbell. "Come in. Minister Tanaka, what brings you here?" Jenkins greeted him with a puzzled expression, as their departments seldom intersected. However, as colleagues of equal rank, a modicum of courtesy was expected. Jenkins, impeccably attired in a tailored suit, exuded an air of distinction that left a lasting impression. After exchanging pleasantries, Tanaka relayed the tragic news of his son's death at the hands of mercenaries, along with the incident involving David. Jenkins nodded gravely. I see. While you deem this a personal matter, it is prudent to consider that it may be a bait plan orchestrated by rival companies against our Arasaka RD division. For the time being, I advise you to remain at the company and refrain from venturing outside. As for David, I will arrange for personnel to conduct an investigation. Tanaka was taken aback. He had approached Jenkins under the impression that this was merely a personal dispute. Yet Jenkins was adamant that it was a scheme devised by hostile entities. Indeed, Night City was perilous. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Jenkins. Please keep me informed of any developments. Thank you. Tanaka, ever obedient to counsel, promptly returned to the Arasaka RD department, as he was responsible for the new project tailored specifically for Atom Smasher, the formidable cybernetic body known as the Colossus. Jenkins, without delay, swiftly disseminated the task information across the company's internal network for approval. Owing to his ministerial authority, the approving staff dared not prolong the process. Thus, the entire procedure was expedited with remarkable efficiency. In Chapter 49, Passion 1, at the H4 skyscraper, a beautiful woman arose early to prepare breakfast. Her fiery red hair elegantly swept up and secured with a hairband. Despite being over 30, her figure exuded the voluptuousness of a devoted wife. With two red vent-like marks at the corner of her right eye resembling beauty spots, she donned the distinctive yellow jacket of the emergency medical technicians of Night City. Time seemed to have left no blemish upon her. Rather, it had rendered her increasingly rich and full-bodied, akin to a fine-aged wine. David, wake up, she called, rousing the bleary-eyed David. Hurry and wash up for breakfast. Didn't we agree that I would take you to school today? It's a rare day off for me. Oh, I got it, Mom. Gloria drove a Thunderbolt Galena, one of the least performant vehicles in Night City. David's family circumstances were far from ideal. The wealth Gloria possessed to fund David's education at Arasaka Academy stemmed from her illicit dealings, dismantling combat cybernetics from marauders and selling them illegally. Of course, this was not deemed particularly severe within the municipal sanitation department. Even though Gloria profited from selling combat cybernetics, a significant portion of the earnings had to be surrendered. This was an auxiliary source of income tied to her profession, and while illegal, the consequences of any mishaps would rest solely on Gloria's shoulders, with no implication for her superiors. In this wretched world, even Gloria's position as a sanitation worker was one that the lower classes could scarcely attain. The corporation backing her was the Night Group, yet she remained merely a minor player. In Night City, virtuous individuals struggled to survive, especially at the societal bottom. Those fortunate enough to possess a fair amount of wealth often found themselves engaged in illegal endeavors. This was the reason why Tanaka Katsuneo referred to Gloria as a scavenger. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, David and Gloria set off in their vehicle, navigating the urban expressway toward Arasaka Academy, a journey spanning over 20 kilometers, not a trivial distance. Meanwhile, at the Puff Tavern, GC, having just seen off Su Qingxue, suddenly furrowed his brow. He had implanted a virus puppet into the city's expressway surveillance system, which would alert him to any anomalies. This time, the alert was triggered by the arrival of an Arasaka convoy, 3 armed escort vehicles, a small number indeed. However, such Arasaka task forces typically did not frequent the River Valley district. In an instant, GC thought of the recently departed Su Qingno. Could it be an assassination plot aimed at Su Qingno, the newly appointed president of Tea Company? Such blatant audacity, such arrogance. However, it is also plausible that this is part of GC's scheme, with Tianzhong plotting revenge against David. After all, last night, they had ruthlessly taken the life of Tianzhong's son, Tianzhong Shengnan. No matter how indifferent Tianzhong might seem, the enmity of a parent avenged by the loss of their child is a profound resentment. Without hesitation, GC turned to Bane beside him and said, "The people from Huangban have arrived in the River Valley district. I shall investigate the situation. I will connect you to the internal network channel. Prepare yourselves, for trouble is brewing." GC casually chose a spot to sit down. He utilized a data link to connect to the brain-computer interface, and in an instant, his consciousness transformed into a virtual entity, swiftly darting towards the convoy of Huangban. Before long, GC silently breached Huangban's operational squad, infiltrating the internal system without raising any alarm. Season 4 assessed the internal situation, revealing a total of 11 individuals, 1 hacker, 5 combat specialists, and 5 auxiliary agents from Arasaka. An attack on Su Qingxue seems unlikely. This small task force appears to be specifically targeting David. GC contemplated thoroughly. David's attendance at the Arasaka Academy was nothing more than a futile expenditure of time and energy. It was high time for David to extricate himself from that environment. And the current opportunity is merely fortuitous. As for Gloria's emotional state, well, GC can handle that. It is not a significant concern. Now that the impending threat from Arasaka has been unveiled, he will not return empty-handed. While others tremble before Arasaka and the lethal Atom Heavy Hammer, GC remains unflinching. As the fourth season unfolds, let us examine the objectives of their current mission and uncover the true nature of Arasaka's conspiracy. If it is not directed at David, then a blunder would be intolerable. The Arasaka Counterintelligence Department's mission HB 575322 entails the assassination of the RD Department's minister, Tanaka Katsuneo, by a hired assassin commissioned by Gloria. In light of the company's need for a fluid response to external affairs, it is now imperative to apprehend and detain both David Martinez and Gloria Martinez. Should they resist, the use of lethal force is authorized. Upon reviewing the action log, it is evident that this operation is indeed directed against the David family. Ultimately, it is his own actions that have rendered the Arasaka Corporation intolerant of their presence. Nevertheless, Arasaka is hardly a desirable refuge. One might as well embrace the teachings of the Cult of Destiny, wouldn't you agree? TSK. I seem to be increasingly resembling that captivating and charming villain. Among the 3 vehicles are 5 Arasaka combat specialists, each equipped with the latest models of combat cyberware, essentially transforming them into pure killing machines. However, Jisai soon raised an eyebrow. The internal systems of the Arasaka vehicles incessantly indicated the location of the target. Should he attempt to alter the data now, it would merely serve as a postscript for the others within the vehicle, exposing the fact that their internal network had been compromised by a hacker. Unless Jisai opted to take immediate action and incinerate their brains, the situation was precarious. Moreover, David and his companion were heading directly towards the 3 armed escort vehicles, displaying no sign of trepidation whatsoever. Observing this eerily familiar scene, even Jisai could not help but lament that one cannot escape the clutches of fate. In no more than 10 minutes, the 2 parties would inevitably converge. The seemingly idyllic family had suddenly found themselves targeted by Arasaka, losing their sanctuary in Night City. This was hardly auspicious news for Gloria. Yet the implications for David were less dire. Jisai's options for addressing the situation were limited: either facilitate David and his companion's feigned deaths to evade Arasaka's pursuit, or decisively dismantle the Arasaka task force, allowing the pair to vanish into obscurity while bearing the weight of a bounty in Night City. There was little for Jisai to deliberate. He was observing the opportune moment for intervention. Acting prematurely would deprive David and Gloria of the necessary sense of urgency. Bane, Brother G, we are already heading that way. David? What is going on? Why have I suddenly been pulled into this? Dorothy, hey, kid. You don't honestly believe that Arasaka would let you off so easily, do you? Chapter 50, Passion. 2 inside the Thundering Gale Galena vehicle. David's sudden change in expression naturally attracted Gloria's attention. He urgently exclaimed, Mom, there's danger ahead. Turn around quickly. We need to go back. Gloria remained unfazed. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she asked, Huh? David, what's wrong? Is this because others bully you at school, making you reluctant to go? David understood that this was not the time for trivial chatter. His lips moved rapidly, firing words with the precision of a machine gun. Don't ask, just trust me, Mom. We can't move forward. An older brother told me yesterday that I would receive a special gift today, and that gift is already here. Awaiting us ahead is the special task force from Arasaka. Their objective is to kill me. Mom. In just 3 seconds, Gloria absorbed every word he uttered. The revelation that her usually obedient son had somehow provoked the Arasaka Special Task Force was utterly bewildering. Moreover, how had he come by this intelligence? The implications were staggering, and her mind raced without a moment's pause. As a municipal sanitation worker tasked with collecting the deceased from the streets, Gloria was proficient in medical skills. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a medical professional. Among her most valuable cybernetic enhancements was the Kiroshi Optics MK3. At that moment, she instinctively activated her ocular implant, and to her astonishment, she detected an armed convoy marked with the Arasaka insignia approximately 2 kilometers ahead. She slammed on the brakes, sharply turned the steering wheel to the right, and pressed the accelerator with fervor. Regardless of whether David's claims were true, Gloria acted swiftly, completing the maneuver in under 2 seconds. Ignoring the fact that they were driving against traffic on the highway, she was focused on avoiding oncoming vehicles while preparing to inquire further about the situation when David opened his backpack. This backpack, which had been meticulously concealed, was the subject of previous inquiries from Gloria, to which David had only replied that it contained school projects. She had thought nothing of it at the time, merely lamenting her long hours at work that kept her from joining him in his crafting endeavors. In the next instant, when David produced a weapon, Gloria's expression froze in disbelief. What had begun as a school project had transformed into an electromagnetic sniper rifle. A sniper rifle? David moved without hesitation, leaping into the back seat and smashing the guns but against the edge of the rear windshield. With a shatter, the glass exploded into countless fragments. Raining down on the highway, David expertly disengaged the safety, aiming with fluid precision, all while replying nonchalantly, "Yes, the electromagnetic sniper rifle, newcomer. It's worth 800,000 euros on the black market." At this revelation, Gloria felt a surge of betrayal from her son. Her anger ignited. Yet she was no longer the impulsive girl she once was. "David Martinez, do you think I toil so hard for you to become a mercenary with your head stuck in your pants? I work tirelessly, pouring my efforts into ensuring you can attend Arasaka Academy. David, what have you done?" David did not turn back. He was fixated on finding the perfect shooting angle, gauging the wind speed and potential obstacles. The answer to his mother's soul-searching question had crystallized in his mind the moment he pulled the trigger last night. "Mom, someone tried to kill me yesterday, so I shot him." He was the son of the head of Arasaka's RD department, and now the special task force is coming for revenge. What? David felt no remorse for Tanaka Katsuneo's death. It was a response from the strong against the weak, a counterattack from David Martinez. If he did not strike back, it would be he and Gloria who would never open their eyes again. Regardless of the circumstances, there was no point in denying the reality now. Even if Arasaka's people arrived today, David Martinez felt no fear. He was not without the means to resist. Gloria trembled with rage. Yet she understood that this was not the moment for blame. Bang! David pulled the trigger. Through the rearview mirror, Gloria saw the cold determination etched on David's face as he fired without hesitation. In that instant, a wave of resignation washed over her. She thought to herself, "So it's Arasaka, let it be." As Gloria executed the turnaround, the Arasaka armed convoy had already sensed their target attempting to flee. 3 vehicles surged forward with unrelenting speed. The driver of the lead vehicle was struck by a bullet that shattered the bulletproof glass and pierced his forehead, causing the vehicle to veer left instinctively, offering no time for the other occupants to react. The 4 individuals inside plummeted from the elevated highway, falling 60 meters to the ground below. Boom! In an instant, the vehicle crashed, and none within survived. Simultaneously, the remaining 2 vehicles of the Arasaka Special Task Force erupted with panicked voices over their internal communication channels. The target possesses an electromagnetic sniper rifle. This is a mercenary with high combat capabilities. It's an encounter. Hacker. Breach the target's neural interface. Snipers are authorized to return fire. Roger. Our sniper is Achilles X, M0D2, do not worry. The target vehicle is no match for us. Unbeknownst to them, the entire communication had already been decrypted by Season 4. Every word falling clearly upon his ears. Season 4. Ah, not a bad response. But surely you have never experienced the thrill of a roller coaster's plummet from great heights. Have you? Would you care to? Give it a try? In the next moment, the female hacker from the Arasaka task force found her head engulfed in a billowing cloud of smoke. Chapter 51. Passion. 3 The other occupants in the vehicle stared in wide-eyed horror, yet no sound escaped their lips. At that very instant, the driver of the vehicle was struck with terror as he realized the steering wheel had gone haywire, hurtling them towards the edge of the elevated highway. This is bad. We are under a hacker attack. The outcome was staggering. Aside from the 5 combat specialists equipped with Weiqi who managed to escape to the surface, the rest perished in the blink of an eye. Through surveillance, Season 4 observed the 5 individuals rushing directly towards David's vehicle. Noticing the commotion, Gloria surprisingly halted her car. In her perception, the assault unit from such a height would surely meet their demise. However, Season 4 remained unfazed, for Bane and the others had already arrived near David. The internal communication system. In the 4th season, 5 combat experts from the enemy remain alive, equipped with military-grade Sion Wei Stan, no less than Type 2, featuring thermal penetration scanning systems. Fear not, their hacker has already been incapacitated by me. I will support you in the ensuing battle. Bane, along with Dorothy and 6 others, has arrived beside David in a dilapidated van. At this moment, vehicles on the elevated highway observe the conflict, deterred from approaching. However, the residents of Night City have long grown accustomed to such daily skirmishes. The rarity lies in the fact that this incident appears to be an attempt by Arasaka to capture individuals, which ultimately backfired. Some take photographs to commemorate, while others find amusement in the spectacle. After stepping out of the van, the tattooed Dorothy playfully cast a glance at David, eliciting a deep breath from Gloria, who stood nearby. David called out, "Brother Bane." Yet, as he stepped forward, Gloria firmly grasped his shoulder. Bane turned back, flashing a reassuring smile. "No worries. Only a few stragglers remain. We shall eliminate them shortly." Gloria remained silent. With fists clenched, Bane and his companions charged towards the 5 Arasaka combat experts. The experts, using enhanced tendons, propelled themselves off the ground while simultaneously activating their Sion Wei stand. Fearing for what was to come, Gloria shut her eyes, and David gently grasped her hand, whispering, "I will protect you, Mother." Just as the two sides approached one another, Season 4 made his move, unleashing the meticulously prepared computational power against the minds of the 5 members of the Arasaka group, forcefully bombarding the neural interface system. Countless error messages erupted in their vision, rendering them momentarily immobilized as they lost control over their bodies. Simultaneously, Bane and his compatriots launched their assault. Although these combat specialists were extensively augmented, they fundamentally differed from Adam the Hammer, a true machine of death. As a meticulously crafted killing machine, Adam the Hammer was infused with combat enhancements from head to toe. In contrast, these combat specialists could not bear such a substantial burden. Not only were their enhancements inferior, but their combat experience also paled in comparison to that of Adam the Hammer. Bane, at the forefront, swiftly deployed the shotgun mounted on his wrist, unleashing a quintet of rounds at close range into the head of one combat specialist. It was only after the 5th shot that the subdermal armor of the combatant shattered, revealing the intricate internal structure of his augmentations. Meanwhile, Dorothy forcefully shoved a fragmentation grenade into the mouth of an enemy, detonating it with ruthless efficiency. The scene was a gruesome display of carnage. Overwhelmingly one-sided, the 5 Arasaka combat specialists were utterly decimated before they could even demonstrate any combat capability. The entire engagement lasted no more than 3 minutes. Soon after, as Bane and his team returned, shouldering the lifeless forms of the 5 Arasaka operatives, Gloria was still struggling to regain her composure. David gently embraced Gloria, stating, "Mom, the trouble has been resolved. We can go back to school now." Bane and Dorothy, who had just tossed the bodies into the van, could no longer contain their excitement upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha, David. Impressive. You didn't forget about school. I have high hopes for you. Make sure to grab a drink when you get back from class." After securing their spoils, Bane and the others hastily boarded the vehicle, starting the engine and speeding back toward the Valley District. Once Bane and his crew had departed, Gloria finally spoke up. "David, what organization have you joined?" David lowered his head and replied, "But aren't we supposed to go to school?" Gloria could no longer restrain herself. She raised her hand and struck David's cheek, exclaiming in anger, "Arasaka. Today, it was Arasaka that fell. You killed the son of the head of the Arasaka RD department and wiped out an entire team of Arasaka agents. What do you plan to take to school now?" After her outburst, Gloria regained her composure and gently caressed David's reddened face. At that moment, David was indifferent to the pain. Witnessing his mother silently weep tugged at his heartstrings. "Mom, we need to leave. The NCD personnel will be here shortly." Season 4 had been vigilantly observing Gloria and David through the surveillance footage. Upon witnessing the current scene, he unhesitatingly transmitted the cognitive alteration magic puppet to Gloria. The thought of confronting an emotionally unstable Gloria was enough to induce a headache. Moreover, the mischief makers were Bane. It was of no concern to him. Season 4. 20 minutes later, news of the disastrous failure of the Arasaka task force in the valley swiftly reached numerous intermediaries. Arasaka Tower convened an emergency meeting in response to such audacious provocations. They would not tolerate it. However, mobilizing personnel and launching a retaliatory operation would not be an expeditious process, as it required approvals at various levels and adherence to procedural notifications. In the valley, amidst the turmoil, the old captain, Muammar Reyes, had eyes and ears throughout Santo Domingo. He promptly received reports from his subordinates, learning that the assailants were Bane from the Puffed Pastry Tavern. The annihilation of the Arasaka Special Operations Team was no trivial matter. The old captain chain-smoked, contemplating whether he should reach out to Bane with conciliatory overtures. Yet, considering Arasaka's global terror-inducing prowess, he ultimately refrained from making that call. This is a dangerous game. Muammar Reyes could not afford to provoke Arasaka Corporation. Meanwhile, David and Gloria, having returned from Bane's place, parked their vehicle and made their way towards the Puffed Pastry Tavern. As Season 4 meticulously organized the spoils of war from the Arasaka combat specialists in his studio, he emerged to find Gloria standing before him, her expression as cold as ice, her body slightly trembling, clearly still shaken from the earlier events. Observing this, Season 4 sighed softly and approached the pair, stating candidly, there is still room for redemption in this matter. At that moment, a chapter was still in the making, progressing slowly, and there was no need for the gentleman to wait. Chapter 52, Arasaka Tower. Both David and Gloria were momentarily taken aback. Gloria momentarily forgot her earlier fear as she studied the young man with dark hair before her. For some inexplicable reason, gazing at him filled her heart with boundless affection. David gently interjected, Brother Chi, this is my mother, Gloria Martinez. GC, adorned with a bright smile, greeted, Good day, madam. My name is GC, a prosthetic physician. You may address me as G. Gloria took deep breaths, attempting to quell the unease and discomfort rising from within her. After a brief pause of several seconds, she finally mustered the courage to inquire, Dr. G, do you think there is still a chance for redemption? Is it truly possible? Beside her, David rolled his eyes, fully aware that the situation had spiraled out of control. The only source of his discontent stemmed from the fact that his own actions had entangled the entire fate cult, burdening his mother, Gloria. In his understanding, when faced with such dire circumstances, the only path to survival was to live in obscurity. Brother G's words are merely an attempt to comfort my mother, David thought. Choosing not to shatter this well-intentioned falsehood, GC nodded slightly, reassuringly saying, Do not be afraid, David. Take your mother aside to rest for a while, rest assured. I have everything under control. I promise to help you extricate yourselves from this predicament, and I have my own methods. Go take a break while I prepare something. David furrowed his brow, wanting to speak but hesitating. Given the current circumstances, was there truly no need to flee? Watching GC's retreating figure, David fell into a deep contemplation. However, he soon noticed Bane and others approaching, teasing him incessantly. I isn't that, David. Indeed, didn't you go to school? Why are you back? Bane. Dorothy, would you all kindly be silent? Laughter erupted. So, we really don't need to run away? Do you not trust Brother G? Forget it. If death is our fate, then so be it. I am indifferent, as are you all. Upon returning to the studio, GC did not allow himself a moment's respite. In fact, he was acutely aware of the pressing time. He understood the nature of Arasaka. After this incident, in order to save face, they would undoubtedly deploy more people to reclaim their standing. Remaining silent in the face of adversity was not GC's style. He had already formulated plans for the forthcoming actions. Now that Su Qingxue had brought over Tao Kang's cybernetic body, it was time for Arasaka and the world to witness what true cybernetic madness truly entailed. As GC's movements remained uninterrupted, he opened the refrigerated cabinet brought by Su Qingxue and retrieved the Krennichkov and the Kyanisai and Wyzidin 3. He meticulously proceeded to install and connect them onto the metal skeleton he had crafted himself. After 2 hours, GC completed the final procedure. He affixed the head of the Bane facial model onto the structure. Taking a moment to survey his work, he realized that, in terms of physique and visage, this external avatar bore an uncanny resemblance to Bane himself. Perfect. Little Bane, it is time for you to become a true legend of Night City. After murmuring to himself, GC returned to the third basement and reclined comfortably, using his consciousness to transform into a virtual essence. He connected to the low-spec Cybertron body he had tailored for himself. When GC opened his eyes once more, the world had transformed. He now possessed the ability to activate the Wyzidin, and this corporeal form served as a significant signal source, his hacking abilities remaining entirely unaffected. GC activated the Sandevistan, executing every movement without the slightest delay. There wasn't even a hint of cyberware strain. Soon, when he reappeared at the Puff Pastry Tavern and stood before the crowd, Bane's jaw dropped in astonishment. Dorothy exclaimed in shock, Holy hell! Big bro Bane. You have a twin. David's eyes widened in disbelief as well, muttering, What's going on? Are you Bane's doppelganger? Season 4, adorned with Bane's signature grin, exclaimed, I'm the great Bane. Season. Oh my, is that you, brother Season? What on earth is happening? Why have you altered your visage to resemble Bane? Season 4 waved his hand, signaling them to remain calm, and spoke again. Bane, today marks the moment you become a legend of the Night City. Bane chuckled awkwardly and replied, Brother G, I'm a bit bewildered. However, just tell me what to do, and I will follow your lead. GC continued to smile broadly, stating, I shall activate the virtual projector. Shortly, I will transmit the real-time images of this body back to you. You may sit back, enjoy your popcorn, and sip a few chilled beers while awaiting my good news. With that, Bei and Ji departed from the Puff Tavern, driving the dilapidated van that had been taken out by Bei and his companions that day. He had no intention of bringing the van back after this operation. An hour later, GC arrived at the company plaza, driving alone. It was 11 in the morning, and the sun shone brightly in a cloudless sky, perfectly suited for a bout of madness. As he gazed upon the towering Aohang Tower, memories of its past events naturally surfaced in his mind. Years ago, the heir of Aohang Lai Xian, approached the Japanese government with a request to nationalize the assets of the Aohang Corporation. Before the nationalization could commence, the military technology sector acted swiftly, enlisting the help of Johnny Silverhand and Morgan Blackhand, who resorted to nuclear weapons to obliterate Aohang Tower. On August 20th, 2023, Aohang Tower was annihilated in a joint nuclear strike by the legendary figures of Night City, Johnny Silverhand and Morgan Blackhand, reducing it to ruins in an instant. Yet, despite the devastation wrought by corporate warfare and nuclear assault, Aohang remained steadfast at the pinnacle of the corporate world. Johnny Silverhand sought to rescue his trapped girlfriend, Alt, while Morgan Blackhand was engaged in military technology work at the time. A myriad of circumstances birthed various legends. Regardless of the outcome, these tales have endured, giving rise to a legacy of legend. Without hesitation or delay, GC steadily approached the entrance of the Arasaka Tower. As for how to assault the Arasaka Tower, it was not his first experience, at least in GC's view. Indeed, he was well acquainted and adept at the task at hand. As GC arrived at the entrance security checkpoint, the guards immediately brandished their firearms, signaling, "Sir, this is a private area. Please halt your movements. Should you proceed any further, I will be compelled to exercise my right to use lethal force." Simultaneously, the patrons within the Puff Pastry Tavern froze in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Goodness, could Jigu truly be contemplating a direct assault? Is this what Jigu referred to as a solution? Chapter 53, The Abandoned Tower. Bane quickly interjected. "I will check the studio to see if Jigu is there. I'll return shortly." With that, he hastened towards the destination, though GC had previously clarified that he was not in his original form. The alarming course of action he now pursued left Bane feeling uneasy about not confirming his whereabouts. After a frantic dash, Bane found GC lying on the bed and rushed back to the tavern, panting heavily yet exuberant, which also helped to calm the anxious crowd inside. "Jigu is sleeping. I did not disturb him." Bane opened a chilled bottle of beer on the table and downed it in a series of hearty gulps, exclaiming, "Refreshing." Meanwhile, as security personnel obstructed GC, in the fourth season, he did not exhibit any additional actions, which further exacerbated the security's hostile demeanor. "This is not a place for someone of your ilk. Be gone at once." GC refrained from taking direct action as a melodious system notification resonated within his mind. "Ding. You have triggered a special mission. Eliminate Deputy Minister Tanaka of the Arasaka RD Department, sent by the Cult of Destiny. Reward for mission completion, augmentation of geometric thinking in the brain domain." In the next moment, a stream of blue light data flickered in GC's eyes, empowered by his hacking abilities. 20 meters away, a security personnel who had just been brandishing a firearm at GC and hurling insults suddenly found his eyes shimmering with multiple overlays of ocular enhancements. This was GC's newly unlocked A-class puppet ability, cyberpsychosis. In an instant, the security officer's gun misfired, and he inadvertently discharged his weapon at a nearby colleague, creating a gruesome hole in the unsuspecting man's head with a single shot. It's cyberpsychosis. Amao has suddenly turned into a cyber-psychopath. Such a minor commotion, however, did not align with GC's expectations. The blue light data in his eyes flickered once more. This time, he transformed the two bipedal mech pilots within the Arasaka Tower into cyber-psychopaths, unleashing indiscriminate attacks. Damn it, is this the handiwork of the rogue, eh? Requesting support. Requesting support. A large-scale casualty event is unfolding in the Arasaka Tower. Numerous agents swiftly arrived, accompanied by well-equipped soldiers donned in heavy armor to assess the situation. Yet, at that moment, none of these individuals realized that GC was the orchestrator behind the chaos. As GC observed the scene before him, he examined the operation of the black sunglasses dream recording device and murmured softly to himself, "All filth shall be reborn in the annihilation of destiny. I, Bane Gusta, shall ensure that the Hasaka Corporation receives the punishment it rightfully deserves." Acknowledging that his tone indeed resembled that of a terrorist, he found no other unforeseen circumstances had arisen. With an air of confidence, Season 4 strode towards the main entrance of the Arasaka Tower. Inside, chaos reigned supreme. 12 heavy weapon turrets, suspended from the walls and ceiling, relentlessly fired upon the two bipedal robot pilots, now transformed into cybernetic lunatics. In less than a mere 10 seconds, the two ACA bipedal robots met their explosive demise amidst a cacophony of bullets and artillery, just as the crowd began to exhale in relief. Believing the turmoil was nearing its conclusion, in the depths of Season 4's gaze, a flicker of blue data streams emerged once more. As the heavy artillery turrets swiftly redirected their barrels, aiming at the recently arrived agents and security personnel, a relentless barrage transformed into serpentine flames, tearing through the bodies of over 20 individuals in the blink of an eye. These souls, bewildered by the sudden onslaught, were instantaneously cast into the void. Within the brightly lit conference room on the 75th floor of the Arasaka Tower, a multitude of impeccably dressed Arasaka elites gathered around the table. They deliberated on the company's recent circumstances and strategized the forthcoming developmental trajectory. Topics of discussion encompassed the Fate Serum and the Fate Cult, the direction of the research department's projects, the insights of the executive CEO Ling Xiaoan, and the latest advancements in military technology, all presented through the holographic projector before the elite echelon of Arasaka. The expressions adorning their faces were strikingly uniform, cold, and exceptionally grave. Preliminary estimates suggested that should Arasaka acquire the Fate Serum, its immediate economic value could surpass 10 billion euros. If the serum were to be mass-produced, that figure could potentially multiply tenfold. An employee, scrutinizing his tablet, spoke up. Everyone knows the Fate Serum is invaluable. Yet the pressing question remains, who is best suited to engage with the Fate Cult? Should we seize it through forceful means, or collaborate for mutual development? Currently, the status of the Fate Cult remains shrouded in mystery, and the counterintelligence department appears utterly inept. What a bunch of incompetence. Another employee, shaking his leg in agitation, hurled disdainful remarks towards the counterintelligence division. The counterintelligence department had proven futile. After such a prolonged duration, they had not unearthed a single piece of information. However, the Special Operations Officer, Susan Abernathy, had made progress, uncovering that biotechnological operations had kidnapped Deshawn, the sole individual privy to the Fate Cult's secrets. The Fate Cult's depth of concealment could not entirely discount the possibility of other companies employing mercenaries for experimentation. Moreover, a new executive CEO had parachuted into Night City from Kanto, seemingly intent on carving out a share of the proverbial pie. As for CEO Ling Xiaoan, if anyone possessed intelligence regarding her, it ought to be shared. Arasaka must decide whether to resist or court her, and a consensus on this matter was essential. Amidst the incessant chatter of the Arasaka executives in the conference room, the holographic display suddenly shifted, revealing a grim reality. The Arasaka Tower was under direct assault. The first floor lay strewn with shattered remnants, blood flowing freely. Instantly, the gathered individuals fell silent, their expressions now grave as they fixated on the unfolding scene before them. In a mere 10 minutes, the heavy artillery stationed within the main entrance of the Arasaka Tower was exhaustively discharged, depleting thousands of rounds of ammunition. The consequence of this relentless barrage was the complete annihilation of reinforcements, who were mercilessly slain on the spot. These security personnel and agents, meticulously nurtured by the Arasaka Corporation from a young age, were unwaveringly devoted, serving as die-hard loyalists to the company. GC showed no signs of mercy as he took action. At present, he stood alone on the first floor, surrounded by the corpses of over 200 fallen warriors from the Hayosaka clan. Simultaneously, GC rummaged through the mound of bodies in search of the access key to the elevator. In an instant, the high-ranking officials of Hayosaka, witnessing this scene, felt a tightening in their hearts. They could not allow this monstrosity to enter the elevator. Chapter 54, Hayosaka Tower, 3. Hurry, where are our reinforcements? We must arrange for backup immediately. Indeed, such a creature should be dealt with by Adam the Hammer. Where is he? Call for him to return and provide support at once. Through the feedback from the data stream scan, GC swiftly located the access key on a heavily armored soldier. He was acutely aware that the dream recording device was currently activated, and thus, he deliberately spoke aloud in an exaggerated tone, saying, Aozaka Corporation today has ultimately brought forth their fate. Just as GC awaited the elevator, 12 Aozaka warriors charged down from the staircases on either side. In an instant, GC summoned the grinning visage of Bane, his fist clenched, and two sharp, searing energy mantis blades materialized. As these agents charged forth, GC discerned that many of them wielded katana, recognizing them as members of the Arasaka Special Operations Ninja Unit. When an individual's speed surpasses that of a bullet, then cold weaponry can unleash its true potential. GC employed an electromagnetic short circuit to immobilize the foremost ninja, while simultaneously, everyone present activated their Sandevistan. With a swift motion, GC severed the neck of the ninja with his right arm, wielding a Manus blade. Almost instantaneously, several armed ninjas in black executed their slashing, horizontal, and piercing maneuvers. Yet, GC remained unfazed. Streams of data illuminated his gaze as he extended his hands, revealing the specially modified gun barrels. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 black-clad ninjas could only observe a multitude of error messages within their cybernetic systems before the explosive rounds shattered their cranial structures. In less than a second, half of the aggressive ninja squad that had charged forward lay dead. Remarkably, the demise of their comrades did not instill fear in the remaining ninjas. One of them leapt behind GC, intending to launch a surprise attack, only to be detected by GC through the comprehensive surveillance system. Meanwhile, GC's peripheral vision caught sight of the approaching elevator. He did not wish to squander any more time with these individuals. He activated the thought acceleration chip in conjunction with the Stanislav device, pushing them both to their limits. As for the potential severe side effects on his physical form, it mattered little. After all, this was merely an expendable external manifestation, one that could be discarded at will. And he would feel no remorse even if it were to be obliterated. The 4th season is utterly indifferent. If the time dilation effect of the Jinteng and Weiqi Type 3 is rated at 50, then upon reaching overload, the 4th season instantly ascends to a staggering level of 2 to 5. This surpasses even the Type 5 and Weiqi. In the blink of an eye, these cloaked ninjas were utterly unprepared for the unfolding events. 6 heads lay severed, blood gushing forth, suspended in the air like a macabre spectacle. After completing his grim harvest, the 4th season did not glance back. He arrived at the elevator doors, stepping inside the moment they opened, pressing the button for the 62nd floor. Within the conference room, the senior executives of Arasaka were paralyzed in their plush leather chairs, their eyes wide with unabashed terror. This monster, who exactly is he? Ding. GC cast a fleeting glance at the floor. In a mere minute, he had ascended to the 62nd level of Wangzaka. Due to the necessity of recording the super dream, GC refrained from recklessly employing his hacker abilities. The entire research and development department occupied a space of limited dimensions. Yet as GC emerged brandishing 2 Manus blades, he appeared like a demon summoned from the abyss, instilling a profound sense of soul-stirring dread among the employees of Wangzaka. GC will not forget that at the base of the Arasaka Tower lies a sanctuary for digital phantoms, which may also be referred to as City A. The world of 2077 is inherently brutal, and there exists a significant distinction between the digital phantoms that roam City A and those transformed through the lethal touch of soul hunters. GCC is not an A-class hunter. Currently, he harbors profound vigilance and apprehension towards this alluring realm of the Ultra. No one truly comprehends the extent of the formidable entities that dwell within. Presently, Debayan's physical form is impervious to destruction on a physical level. However, assaults on the soul from the realm of consciousness are undeniably lethal. As GC stepped into the front of the desolate slope tower, his facial expression remained unchanged, consistently adorned with a smile. GC remained utterly oblivious to the fact that everyone in the Arasaka company had equated him with the butcher. The employees of Arasaka resembled desperate livestock awaiting slaughter. Run. The devil. Why has the devil come to the research department? Please don't kill me. Since his arrival on the 62nd floor, every Arasaka employee GC encountered had met a gruesome fate, their bodies eviscerated by the blade of a Manus. One employee, covering his mouth, cautiously attempted to sneak past the adjacent workstation in a bid to escape through the door. With a swift motion, GC produced a fragmentation grenade from his right hand, casting it nonchalantly so that it struck the man's back with precision. Boom. 3 minutes later, GC quickly located his target, Minister Tanaka. What is it that you desire? Money? Fame? Or perhaps beautiful women? Speak up. Whatever you wish for. Even if it is the shares of Arasaka Corporation, I can provide it. Minister Tanaka cowered in a corner, his trembling voice betraying his unrestrained fear. GC nodded slightly, gazing at the grotesque middle-aged man before him, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. If the higher-ups at Arasaka were aware that his presence at the Arasaka Tower was prompted by this corpulent figure, it was likely that the others would harbor a desire to flay him alive. GC had never been averse to exchanging a few sharp words. However, revealing too much could be detrimental to his composure. It was evidently inappropriate to bring up David and Gloria in this context. Thus, he approached the man. His cold mechanical eye fixed steadily upon him. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue emerged from the Puff Tavern, her mind set on driving straight to the Cantao Company building without delay. Unbeknownst to her, the recent incident involving the Arasaka Special Operations in the River Valley had unfolded without her knowledge. The Cantao Company building, nestled within the company plaza, stood relatively modest among its neighbors. Yet, this did not imply that Cantao's strength was insignificant. Su Qingxue proceeded through the entrance security check without hesitation. Gaining access to the Cantao building required navigating multiple screenings, a precautionary measure to deter any ill-intentioned individuals from bringing dangerous contraband into the company. Inside the lobby stood a squad of 12 armed Cantao soldiers, clad in black bulletproof vests adorned with orange accents, each prominently displaying the striking Cantao logo on both the front and back of their uniforms. Although Arasaka was the first corporation to possess a military force, the Cantao soldiers exuded a demeanor more akin to that of a regular army. One could not deny that while Cantao's uniforms might not be the most durable among all companies, they were undoubtedly the most aesthetically pleasing, imposing, competent, and elegantly grand. Nevertheless, these uniforms, no matter how visually appealing, were not merely for admiration. To onlookers, they symbolized efficiency and peril. The fully armed Cantao soldiers stood guard at the automated access points. Each individual entering or exiting the Cantao building was required to undergo a chip identification process, with terminals interfacing with Cantao's internal database to verify entry permissions. In a hurry, Su Qingxue swiftly passed through the exclusive high-level access. Arriving at her personal office as the company president, she activated her computer and began typing vigorously regarding personnel changes. Appointment of the new director for the RD department of Qinchi subsidiary, GC. Su Qingxue considered GC's identity as a mercenary and continued typing. Head of the Special Operations Department of Qinchi subsidiary, GC. Annual salary, 30 million euros. While 30 million euros was no trifling sum for a position of this caliber, even at Arasaka, the minimum salary for a department head was at least 15 million euros. Su Qingxue was exceedingly generous towards GC, exercising her maximum authority without hesitation. Employee verification, individual employment contracts, monetary chips, all were processed through Su Qingxue's special approval protocol, completed in under 5 minutes. When she received all the relevant documents, only half an hour had passed. After all, Su Qingxue still needed to return to the River Valley to deliver these items to GC. The round trip from the company plaza to the Puff Tavern in the River Valley consumed the better part of the day. However, it must be noted that Su Qingxue had skillfully avoided the tragic events unfolding at Arasaka on 2 occasions. Upon parking her vehicle and stepping into the Puff Tavern, she was immediately surrounded by Bane, Dorothy, and others. What's the meaning of this? Why are you all surrounding me? Where's GC? I came to deliver something to him. Su miss, perhaps you should return later this afternoon. It's a bit inconvenient for us right now. And Ji Gu is also unavailable. Bane's expression displayed a hint of embarrassment. He was well aware that she was a friend of GC. Yet, GC was currently preoccupied within Arasaka Tower, and it was imperative that external matters remained undisclosed. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue merely raised an eyebrow, and an image of GC in an intimate rendezvous with another woman surfaced in her mind, likely taking place within the Puff Tavern. With this thought, Su Qingxue inhaled deeply. She refrained from causing a scene and instead quietly dialed GC's number to inquire if he still required the identification documents. Simultaneously, GC, poised with a manus blade ready to strike Minister Tanaka, found his movements momentarily halted. Was someone calling him at this moment? It was Su Qingxue. Without much contemplation, GC swiftly sliced through the air with his left hand, plunging into Minister Tian's shoulder, where the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat emanated from the area where the blade of the scorching manus knife had penetrated. GC disregarded the wails emanating from Tian, and the reason for merely piercing his shoulder was to prevent his escape, thus avoiding the ensuing trouble of searching for him later. GC, Qingxue, what did you call me for? Su Qingxue, I am currently outside the Puff Tavern. Bane mentioned that you are occupied and it's not convenient for us to meet. You said this morning that you needed my assistance in obtaining the employee verification for the RD department, right? I have brought it with me. Upon hearing this, GC immediately grasped the underlying reason. However, since Su Qingxue is one of their own, there was no harm in her seeing it. GC, well, I'll send a message to Bane. You can go in with him. Wait for me for a moment. I'll bring you a small gift later. Sensing that GC's tone held no disdain, Su Qingxue felt her heart soften inexplicably. The mention of a small gift indicated that GC still held a place for her in his heart. After pondering for a moment, she replied, Su Qingxue, but wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate to go in right now? I could also come over a little later. Season 4. It mattered not. Soon after, Bane, having received a response from Season 4, ceased to intercept Su Qingxue and silently ushered her to the second floor to witness the live broadcast. Upon arriving, Su Qingxue was somewhat taken aback by the absence of Season 4. However, when she noticed everyone intently watching the holographic projector, she paused, perplexed, and inquired, Where's Dr. G? Dorothy pouted and gestured towards the screen, saying, Look, there he is. Brother G is currently embroiled in a bloodbath at the Arasaka Tower. Blood bath at Arasaka Tower? Su Qingxue felt her mind falter, her thoughts still buzzing. Dorothy nodded, returning to her original seat, and continued, Yes. Would you like some popcorn and a chilled beer to accompany this? With a swift motion, Season 4, having concluded his call, brandished his Manus blade with fervor. Resuming his previously interrupted action, he decapitated Minister Tanaka with a single stroke. A notification chimed. You have completed a special mission. Redemption from the Cult of Fate. Eliminate Minister Tanaka of the Arasaka Research Department. You have acquired the innate ability of geometric thinking and brain domain development. In an instant, a once-living man was rendered headless. Due to the intense heat, the wound exhibited a charred appearance. Nearly 3 seconds elapsed before blood began to spurt forth from the smooth neck. GC felt a seismic shift occurring within his mind. The once stagnant cerebral domain suddenly rippled with waves of expansion, reminiscent of a swelling tide. He felt akin to a balloon, on the verge of bursting. Yet, this sensation was fleeting. As tranquility resumed, GC realized he had never felt so invigorated. He could distinctly perceive his consciousness fragmenting into numerous smaller entities, enabling him to multitask effortlessly, as if everything unfolded naturally. Although he had yet to consult the system prompts, he sensed an enhancement in his perceptual acuity, rendering even the virtual realm more vibrant in his eyes. Having dispatched Minister Tianzhong, GC stood silently for 30 seconds, transmitting his soul consciousness back to his original form to experiment with his newly acquired abilities. The consciousness residing within the Dabayan body had diminished to an inconsequential fraction. Meanwhile, the remaining employees of H-Saka were engulfed in utter panic, their internal defenses utterly shattered. Chapter 56. H-Saka Tower. 5. The employees of H-Saka's R&D department had harbored hopes that Vice Minister Tianzhong might negotiate with GC and spare them. However, they were unprepared for the ruthlessness with which GC wielded his Manus blade. With death inevitable, the employees of H-Saka frantically rushed for the exits. Yet, GC did not pursue them. Now that he had arrived at H-Saka's R&D department, it would be a travesty not to retrieve the research materials. Thus, he paid no heed to the ordinary employees scattering in panic. In stark contrast to the frenzied H-Saka staff, GC strode with an air of indifference, humming an elegant melody. His demeanor was a world apart from the previous carnage he had unleashed. GC's intentions were now sharply defined as he approached the terminal in the research room. He extracted a pre-prepared data connection cable from the base of his spine and inserted it into the terminal interface. The so-called password authentication process was effortlessly breached in the blink of an eye. In the radiant and carefree atmosphere of the season, GC was enthusiastically downloading all data from the abandoned board research department. Su Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed GC's reckless behavior, utterly incapacitated by confusion. Stammering, What is he doing? Beside her, Dorothy sipped her chilled beer, casually munching on popcorn, and remarked indistinctly, Brother G. This is the abandoned board research department. Isn't this the sort of data theft we mercenaries usually undertake? Bane chimed in, taking a hearty swig of his drink. If Brother G manages to package all the data from the abandoned board research room and we sell it to others, wouldn't that make us rich? Dorothy dismissed the idea, saying, Who would dare to meddle with the curse of the abandoned board? Military technology, you know? At this moment, Su Qingxue finally grasped the situation and muttered, aside from military technology, actually, Kong Tao could also partake. Meanwhile, David and Gloria had long lost their ability to speak since the bloodbath at the abandoned board tower. For this was the realization of their shared dream, to join the company and become employees. However, the employees of the abandoned board were as fragile as paper before GC, easily reduced to mere shadows, dissipating into the ether with a mere wave of his hand. Progress at the abandoned board tower. 100. In the guise of Big Bang, GC wore a charming yet mischievous smile typical of a captivating villain. The task of packaging the data from the Wasteland Research Department proved to be far less arduous than anticipated, as no one came forth to impede him. From the moment he initiated the packaging process to the complete transfer back to GC's core entity, a mere 3 minutes elapsed. This was hardly surprising. For as a specter of Night City, GC's hacking prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of other cyberpunk mercenary hackers by a considerable margin. Now, it was time to resume the hunt that had been interrupted earlier. In this bloody assault on the Wasteland Tower, GC harbored no fear of being crushed to death by Adam's heavy hammer. He was entirely untroubled by the prospect of physical annihilation. His only concern lay in the potential intervention of the network overseers or the ever-present authorities of Night City. After all, such a significant occurrence at the Wasteland Tower could not possibly escape scrutiny. Should either of these forces take action, it was highly likely that GC would find himself in a precarious predicament. While he had indeed transformed his virtual consciousness into A, he still felt rather inexperienced compared to those formidable A-listers. Thus, in a bid to avoid detection, GC opted to refrain from employing hacking techniques whenever possible. Except for those utilized on the first floor, he resolved to minimize the use of hacking methods moving forward. Season 4 has long prepared for a genuine showdown with Adam Iron Fist in a one-on-one duel. In this contest, the outcome, whether life or death, victory or defeat, holds no significance. Beginning on the 62nd floor, GC eschewed the elevator, opting instead to ascend the stairs in pursuit of the scattered employees of the abandoned project. Before long, those who had hidden themselves were inevitably discovered. The first victim met his end as GC plunged a mantis knife into his back, piercing through to his chest, and with a swift motion, extinguished a life. The second fell to GC's blade as he slashed his throat. The third was silenced as GC forced the mantis knife into his mouth. In the eyes of the abandoned project employees, GC appeared as a malevolent specter from the depths of hell. Despite having already pilfered the research materials from the abandoned development department, this individual astonishingly lingered. What instilled even greater dread in the remaining employees was GC's chilling demeanor as he continued his deadly work while donning a pair of headphones he had found at a workstation. Engaging the brain-machine interface with the temperature radio, he unleashed a torrent of music, transforming into a god of death accompanied by a fitting soundtrack. Those employees who found themselves in close proximity to GC could faintly hear the pulsating rhythms of DJ rock emanating from the headphones. 15 minutes later, GC arrived at the 75th floor, which housed the conference room where the senior employees of the abandoned project had convened. GC gazed at the empty conference room, pursing his lips in preparation to ascend further. At the Puff Pastry Tavern, Su Qingshue's expression transformed into one of deep concern as she spoke. Gee, why has T left yet? What is he planning? Why does he continue to climb higher? David, seemingly regaining his composure, contemplated for a moment before glancing at Gloria beside him, and replied, Perhaps Brother G intends to conquer the ruined tower like Brother Bang. To become the mightiest man in the City of Night? Your reasoning is quite compelling. I find myself utterly unable to refute it. Bane's countenance was suffused with embarrassment. GC was evidently biding his time for Adam the Hammer, a conclusion that dawned upon the onlookers with little effort. At this moment, Bane turned to Su Qingsue and explained, Miss Su, fret not. This figure is merely a remote-controlled automaton crafted by Brother G. He himself is still reclining in the back, sound asleep. Su Qingsue immediately turned her gaze towards Bane, momentarily rendered speechless. On the 82nd floor of the Arakaban Tower, a middle-aged woman, breathless and unable to continue, caught sight of a trembling employee hiding nearby. Her eyes lit up as she barked, I am Su Nagulora, the executive director of the marketing department. You too, come here and carry me. Hurry, we must ascend. She continued, Are you deaf? I command you to come and carry me, can't you hear? The devil is about to arrive, so move swiftly. The devil. Is that referring to me? Chapter 57. Arakaban Tower. 6 Su Nagulora's urgency stemmed from the insufficient capacity of the Arakaban Tower's elevators. Those of lesser status could not fit in, especially since 2 elevators were out of order for reasons unknown. In this dire moment, others unhesitatingly continued their ascent, believing that once Adam the Hammer arrived, the usual spectacle of monsters clashing would unfold. At that point, they felt they would be truly safe. However, just then, the calm voice of Chi-Si resonated behind Su Nagulora, sending her heart into a tumultuous frenzy. Before she could utter a word, the 2 Arakaban employees beside her had eagerly knelt, their foreheads pressed firmly to the ground. too terrified to lift their heads. Please spare me. I was deceived into signing a contract and brought to work at Arakaban. In the season of strife, Chi-Si harbored no desire to listen to their tales. With unwavering resolve, he extended his arms like the blades of a mantis, and blood flowed freely, claiming 2 lives in that moment. At this moment, GC's head-shaking movements evoked in Su Nagwa La a sensation akin to that of a cybernetic madness. Yet, GC did not immediately terminate her existence. Instead, he seized her collar, lifting Su Nagwa La off the ground. With her feet no longer touching the earth, she dared not resist, and she opened her mouth in a desperate attempt to seek a glimmer of hope for escape. I can serve you, pledge my loyalty to you. I shall offer you all my secrets, thus granting you dominion over my life and death. Wouldn't you want to experience having the upper echelons of Huangban Corporation as your loyal subordinates? GC thus carried Sunagura to the edge of the tempered glass wall. In the next moment, bang! As GC shattered the panoramic window with his other hand, he seized Sunagura's arm and extended it out of the opening. Sunagura's complexion turned ashen. Should GC loosen his grip, she would plummet from a height of 500 meters into the abyss below, meeting a certain demise with no hope of recovery. As GC swayed to the rhythm of the music, he casually remarked, "Where is Saburo Arasaka? I shall take his life." Huh? You do not know? No, my lord, I am aware, however. Saburo is not found in the City of Night, here in Tokyo, Japan. Sunagura spoke rapidly, her fear preventing her from making any sudden moves. The cold wind howled in her ears, and she felt that the creature grasping her was nothing but a deranged being, still trapped in the realm of slumber. Oh, then you are of no use. GC did not simply release her grip. Rather, she pulled back slightly before forcefully hurling it outward. The piercing scream of the Arahara female executive shattered the night, becoming a rare spectacle in Night City. With the precision of a razor-sharp mantis, GC, akin to a merciless executioner, wrought havoc within the Arahara Tower, instilling fear and trepidation in all who dwelled there. The assembled agents, comprising heavily armed elite soldiers, confronted GC, yet their encounter resulted only in a scene of carnage, with bodies strewn about and debris littering the ground, the devastation reminiscent of hell itself. Whether in hacking prowess or close-quarters combat, GC found no worthy adversary within the Arahara Tower. She was an unstoppable force. Moreover, her assault was so abrupt and her entrance so unexpected that the combat units within the tower could hardly muster an effective defense. In a mere half-hour, the souls claimed by GC's onslaught numbered nearly 1,000. The recent escapees from the research department claimed that the enemy was but a single individual, a statement that left the command center questioning their very existence. Thus, GC, with an unstoppable momentum, effortlessly cut through more than 10 floors in the blink of an eye, arriving at the 99th floor, where only 40 more floors separated her from Arahara Raken's office. The slaughter of Season 4 finally encounters a slight impediment here. There are only 3 individuals, none of whom Season 4 recognizes. They appear no different from ordinary corporate employees. Their hair styled with gel and adorned in exquisitely tailored, elegant black suits. However, they possess a formidable CE defense that instills a sense of tangible thickness upon mere sight. Even if Season 4 were to attempt to infiltrate and breach their CE, an initial estimate would exceed 3 minutes. Nonetheless, at present, Season 4 harbors no intention of eliminating them through virtual means. Without exception, all 3 individuals wield glimmering alloy blades, their operating systems installed with the Dinar's Weiqi Type 3. This signifies that these 3 possess the fastest human capabilities available globally. After all, the Weiqi Type 2 is already a military-grade product, while the Type 3 stands as the pinnacle of what is currently available on the market. As GC discovered them, they too became aware of GC's presence. In an instant, motionless they remained, but when they moved, it was astonishing. At the very moment the alloy blades were wielded, the 3 individuals almost simultaneously appeared around GC, forming a triangular formation, creating a cage of blade shadows. Yet, the reality was that GC's speed surpassed theirs. In the 4th season, one can recklessly utilize the Weiqi, even exceeding its limits, as one's entire being is merely a collection of interchangeable components. However, the trio cannot afford such liberties. The employment of the Dinar's Weiqi Type 3 comes with its burdens, and they do not possess the same carefree disposition for modification as Adam the Hammer. Despite their formidable offensive capabilities and extraordinary speeds, their defensive prowess is alarmingly deficient. Their combat style is strikingly straightforward. Either the enemy perishes, or they themselves do. in a flash comparable to a flickering light. GC swiftly extricated himself from the triangular prison. His speed was such that even within the trivision of the Dynaraz Anweistern Mark III, a phantasmagoria of images ensued. Remarkably, with each movement, the Mantis blade upon his left arm remained steadfast, effortlessly slicing through the throats of all adversaries. As the 16 seconds of temporal deceleration concluded, GC had surpassed the trio, advancing towards the metallic gates of the 99th level. The once buoyant spirits of the trio were abruptly extinguished, their heads severed and bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Approaching the metallic gates, GC recalled the scene of Johnny Silverhand being propelled by a missile, followed by Atom Smasher's grand entrance. Such is the capriciousness of fate. GC paused, his eyes shimmering with a cerulean light as he peered through the surveillance camera. Unsurprisingly, Atom the Heavy Hammer was indeed waiting at the door. He stood quietly, ready to unleash a barrage the moment GC dared to open the door. This predicament plunged GC into contemplation. While he yearned to confront the Heavy Hammer, he was reluctant to encounter a missile onslaught right upon their first meeting. Time slipped away in this tense atmosphere, second by second. However, to reach the 100th floor, it appeared that this grand entrance was his only option. Yet, after a swift glance around, GC turned away, for he had devised a plan. Within the Iraqi Tower, each floor was essentially composed of 2 levels, with the elevator situated on the 2nd floor and the metallic door on the 1st. Chapter 58, Iraqi Tower, 7. Aside from utilizing a broken window to ascend to the 100th floor with a mantis blade, the recently deceased trio also possessed identification cards. He had gathered all 4 seasons in his grasp. In addition, he picked up 3 alloy blades, 1 in each hand and 1 held delicately in his mouth. The 5 blades technique, a phrase that resounds with grandeur. Furthermore, let us not mention the rather ungraceful posture of climbing through windows. How embarrassing it would be should a gust of wind send him tumbling down. Instead, he opted for the elevator, secure, safe, and swift. Ding! The elevator doors opened as it arrived at the 100th floor from the 99th. As GC emerged from the elevator, his gaze immediately fell upon Atom the Hammer, who was still stationed not far from the metallic gate, awaiting further developments. At that moment, Atom was crouched, maintaining the missile activation device, meticulously aiming at the metal door. While the scene may not have been aesthetically pleasing, there was no doubt that should GC dare to open the door, the ensuing impact would be nothing short of spectacular. GC observed for 2 seconds without making a move, for he noticed that Atom's heavy hammer had already turned. Directing its gaze toward him, GC held a blade between his teeth, yet due to the synthetic vocal apparatus, his voice remained distinctly audible. "Hey, Mud Monkey." "Atom. Heavy Hammer." Heavy Hammer regarded GC's unique entrance with a curious gaze, unable to suppress his scrutiny. The harsh and distinctly synthetic tone was truly quite unpleasant. While a monumental battle was undoubtedly imminent, and it could only conclude with the survival of a single individual, GC was remarkably exceptional. In Heavy Hammer's understanding, battles among the powerful were never concluded through sheer one-sided domination. Regardless of whether the opponents were evenly matched, they would invariably exchange several rounds. Moreover, prior to engaging, they would observe each other's vulnerabilities, including employing taunts to unsettle their adversaries. These were all crucial factors influencing the outcome of the conflict. Heavy Hammer found himself momentarily distracted by this 5-blade wielding man, completely forgetting about the missile launch. Season 4 did not linger any longer and spoke up. A rich synthetic voice resonating. "Look who has arrived. Atom the Hammer, the legendary figure of Night City. I shall slay you, and then everyone will remember my name." Bane Gusta. The Hammer understood that this deranged individual, Bane, merely sought to provoke him. A person in a state of rage is most susceptible to losing their composure and revealing their vulnerabilities. However, the Hammer had faced far greater storms in his time. GC's mockery did not shake Heavy Hammer's resolve. Instead, it fueled his anticipation for the impending battle. "Bane Gusta, your synthetic vocal modulator is trash. And frankly, you seem mentally unhinged, hardly what I'd call a sane individual." Heavy Hammer's voice resonated, thick with artificial modulation. Yet to him, even this distorted tone was preferable to Bane's grating voice from above. At that moment, Heavy Hammer activated his cybernetic eye, scanning GC meticulously, from the tips of his toes to the ends of his fingers, deliberately bypassing his head as he sought out vulnerabilities. Simultaneously, GC studied Heavy Hammer in return, the legendary figure whose name echoed through every corner of Night City, an apex existence known to all. GC had long desired to challenge him and witness his exceptional prowess. However, GC remained unfazed, continuing to speak with eloquence. I have heard that your meat content is as high as 6. Why not transform yourself entirely like I have, to 100? Upon hearing this, Adam's crimson eyes narrowed with intensity. I knew something was off with you, you lunatic. As he spoke, Adam initiated his assault with fervor. Since his presence had been detected, the speed of the distant mini-missiles could not possibly match that of CN Weiqi. Bane Gusta exuded an extraordinary aura. Unlike the beastly figure of Morgan Blackhand, this individual emitted signals from every part of his body, truly a mechanical monster with a transformation level reaching 100. Adam bent low and launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, raising his right arm to reveal the embedded projectile launcher. Unleashing a barrage of missiles towards GC. GC, with an unwavering demeanor, scoffed disdainfully, saying, the Stearns Wisconsin Type 4? Nearly a commonplace item. The blades in GC's hands whirled with astonishing speed, shattering the incoming projectiles effortlessly. Harnessing the momentum, he concentrated all his strength into his arms and mouth, intent on cleaving through Adam's heavy hammer. The velocity of the hammer was no match for GC, as he disregarded the missile's might. 5 blades surged forward in a fierce assault. Adam instinctively raised his mechanical arms to shield his chest. Yet GC resembled a frenzied spinning top. The tremendous force generated by his relentless strikes nearly causing Adam to stumble and fall. Had he not retreated, he felt that this Bane Gusta could whirl for an entire day. Thus, Adam's expression turned grave, treating GC with the utmost seriousness, as if confronting a formidable foe. Bane Gusta, what manner of monster have you emerged from that laboratory? In a dramatic display, GC executed a flawless 360-degree Thomas spin, his alloy blade leaving not a scratch upon the ground. He proclaimed, all filth shall be reborn through destruction, and I hail from the Church of Fate. The Church of Fate. I am aware. Adam Heavy Hammer raised his arms, examining the marks left by the chaotic onslaught of blades. Bane Gusta, your name is etched in my memory as well. With that, Adam Heavy Hammer knelt, his colossal mechanical form surging forth with astonishing speed towards GC. Adam's keen observations revealed the truth. This deranged Bane moved with a rapidity that surpassed even his own formidable Type 4 Cyan Wiston, rendering his ranged attacks utterly ineffective. In their brief exchange, although Bane's assault was frenzied, it failed to inflict substantial damage. Thus, Adam Heavy Hammer opted for close combat, determined to crush this lunatic Bane. With a seemingly unadorned punch, he unleashed a force more terrifying than a hydraulic press, capable of toppling land tanks. GC is not foolish. Although the Bane's body is a complete cybernetic modification, Adam Heavy Hammer's physique is evidently more than twice as formidable. Competing with him in terms of sheer weight would be utterly reckless, and there is no necessity to endure such a blow. Thus, GC leaps backward, utilizing the advantages granted by his enhanced tendons to execute a perfect backflip, landing gracefully on the stairs of the 100th floor. Adam Heavy Hammer's attack misses its mark. Yet his momentum shows no signs of abating, crashing through the wall with the force of an armored tank demolishing a house, and in the process, obliterating an elevator. Clang. How foolish you are, Heavy Hammer. I shall attempt to draft another chapter, even if it exceeds the limit. I will have fulfilled my task for today. Moi. Chapter 59. The Desolate Tower. 8GC stood motionless on the staircase for 10 seconds. Initially believing that Adam's heavy blow would soon be retaliated, maintaining a stance of unwavering resolve. However, there was no response whatsoever. GC could no longer contain his anger and exclaimed, if you don't come over here, I will continue to attack, and you shall not regret it. As fate would have it, before GC could arrive to assess the situation, Adam, wielding his hammer, emerged ferociously from the metallic elevator wall. This time, however, he did not intend to confront GC directly, as he recognized his own disadvantage in speed, realizing that any continued assault would yield no effective results. Rather, the true dilemma would arise if GC abandoned principles of combat and charged recklessly towards the upper echelons of the Aohong. Therefore, he resolved to alter the terrain. The battlefield must ascend, not ascend. With ferocious strength, he gripped the stair railing, unleashing a tempestuous force. The entire staircase railing, along with the stairs themselves, was violently torn from the wall. Consequently, with his actions, the entire second floor collapsed in an instant. GC never anticipated that the Heavy Hammer would act so recklessly. There were still over 40 floors above, and he showed no concern for the potential collapse of the Aohaka Tower. Meanwhile, the ground beneath the Heavy Hammer's feet was subjected to a powerful kick. In an instant, the floor of the 100th level appeared unable to withstand such terrifying force, warping and caving in with a metallic groan. Strangely, as GC plummeted downwards alongside Adam Hammer, he clung fiercely to the fractured staircase, managing to shift from a prone position to a standing one, regaining a measure of balance. Seizing the opportunity, GC leapt onto a crumbling wall, swiftly wrapping his legs around the mini rocket launcher mounted on Adam Hammer's back, positioned at his shoulders. "This is a reckoning from a mercenary brat," he declared. With that, GC unleashed his strength, violently severing the connection points of the two devices on Adam Hammer's back. "You bastard, Bane, perish!" Adam Hammer seethed with fury at the injury inflicted upon him. The mere fact that someone could harm him signified their potential to take his life. He swung his arms, attempting to grasp GC, who had swiftly ascended to the top of Adam Hammer's head, poised to unleash a lethal strike upon his meager 6 points of health. In this life-or-death moment, Adam Hammer's arms surged with an unparalleled speed. Just as GC was about to land his blow, a surge of electromagnetic disruption struck his mind. CDMD, who has cast the shadow. Suddenly, GC felt a jolt coursing through his body, momentarily slowing his reactions. Bang! No one had anticipated this. The blade of Season 4 struck mercilessly against Adam's heavy arms. Meanwhile, the legs of Season 4 were utterly obliterated by the force of Adam's blow, merging into a grotesque form, oozing black liquid. Like swatting away an annoying insect, Adam swept Season 4 off himself. The entire ordeal transpired in a remarkably brief moment. The collapse of the layers and their descent to the ground took scarcely more than a mere 10 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening echoes resounded throughout the 99th floor, accompanied by the cacophony of debris and metal crashing to the ground. The sheer brutality exhibited by the two had sent everyone in the upper and lower floors fleeing in terror, lest they become collateral damage of the ensuing chaos. Hey, Bane, it appears that I have triumphed," Adam declared, brushing off the rubble clinging to him as he slowly rose, still shaken. His cybernetic eye scanned the vicinity until it found the battered form of Season 4. At this moment, despite the grotesque deformation of his legs, Season 4 still clutched his knife with both arms, which earned Adam's respect. Nevertheless, despite these attributes, victory belonged to Adam. He had emerged the victor. Contemplating this, Adam could no longer contain his raucous laughter. "Ha ha, I am not dead. You have lost, Bane." GC did not discard the blade. Instead, he plunged both knives into his severed legs, using the dual edges to prop himself upright. After all, he currently possessed no sensory perception. The design of this body had not accounted for any such functions. Once he had transferred the blade from his mouth to his hands, he pursed his lips and spoke. Heavy Hammer, you are indeed correct. Come here, I have a great treasure to show you." Instantly, Adam Heavy Hammer's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that the Spinjursta would prove to be such a formidable opponent. Was the so-called 100 modification truly a creature that completely disregarded pain? How could this being maintain any semblance of humanity? After all, in Adam Heavy Hammer's view, the senses were a crucial criterion for determining one's humanity. What exactly are you, Spinjursta? At that moment, Adam Heavy Hammer felt a flicker of fear, compounded by the relentless agony of his back being torn apart. Despite GC's more severe condition, he appeared to be unaffected, grinning as if nothing were amiss. Adam Heavy Hammer's robust physique heaved violently with each labored breath. At this moment, GC unexpectedly extended both hands towards Adam Heavy Hammer. Just as Adam Heavy Hammer anticipated a long-range attack, he was taken aback when GC displayed the universally recognized gesture of contempt, raising his middle finger. Adam Heavy Hammer scoffed. "If it weren't for someone plotting against me on your behalf, I would have dispatched you 100 times over. How laughable it is that you, lacking in strength, dare to speak ill and conspire in the shadows. Bane, I am the sole legend surviving in Night City." GC, unconcerned, remarked. "That is not the case. As far as I know, Morgan Blackhand is alive and well. Even if you were to shatter me today, my brethren from the Church of Destiny are countless, and they will inevitably bring about your demise." Upon hearing this, Adam Heavy Hammer was instantly reminded of the Fourth Corporate War in 2023. At that time, he and Morgan Blackhand clashed atop the Arasaka Tower, both caught in the devastating blast of a nuclear explosion. This battle left him with a mere 6 points of life, while Morgan appeared unaffected. Although no one declared Morgan the victor, deep within Adam's heart, he knew that he would eventually face Morgan again. As for why it was Morgan Blackhand who battled Adam Heavy Hammer, it was because Johnny had set the nuclear device, but following his demise, Johnny was transformed into a relic chip, and his memories had been altered by Alt returning to the matter at hand. Adam Heavy Hammer charged once more towards GC, employing the heavy machine gun prosthetic on his left arm to restrict GC's movement. At this moment, although GC could still continue to move, the impact on his legs was ever present, causing his speed to lag behind that of a heavy hammer. Soon after, Adam, wielding the heavy hammer, smashed down upon GC's neck and below, intent on capturing him alive. GC laughed heartily, proclaiming, "I truly possess a great treasure, do not doubt it." With that, the now unrestrained GC opened his mouth, revealing a round high-explosive bomb nestled within. The pull ring mechanism embedded in his skull instantly activated. The pull ring detonated in one seamless motion. "Ah, Bane Gusta, you scoundrel." Boom. Chapter 60, A Promise. The 1008 he had painstakingly crafted during the day vanished, a bloodletting, tragic, tearless desire to perish. Thud. The mangled Adam and Dabian both fell backward to the ground. 10 minutes prior, on the 140th floor of the Arasaka Tower, Arasaka Raishian stood before the panoramic glass window, surveying the expanse of the corporate plaza below. His mood was exceedingly foul. A deranged individual, whom he had never encountered before, had stormed into the Arasaka Tower and ruthlessly slaughtered numerous employees. To his utter dismay, even the most skilled hacking techniques of Arasaka proved futile against this assailant. It was not merely the thickness of this person's SCE that rendered them impervious, but rather the fact that they had completely shielded their own neurosignals. As this individual rampaged unabated, it seemed they might single-handedly topple the Arasaka Tower with unparalleled combat prowess, achieving a grandiose peak. This unfamiliar stranger was an enigma to Arasaka Raishian, who could not fathom that he was a product of the company's secret laboratory. Fortunately, this lunatic had no desire to demolish the divine vessel located at the base of the Arasaka Tower. Otherwise, the decades of effort Raishian had invested alongside Arasaka Saburo would have been rendered futile. In truth, Raishian was perhaps indulging in baseless speculation, as GC held considerable weight in his heart. In the world of 2077, countless players widely circulated a saying, "If only Arasaka Raishian could make a call to the living embodiment of death in Night City, v. How difficult could it be to topple the Arasaka Empire?" In this cyberpunk realm, there existed revolutionaries like Johnny Silverhand, who dared to resist, and individuals like V, who, for the sake of survival, found themselves ensnared in opposition to the corporations. They attempted to rebel, but ultimately met with failure. Under such circumstances, it seemed that Arasaka Raishian had the highest likelihood of achieving the overthrow of corporate dominion. Presently, this lunatic possessed terrifying combat capabilities, and he also had an invisible hacker ally. It was no wonder Raishian entertained such thoughts, for it was common knowledge that everyone in this world could only install a single operating system, an immutable truth. What troubled Raishian even more was the fact that so many top-tier hackers within Arasaka could not ascertain the whereabouts of this hacker. The implications were indeed staggering. Even with Adam, the strongest man in Night City, serving as his bodyguard, Raishian harbored no optimism. Without Adam as a trump card, he could only envision nuclear warheads as a means to eliminate this terrifying entity. "Raishian, since you have sought me out, it implies you possess a plan, correct? Pray tell, what must I offer?" Silence. Just as Raishian was about to grow impatient, Mosley spoke again. "Mosley, a promise, a commitment from you, Arasaka Raishian. Or rather, an agreement. If you agree, at a critical moment, our network surveillance will intervene to assist Adam in vanquishing this experimental entity." Raishian, do enlighten me on what you require of me. As a scion of a wealthy family, I fear I may not meet the standards of your network surveillance, rendering any agreement unattainable. Even in the face of crisis, Raishian's cautious nature prevailed. He remained skeptical of the network surveillance's flowery words, uncertain whether this cursed cyber lunatic was a self-directed charade of their own making. Mosley understood this apprehension well. "Mosley, for others, it may prove challenging, but for you, Arasaka Raishian, it should be a mere trifle. Arasaka has a new project named Guard Your Soul, also known as Relics. Are you aware?" Upon hearing this, Arasaka Rado fell into silence. He was acutely aware of the Soul Reaper Project's Relic Chip. The Relic Chip possesses the capability to capture and encapsulate a person's consciousness, often referred to as the soul, through a unique technology. In essence, it serves as a digital container for personality. It employs the concept of personality transfer, transforming the data of the human nervous system into a digital imprint, subsequently storing it as a consciousness on the Relic biological chip. This transfer of personality allows individuals to become digital imprints, enabling their loved ones to communicate with them even after their demise via the chip. Files stored on USB drives or hard disks can be duplicated, transferred, modified, or erased. Furthermore, the Arasaka Corporation has announced the capacity to upload human brains and consciousness to cloud processors. It is upon this theoretical foundation that brain-machine interfaces have been developed, leading to the creation of robots capable of housing human thoughts. Within the context of Arasaka, the implication of this project may suggest the acquisition of one's soul. Yet what it truly safeguards is privilege, and more profoundly, the ambition of immortality. Meanwhile, a person's spirit is ensnared by the Soul Reaper, trapped in a soul prison, unable to transcend, and ultimately coerced by the Relic's program to consume another life. Chapter 61. Harvest players who have engaged with the game may encounter a father and son pair within the Shrine of Night City. The child, who can no longer see his mother, speaks to his father about the relic, claiming it to be better than ascending to heaven, for with the relic, he could see his mother at all times. Yet, the father sorrowfully informs him that, given their financial circumstances, acquiring such a chip is utterly unattainable. Death is not the end, not merely because one can glimpse the electronic specter of the deceased, but because longing and memories continue to endure. In this current situation, Arasaka Rado perceives that this cybernetic mental illness intruding upon the Arasaka Tower is most likely a peculiar product of the relic chip, a 100 modified killing machine. Unafraid of any combat prosthetic load, Mosley, what I seek from you is a promise that, conditions permitting, you will return to the Arasaka laboratory in Tokyo to assist in retrieving the prototype relic chip for us. So, Arasaka Rado, what say you? Puff Pastry Tavern. GC had just risen from his bed, stifling a yawn, appearing as though he had yet to fully awaken. In an instant, his private sanctuary located on the basement's third level became filled with people within less than a minute. Observing the incessantly chattering crowd before him, GC's face bore an expression of exasperation as he bellowed, "Enough! Enough! Silence, all of you! Your noise renders me unable to hear anything." He reached for a cigarette and lighter beside his bed, a wisp of smoke curling from his lips. Is it merely a jaunt around the arid slope tower that has stirred such excitement among you? At that moment, another figure dashed down, and upon looking, GC realized it was Bane. However, upon witnessing Bane's current state, GC instinctively gasped. Bane swiftly maneuvered past the throng to stand before GC, brandishing a rusty, discarded blade he had seemingly procured from nowhere, with another one held in his mouth. He slurred his words, Gil. Do I look like it? I want to assemble a mantis blade." GC widened his eyes, utterly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He was aware that foolishness could be contagious, but could madness also spread? The actions of Bane at that moment left him utterly bewildered. David and Gloria regarded GC with a mixture of complex emotions. Their request for assistance in resolving their predicament had indeed been fulfilled. Moreover, for the time being, Huamba and Company had neither the inclination nor the resources to trouble individuals of their insignificant stature. As for Su Qingxue, she found herself at a loss as to how to perceive Dr. GC. His remarkable medical skills had the power to swiftly liberate others from their suffering and sorrow. In Su Qingxue's eyes, the individual known as GCC exudes an air of profound mystery, as if he possesses an inexhaustible reservoir of secrets. This morning, he delivered several cybernetic enhancements, only to subsequently transform into a formidable cybernetic warrior, challenging the Arasaka Tower. One might label him a cybernetic lunatic, yet he is perhaps more lucid than anyone else. Undeniably a walking meat grinder, he paradoxically possesses a strikingly appealing and alluring appearance. Remarkably, this very person nearly brought about the demise of Night City's most formidable man, Atom Smasher. GC regarded the crowd before him, his countenance shifting to one of impatience as he waved his hand dismissively. "You all may leave. I still need to sort through the spoils of this endeavor. If there are matters to discuss, let us postpone them. If you find yourselves without tasks, go to the tavern and attend to cleaning the tables and floors. Do not disturb me." The crowd, relieved to confirm that GC was in sound mind and spirit, swiftly dispersed, vanishing from sight. Su Qingxue lingered at the rear. She turned to GC and, unable to restrain herself, gently remarked, "Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know." GC nodded slightly. "Qingxue, you may go up first. I will package the collection of materials from the Huangbin Tower Research Department for you shortly." Su Qingxue had previously heard from Bane and thought that GC and the others intended to sell it, but instead, they were simply gifting it to her. This must be what GC referred to as a small token of appreciation. Su Qingxue did not linger, her head feeling somewhat hazy as she ascended. Once everyone had finally departed, GC rose from his bed. He inspected his own condition, finding no signs of any hidden ailments, though he felt a bit drowsy and desired rest. The death of Bane, the Great, did not come without its own negative repercussions for him. A thread of consciousness emerged from GC within the colossal form of the Great Bane. As the final explosion occurred, the connection between GC and the external incarnation of Cyber was severed. This caused a slight lethargy in his spirit, however. Such a state could be alleviated autonomously through rest, a fact that GC was acutely aware of, which is the fundamental reason for his lack of concern. Thus, the newly unlocked cerebral domain of geometric thinking essentially allows GC to assemble a legion of external cyber incarnations. At least, this is how he perceives it. Nevertheless, his current level of cerebral development, or rather, the strength of his consciousness, is not formidable. The utmost he could manage would be to control 3 to 5 bodies. And the aspiration to form a grand army remains a distant goal. As GC descended to the basement, he began to operate the equipment to export and produce the super dream he had recorded using the Great Bane. This creation, once unveiled, is surely destined to become a best-selling classic. To prevent excessive replication and dissemination, GC thoughtfully modified the underlying data code to secure it. In doing so, the Fate Divine sect could serve as an exclusive sales channel, which seemed quite advantageous. Meanwhile, he took a moment to review the relevant materials destined for Su Qingxue at the Hisaka Research Department. The documents detailed the Hisaka Type 5 experimental model, TK-20 Shimin, HJSH, 18 authentic, nanothermal energy samurai swords, electromagnetic mantis blades, anti-gravity devices, and the experimental body of the Vajra. Ah, David, do you wish to transform into a cybernetic titan? TSK. With this wave of data output, Tao Kong should be able to make further advancements in the market. Perhaps he could also inquire with Su Qingxue about the matters concerning Alter. The prowess of Kong Tao's intelligent weaponry, such as the Ying Long, is undeniably intertwined with Alter. In 2045, Hong Kong fell victim to a terrifying cyber pandemic, rendering its digital realm a desolate wasteland. Severed from the divine vessel, Alter forged an agreement with Kong Tao in that chaotic haven of Hong Kong, establishing a digital ghost refuge known as Ghost City. Side note, non-canonical content Hisaka Raishian was born in 1995 in Japan, the pampered heir of the Hisaka Corporation. From birth, he was enveloped in the affections and wealth of his family. Raishuan's childhood unfolded blissfully in ignorance of his father Hisaka Saburo's company, the Hisaka Group. At that time, Hisaka Saburo deemed it crucial to preserve secrets until Raishin was ready, or until he possessed a comprehensive understanding of the world, thus keeping him uninvolved in the company's affairs. Upon graduating from the University of Tokyo at the age of 21, Hisaka Saburo felt immense pride and subsequently revealed the true nature of the Hisaka Group to his son. However, upon learning of his father's ambitions, Raishin was profoundly shaken. Unlike his brother Hisaka Kei, who aspired to inherit the family business, Raishin, having received a conventional education, could not accept the grandiose theory of corporate dominion over the world. Nor could he comprehend his father Hisaka Saburo's terrifying ambitions. That very night, Raishin slipped out of his home, vanishing into the Tokyo night. As the heir of Hisaka, Raishin naturally acquainted himself with several other young tycoons from prominent enterprises. In his flight from home, he sought out their company. These signs were not mere debauches. They had matured within their corporations, fully aware of the malevolence that often permeated large enterprises. Along with 4 other corporate heirs, Raishin united in a shared vision to challenge the decaying world, founding the Iron Lotus organization to resist corporate tyranny, being the carefully nurtured successors of their respective firms. The capabilities of these 5 heirs were formidable. They devised a series of plans to undermine the corporations, achieving success at every turn, thus elevating the reputation of Iron Lotus, which began to instill fear in other companies. As a result, a vigorous search for their whereabouts ensued, prompting Raishin to withdraw from the organization and establish his own gang, the Steel Dragon. Raishin enlisted Tokyo's street racers to forge his own faction, with the Steel Dragon's objective being to expose the malevolence of the Hisaka Corporation and ultimately dismantle it. Each night, they roamed the streets of Tokyo on their motorcycles, harassing and attacking Hisaka employees, extracting intelligence, and thwarting Hisaka's operations. Thanks to Raishuan's intimate knowledge of the Hisaka Corporation and its facilities, the Steel Dragon consistently gained the upper hand. Yet, they were ultimately just a band of motorcycle-riding delinquents, lacking the infrastructural foundation to contend with the Hisaka Corporation. They could only create disturbances in the neglected corners overlooked by Hisaka. Raishian recognized that their actions were insignificant to the corporation, prompting him to travel the world, seeking alliances with Hisaka's adversaries for financial and material support. Under Raishian's diligent stewardship, the Steel Dragon evolved into a formidable gang organization, emerging as a significant threat to Hisaka. As the Fourth Corporate War unfolded, Raishian intensified his efforts leading the Steel Dragon and further disrupting Hisaka's ventures. Military technology approached Raishian, hoping to recruit him, as he harbored a deep-seated animosity not just towards Hisaka but also towards other corporations. Thus, he resolutely declined the military's proposal. Nonetheless, he recognized that this corporate conflict represented a golden opportunity to topple Hisaka. The military technology sector, unable to remain idle, reached out to Morgan Blackhand, Johnny Silverhand, Alter, Spider Murphy, and Bardmoss, the latter three renowned worldwide, celebrated by countless 2077 players as the triumvirate of netrunners. These figures utilized nuclear weapons to obliterate the Hisaka Tower. Despite enduring the devastation of corporate warfare and the cataclysm of a nuclear strike, Arasaka remained steadfast at the pinnacle of corporate power. At this juncture, Raiden finally comprehends that external forces alone cannot dismantle the company. To obliterate Arasaka entirely, he must initiate change from within. Following the conclusion of the Fourth Corporate War and the death of Arasaka Saburo's eldest son, Arasaka Keiji, Raiden seizes the opportunity presented by his brother's funeral to reintegrate into familial activities. Arasaka Saburo, disillusioned by his rebellious and disloyal son, finds his disappointment compounded by the loss of his firstborn. Consequently, Raiden emerges as the sole heir, with the persistent encouragement from his sister, Arasaka Hanako. The relationship between Saburo and Raiden begins to thaw. However, Saburo remains oblivious to Raiden's clandestine ambitions to usurp Arasaka. By around 2050, Raiden has ascended to a leadership position within the Arasaka Corporation. During this period, he exhibits a facade of indifference, portraying himself as a hedonistic playboy who squanders the company's resources. Yet, covertly, he occasionally employs more insidious tactics to inflict minor damages upon Arasaka. The narrative takes a pivotal turn in 2077 when a netrunner establishes contact with Raiden, leading to a collaboration. Raiden clandestinely pilfers a prototype chip known as Relic from the Arasaka laboratory in Tokyo. Subsequently, he accomplishes his mission and stashes the Relic chip atop the Konpeki Plaza in Night City. Shortly thereafter, Arasaka Saburo personally arrives in Night City, aware that Raiden is the thief. In a heated exchange, Saburo derisively confronts his rebellious son, culminating in a fierce argument. When Saburo insinuates that Raiden's mother would be disappointed by his treachery if she were still alive, Raiden's fury reaches its zenith. In a fit of rage, he strangles Arasaka Saburo, fabricating a narrative of assassination by poison. Following Saburo's demise, Raiden assumes complete control of Arasaka and embarks on his plan for its destruction. He initiates reforms from within, dismantling numerous facilities at the Japanese headquarters and swiftly assembling a military force loyal only to him. This faction seeks to dominate rival factions within Arasaka, inciting a war over military technology and dragging the two corporate giants into conflict. Raiden's ultimate fate hinges upon the player's choices, leading to two divergent paths. Should the player choose to trust Arasaka Hanako, Raiden's revolution will falter, culminating in a tragic end, overtaken by Arasaka Saburo. Conversely, if the player directly assaults the enigmatic Shinto, allowing Johnny Silverhand the opportunity to consume and amalgamate the consciousnesses within, Raiden's plan to dismantle Arasaka will succeed. The corporation will lose much of its political clout and global dominion, leaving it with no chance of resurgence. Raiden's singular life ambition is to eradicate the fear that his father, Arasaka Saburo, instilled in the world. Simultaneously, Raiden harbors an ardent admiration for Johnny Silverhand. This chapter serves as a prelude. I shall endeavor to compose another chapter today. Chapter 62. A misunderstanding leads to another, the Puffed Pastry Tavern. It is still daylight, seemingly a venue for the release of pent-up frustrations. Dorothy has cranked the music to a pulsating DJ rock at maximum volume, instantly enveloping the patrons in a cacophony. Colorful disco balls suspended from the ceiling illuminate the hall with a kaleidoscope of lights, evoking the vibrant atmosphere of an 80s rural karaoke bar. Amidst this dazzling ambience, the crowd fervently wields mops and cloths, diligently tidying up. David seamlessly melds into the scene, wiping down tables. Nearby, Gloria and Su Qingxue feel somewhat awkward, uncertain of how to contribute, so they find a table to engage in idle chatter. Behind the bar, Bane adopts a different approach, eschewing the previous chaotic style. as he meticulously cleans the glassware with a pristine white cloth. At that moment, a communication signal resonates within Bane's neural interface. The caller, old Captain Muammar Reyes. Bane raises an eyebrow. The intermediary's call must pertain to the recent calamity at Arasaka Tower. Attempting to channel the wild energy of Jisu from the tower incident. Bane shakes his head, seeking the right vibe before answering the call. Bane, V0V0. This is Bane Jesta. Old Captain, do you require my assistance? Old Captain's reason for contacting Bane is linked to the recent incident at Arasaka Tower. As Rog published news about the calamity in the internal network of intermediaries within Night City, he also disclosed that this cyberpsychotic individual is named Bane Jesta. Although Adam Smasher ultimately dispatched him, it appears that Smasher himself is in dire straits, reportedly unconscious in the infirmary. If all goes as expected, he may only retain a mere fraction of his vitality. Just then, upon receiving this information, Old Captain recognizes Bane Jesta's name. Prior to any intelligence trade, it is only natural for him to call and ascertain the situation. Old Captain, hey, no, rather, Big Bane, are you busy right now? If you're evading Arasaka agents, we can reconnect later. Bane, focused on polishing glassware, instinctively responds. Bane, oh, not too busy. Just tidying up some mess. Is there something you need, Old Captain? If it's a commission, I might need a moment. Things are a bit hectic lately. Old Captain, I heard you pulled off a significant job today. You even took down Adam Smasher. That's truly impressive. Now, all the intermediaries in Night City are aware of you. The legendary Bane Jesta. Bane Heir. Is that so? Old Captain, haha, enough small talk. By the way, here's a free tip. Deshaun was captured around 2 a.m. by the Watson District's Vortex Gang. It seems he is affiliated with you. I want to take up more of your time. From today onwards, Big Bane, you will have an endless stream of work and profits in Night City. I'll send you a gift later. Farewell. Having confirmed the situation, Old Captain promptly disconnects the call. Rog claims Bane is dead, that he has now reached out to Bane. After all, Rog had provided Bane's likeness when disseminating the group message, and in this dream city of Night City, there are 7 million inhabitants. As for a misunderstanding, that seems implausible. It just so happens that there is a Bane Jesta, a mercenary, who bears an uncanny resemblance. Can this truly be deemed coincidence? Old Captain naturally updates the intermediary network in Night City with the latest intelligence. Old Captain, confirmed, the cultist Bane Jesta is not dead. He is currently rather occupied, having just emerged from Arasaka Tower. Meanwhile, Bane, who moments ago was trying to appear impressive, finds himself bewildered. While he may have overlooked other matters, the fact that Deshaun, the hefty black figure, has been captured, Jigu has just wreaked havoc at the Hisaka Tower, and to his astonishment, his brothers from the Fake God sect were captured the night before? This is a significant source of funding. How can one endure such a betrayal? Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded all pretense of decorum. Little Bane hurriedly rushed towards GC's studio, exclaiming, Jigu, Jigu, trouble has arisen. The black fat man is in trouble. As GC had just packed the Muwo device and data chip, before he could even take a step out of the first floor door, he could already hear the distant yet approaching shouts of Bane. GC rubbed his forehead and spoke. Stop. All right. I understand. Bane dashed before GC, his face alight with an eagerness that suggested a desire for vengeance. Brother G, what shall we do now? Should we head directly to Watson District to save them? GC was acutely aware of Bane's intentions. They had just stormed the Huan Banshan Tower earlier that day, and now he was being urged to engage in further violence. Such relentless activity in a single day was not the life GC envisioned for himself. With a resigned gesture, GC said, Bane, you are the true leader. Therefore, you should go alone. I shall await your good news at the tavern. Remember to call me if anything arises. Before long. The cleaning tools in the tavern remained untouched as Bane, accompanied by the others, hastened towards the Watson District's food processing plant. The young lad David also followed suit. In the moment when Gloria contemplated intervening, the sight of GC and the memory of the tragic incident at the Arasaka Tower today silenced her, and she refrained from speaking up. Thus, the only ones left in the tavern were GC, Su Qingxue, and Gloria. At this hour, the ordinary staff of the tavern had yet to arrive for their shifts. Behind the bar, the atmosphere lingered in quiet anticipation. Seated upon a high stool, GC silently handed the meticulously packed iron box containing the data chip to Su Qingxue. Beside them, Gloria appeared lost in thought, fully aware of the contents and their immense value. This was a small gift that could instantaneously elevate her status in life alongside David. Su Qingxue gazed at GC's face, feeling a warmth and joy blossom within her. Soon, she presented the prepared documents and identification card. Gee, take a look. This is the identification proof for the Chiantai Research Department that you requested. Gloria was taken aback, wondering how a supposed cult entanglement had come to intertwine with corporate affairs. GC did not ponder much and picked up the identification card, reading it aloud. Minister of the Special Operations Department of Chianti Company. GC. Upon finishing, GC was taken aback, while Gloria was even more bewildered. So, what do you think? Do you like it? And here. This monetary chip represents the budget I have secured for this year, which you will manage. It contains 30 million. If that is insufficient, feel free to approach me again. Su Qingshue's voice was imbued with softness. Meanwhile, GC grew anxious and quickly replied, No, Qingxue, what I require are employees from the Research and Development Department. Not the Minister of the Special Operations Department. Su Qingshuo blinked innocently. There is no conflict in serving as the Minister of the Special Operations Department while being an employee of the Research and Development Department. Here, this is your identification card. And this serves as your proof of affiliation with the Research and Development Department. Additionally, this document has been specially approved by me. It is a unilateral employment contract. If you are dissatisfied, you can terminate your association with Chianti Company at any time. Season 4 looked up helplessly at the ceiling. That garish light fixture was truly unsightly. Chapter 63. The All-Food Factory standing not far from the All-Food Factory. Bane's movements came to a sudden halt as he inspected his firearm. Naturally, this piqued the curiosity of those around him. Ding ding ding. The urgent sound of brain-machine communication echoed in Bane's mind. The caller was unknown. Without further thought, Bane gestured, indicating he would take the call. Bane, who is this? Unknown. I am TBUG, a friend of Deshawn. He was taken by the Vortex gang last night. Bane. I have heard of you. I learned about this incident today as well. T-Bug. I contacted several mercenary friends, but we could not locate Deshawn within the Vortex gang, and they are now being held hostage. Upon hearing this, Bane was at a loss for whether to laugh or remain speechless. To attempt a rescue only to become captives themselves. Moreover, the rapid relocation of the hefty man was certainly not good news for him. Bane. I understand. I'll reach out to them. I will be there in 5 minutes. Afterward, Bane sent the information to Season 4. Albersha and 2 other mercenaries were bound in a corner of an abandoned warehouse. They sat cross-legged on the floor, their faces marred with numerous bruises. Before them sat a towering man, his blood-red modified eyes unforgettable. I knew someone would come to rescue that hefty fellow. But do you all underestimate the Vortex gang too much? You dare to threaten to dismantle my brain? Who will be dismantling whose brain now? Don't worry. I won't let you die too easily. The speaker was none other than Royce, the second-in-command of the Vortex gang. Earlier that morning, Albersha and his companions received a distress call from TBUG, learning that Deshawn had been taken from the entrance of the coming life bar. Rog, however, said nothing, merely indicating that once they left the bar, it was no longer her concern. After all, the ramifications of this incident were far too extensive for her to wish to involve herself. Thus, this operation was born. With the assistance of T-Bug and G-Mana, 2 hackers, they originally intended to stealthily extract the hefty man. However, after searching twice, they were still unable to locate where he was being held. Ultimately, they prepared to confront Royce, as such high-ranking members of the Vortex gang would undoubtedly have more precise information. Yet, unexpectedly, they found themselves enhanced by fate serums. And Royce was no different. Equipped with a Sinon Winston, Royce, aided by the fate serum, wielded his combat enhancements recklessly, making it impossible for the 3 to subdue him in a short time, leading to their current predicament. Vortex gang scum, if you have the guts, just kill me. If I furrow my brow, I swear I am your father. Roy stepped forward, ready to slap, but upon hearing the last words, he laughed in anger. A bunch of trash. Later, when I drill a hole in your skull without anesthesia, I hope you can still be this sharp-tongued. This was merely one of the few pleasures the Vortex gang indulged in. Rather than killing, they preferred to transform individuals into monsters. Watching their enemies suffer and descend into madness brought them joy. This was also the fundamental reason why the 3 mercenaries had not met their demise on the spot. Having spoken, Royce turned to leave, not intending to prepare an operating room for the trio. When dealing with foes, a more primal approach was far simpler. The 3 now felt a profound despair. Captured by the Vortex gang, they had long anticipated this day's arrival. Yet, when death truly loomed, it still provoked an inescapable sorrow. Albersha glanced at the 2 beside him, forcing a smile to reassure them. Do not be afraid. My wife G-Mana just called to say she has found reinforcements. And they are formidable. They will arrive shortly. One of them scoffed. What nonsense. Are we not formidable? At the end of the day, we were subdued by this drug-obsessed madman. Do you really think the legendary Adam Heavyhand from Night City will come to our rescue? This is truly absurd. My name is not Arasaka. In an instant, Royce approached with a large alloy steel saw and several metal plates. To say you are trash is to overestimate you. Don't be ungrateful. During the surgery, be sure to wail dramatically, all right? I plan to record your cries to make a tidy profit. And, you think you can call those reinforcements formidable? Haha. You must have been struck dumb by a car today. Royce ruthlessly mocked the trio. Did he not understand the nature of mercenaries? They were merely a group that bullied the weak and feared the strong, nothing more than detestable dogs. However, just then, a voice rang out from above Royce's head. Hey, big fool, I might just be the reinforcements they mentioned. Why not look up? Accompanying the voice was an explosive burst of flames. Bang! The bullet, trailing fire, spiraled toward the just-raised head of Royce. The firearm capable of penetrating 5-centimeter steel plates was in Bane's hands. Whoosh! Royce wasted no time activating the Sinan Winston and inserting a fate serum into his shoulder. Bane felt somewhat exasperated. The serum produced by his brother G indeed matched against him, leaving him at a loss for thoughts. Previously, Bane and Dorothy had sought fate serums from Season 4, only to find them utterly useless. At that time, he had concluded that these substances were diluted, substandard, and fraudulent, merely scams. Yet, seeing Deshawn's ever-broadening smile amidst stacks of cash made Bane question himself. In the midst of battle, Dorothy and another member equipped with Sinan Winston simultaneously activated their time-slowing effects, moving the hostages aside. Meanwhile, David, perched on the glass ceiling of the all-food factory, readied his aim with a cat demon, needing to wait for Royce's cooldown to deliver a fatal blow. Royce's thoughts raced. He noted that 3 individuals possessed Sinan Winston. It was not his style to engage multiple foes simultaneously. In an instant, he shouted, Brick. Boss, we have intruders. Outside this room. Over 40 members of the Vortex gang were present, with more than 2,000 throughout the all-food factory. Regardless of whether Brick was there, he would soon find out. The battle erupted instantly. As the first Vortex gang member entered the warehouse, David fired, piercing his crimson eye and penetrating his skull. Albersha and the others were unceremoniously thrown into a corner. He looked at Dorothy, who was about to leave, and said, Can you help me unchain this? I can still fight. Upon hearing this, Dorothy halted her steps without uttering a word, swiftly revealing the electromagnetic man-is blade concealed within her arms, beckoning to Albersha. Albersha gazed at the blade, illuminated by a mesmerizing blue electromagnetic glow, swallowing hard. Chapter 64. Man to the Rescue, Valley District, Puff Tavern. Upon hearing that the stout man was captured by the Vortex gang, GC immediately realized it was the handiwork of the biotechnological firm. The fact that Bane and his companions had not found any trace of him indicated that he had already been transferred into the clutches of the biotechnology organization, a situation previously brought about by V's influence. GC had never been fond of the hefty man. Were it not for Xiao Bane rescuing him and showcasing even the slightest worth, it would have been better for him to have perished. However, now that the hefty man was part of the sect, each had their own concerns, and Deshawn lacked the capacity to betray the Church of Fate. For GC, it was merely a matter of saving him if possible. After all, it could be considered a way to recover his second fortune. Furthermore, the feline girl Sasha would soon stumble in the realm of biotechnology. Presently, if biotechnology dared to reach for his fate potion, it was imperative to strike back with vigor. These wretched companies are all the same. A dog cannot change its nature. He had entirely forgotten that he had become a company dog himself today. And even if he were to argue the point, it could hardly be claimed that receiving a job offer constituted being a company dog. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, a petite figure with twin green pigtails reclined on a circular bed. Adorned with the latest gaming headset, it flickered with a high-frequency translucent gray glow. A satisfied smile graced Rebecca's lips as she wielded dual pistols in the virtual world, continuously pulling the triggers, leaving a trail of blood and chaos. Yet, in an instant, the scene froze, and a large red prompt appeared. Guest access, massage attendant. Damn it, Rebecca cursed, removing her headset and slamming it onto the bed. Then shouted angrily towards the side, Pila, are you a dog? Who invited someone over? Can't you handle your business outside? Infuriated to the extreme, Rebecca contemplated drawing her gun and putting 2 holes in Pila's head to teach him a lesson about cruelty. However, it was evident that Pila having just finished with his escapades, was in high spirits and chose to ignore her entirely. Understanding the situation all too well, Rebecca spat into the trash can in disgust. She jumped off the bed, slipped on her slippers, clutching the freedom GC had gifted her, and hurried to the door. With a swift motion, the door opened to reveal a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a seductive outfit. Is this little one your massage service? I just happened to bring. Rebecca pressed her gun against the woman's chin, barking, "Shut up. I didn't order this, and I don't need it." Currently, Rebecca still owed GC money. And Pila, fully aware of this, chose to frivolously squander cash instead of saving. The thought of it infuriated her. Ever since Pila had been exposed to the world of escorts 4 years ago, he had frequently vanished, returning with an overpowering stench of cheap perfume. The worst part was that he often disappeared for days, leaving Rebecca to worry he had met a grim fate. After 2 days of absence, he returned, leaning against the wall, appearing worn out, but revived after a brief rest. Eventually, this scoundrel began inviting escorts home without a care for Rebecca, merely for convenience. Rebecca's tirade was abruptly interrupted when she felt a sudden force on her shoulder. Before she knew it, her feet left the ground as she was lifted and placed outside the door. Pila, with his elongated metallic arms, was preoccupied with the escort. Not even glancing back as he said, "Rebecca, go have some fun for a while. Come back tonight." Bewildered, Rebecca's breath became heavy, her grip tightening around her gun, contemplating how to deal with this pair of rascals. Yet, her remaining rationality warned her against such actions. "Get lost, you bastard." Fuming, Rebecca snatched her coat from the door and stormed out without a backward glance. On the streets of the North District, her frustration only grew, prompting her to seek solace with Sasha. However, a fleeting glance caught her eye. A black armored transport vehicle passed by. The occupants appeared to be intermediaries from the underworld Deshawn. She recognized him due to their previous encounters. Rebecca's home was situated on the outskirts of Watson's North District, drawn by the affordable rent. Stepping outside meant entering the wasteland. Deshawn had been captured by the company. An hour later, Rebecca found herself lounging on the sofa in Sasha's room in the H10 skyscraper, recounting the earlier events with her eyes closed. Sasha, engrossed in her hacking, was startled. "Rebecca, do you plan to stay here until evening?" Her slender fingers, clad in hacker gloves, danced rapidly over the keyboard, producing a flurry of sounds. "By the way, guess who I just saw when I went out?" Rebecca opened her eyes, her irises flashing red and green as she glanced over. "It couldn't be Dr. GC, could it?" Sasha nonchalantly replied, pausing her movements to pop a rainbow candy into her mouth. Rebecca, momentarily speechless, finally spoke. "Why do you bring up Dr. G? I knew you had designs on him." "Admit it, Sasha." Though she too found GC handsome and fitting her standards, the thought of confessing and facing rejection filled her with dread, fearing it would jeopardize their friendship. Sasha, uninterested in lingering on that topic, stated plainly, "Who did you see? When did you start playing charades? Just say it." "I'm listening." Shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, Rebecca continued, "Actually, I just saw Deshawn, the intermediary from the underworld. He was taken by the company and brought to the wasteland." The sound of typing ceased abruptly as Sasha recalled the information she had gathered on Deshawn. "This is bad. Deshawn is a member of the Church of Fate, and Dr. G and Bane are too. They..." Rebecca turned to Sasha, utterly bewildered. "Huh?" In the next moment, Sasha had already risen to inform GC of the situation. While GC was still contemplating idleness, Sasha had already called to inform him of Deshawn's whereabouts. Simultaneously, due to the situation at Arasaka Tower that morning, Man, as a member of Night City's elite team, had naturally received the news through his channels. With a willingness to assist, he preferred to visit in person to ascertain how he could be of help. Thus, he swiftly arrived at the Puff Tavern with Doriot. Driving his sleek vehicle, the Water Valley Hayabusa Wolf, Man and Doriot also resided in Santo Domingo, not far from GC's location. As they crossed the threshold, Man's booming voice resonated. "G, we have arrived. Do not hesitate to ask for assistance if needed." Doriot chimed in beside him. "Yes, G, are you all right?" Chapter 65, The Border. As GC gazed upon Man and Duolu standing at the doorway, he couldn't help but sigh. "Man, please summon the rest of your team. I have a commission for you. Accompany me to rescue someone, but I need you to wait for a moment." Half an hour later, a low-spec external avatar of GC had been reassembled, arriving at the Puff Tavern. This incarnation was equipped with the Harazaka 3 model. Indeed, it was not the Suinweiston. It was a body with remarkably feeble close combat capabilities. As GC raised his head, he noticed that Pira, looking utterly fatigued, had also been summoned, and Falco was present as well. He turned to glance at Su Qingxue and Gloria beside him. The two women exchanged knowing looks, refraining from further words. At last, Season 4 spoke. Let us proceed, man. If we are to search for individuals in the wasteland, we must first locate the intermediary, Dakota. Are you acquainted with her? Oh, we have conducted business on several occasions. On the other side, within the wasteland, Deshawn remained in a state of oblivion. Having been administered a potent anesthetic, deeply immersed in slumber, his body equipped with signal jamming devices. The armored transport vehicle traveled discreetly, devoid of any accompanying security personnel. After departing from the Whole Foods factory, as it journeyed for several kilometers, a formidable expanse of black reinforced concrete loomed over the land. Should one stand at a distance, they would behold the colossal research facility nestled within the hills. This establishment was a research institute situated on the outskirts of Biotech City. Concrete walls were interlaced with electrified fences and various sensors, while numerous combat robots patrolled the areas beneath the hills. Such stringent security measures served to thwart mercenaries from infiltrating and seizing confidential information. Inside the armored vehicle, apart from Deshawn and two accompanying biotech security personnel, was the Minister of Intelligence, Mercado. The urgency of relocating to the Biotech Research Institute outside Night City stemmed from Mercado receiving reports at noon about the extremist lunatic, Bangsta, from the Cult of Destiny, who had perpetrated a massacre at the Haribera Tower. Given that the Cult of Destiny harbored such deranged individuals, the Biotech building, devoid of Adam's heavy hammer, would be utterly defenseless. Rather than transporting Deshawn back to the Biotech building for a deep dive into intelligence acquisition, it was more prudent to venture farther, employing a swift and violent deep plunge. Mercado was indifferent to the fact that Deshawn might suffer severe brain damage during this violent deep dive. Acquiring the desired intelligence was paramount. As for the notion of returning Deshawn as a gesture of goodwill, between Haribera and the Cult of Destiny, Mercado unequivocally chose to align with Haribera, forming a united front. Moreover, Deshawn was a crucial bargaining chip for Mercado's ascent in life. She would not concede to relinquishing Deshawn simply because that dead man Bangsta demanded it. Presently, she bore no psychological burden in offending the Cult of Destiny. After all, the entity they provoked was the global giant, Haribera Corporation. Upon passing through the walls, Mercado felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her greatest fear had been encountering an attack from the Cult of Destiny en route. Fortunately, the journey had been uneventful. It seemed even fate was favoring her, was it not? The armored transport vehicle entered the Institute's premises, following the driveway to the parking lot. As Mercado disembarked, she bellowed, "Hurry. All of you, move faster. Get this fat bastard to the interrogation room immediately. Where's the hacker? Prepare the hacker. We are commencing the deep dive at once. Move. For heaven's sake." Meanwhile, inside Falco's vehicle, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. GC remained silent, while the others also refrained from speaking. Earlier, Man had clearly articulated the situation in the internal chat before their assembly. This morning, the Puff Tavern's Bangsta had ruthlessly attacked the Arasaka Tower, leaving Adam gravely injured and on the brink of death, ensuring he would not appear in public for several months. Furthermore, Bangsta had perished in the battle. Now, Deshawn from the Fate Cult had been captured by Biotech, and GC intended to hire Man's team to rescue him from the wasteland. It felt like something out of a fantastical tale, yet the thrill was undeniable. Man, seated in the passenger seat, engaged the car's network system and said, "Contact Dakota Smith." The vehicle's communication system promptly processed the instruction, locating the contact in its database and initiating the call. The cheerful ringtone chimed for 2 seconds before being answered. A middle-aged woman with short white hair and side bangs appeared on the screen. Her expression was subtly curious as she turned slightly to face Man. Her voice tinged with intrigue. The timing of this trip to the wasteland was not good news for her, likely tied to the Fate Cult. "Man, why are you coming to the wasteland now?" As a well-informed intermediary, Dakota was aware of the morning's events at the Arasaka Tower. Although the wasteland seemed a world away from Night City, it remained intricately linked to it. "I need to know where that armed convoy from Biotech went after it arrived here," Man stated candidly, showing no intention of concealing the purpose of his mission. Hearing this, Dakota could not help but rub her forehead. "I knew it was related to the Fate Cult again. Man, as a friend, I wish to avoid becoming entangled in this incident. Do you understand?" Her reluctance stemmed from the previous night's capture of Deshawn by the Vortex Gang, followed by the horrific events of midday. Biotech had discreetly sent a vehicle into the wasteland, which Man had pursued. Man understood that Dakota had pieced together the unfolding events. He refrained from lashing out or making threats, instead opting for a patient explanation. I am here as a client seeking information. Our previous collaborations have been quite pleasant, haven't they? In the wasteland, you are the most well-informed, Dakota. Please, help me. Upon hearing this, Dakota fell silent. Her thoughts diverged from those of others. She considered that while she had many eyes in the wasteland, evading the repercussions of her connections was impossible. Could she abandon her hard-earned influence to become a wanderer? The Puff cult had proven capable of laying waste to the Arasaka Tower, and now man was entangled with them, yet he maintained a level of decorum. Refraining from overt threats, she was well aware of the consequences of withholding information. Chapter 66, The Wasteland, wishing everyone a peaceful Dragon Boat Festival. May you enjoy good health. Last night's gathering at the tavern left me quite inebriated, and now I am feverishly typing. Though you say that, the wasteland is vast. A single vehicle roaming freely here stands little chance of being found, Dakota meticulously explained while using the video feed to gauge who else was with man. The wasteland enveloped all of Night City, a desolate expanse of lifeless plains and desert. It was inhabited by modern nomadic wanderers bound by familial ties and traveling in convoys. These individuals rarely settled in one place for long, sustaining themselves through scavenging, smuggling contraband, and transporting dreamers and refugees seeking passage through the wasteland. Among them, one group stood out, the Raging Knives. They were merciless and highly destructive. The key point was their propensity to turn on their own kin, once discovered. These individuals would flee from their families, becoming defectors among the wandering tribes. The harsh environment of the wasteland contributed to this phenomenon. Once organized, they became the despised Raging Knives, a scourge upon the wasteland. Thus, regardless of who they were, even corporate convoys would ignite conflict if they encountered members of the Raging Knives in the wilderness. Man remained silent, observing Dakota intently. After a prolonged moment, it seemed that Dakota could no longer withstand the pressure. She knew that the information had to be divulged. But there was a significant difference between casually sharing and doing so with careful consideration. Man, I can provide you with 2 locations, and you can waive the information fee. Whatever transpires next is no longer my concern, and I would prefer not to receive further calls from you during this time. Listen. The vehicle you see can only be found in 2 places in the wasteland. The first is the Night Wanderer's hideout, and the second is the biotech research facility in the wasteland. I will send you the coordinates. Good luck. With that, Dakota hung up without hesitation. Man turned to GC and inquired, Gee, where shall we head first? The Night Wanderer's hideout is comprised of members from the Raging Knives, who are more organized and aggressive. I can sense Dakota's implication. This information could easily be obtained elsewhere in the wasteland, as she seems reluctant to delve deeper into this affair to avoid potential trouble. GC responded, I see. According to the map, we will pass by the biotech research facility on our way to the Night Wanderer's hideout. Regardless of Dakota's intentions, we can investigate, Man decided. Falco turned to Man, awaiting his verdict. Man nodded. Yes, as the employer, you have the final say. The vehicle's course remained unchanged. Continuing to speed forward, the interior fell silent once more. Unable to withstand the chilly atmosphere, Rebecca turned to GC and said, Dr. G, today, my condolences. GC was momentarily taken aback. Mourn? What is there for me to mourn? Man let out a sigh, drawing GC's attention. In truth, I had already heard of Bane's situation, although I was unaware of his motives for venturing into the Arasaka Tower. It is undeniable that forcing Adam Heavy to such extremes is truly legendary. Even though he is now departed, I believe he would wish for you to gather your spirits and forge ahead. At this, the atmosphere in the vehicle suddenly lightened, and everyone began to converse. Though Bane is gone, you still have us. He has become a legend in Night City. Yet it is a pity he did not leave behind a drink menu for the afterlife. Sasha spoke softly, her tone imbued with a hint of solace. GC found her words both amusing and exasperating. After clearing his throat, he chuckled. All right, who told you that Bane is dead? The rumors are unfounded. If you have questions, you might as well ask me directly. If you had come a bit earlier, you could have seen him. He merely intended to rescue that chubby Deshawn and took his crew to the all-food factory. The others, upon hearing this, displayed clear skepticism. Wasn't Bane just engaged in a bloody showdown at Arasaka Tower at noon? He had even sent Adam Heavy to the intensive care unit. GC mentioned that he had gone to sweep the Vortex Gang's factory in the afternoon, and it seemed rather improbable. Rebecca, after speaking, found herself momentarily stunned. Speaking of which, I happen to have Bane's super dream of charging into Arasaka Tower. Would anyone like to see it? GC retrieved the Super Dream headset from his backpack, having brought along 3 copies, one of which he carried with him. Considering the journey to the Badlands would consume considerable time, it seemed the perfect opportunity to share it with Man and the others for their enjoyment. This is the first time GC has edited the legendary Pokemon Mutwo, and seeking the evaluation of these seasoned experts is certainly not a negative endeavor. Upon hearing this, Pyrrha could not restrain himself and eagerly exclaimed, "Brother G, I wish to give it a try." GC smiled nonchalantly and casually tossed it to him. "Seems we're in for this job, man. You'd better introduce yourself properly later. Otherwise, when you're drinking with Bane, people will say, look, there's the Night City legend Bane Gestalt. And you, well, oh look, here's some dumb oaf." Dorio delivered the deadpan joke in an excruciatingly slow cadence. Man showed no offense at his girlfriend teasing him. Flexing his brawny arms, his clenched fist emitted ominous creaks as he laughed heartily. "Dumb oaf won't cut it. Once I get the chance to take down Bane, I'll be the man who defeated Night City's legend. Sasha, so what should your nickname be then? Big Guy Man? Rebecca, I think Steel Fist Man has a nice ring to it." Dorio scoffed. "Might as well call him Big Steel Cannon Man." "Man, Watson North District. All Foods Plant." Roy sat trembling on the frigid concrete floor of a sealed room, the facility's alloy shutters forcibly locked down. A gaping bullet wound oozed blood mingled with hydraulic fluid from his abdomen. That squad had been downright unnatural, not just net runners and snipers, but those 3 with Sandavistans who seemed immune to cyberware strain, maintaining bullet time continuously. 40-odd maelstromers had engaged them, and been slaughtered within a minute. Corpses strewn like trash. When his own Sandavistan timed out, Royce hadn't even managed to spit curses before a sniper round tore toward his heart. Only frantic evasion saved his life. Chapter 67. Maelstrom Bane drew 3 prepped blades, still electrified from watching Big Bang go berserk on Atom Smasher at noon. A sealed shutter slid open under T-Bug's control, revealing the assembled Maelstrom horde led by their hulking boss Brick. Influenced by GC, Bane now saw past missions as wasted effort, stealth extractions, data heists. No, as Night City's reigning legend. He raised his swords, standing alone against the torrent. Awaiting him? Not just Maelstrom, but Brick's twin heavy sentry guns. The instant they met, carnage erupted. "Listen up, Maelstrom trash. I'm Bane Gestalt. I come from who the FUCK is this loudmouth. Light him up." BRRRT, Dorothy watched from behind the shutter as Bane's bravado got cut off mid-sentence. The man ducking gunfire as he scrambled back. Suppressing laughter, she primed 3 EMP grenades. Their Azure detonations lacked lethal force but fried electronics and cyberware. "Fuck. Scatter. Corporate rats." Brick's triumphant sneer turned to panic. For heavily augmented Maelstrom, EMP meant paralysis. Bane barely caught his breath when Abernathy heard Brick shout, grabbing a scavenged SMG. He emerged firing. "Die, Brick." Muzzle flashes strobed through the factory as he screamed, strafing the rolling gang boss. Ting ting ting, rounds ricocheted off subdermal armor. Abernathy ducked back, shaken. Instead of dozens, the factory now swarmed with 300 Maelstrom. "Fuck. We're outnumbered. Fall back to the roof." Dorothy ignored him, telling Bane, "Your earpiece." "No DJ." "Abernathy?" Bane's face lit up, that missing element. Queuing up thrash metal, he finally replicated GC's battle frenzy, with soundtrack fueling him. Dorothy lobbed more EMPs as Bane charged like a cyber psycho. "Are you insane?" Abernathy gasped as the team advanced through gunfire. Bane beelined for Brick, blades deflecting bullets in shimmering arcs. Maelstrom gawked. Dodging bullets via Kerenzikov made sense, but this sword barrier defied human reflexes. The cavernous production floor swarmed with gangers. Upper catwalks lined with more shooters. In such an environment, Bane remained resolute in his desire to eliminate Brick. Dorothy, wielding 2 handguns and with her mantis blades still unsheathed, leaped onto the top of a piece of equipment, landing on the 2nd floor. With wild laughter echoing in the air, she exclaimed, "Why bother hunting them down one by one, now that they are all gathered? It's the perfect opportunity to slay them all." The other members of the Vortex gang, witnessing Brick in peril, hastily trained their weapons on Bane. However, endowed with the cognitive acceleration chip of the Cyanovistan, Bane's speed was nearly impossible to track. With remarkable agility, he descended upon Brick like the Grim Reaper. Yet Brick was not prepared to surrender without a fight. He understood that failing to retaliate could cost him his life. He raised his arm, revealing the barrel of a launcher, and shouted, "Die, you bastard." At that moment, David on the top floor, utilizing his cat-like reflexes, aimed at the launcher's barrel and pulled the trigger. The mini-missile that had yet to be launched detonated explosively within Brick's arm. Boom. Following that was Bane's merciless blade. In a corridor of the all-food factory, Royce pressed his hand against a wound, hastily wrapped in makeshift bandages. As he sprinted towards the monitoring room, clad in high-quality subdermal armor, he was normally impervious to conventional firearms. Yet now, a bullet had pierced his defenses, narrowly missing his vital organs. He had not opted for the expensive and elusive secondary heart. Although a few mercenaries equipped with cyanovistin had arrived, Royce believed that as long as Brick brought reinforcements, those mercenaries, like hounds before a storm of gunfire, would meet a gruesome end. Upon reaching the monitoring room, Royce's expression twisted with rage at the scene before him. What the hell is going on? The footage displayed Bane and his crew wreaking havoc, while Brick's figure was nowhere to be found. A conflicted emotion washed over Royce. They possessed a bipedal robot acquired through military technology looted in the Badlands. If they could pilot the robot, it would deal a devastating blow to the mercenaries, like the final straw breaking the camel's back. However, he was injured and unwilling to risk his life for Brick. The mission dictated by biotechnology was undeniably important. Yet it was evident that the mercenaries were there to rescue someone. As long as they succeeded in extracting a person, he could remain the second in command of the Vortex gang and continue living a life of luxury. With that thought, Royce preferred to seek assistance from the biotechnology backers rather than take matters into his own hands. Despite the Vortex gang having successfully completed their tasks for the biotechnology firm, the ensuing troubles were unexpectedly infuriating. He promptly initiated communication with the biotechnology liaison. Beep. Network connection failed. Your call cannot be connected. Turning back to the monitor, Royce gasped in horror as he spotted Brick's severed head, eyes wide open, lying on the ground, alongside his mangled body. In an instant, all thoughts fled from Royce's mind. The speed with which Brick had been dispatched was unimaginable. All he desired now was to escape this inferno. In an endless expanse of ochre wasteland dotted with towering, dilapidated wind turbines, a black Chevrolet Emperor 620 Ragna raced through the sands. Just as I suspected. They have indeed arrived. Have the Night Stalkers intercept them? Mercado's voice dripped with fury as she paced in the stark white glow of an office, her polished shoes echoing on the floor. Nearby, a massive display screen provided aerial views. Minister, the interrogation room reports they will breach Deshawn's internal system defenses in no more than 30 minutes, gaining access to his deep memory sectors. I've contacted the Night Stalkers, promising them 300,000 euros if they can take out the occupants of that vehicle. Additionally, reports from the city indicated that Bane Gesta was still alive, currently assaulting the all-food factory, while Brick was dead, leaving only Royce to escape. Upon hearing this, Mercado abruptly halted, inhaled deeply, and sank onto the leather sofa beside her. Repeat that last message. I didn't catch it. Yes, Bane Gesta is not dead. In a fit of rage, Mercado seized a metal ashtray and hurled it at the employee who had delivered the news. Blood streamed from his forehead as he bowed his head, too fearful to speak or move. Damn it, Bane Gesta is alive? This cyber-psychopath who put Adam Heavy into intensive care, and you tell me he is still breathing? He attacked the all-food factory? Yes, are you blind to my rage? Get out. Mercado interrupted her subordinate sharply, her tone cold and resigned. The intelligence from Night City was undoubtedly accurate. Yet she had not anticipated that this lunatic could survive such intense confrontation with Adam Heavy. Just that afternoon, he had been lively, leading an assault on the biotechnology facility. Watching the employees scurry out of the room, Mercado's frustration simmered. She couldn't help but wonder why none of her subordinates could match the prowess of Heavy or Bane Gesta. Had she possessed such capable allies, her future might have been paved with success. This thought only fueled her ire. The Biotechnology Intelligence Department was filled with ineffectual incompetence. In the Badlands, the Night Stalkers were indeed hospitable. Before they could seek them out, the Night Stalkers had already approached them. Man observed the obstacles and vehicles strewn across the road, warning those inside the car. Just as he spoke, gunfire erupted from both sides of the vehicle, with countless bullets raining down upon them. Through the bulletproof glass, GC clearly observed 3 motorcycles darting onto the right lane, their riders and the members behind them brandishing firearms and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The screeching of tires mingled with the incessant crackle of gunshots and the frenzied, hostile shouts of the night prowlers. "Ha! Come down from that metal contraption, my little darlings. Let your brother show you a good time." In response to the unfolding chaos, Rebecca swiftly grasped the firearm resting on her thigh, poised to lean out of the vehicle and return fire. Man, quicker still, flung open the car door and leaped out, wielding the L-69 shotgun, a formidable weapon he had procured from GC's arsenal. With a sharp clang, the steel plate atop the vehicle slid apart, revealing the azure sky above. Standing tall, Rebecca immediately ascended, her heart racing as bullets whizzed past her ears. He perished before me, she declared, casting a fleeting glance to her side, instantly pinpointing the positions of 6 adversaries. The firearm in her grasp seemed devoid of recoil as she firmly held it, unleashing a rapid succession of 12 shots. Bang, bang. Alongside her, the thunderous report of Man's L-69 echoed in the fray. In this fleeting moment of confrontation, the night prowlers fell like autumn leaves. Their once boisterous bravado swiftly extinguished. A graceful figure, wrapped in a trench coat, clutched a dream headband tightly in her hands. Just as she reveled in the prospect of stepping into the city of dreams, a series of indistinct, rhythmic sounds reached her ears. Gunshots, and not far from my position, thought the girl with iridescent, rainbow-colored hair, as she instinctively turned toward the source of the noise. Chapter 69. The wandering girl. GC surveyed the disarrayed members of the Chaos Blade outside. Devoid of any inclination to engage, they were merely insignificant pawns. Everyone in Man's team had undergone his surgical enhancements, equipped with neural acceleration chips. Unless faced with elite forces from substantial corporations, it was utterly impossible for anyone to vanquish Man's squad. As Falco brought the vehicle to a halt, GC retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it and inhaling the smoke, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the skirmish. One member of the Night Stalker attempted to flee towards a nearby motorcycle. Bang! It was the shot fired by Dario. His neck erupted, leaving behind a headless corpse. The collapse of these individuals acted as a catalyst, prompting the 2 vehicles stationed by the barricade to frantically seek and escape. GC held no desire to pursue these defeated wretches. Yet, at that very moment, in the realm of Season 4, an enigmatic figure crouched behind a massive boulder, observing the unfolding scene. Although she was adorned with a pitch-black mask that filtered the air and protective goggles to shield against the dust, her features remained obscured. However, her fresh and flowing pinkish-white short hair added a vibrant touch to the otherwise monotonous wilderness. At that moment, Man had just returned to the vehicle, preparing to pursue the fleeing Night Stalkers. Unexpectedly, G stepped out of the vehicle, making his way towards the boulder with deliberate steps. G, what is the matter? Aren't we going after those Night Stalkers? Rebecca's face was etched with confusion. G, have you discovered something? Man inquired, also turning his head in curiosity. As Season 4 waved his hand without uttering a word, he continued his approach towards the colossal rock formation. The girl, concealed behind the boulder, felt an inexplicable chill in her heart. Instinctively, she employed her hacking skills, and her eyes shimmered with a blue glow as streams of digital information materialized before her gaze. Damn it, the Arasaka system, the CE is exceptionally thick. These individuals hail from Arasaka. An electromagnetic short circuit was in the process of transmission. The cybernetic eye was rebooting. Upon receiving feedback from the system, the girl realized that the magical puppet was about to activate. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to flee. Suddenly, an immensely powerful data stream converged upon her, and her vision was inundated with countless error messages. In the next instant, her surroundings lost all color, plunging into a pitch-black void. Crash. The girl fell directly to the ground, her dream ring shattering in her grasp. It's over. My dreams, this accursed world, no matter where I go, I always encounter these Arasaka dogs. With these thoughts, she blinked and succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing into darkness. At that moment, GC had inadvertently transmitted a malfunctioning cybernetic program to the girl, unaware that she was also taking action, which led her to be countered by the CE protective mechanism. When GC approached her, he beheld the shattered remnants of the broken Super Dream headband clutched tightly in her hand. Observing this, GC let out an inexplicable sigh. This dream, let it shatter as it may. GC gently removed the girl's goggles and dark mask, revealing none other than Lucy, the protagonist of the Edgewalker. Like countless players, GC's most striking impression of Lucy was her captivatingly chaotic beauty as she wielded a stretcher. That moment left an indelible mark on GC. Within less than a minute, she vividly embodied the indifferent and reckless persona that so entranced him. Yet, it must be noted that for all the madness Lucy displayed at the outset, she later revealed an equally profound vulnerability. What led to this transformation? It was her desire to journey to the moon. But why the moon? Because Lucy had never laid eyes upon it, nor had she ever received an education. Her entire understanding of the moon stemmed from the dreams and fantasies spun by the dreamers of Night City for the downtrodden. Your new life awaits you. Additionally, there was the fragmented Super Dream videotape clutched in her hands. Lucy knew nothing of the moon, nor had she contemplated how to reach it, let alone how to establish a life there. The notion of going to the moon was merely a reflection of her elusive aspiration, a distant dream she yearned for but could not grasp. Therefore, now that GC has encountered Lucy, would he still allow her to pursue her lunar ambitions? GC cradled Lucy as he approached the manned vehicle. The rest of the team, witnessing his swift return with a young girl in less than 10 minutes, wore expressions of perplexity. Once inside the vehicle, GC entrusted her to Sasha. Before anyone could speak, GC preemptively explained. She is a hacker miner who defected from the secret laboratory in the wasteland. Her daily tasks involved scavenging data from the old network, and encountering a rogue could be fatal. A mere 10 minutes later, in a state of drowsiness, Lucy gradually regained consciousness, uncertain of her current predicament. She chose to keep her eyes closed, instead attuning herself to her surroundings while clearly hearing the conversations around her, realizing she was not bound or restrained, but rather nestled in the embrace of a soft-bodied woman. A sense of relief washed over her. Man hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "G. We are heading to biotech to rescue Deshawn. I find it inappropriate to bring her along. Are we still going to the Night Haunters camp?" GC calmly spoke. "There is nothing inappropriate. The person I saved is here. Just follow my lead. As for the Night Wanderers camp, we shall head directly to the Biotechnology Research Institute, passing through there. If they dare to obstruct us, we will eliminate them all." After GC finished speaking, his gaze remained fixed on Lucy, who lay in Sasha's arms. He observed her in silence, pondering her thoughts. Rebecca, noticing GC's reaction, teased, "Dr. G, you haven't taken a liking to this woman, have you?" At her words, Sasha also turned his attention to GC. However, GC remained indifferent, focused on deciphering the signals transmitted from Lucy's neural interface. Was she still preoccupied with the internet? Just as he was about to urge her to stop feigning sleep, a sudden exclamation from Falco pierced the air. "Damn, it's an RG rocket. The Night Wanderer's main force is here." Whoosh. The missile streaked through the sky with unstoppable momentum, hurtling towards Falco in the cockpit. As GC's gaze sharpened, he realized that the Night Wanderers possessed such individual anti-tank weaponry. His movements were notably slower than Man, who had already opened a window and was poised to intercept the missile. In the bewildered eyes of the onlookers, as Man activated the ST Anvis tank to strike the missile, the explosion occurred less than 5 meters from the vehicle. A shard of metal from the blast instantly pierced the left tire, causing an imbalance that rendered the vehicle uncontrollable and erratic. Chapter 70, Compensation. Just as the vehicle teetered on the brink of overturning, Man quickly turned and leapt to the side, arms outstretched, propelling himself with great force. With a resounding thud, the vehicle regained its trajectory. Inside, the occupants were thrown about violently in the aftermath of the severe impact. Lucy and GC found themselves locked in a startled stare. At that moment, a cacophony of wails and howls erupted from outside. "Wow, let's take them down. Continue firing rockets. How dare they bully our Night Wanderer brothers in this cursed land? They're asking for death." In the blink of an eye, only Falco, Sasha, GC, and Lucy remained in the vehicle. Falco drew his pistol, ready to exit and assist in the attack, while Sasha was busy employing the vehicle's hacking equipment to disrupt the Night Wanderers' operations. GC seemed utterly indifferent to the battle outside, regarding it as inconsequential. There were no formidable foes here. The Night Prowlers numbered merely 7 vehicles, totaling fewer than 50 individuals. Lucy narrowed her delicate lavender eyes, scrutinizing the representative of the Hosaka Corporation before her, and disdainfully remarked, "I have nothing of substance to discuss with a lackey of Hosaka." Before GC could utter a word, it was Sasha who spoke up. "As a rescued wanderer, you truly possess no sense of awareness. Furthermore, G is not a mere stray dog." GC chuckled lightly, his gaze devoid of any anger. "Indeed. If you are referring to the Arasaka 3 system within my mind, it is merely a trophy. Additionally, I am a cybernetic physician, occasionally leading a life as a mercenary. As for the recent damage to your Mutwo, I shall compensate you with a new one shortly." Lucy, her expression one of reluctance, lowered her head and ceased to look at GC. "You have no comprehension of what that Mutwo signifies to me. You simply offer to replace it. Rather than that, I would prefer to know if you might allow me to leave and let me disembark." Season 4 gazed at Lucy, instinctively retreating without concern. He unzipped Pyrrha's backpack, his eyes falling upon the 2 Mutwo headbands, and he fell into contemplation. What had the Mutwo headband he brought this morning looked like? It was black. Indeed, both of these were black as well, and in terms of details, they were standard products, exhibiting no discernible differences. Thus, GC took out both headbands and handed them to Lucy, saying, "Rest assured, I am not exactly a virtuous man. These 2 headbands are yours to keep." As for your wish to disembark, these desolate mountains are far from safe. Wait until I rescue someone from Biotechnica, then we shall return to Night City together. Lucy lowered her head slightly, her delicate face half-shrouded in shadow. The sun had already set, plunging the outside world into darkness. Yet in the distance, the neon glow of that dream-chasing city still shimmered on the horizon. At this moment, GC's thoughts were rather straightforward. Now that Lucy had been located, was there really a reason to fear losing her? Thus, when GC expressed his concern over allowing Lucy to venture alone into the Night City, it indeed stemmed from genuine care. The night was shrouded in darkness, and they were situated in a perilous area. The trek from their current location to Night City spanned several arduous kilometers, an exhausting distance. Lucy's cybernetic enhancements were still minimal. There was no need for her to endure such hardship. She was acutely aware that in GC's presence, she wouldn't stand a chance, let alone attempt an escape. She believed her sole value lay in being returned for a profit to Arasaka, or perhaps her appearance had caught someone SI, which could also fetch a significant price. Beyond those possibilities, she could conceive of no other reasons. Under duress and threat, Lucy reluctantly accepted the 2 supremacy headbands from GC. Can these 2 supremacy headbands really take me to the moon? For now, I must maintain a cordial rapport with these individuals. If an opportunity arises, I must escape. Season 4 is unaware of the tumultuous changes within Lucy's heart, yet it matters little to him. Your friends are out there battling those nocturnal phantoms. Do you not worry about aiding them? Lucy inquired, a glimmer of perplexity evident in her gaze. Now that escape was no longer an option. She was inclined to engage in further conversation with the man before her to glean more information. Season 4 appeared to regard the matter with indifference, casually responding. The chaotic blades outside are but wandering phantoms, mere minions. Their level of cybernetic enhancement is low, and their weaponry is subpar. They pose no threat to man and his companions. It is likely that true experts will be encountered at the Biotechnological Research Institute. The serene demeanor of Season 4 momentarily captivated Lucy. You all hail from the City of Night, do you not? Could you share your experiences with me? I have heard tales of neon specters unseen in other cities, as well as countless opportunities for wealth. As long as one possesses the capability and dares to strive, every individual's dream can be fulfilled. Is that not so? Upon hearing Lucy's inquiry, GC suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, you are entirely correct. While others claim that Night City is merely a cesspool, I beg to differ. One's perspective shapes their understanding. I believe it possesses everything one could desire. Nearby, Sasha, who was engrossed in her hacking device, could not suppress her laughter at his words. However, upon reflection, she found GC's statements particularly insightful. Others might be living lives of despair or indulging in fleeting pleasures. But what of GC? She realized she too was at a loss. Oh, GC is creating the ultimate nightmare of Bane's massacre at the Arasaka Tower. It seems he is preparing for a grand sale. With this thought, Sasha interjected, Gee, the nightmare you crafted for that wanderer girl, could it be the one you just made about the massacre at Arasaka Tower? Yes. The massacre at Arasaka Tower? Season 4 turned to the terrified Lucy and spoke with an air of indifference. This dream eater is compensation for you. Is it sufficient? Lucy's mind was flooded with the images of her former companions. However, to refer to them as companions would be misleading. Despite having grown up and lived alongside one another, their relationships had never been particularly close. When their minds and bodies were engulfed in the relentless bombardment of knowledge, all they felt was a primal fear of life and death in the old network. The notion of mutual understanding was merely an illusion. They had been taken in by the Arasaka Corporation at a young age, nurtured until they were deemed suitable to venture into the perilous old network for salvage operations as expendable resources. There was no hope, no hobbies, no dreams, merely the existence of the most rudimentary work robots. Even after narrowly escaping from the Arasaka base, all those individuals, including Lucy, lost all contact. Devoid of any emotional ties. What had become of those former inmates? They were likely all dead. Chapter 71. A new dream. As GC gazed blankly at the 2 dream rings in Lucy's hands, he remained unfazed. Soon, Man and Dorio returned from outside to assist Falco in changing the car tire. Meanwhile, Rebecca swiftly darted into the vehicle. Just as she intended to converse with GC and Sasha, her eyes fell upon the awakening Lucy. Oh, the wandering girl has awakened. Noticing Lucy without raising her head, Rebecca pouted, sensing her aloofness and choosing not to engage further. When Man and the others re-entered the car, they had yet to utter a word. However, Pila, with a cigarette in his mouth, caught sight of the 2 dream rings Lucy held, and with a hint of hesitation, turned to GC and asked, Brother G. What is this? GC believed that Pila was referring to his prized collection of Super Dream. Indeed, I had previously damaged her Super Dream device and had graciously gifted it to her. Upon my return, I shall acquire some new items for you. Naturally, Pila was elated at the prospect of receiving a new treasure from GC. His previous confusion regarding the Super Dream issue at the Bloodbath Tower was overshadowed by an instinctive wariness towards outsiders. However, now that GC had expressed his intentions, Pila felt no further need for concern. Hey, Brother G, I wish to explore your second-floor storage room to select a couple of arms. As a technical expert, one must not be lacking in dexterity. The vehicle roared back to life. At this moment, Lucy awakened, and as she felt the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd upon her, a flicker of fear stirred within her. Gazing at the two Super Dream headbands in her hands, she contemplated wearing them, her expression betraying her trepidation. Rebecca, sensing the anxiousness of the wandering girl, gracefully rose from beside the pickup and approached Lucy, gently nudging her with an arm. Hello, I'm Rebecca. What is your name? After a brief silence, Lucy finally found her voice. I'm Lucy, a hacker. Taking a deep breath amidst the collective gaze of her peers, she promptly donned the Super Dream headband, concealing her eyes beneath its embrace. 5 minutes later, with her face flushed crimson, Lucy emerged from the Super Dream. The others struggled to suppress their laughter, fully aware of the peculiar circumstances surrounding Pila's other Super Dream. Feeling a surge of frustration yet tinged with fear, Lucy murmured softly, "You deceived me." As Season 4 gazed upon Lucy's rosy visage, he shook his head. Among the two, only one is genuine. The one currently in possession is Pyra's cherished dream. If it does not please you, you may return it to him. Lucy furrowed her brow, showing no hesitation as she tossed the dream back to Pyra, but this time, she immediately donned another dream. In an instant, her vision darkened, and when it returned, she found herself in a new location. This was the entrance to the Arasaka Tower. Lucy's breath caught in her throat as she felt an uncontrollable tremor coursing through her. Yet the imagery of the dream would not cease on its own. She watched as she approached the entrance to the Arasaka Tower, each step an ominous advance toward an abyss akin to hell. Lucy was confronted by security at the entrance. This is no place for the likes of you. Be gone. Facing the barrel of a gun, Lucy's underlying fear was far from extinguished. The next moment, an inexplicable stream of blue data flashed by. Huh? Is the dream being recorded by a hacker? The security guard had transformed into a cybernetic lunatic. Bang. Ah, it is a cyber lunatic. Once more, the familiar blue data stream flickered. Lucy was still pondering whom the dream's owner was targeting. Damn, is this the work of the rogue, eh? Requesting backup. Fixing her gaze ahead. The scene unfolded before Lucy in a state of profound shock. Two cyber mechs launched indiscriminate attacks, and in but a fleeting moment, the Arasaka Tower lobby was strewn with casualties. What kind of madman is this? He is truly formidable. Then Lucy noticed that she inspected the dream recording device, murmuring, "All filth shall be reborn in the obliteration of fate. I, Bangesta, shall ensure that Arasaka Corporation receives its just punishment." Following that, she swaggered forward with both hands swinging confidently. Whenever the blue data stream appeared, it heralded death in abundance. This. Lucy was utterly stunned. Could there truly exist such a terrifying hacker in this world? Controlling heavy artillery turrets, effortlessly breaching Arasaka's CE defenses, instantly turning individuals into cyber lunatics. The electromagnetic short circuit of conventional hacking abilities, the rebooting of cybernetic eyes. She had never witnessed such feats. Could this possibly be a hacker? One who need not recline in a chair or dwell in a cryogenic chamber. A hacker? When Lucy regained her senses, she found herself attacking Adam Heavyhammer, and he seemed entirely unfazed by her assault. You can employ Stanislav. Utilize hacking abilities with a cybernetic modification level of 100. The Cult of Fate, Bangesta. If you do not approach, I shall continue my assault. Do not regret it. So audacious, so arrogant, so domineering. No wonder he dares to bloodily cleanse the Arasaka Tower. Bangesta? Lucy, unbeknownst to herself, started to realize that her fear of Arasaka was gradually dissipating, all due to a mere dream. It was as if the so-called colossal enterprise, Arasaka, was nothing extraordinary. The Cult of Fate is an evil organization bold enough to confront Arasaka head-on. Just as Lucy was about to slay Adam Heavyhammer, she found herself immobilized. To breach Bane's CE defenses at this moment, who has intervened? Lucy's eyes widened in disbelief as she realized she could do nothing but continue to watch the unfolding perspective of the dream. That bastard who struck from the shadows deserves to die? Adam Heavyhammer, had it not been for someone undermining me, I would have killed you 100 times over. I truly possess a great treasure, do not doubt it. With a shout, the sound of a pin being pulled echoed. Ah, vain jesta, you scoundrel. Boom. When Lucy emerged from the dream apparatus, she was left utterly disoriented. GC gazed into her dazed eyes, a smile illuminating his face. What do you think, Lucy? Do you still cherish this incredible dream? Upon hearing his words, Rebecca playfully nudged Lucy's arm once more. Come back to reality. Strangely, a few tears welled up at the corners of Lucy's eyes, and she could not fathom why. It seemed as though she had finally discovered her elusive dream. Lucy turned to GC, her voice soft and gentle. Are you truly willing to gift me this extraordinary dream, without any regrets? Yes, as long as you cherish it, it's yours, he replied, though GC appeared indifferent. Lucy scrutinized the enigmatic man before her. G. Brother G, may I inquire your name? I am GC. You may refer to me as Brother G or simply G. I am a member of the Fate God sect, and I am here to rescue another member from the Biotech Research Institute. His name is Deshawn. He is an intermediary and quite rotund. Lucy, would you care to join me? Chapter 72, The Research Institute inside a dimly lit interrogation room with gray-black walls. Mercado's face turned ashen as she listened to her subordinate hacker report. Minister Mercado, Deshawn passed away 3 minutes ago. We were delving deep into his brain's memory sectors. Just as we breached them, a chip originating from within him self-destructed, one that our detection equipment failed to uncover. Listening to the hacker's account, Mercado clenched her fists, struggling to contain her fury. So, you are attempting to convey this as good news? We apprehended Deshawn, yet found no intelligence, and now the Fate God sect is coming to our door to mock us? Seeing Mercado's displeasure, the hacker hastily continued, No, that's not the case. Our detection equipment is among the best globally. The chip within Deshawn was undetectable. Even though it has self-destructed, there are still remnants from which we can glean information. Its digital coding system differs from the mainstream coding written by our leading companies. We suspect it originates from the old net, rather than from a corporate laboratory as previously assumed. The hacker spoke rapidly, and as Mercado absorbed this information, she found herself contemplating, compared to having no information at all. Acquiring such insights could suffice in appeasing the biotech board. Yet, this alone could not satiate her ambition or what one might call her desire for advancement. The Fate God sect. If it truly stems from the old net, then network surveillance is their primary adversary. Those daring enough to rescue Deshawn might possess combat capabilities comparable to Bane Guster. If the network surveillance is willing to act, then I have the opportunity to capture them all. If we cannot find any intelligence on Deshawn, could it be that these individuals possess none as well? Thus, this is my chance, a divine opportunity bestowed upon me. The hacker, belonging to the intelligence department, dared not speak as he witnessed Mercado's changing expressions. However, Mercado soon relaxed her furrowed brow and commanded, Have Carlot switch to combat cybernetics and come to my office. We are going to war against the Fate God sect. 30 minutes later, reclining in her office chair, Mercado dialed the network surveillance hotline, and in no time, the call connected. This is Mercado from Biotech. I need to speak with the head of the Night City Network Surveillance. The call was transferred successfully. Hello, Ms. Mercado. I am Blase Mosley. Network Surveillance Unit 170. To be brief, I have apprehended the intermediary Deshawn from the Fate God sect and discovered a chip in his body from the old net. I require your assistance, as the Fate God sect is about to attack our Biotech Research Institute located in the Badlands. I understand, Ms. Mercado. We possess the most professional methods to deal with the threats beyond the Black Wall, yet we cannot provide adequate security against physical threats. I suggest you contact Arasaka Corporation. They are more specialized in that area. However, we can assist you in resolving this network security crisis. We have just launched a new network security solution package. Would you like to know more? Mercado took a deep breath and replied, No problem, let us discuss the price. On the surface, the Network Surveillance Organization serves global network security, yet its origins lie within the private sector. They possess cutting-edge technology and maintain close collaborations with various companies. Their revenue is derived from providing network security, addressing hostile hackers, and selling exclusive network intelligence to large enterprises. In the world of 2077, no company or organization operates without profit motives, including the primary law enforcement agency in Night City, NCD, funded by the Night Corporation. They are nominally under the City Council, with the city being secondary. The NCD police force epitomizes an organization lacking in every conceivable resource, equipment, funding. Personnel, they are bereft of nearly everything. Once Mercado hung up the phone, she had agreed to the network surveillance's quoted price of 800,000 euros, solely to intercept the cyber attacks from the fake god sect. Mercado turned her gaze to the towering figure standing at her office door. The steel giant stood 2 meters tall, its limbs and torso composed of cold, black metallic skeletons, with a modified Gatling gun mounted on its back capable of firing over 1,000 rounds per minute, a phenomenon often referred to as metal storm. The bald head belonged to an African-American man in middle age, with pale cybernetic eyes, exuding an aura of intimidation, and his cybernetic modifications were extraordinarily advanced, reaching an astounding 82. Carlotte, our adversary this time is the fake god sect. While I am unsure if they harbor individuals as fearsome as Bane Guster, I intend to capture them alive. Mercado, accustomed to Carlotte's formidable presence, spoke with a stern tone. Bane Guster. Carlotte's voice was a low, metallic rasp. Mercado remained composed as Carlotte spoke. Remember, your wife and daughter enjoy their comfortable lives at biotech, with regular time off, all thanks to your ability to care for them. If you wish for their happiness, ensure you fulfill my orders, understood? I will crush them and bring them all back. Carlotte bowed his head, no longer meeting Mercado's gaze. He was acutely aware of the atrocities he had committed on the battlefield, once a loathed figure teetering on the brink of cybernetic insanity. It was biotech that provided him with the means to maintain and enhance his body, suppressing his bloodthirsty madness, and allowing him to find love and father a precious daughter. Without biotech, he would have faced utter ruin. Thus, he cherished his position in biotech security. After speaking, Carlotte turned and strode toward the door, preparing for the impending battle. Each heavy step of his steel body resonated with a thunderous sound against the floor. As Mercado watched Carlotte walk away, she could not help but mutter, "Damn. He looks intimidating." Yet he was easily defeated by Adam's single-handed might. Chapter 73, Fortress of the Wasteland. Inside the Emperor 620S, Lucy turned her head, gazing intently at the pristine white moon in the sky, where her most beautiful dreams once resided. As GC lowered his head slightly, he pondered the preparations necessary for the cyber pioneers. He intended to continue modifying his own body to the next stage, 80. It was not that he wished to leap directly to 100. Rather, he was apprehensive about jeopardizing his life. While there was a solution for his secondary heart, the brain in the vat posed a dilemma. Would he transform into a digital specter akin to an Ultra? But if that were the case, would he still be himself? Suddenly, Falco, acting as the driver, noticed a massive hover vehicle in the distant skyline. Everyone, be cautious. A hovercar from Zeta Technology is approaching. Just then, a whistling tungsten projectile, slicing through the air with a menacing shriek, hurtled toward the driver's seat with an incomprehensible velocity. The moment man heard Falco's warning, he lifted his gaze. With his accelerated neural cognition, he spotted the bullet. There was no time for hesitation. Man activated the Sion waistband and yanked Falco aside. But he was still a moment too late. Bang! The thick, armored bulletproof glass shattered in an instant, leaving a gaping hole. Falco's left arm was pierced by the projectile, and he immediately broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. Damn it! It's the biotech people. Falco. The whizzing tungsten bullet did not relent but continued its assault. Targeting the chassis, it penetrated a layer of alloy armor, creating a crater in the ground, and a stone was propelled upward, striking the vehicle's tire once more. Boom. At the moment Falco was injured, the steering wheel of the Emperor 620S was yanked to the right. The stone's impact, combined with the sudden tilt, caused the vehicle to flip over. Fortunately, none of the occupants were ordinary. They quickly regained their balance. Even Lucy, who had arrived last, was adept at maintaining her equilibrium. As a lone hacker accustomed to close combat with molecular blades, as Season 4 approached to assess Falco's condition, the occupants inside the vehicle had yet to disembark, when suddenly, a cacophony of tires screeching against the pavement pierced the air. Be cautious, the biotechnological combat unit is upon us. Everyone, exit swiftly. Dorio's face was etched with urgency. While man had already taken action, forcefully kicking open the car door, Rebecca, petite and agile, opened the sunroof on her side and leapt out, immediately spotting the adjacent biotechnological vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. A soldier inside one of the vehicles seemed to mock Rebecca's audacity, only to be met with 3 bullets striking the same spot, shattering the bulletproof glass. The projectiles penetrated his forehead, leaving a grotesque, bloodied hole. Following closely man, still under the effects of the Sambistein, unleashed his shotgun, obliterating the driver in his seat. GC remained inside, tending to Falco's wounds. I have plenty of prosthetic arms in various colors, red, black, yellow. Once we return, I can help you replace it, he assured. Thank you so much, G. Falco replied. G, this area is shielded by the Life Technology Network. No signals can penetrate. Sasha exclaimed, suddenly springing into action, gun in hand. Ready to support Man and the others. Lucy stood silently behind GC, lost in her thoughts. In an instant, the air outside was filled with the thunderous roar of gunfire. 2 minutes later, as GC emerged from the vehicle, the ground was littered with bodies. 28 soldiers from Life Technology lay lifeless. The reason GC refrained from utilizing his hacking skills after Sasha's shout was that he sensed something amiss in the network area. They were being watched. Network monitor? Has the biotech personnel contacted the network monitor? He pondered. Does this mean the one who covertly attacked me at the Arasaka Tower was also the network monitor? A biotech officer, drenched in cold sweat, crouched behind a massive boulder, too terrified to glance at the chaos outside. He held his breath, attempting to calm his racing heart. To him, the occupants of that vehicle were monsters, quick to fire and remarkably accurate. The mere pull of a trigger would spell doom for him and his comrades. The officer swallowed hard, moistening his parched throat, praying that these harbingers of death would not discover him. Carrot, please come to my aid. Found you. Rebecca, with her right hand gripping the pistol, aimed directly at the officer's forehead. The next moment, a shot rang out. At present, GC is diligently contemplating a solution. The physical form of this network monitor is highly likely to be situated in Taiping Prefecture, though it remains uncertain whether it is guarded by animals or under the control of the warlord Hansen in Dogtown. Within the world of 2077, network surveillance may well be one of the most enigmatic organizations. They proclaim themselves as the guardians of human civilization and the last line of defense against rogue. Yet in reality, they are merely another cog in the corporate machinery. They wield the infamous black ice with great proficiency. Typically, black ice is categorized into 3 types. The first type is known as anti-human black ice, which directly targets the hackers themselves, inflicting harm through hardware and cybernetic enhancements. The second type is referred to as anti-program black ice, primarily designed to render data ineffective, thereby serving as a formidable weapon against rogue. The third type consists of demonic programs crafted by Bartmoss, featuring entities such as Afrit, imps, succubi, barons, thugs, and vampires. Beyond reconnaissance, attack, and defense capabilities, the vampire suite can be likened to a cybernetic version of the Sharingan. It has the ability to obliterate enemy programs while simultaneously assimilating their powers. Black Ice, indeed, is the preferred tool of the most proficient network surveillance agents. Considering this, GC currently possesses limited methods of utilizing the network. Aside from basic applications such as data processing to overload the mind, he is left with the remnants of a cybernetic psychosis. He is uncertain of the outcome against the network monitor. According to the 2077 framework, his computational power and magical storage capacity are undoubtedly formidable. However, this is the realm of reality. Thus, he hesitates, contemplating whether to physically transport himself to Taiping Prefecture and eliminate the wretched network monitor directly. Meanwhile, Lucy stands behind GC, retrieving a lady's cigarette from her pocket. Would you care for one? She inquires. As GC had just taken the cigarette from Lucy's hand and lit it, at that very moment, the hovering vehicle that had just fired at Falco was rapidly approaching. The body of the vehicle bore a conspicuous biotechnological logo. As Season 4 squinted slightly, a peculiar sound echoed in his mind. Ding! You have triggered a special mission to hunt down all members of the biotech organization led by Carrot from the Fate sect. Reward, Mental Barrier. Chapter 74, Discomfort. The hovering vehicle gradually descended to a low altitude, while the members of Man's team aimed their guns at the vigilant figures above, refraining from firing immediately. Amidst the hum of the engine, a shadow suddenly plummeted from the sky. Bang! It crashed onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. G's gaze turned frigid as he recognized the unfortunate soul who had been cast down. It was none other than Deshawn. Stripped bare of all defenses and plummeting from a height of 70 to 80 meters, his face bleeding as it met the ground below. Shortly thereafter, a robust figure appeared at the doorway of the hovering vehicle, grinning down at the gathered crowd with a mocking smile. Those equipped with cognitive enhancement chips quickly discerned that it was indeed Deshawn who had been thrown away. Yet, the rotund man was clearly beyond salvation. This signified that the rescue mission had met with utter failure. Gee, what now? Gee. Man and Rebecca fell silent after their initial remarks. The decision of whether to fight or flee now rested entirely on G's shoulders. As GC gazed upon the figure above, its form bore a resemblance to Adam's heavy hammer, though it appeared somewhat more slender. This individual was likely the most formidable within the realm of biotechnology. By casting Deshawn aside, the intent was merely to provoke them. After all, in the eyes of the outside world, the Destiny sect evoked sentiments far removed from the profit-driven motives of corporations. It was an organization forged through loyalty and brotherhood. Carrot's intentions were straightforward. He sought to incite GC and his companions into a fervor, causing them to lose their composure. Thus, they would unwittingly walk into the meticulously laid ambush, ultimately leading to their downfall. The Destiny sect's Bengesta had once incapacitated Adam's heavy hammer for months within the Arasaka Tower. Unlike Arasaka, which boasted a formidable hacker collective, or the elite combat units of the Arasaka Ninja Corps, biotechnology possessed none of these advantages. Presently, in Night City, Carrot alone stood as the only viable contender. Carrot was acutely aware of the peril represented by the Destiny sect. Therefore, from the outset of his operational strategy, he aimed to unleash the most devastating firepower to clear the way for his survival. As for Mercado's absurd demand for the capture of all, she was simply delusional. As if she had not yet awakened from a stupor. I have already returned the favor. You slaughtered so many elite warriors of biotechnology, and the higher-ups expect you to be spared from repercussions. Begone. Carrot's electronically synthesized voice resonated with an eerie darkness, echoing through the night like a malevolent specter whispering from the abyss. His obsidian visage, accentuated by two stark white prosthetic eyes, instilled a profound sense of dread in man and the others who beheld him for the first time. In the next moment, GC spread his arms wide and closed his eyes. Destiny has arrived. What if this area is under the surveillance of the authorities? Aside from hacking techniques, GC possesses various methods to confront his enemies. Today, Carrot is doomed. When he first arrived in Night City, he was able to modify a wire tube into a projectile launcher. Now, it is time to demonstrate his unique transformation skills. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, GC's hands swiftly moved to his chest, and within a mere second, he completed the transformation. A cannon muzzle emerged, precisely aimed at the floating vehicle where Carrot was situated. In the stillness of the night, the voice of GC resonated with clarity. Take my strike, if you survive. I may consider leaving your corpse intact. Ordinary ammunition was rendered utterly ineffective against the formidable biological technology of the colossal floating vehicle, whose armor exceeded 1/2 meter in thickness. This was precisely why Man and his companions had opened fire without first engaging in direct confrontation. Their bullets merely grazed the metal behemoth, a mere tickle to its impenetrable surface. However, GC's ace in the hole, the specialized armor-piercing round, was tailored for those adept in biological technology. Its penetrative prowess surpassed that of conventional munitions by several dozen times, weighing in at a staggering 8 kilograms. The explosive armor-piercing shell bore a resemblance to a large bullet composed primarily of a projectile body, a driving band, and a core. Upon firing, the internal propellant ignited, propelling the driving band forward, which was then accelerated through the electromagnetic Gauss cannon before being discharged. Its velocity reached an astonishing 2,000 meters per second. In an instant, a piercing armor-piercing shell, forged from a tungsten-uranium alloy, was unleashed, at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. It struck the underside of the floating vehicle in the blink of an eye. The impact was explosive. The heavy armor of the vehicle was instantly breached, creating a gaping hole. The occupants within the cockpit, caught completely off guard, were obliterated by the force of the projectile. Yet, the core of the armor-piercing shell did not cease its operation. It ignited a violent explosion within the floating vehicle. Before Carrot could fully comprehend the situation, alarms blared. Beep, beep, beep. Accompanied by a crimson glow, the engine of the floating vehicle abruptly ceased its function, sending the craft plummeting downwards. Carrot wasted no time activating the Stanislas device, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is this a tactical missile? Handcrafted and launched, like a missile? The altitude is too great. I cannot safely descend within 20 meters, or else the weight of my augmented frame will injure my internals upon impact. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted skyward as if everything were consumed by the explosion. In that fleeting moment, a disheveled figure leapt from the floating vehicle just as it was about to crash to the ground. GC contemplated deeply. If he were to strike the figure of Karodi standing at the entrance of the airborne vehicle, he could certainly deliver a fatal blow. However, such an action would inflict minimal damage on the airborne vehicle itself. and with Kuroti's demise, the personnel from the biotechnology sector would undoubtedly retreat without hesitation. Moreover, GC possessed only a single projectile. Should the biotechnology team falter in facing the enemy, his mission would inevitably culminate in failure. Thus, it seemed more prudent to stoke the flames of fervent determination. He sought vengeance for his fallen brothers, to shed blood for them. He desired to personally dispatch this audacious, rotund adversary. Beside GC, Lucy's eyes widened in disbelief, her cigarette having fallen to the ground unbeknownst to her. The others fared little better. Rebecca's artificial eye appeared on the verge of popping out, involuntarily emitting a dry gasp of admiration. This was the seemingly innocuous Dr. G. The man's squad was momentarily rendered speechless. The heavy thuds of footsteps echoed as Kuroti emerged from the dust with remarkable speed. If a confrontation were to ensue between him and the man's squad in a 1 versus many scenario, the question of courage became moot. He was not foolish. If he were that stubborn, he would not have survived until now. Furthermore, what if that young man were to raise his hands and surrender, only to unleash another strike before him? Who could withstand such an onslaught? Adam's heavy hammer? Even a direct hit would spell certain doom. So, what manner of beings were those within the Destiny cult? Their overwhelming assault sank the airborne vehicle with a single blow. It was not merely a matter of human vulnerability. Even an armored tank would struggle to withstand such force. Chapter 75. The encounter. After GC shot down the hovering vehicle, the group did not immediately pursue Carlo. Instead, they gathered around a Shao, silently sighing. A good person, just like that, has vanished. Sasha initially intended to offer some words of comfort to GC. But upon seeing the cold indifference etched on his face, she found herself at a loss for words. Man, observing the scene before him, turned to GC and murmured, "Gee, what do you think we should do?" Season 4 took a deep breath. Dust returns to dust, and since Deshawn was a brother of the Church of Fate, I hope he can rest in peace amidst the flames. Deshawn, may you live a life of happiness and freedom in your next incarnation. After speaking, Season 4 signaled a man, who carried Deshawn to the fallen hovercar nearby. Pyrrha retrieved CH-00H2 fuel from a nearby vehicle, which Season 4 ignited. Watching as the body of the hefty man gradually turned to ashes. Once everything settled, Season 4 turned to survey the gathered crowd behind him. I shall avenge Deshawn. Biotechnology must pay in blood for its debts. Without asking for consent, everyone felt it was only natural. Inquiring about the availability of high-quality cybernetic arms on the battlefield, GC sought to assist Falco with a surgical procedure. Without hesitation, Rebecca dragged over the recently dispatched biotechnology officer. Meanwhile, Mandorlio and Pyrrha worked diligently to right the overturned Emperor 620S for repairs. Lacking an operating room and anesthesia, GC resorted to using a data cable to sever Falco's sensory perception, forcibly completing the installation of the cybernetic arm. By the time they were ready to depart once more, an hour had elapsed, and Falco's severed limb had transformed into a gleaming silver appendage. Back at the ambush site, Carlotte let out a sigh of relief, yet the absence of pursuing forces prompted deep contemplation. Just as he was about to assign biotechnology soldiers to investigate, one of his subordinates hurried over, exclaiming, "Report. An armed off-road vehicle has appeared at the 1 o'clock position to the north. It's the Emperor 620S you mentioned, Chief. The drone's camera feed has been redirected to the screen." Carlotte took the tablet to inspect the footage, confirming it was indeed Mander's vehicle, moving steadily in their direction. As anticipated, they seek vengeance for Deshawn, Carlotte mused, continuing, suppressing their fury, attempting to maintain composure. We'll see if they survive. Target the approaching vehicle with the missile assault team and fire at will. How dare they bombard me? They shall taste the artillery of biotechnology. Insect minions of the cult of destiny, I shall shatter you piece by piece. Understood. His subordinate replied, activating the internal communication system within the neural interface. Missile assault team. Your target is the approaching armed vehicle. Adjust distance and commence firing without delay. The biotechnology convoy turned its cannons skyward, employing radar to lock onto the Emperor's 620S. Simultaneously, GC and his companions, having sensed the ambush, did not remain in the vehicle but instead dispersed, utilizing their physical prowess to advance. The vehicle itself was merely being driven by a supplementary program crafted by GC, thus appearing to move at a leisurely pace. This region had been locked down by network supervision through local subnet access, and GC had no intention of breaking through by force. Although both he and Sasha Lucy's hacking capabilities were hampered, it did not diminish their combat effectiveness. Soon, A volley of missiles struck the armored exterior of the Emperor's 620S, sending forth billowing black smoke and resulting in a cacophony of violent explosions. During the missile launch, GC and his team observed the positions of the missile vehicles. Their advance was marked by exceptional individual combat prowess. The first to engage the enemy was Mander, who, wielding the Sion Wasteland, simultaneously drew his L-69 shotgun and unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the biotechnology operatives. The terrifying force was far beyond what these conventional soldiers could withstand. They were ill-equipped to handle the Sion Wasteland, rendering them mere shadows in the face of Mander's might. Following Mander's lead, Rebecca swiftly engaged as well, wielding an assault rifle to eliminate all personnel operating one of the missile vehicles. While Mander and his allies wreaked havoc upon the biotechnology employees, Carlot received alarming news. His complexion darkened as his intentions were laid bare, and he felt for the first time in a long while the chilling grip of life and death peril. Though disbelief coursed through him, he instinctively began to consider an escape route. For if death were to claim him, all would indeed be lost. With a cat-like weapon seized from the hovering vehicle in hand, GC aimed at Karoti's head, charging the electromagnetic rotational force. Bang! A tungsten projectile was upon him in the blink of an eye. For the cat-like weapon, a distance of 500 meters required not even a second. While Karoti was still pondering a countermeasure, he suddenly felt a tremendous force strike his face, causing significant damage to his cheek. In an instant, a warning from the system appeared before his eyes. Left jaw damage 72, cranial bones exhibiting fracture lines. Could it be the cat-like weapon I dropped on the hovering vehicle? Impossible. How could it possess such power? The reason Karoti was not killed instantly was due to his possession of the world's most advanced biotic body. The nano-impact absorbing armor developed through biotechnology and his uranium alloy skeleton provided him with extraordinary defense. He could withstand a minute of direct heavy machine gun fire without succumbing. Even a shotgun blast to the face would only result in minor injuries. Yet now, he found his defenses breached by a technical weapon. Despite his thoughts, Karoti's actions remained swift. He activated his Sion Wasteland, transforming into an afterimage, darting between boulders and mounds of earth. Bang, bang, bang. His speed, enhanced to the level of an afterimage, proved effective, as tungsten bullets whizzed past him, failing to inflict any harm. This gradually restored Karoti's confidence. Seizing the 16 seconds granted by Sion Wasteland, he charged towards the source of the gunfire, intent on eliminating this troublesome foe. In the next moment, Karoti heard a sound akin to a hiss, the bullet piercing his armor. The neural coordination system transmitted a faint pain signal, and in conjunction with his brain-machine system, a set of data materialized before his eyes. Left synthetic lung lobe damage 99. 6. Chest armor compromised, vascular tissue within the body leaking, loss of neural fluid. Temporary shutdown of oxygen supply function, with a retry attempt in 23 seconds. How could the cat-like weapon hit me while I was using Sion Wasteland? Possessing my Crunchikoff. Chapter 76, Revenge in the Valley District, at the Puff Tavern. The moment GC realized that the malevolent network had been locally blocked by the dark hand of network surveillance, he sprang into action, rising from his bed. Silently, he ascended to the second-floor mechanical workshop. How could he tolerate the audacity of network surveillance to meddle with the fate of his cult, not once, but twice? GC moved 3 boxes of electromagnetic pulse grenades onto the workbench, though his mind was occupied with thoughts. His hands moved with remarkable swiftness as he continuously dismantled the grenades for further processing. The room was illuminated by incandescent light, accompanied by GC's intermittent, cold laughter. An hour later, Bane and the others had just returned from the food processing plant, their bodies smeared with a mixture of white neurofluid. It was then that they caught sight of GC, whose face bore a ghastly grin as he entered through the back door, carrying a metal barrel. Brother G? The others gazed at him with perplexity, unable to comprehend the peculiar situation at hand. GC raised the iron bucket with both hands and placed it before the bar of the Puff Tavern. No, little Bane. There is something I need to entrust to you. Only you can handle this matter with my utmost peace of mind. Huh? All right. A broad smile spread across Bane's face, for it had been quite some time since GC had asked him to undertake a task alone. Season 4, unreserved in the presence of others, gestured towards the rusted iron barrel before him, upon which several metallic wires were affixed. This, he declared, is my recently crafted enhanced high-temperature electromagnetic pulse bomb, capable of incapacitating all electronic devices within an 800-meter radius in an instant. while inducing a phenomenon of electromagnetic high-temperature fusion on nearby targets. Beside him, Suchinchue, Gloria, David, and the others exchanged glances, somewhat incredulous that their ears had not deceived them. Yet, GC did not cease his discourse. This morning, when I was beset by the cyber monitors, I trust you all witnessed it as well. Now, the monitors from Evil Land have once again approached us, seeking to stir trouble for our fate god sect. It is now clear what I require of you, Bane. I am aware that the Night City cyber surveillance has a stronghold within the Grand Empire Mall located in Taiping Prefecture, where they typically employ the Animal Gang as their sentinels. There is no need for you to eliminate those members of the Animal Gang. Instead, take this canister and infiltrate the Grand Empire Mall, find a secure position, and then detonate it from 800 meters away, obliterating the cyber monitoring stronghold for me. After GC finished speaking, he handed a remote device to Bane, who accepted it without hesitation, simply replying with an acknowledgement. The remaining patrons of the Puff Tavern seemed to awaken from a dream, and David, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, murmured, "Brother G, this is vengeance that does not wait for the night to pass." At that moment, Bane's expression revealed a hint of hesitation, which GC quickly discerned. Is there something that remains unspoken? Bane shook his head in response. Just now, after we left the Whole Foods factory, we rescued a few mercenaries who were working for Deshawn. They expressed their desire to thank you, Brother G, but I thought it best to postpone their visit for another day. There's also a hacker, the one who has been assisting Deshawn, T-Bug. I suggested she return to rest for now and come by once she is refreshed. G nodded slightly. Yes, I understand. After speaking, Bane had already lifted the iron barrel, preparing to depart. Dorothy bit her lip and said, Brother G, I would like to go as well. Brother Bane is carrying the bomb, and I will assist him by driving. This way, I can also provide support. Season 4 is inconsequential. Indeed, that area belongs to the Voodoo Gang. To avoid detection, I have crafted a networked signal jamming device for you to carry in the vehicle. Hey, let us set off some fireworks for these folks to see. After Dorothy and Bane leave, Su Qingxue cannot help but approach Season 4. Gee, are you not a cybernetic doctor? How is it that you possess such a wealth of knowledge? GC smiled in response, then tell me, why is there only one Bartmos in this world? And not two? Su Qingxue's question was destined to remain unanswered. However, her gaze towards GC was filled with profound tenderness. You all keep an eye on the tavern. I shall take a brief rest below. The skirmish at Evil Land is about to commence, and I wish to observe, GC remarked as he surveyed the room. Noting the eager and excited eyes of the crowd, he felt no further words were necessary. Before long, upon returning to his bed, GC found that Bane and Dorothy had already commandeered the Wraith, speeding towards the Empire Mall of the Peaceful State. Dorothy drove with the ferocity of a racing car, almost wishing she could extend her feet into the fuel tank. When the duo arrived near the Empire Mall, merely 40 minutes had elapsed. Dorothy remained vigilant within the vehicle while Bane meticulously scouted the mall's perimeter, determining the optimal point of entry. Though the Empire Mall served as a stronghold for both the Network Monitoring Agency and the Animal Gang, their arrangement, one paying while the other acted as bodyguards, could be seen as a curious alliance. The Peaceful State, once envisioned as a vacation paradise, had long since descended into decline following the withdrawal of major corporate investments. Tourists were nowhere to be found, replaced instead by rampant street violence. Forgotten by the NCD, the supposed protective organization for the populace had instead become the notorious Voodoo Gang. The Network Monitoring Agency and the Voodoo Gang had a long-standing enmity in the Animal Gang. Composed of members with brawn over brains, found little fear in the hackers of the Voodoo Gang. Bane crouched low, cradling a metal barrel in his arms, and leaped from the outside to the second floor of the mall. He could clearly see the occasional figures of the Animal Gang within. 200 kilograms of electromagnetic pulse grenades. Network monitoring. I fear you shall be blown to bits. Bane edged along the wall, inching his way through the mall. Approximately 30 meters ahead of him, a shattered window stood ajar, large enough for him to slip inside. Upon entering through the window, Bane became acutely aware of the omnipresent surveillance cameras and the patrolling members of the Animal Gang. Carefully calculating the blind spots of the cameras, he realized that as this was the stronghold of the Network Monitoring Agency, GC could not assist him with hacking. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, he opened them again, his expression now devoid of emotion. He activated the Xianwei stand, preparing to find a suitable location to place the device within the allotted time. 6 seconds later, Bane discreetly stashed the electromagnetic pulse barrel in a cinema's trash bin. 10 seconds after that, he had returned to the room from which he had entered, having aroused no suspicion. 16 seconds later, Bane had exited through the window and settled into the vehicle with Dorothy. "Drive quickly, we are ready for detonation," he urged. 15 seconds later, as Dorothy maneuvered the vehicle approximately 800 meters away, Bane retrieved the remote control for the electromagnetic pulse bomb and pressed down firmly, turning back. An invisible and intangible electronic pulse of blue light instantaneously enveloped all corners of the Empire Mall. Chapter 77. Ascension. All devices reliant on sophisticated electronic components were rendered inoperative in an instant. Wireless satellite communication signals were obstructed, while small flames flickered on the circuit boards of wired stations. The ubiquitous cameras fell silent. The Voodoo Gang's private subnetwork, Poseidon, suffered the most devastating blow. All of this transpired in mere moments. The electromagnetic storm lasted a scant 10 seconds, yet its destructive capacity was terrifying. Among the most severely affected was network monitor Bryce Mosley, designated as number 170. At the moment of the explosion, he endured the most violent electromagnetic pulse damage recorded to date. In less than a second, Mosley collapsed in his hacker chair, white foam appearing at his lips, accompanied by the bubbles characteristic of flesh scorched by high heat. He had been cooked alive, continuing to expel milky foam. Far away in the river valley, GC realized that the ambush had been a success. Within the cybernetic realm, a mysterious black hole emerged in the area designated as the Peaceful State. GC was uncertain about the duration of this cybernetic abyss. Yet he was acutely aware that the data from the cyber surveillance outpost would be irrevocably transformed into incomprehensible gibberish. Meanwhile, formidable enterprises such as military technology firms, cyber monitoring agencies, and the colossal Arasaka Corporation, which stood as titans on the global stage, received alarming reports from grassroots hackers at various intervals. The cyber surveillance outpost in Night City had just been obliterated. Moments later, unbeknownst to the residents of Night City, countless satellites directed their gaze toward the Pacific States, and the full might of every company's defensive arsenal was mobilized. The omnipresent surveillance cameras and sentinel artillery within the city were swiftly commandeered by the Yi Corporation. They were unsure whether this was an assault from a deranged transcendentalist of the old net. Numerous luxurious vehicles, filled with operatives from various corporations, emerged from different locations, converging on a singular destination, the very site that had recently morphed into a black hole within the cybernetic realm, the epicenter of the night's chaos. At this moment, in stark contrast to the furious reactions of the towering corporations at the apex of power, GC lay on his plush bedding, muttering a curse. "You dare to hack me? I'll dig your grave soon enough." In the wasteland, a thunderous boom echoed. The alloy at Carlot's knee twisted grotesquely, causing his massive frame, weighing over a ton, to lose balance and crash to the ground. Before him stood GC and Lucy, weapons drawn. Carlot, with his heavily armored body, was forced to kneel to avoid a complete fall. He fixed his defeated gaze from his cybernetic eye upon GC, roaring in fury. "You damned Asian monkey." Boom. His steel body trembled violently as a sharp pain shot through his left shoulder, rendering it numb, and the system's alerts were futile. Shoulder joint damage 98. 3. Neural link torn asunder. He could not fathom how this member of the Fate sect could accurately strike him with mere firearms. Yet, the severed left arm was an undeniable truth. "I will kill you. I will crush you, inch by inch." Despite his mechanical voice booming in anger, Carlot's mind was nearly consumed by rage. Nevertheless, the relentless onslaught began to bring him back to lucidity. Damn it, the suppressants are running low so quickly. The target of Season 4's attack was the arm, rather than the singularly vulnerable brain. This signified that the adversary intended to capture him. Such a notion filled the arrogant Carlot with a sense of humiliation, igniting a more frenzied state of mind. Yet, the truth remained. If he wished to evade death in this battle, he must vacate the premises immediately. His pale, artificial eye fixated on the distant Season 4, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground. At present, his body retained its right arm and left leg, and while his mobility was hindered, he had not lost all capacity for combat. Simultaneously, he commanded his right hand to open, revealing the missile launcher, and unleashed a rapid succession of 3 projectiles. Boom. Amidst the deafening explosion, flames and smoke soared into the sky, obscuring Season 4 and the white-haired girl from sight. Seizing the opportunity, Carlot endeavored to return to his command vehicle to retrieve the Gatling-style heavy machine gun. Though he moved by hopping on one leg, his speed was not diminished. At his bellowing command, 2 soldiers promptly lifted his weapon. The only self-preservation strategy that came to his mind was to summon all nearby combat units to annihilate this cult of fate. Unbeknownst to Carlot, however, The network blockade in this area had been completely lifted just a minute prior. The reason why GC did not immediately eliminate him was not to capture him. Rather, he intended to summon all of his reinforcements and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. Lucy, with her lips tightly pressed together, appeared exceedingly anxious. The recent 3 missiles had instilled in her a sense of impending doom. Unexpectedly, before she could react, GC had seized her and guided her to safety. In such moments of life and death, the surge of dopamine is profoundly intense. I will assist you in hacking into his system. No need. The cold, unyielding gaze of GC remained fixed upon Carrot, without the slightest inclination to offer Lucy any explanation regarding his reluctance to end his life immediately. Lucy clenched her fists, a wave of uncontrollable apprehension surging within her. This is the City of Night. She hung her head in silence, her silvery short hair cascading over her forehead, obscuring the expression on her face. Remain here without moving, while I go to eliminate him. As GC shifted her legs, a lively figure leaped over and landed beside Lucy, subsequently extending a small hand. Here, don't be afraid. Would you like a piece of candy? Sasha's ever-gentle smile radiated warmth. As GC advanced towards Caro, moving from a distance of 100 meters to approximately 50, he ceased his approach. Utilizing his cybernetic network capabilities, he meticulously monitored all brain-machine signals within a kilometer radius. Confronted by a security force exceeding 400 members from the biotechnological sector, annihilating them all in a short span seemed a formidable challenge. However, GC was not without a strategy. He fabricated a Caro signal to relay combat instructions to all members of the biotech team, drawing them closer to his position without raising any suspicions. What GC aimed to accomplish was to infiltrate the missile vehicles, ensuring their complete obliteration as they ascended into the sky. Chapter 78. Mental Barrier. Under GC's network intrusion, 10 missile vehicles had automatically reloaded with ammunition, awaiting merely a signal to unleash a spectacular display of fireworks. The stage was set. It was only a matter of time before the ensuing events unfolded. Caro observed the incoming biotech soldiers providing urgent support, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, swiftly alleviating the acute sense of crisis he had just experienced. Do you still wish to capture and humiliate me? Dream on. Soon, it will be the torrent of biotechnological weaponry that greets you fools from the cult of destiny. As he indulged in these thoughts, an anomaly was suddenly detected by the monitoring prosthetics. It appeared that the missile vehicles had initiated once more, targeting the positions of the cult of destiny members. Excellent. Caro turned his gaze skyward and beheld the missiles successfully launching, trailing brilliant flames. They soared faster and closer. Wait, closer? This was bad. Everyone, find cover quickly. Boom. Flames erupted. Smoke billowed. Explosions rocked the area, and amidst the swirling chaos lay the mangled corpses of biotech personnel. Caro felt his head throbbing anew. Damn it. Wasn't the cyber monitoring supposed to assist us in taking action against the hackers of the cult of destiny? The monitoring services. Just a bunch of money-grubbing leeches. Before Caro could finish his furious tirade, his body instinctively activated the Cyanviston. In an instant, time seemed to halt. Armed with a Gatling-style heavy machine gun, he darted towards the periphery of the missile bombardment zone. As the violent explosions subsided, the battlefield was strewn with fallen biotech soldiers. Man, Rebecca, and others seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of high-explosive grenades into the crowd. Yet, before Caro could scrutinize the scene, a familiar gunfire echoed in his ears. Accompanied by the sounds of metal grinding, Caro felt his sanity teetering on the brink of collapse. Enraged, he unleashed a frenzied hail of bullets from his Gatling gun towards GC's direction. Even if he were to perish, he would drag GC down with him. Die, you scum of the cult of destiny. Come on, you cowardly wretches, face me head-on. Caro's roar resonated like the unquenchable flames of his Gatling gun, bullets surging forth in a relentless tide. Within mere seconds, under the scorching onslaught, rocks of various sizes were shattered, sparks flying in all directions. Countless charred bullet holes appeared on the barren ground before him. A faint blue glow flickered in GC's eyes as he stood quietly on the opposite side, observing Kello's frenzied reaction with indifference. The target's CE defense had been breached. Cyberpsychosis upload in progress. Upload successful. Disconnecting network link. With so many cybernetic enhancements, are they truly of any use? GC infiltrated Kello's brain-computer CE system, a process neither overly complex nor exceedingly simple. It was merely a matter of time. Upon successful upload, GC distinctly witnessed multiple overlays of cybernetic eyes flashing before Kello. Ha ha ha. The Church of Fate. Perish, you wretched fools. As GC gazed calmly at Kuroti's turning figure, he aimed his gun at his former subordinate. No. Boss. It's us. Boss, please wake up. At this juncture, the cries and screams of these biotechnological soldiers could not rouse Kuroti, who had succumbed to profound hallucinations. The sound of gunfire echoed. Bang, 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 bang. Ha ha, die, perish. The wretches of the Fate sect shall meet their end. When Lucy and Sasha approached GC, heads bowed, they found him leaning against a stone wall, puffing smoke from a cigarette Lucy had just handed him. Meanwhile, Kuroti was hopping on one leg, his right arm trembling violently as he fiercely wielded a Gatling gun, ruthlessly pursuing the biotechnological soldiers. This nightmarish scene left Lucy bewildered about the nature of the evil organization she had joined. Yet, one thing remained etched in her memory. This organization dared to commence a bloodbath at the Arasaka Tower. Although she was unaware of the identity of the deceased, the dark, rotund man within the sect, she could certainly sense that he was the type to lash out at the company dog for the loss of a single hair. Rotten flesh. Rotten flesh. You wretches of the Fate sect are nothing but refuse. Kuroti relentlessly pursued the biotechnological soldiers, sparks and arcs of electricity erupting from his arm. However, who could deny that Kuroti was the apex warrior of biotechnology? Any minor pain or injury was utterly inconsequential to him. As the last biotechnological soldier fell in a fear-filled wail, Kuroti's right arm finally succumbed to the strain and fractured. Yet, such agony was trivial to him. He continued to curse vehemently while erupting into maniacal laughter. At this moment, as GC finished his cigarette, he did not utter a word to Lucy and Sasha who had approached him. Instead, he picked up the catapult in his hand, aiming it at the joint of Carlo's right leg. He focused, gathered energy, and pulled the trigger. Bang! When GC walked over and stuffed a high-explosive grenade into Carlo's mouth, he was still frantically shouting and cursing. As Season 4 turned away without a glance back, a mere 3 seconds later, a thunderous explosion erupted amidst the heap of fallen biotech soldiers. Flashes of fire engulfed the already battered form of Carrot. Ding! You have completed a special mission, the eradication of all security personnel led by Carrot from the Fate God cult. 500500. Reward: mental barrier virtual soul consciousness damage reduced by 50, virtual spirit consciousness resilience increased by 25. Pyrrha approached Carrot's lifeless body and knelt down, his elongated alloy arm meticulously examining the corpse from head to toe, occasionally emitting exclamations of ecstatic disbelief. Good heavens, uranium alloy skeleton, and nanomuscle fibers. Not to mention the electromagnetic-driven joint connections. With such specifications, a single punch from him could surely incapacitate an armed hover vehicle. How could he have been vanquished in such a manner? Season 4 rolled her eyes. If you like it, take it with you and unwrap it yourself. At that moment, Rebecca approached, seemingly indifferent to her brother's amazement. She gently pinched Carlot's cheek. Is he really that impressive? I find him utterly worthless. Pila swiftly swatted Rebecca's hand away. Do not meddle with my treasure. At this, Rebecca's eyes widened, infused with vibrant hues of red and green, and her temper flared. She raised her leg and kicked at Pila, not forgetting how he had banished her earlier for the sake of his sexual companion. Meanwhile, Man and Dorio made their way towards Season 4. So, after avenging ourselves, shall we return? Chapter 79. The research building. Lucy's expression was far from pleasant. While she had encountered corpses before, the sheer magnitude of death surrounding her was overwhelmingly jarring. Now, with everyone in Season 4 maintaining their composure, she struggled to suppress her discomfort. GC glanced at Sasha. No, biotechnology has reached this level. Should we not overturn their stronghold, waiting for another opportunity? The biotechnology sector currently lacks security forces. Their research facility is essentially an unguarded treasure trove for us. Whatever confidential information or research achievements we uncover will be immensely beneficial. Although the members of Man's team felt somewhat fatigued from intense combat, upon hearing GC's words, they instinctively yearned to risk their lives and loyalty. Regardless of how unprotected an enemy stronghold may be, there are bound to be basic artillery and security robots in place. However, now that GC expressed his intent to proceed, they had no objections. After concluding their discussion, Falco began searching the vicinity for operational vehicular equipment. Before long, he returned driving a heavy-duty behemoth produced by military technology. Inside the vehicle, Man spoke up. Once we arrive at the biotechnology research facility, allow me to infiltrate first to gather intelligence. Sasha will assist me, and after ensuring safety, we can proceed to access their database. Sasha, Rebecca, and the others nodded in agreement, endorsing Man's prudent approach to mercenary operations. However, at that moment, GC shook his head. No need. Just follow my lead when we arrive. After a journey of 25 minutes, an extensive gray concrete wall, several kilometers long, loomed over the landscape. Observing this sight, Falco inquired, "Gee, what shall we do now?" The azure light emanating from GC's eyes flickered once more as he nonchalantly stated, "Do not concern yourselves. Proceed directly. I shall handle the door." At that moment, Lucy, seated across from GC, was rendered momentarily speechless, her gaze fixed upon the familiar azure glow before her. Unable to contain her curiosity, she leaned towards Sasha and inquired in a hushed voice, "Is there truly someone named Bane Gusta within this world?" "No." "Within the Fate God sect?" Sasha turned her head, replying, "Little Bane?" "Yes. What of it?" Lucy was perplexed by the diminutive prefix, pondering the identity of the formidable being who had nearly slain Adam Heavy Hammer and wreaked havoc upon the H-Socket Tower. Moreover, the cybernetic demon doll plugin recently employed by GC bore an uncanny resemblance to the hacking abilities featured in that super dream. "Little Bane? Is he already deceased?" "Not at all," GC replied. "He mentioned this morning he had just taken down Adam Heavy Hammer. And this afternoon he went to the Vortex gang to rescue Deshawn, the hefty fellow we just encountered." Lucy found herself at a loss for words. How could one person be so occupied with such violent endeavors within the span of a single day? Thus, this was the Dream Pursuit City. Night City? As Falco guided the behemoth toward the main entrance, not a single security guard was present, and to his surprise, the main door stood wide open. Witnessing this scene, Falco felt a surge of relief wash over him. At last, he would not be the first to face the imminent barrage. Meanwhile, as GC employed his hacking prowess to infiltrate the security of the Biotechnology Research Institute, he swiftly commandeered the permissions of 50 security robots within. The entire process unfolded rapidly, taking less than a minute to seize control of all mechanical forces within the institution. As for the hackers inside the research facility, they lay slumped in the monitoring room, their heads smoking. The security robots, stationed at various points, were now unleashing a frenzy of violence upon the Institute's personnel. With no guards, no security, and the lookout turrets remaining silent, Falco boldly maneuvered the behemoth into the base's parking lot. Only then did GC lead the group toward their destination. As they traversed the path, the man team expressed astonishment at the sight of bloodstains devoid of corpses. Questioning what calamity had transpired here, only Lucy and Sasha stood side by side, with Lucy scrutinizing GC at the forefront. As her intuition hinted at the recent events that had unfolded, the group strolled leisurely as if after a meal, oblivious to the anticipated battle that had never occurred. Rebecca, glancing around with wide eyes, queried, "Could it be that the biotechnology company's lackeys heard of our arrival and fled in terror?" "Your reasoning is quite sound," GC remarked, turning with a smile to alleviate the awkward silence that ensued as others remained unresponsive. In no time, GC and his companions brazenly entered the research building. Bloodstains marred the floor, yet the group paid them little heed. Ding! They ascended the elevator, passing through the biotechnology testing area and office space. Rebecca's eyes widened in horror at the sight of security robots transporting corpses. The biotechnology research building was illuminated by a gentle white light, with the ventilation system maintaining a constant temperature of 26 degrees Celsius. Upon reaching the experimental materials zone, a chilling, oppressive atmosphere enveloped the man team. Lucy gazed at the sign for the Material Processing Center, where over 20 mechanical operating tables stood, each accompanied by monitors and robotic arms. Upon each table lay a pregnant woman, her head ensnared by a mechanical helmet. A plastic tube connected the helmet to the ceiling, with each woman's chest gently rising and falling. However, on the other end, metallic probes from the robotic arms were directly penetrating their protruding abdomens. "What is this place?" Season 4 turned to face the furious Rebecca and explained, "The genetic experiments in biotechnology aim to cultivate warriors with formidable abilities starting from the embryonic stage, akin to the legendary Morgan Blackhand of Night City. These scoundrels, why must they conduct human experiments on pregnant women and embryos? Do they possess no humanity?" Sasha's face was equally contorted with rage, her palms instinctively clenched, producing a creaking sound. G sighed deeply, realizing that this was precisely the reason he had indiscriminately launched a massacre against all the employees of the biotechnology firm. "Let us proceed and see what else remains within." However, Sasha halted her steps, and as she did, everyone else ceased to move as well. "Gee, is there still hope for them? Can we save them?" GC gazed at the faces of the crowd, pausing his advance. He understood that without clear communication, a thorn would undoubtedly remain in their hearts. Therefore, he turned his head, his expression devoid of emotion, and elucidated, "I have examined the situation. These individuals are all brain-dead and beyond salvation. Their bodies have been injected with a specialized nutrient solution through biotechnological means, enabling the continuation of bodily functions for a year to sustain the development of embryos. Furthermore, NCD dares not intervene in matters of biotechnology." Chapter 80. Pain Relief. Lucy, lost in thought, unexpectedly spoke up. "Sasha, do not dwell on those unrealistic notions of rescue. These embryos were never meant to exist in this world." At that moment, Lucy's lack of fury stemmed not from indifference, but rather from a sense of numbness. Her existence, her birth, and her presence, how were they any different from these embryos? The company's desecration of life, what sorrow is felt by you and me? We are powerless to alter this world. Season 4 cast a lingering glance at Lucy, instinctively grasping the essence of her words. After a moment of contemplation, he mused, "The malevolence of the scavengers in Night City is a manifestation of the uncontrollable evil harbored by fringe organizations. These individuals possess nothing and, in a desperate breach of their inner morality, barter their souls and ethics for wealth. Conversely, the malevolence of corporations emanates from the so-called elites at the forefront of humanity, who, after careful deliberation, collectively opt for such choices. Their motivations stem solely from a fear of losing the power and riches they hold. Corporations wield dominion over the world, command resources, and dictate rules. Yet, what does it matter? I have always believed that this world requires an individual or an organization to ignite a flame, to incinerate and obliterate the filth, allowing hope to be reborn from the ashes of destruction." As GC spoke, an unusual calm enveloped him, and he suddenly found the doctrine previously pondered by Xiao Bain to be particularly pertinent. Upon hearing GC's words, everyone naturally grasped the essence of his aspirations. Instantly, they felt a tightening in their chests, refraining from uttering a word that might shatter the charged atmosphere. Yet, GC remained unperturbed. "Let us proceed." In the serene corridor, the quiet assembly felt as though they could distinctly hear their own labored breaths, each lost in contemplation of GC's recent pronouncements. Meanwhile, Lucy, at this moment, finally comprehended the true intentions of the nefarious organization known as the Cult of Fate, to allow all impurities to be reborn through destruction. In the spacious, minimalist white corridor, a security robot, cradling a lifeless body between its shoulders, ambled forward, oblivious to GC and his companions, diligently executing its orders. GC guided the group to his server room with a security level that was not particularly stringent. In response to the astonished expressions of the others, GC chose not to divulge the contents within. "Sasha, it is necessary for you to venture in, for there lies something pertinent to you. Take a look." Sasha's expression transformed, a mixture of curiosity and intrigue washing over her, as she pondered why GC had singled her out. This implication suggested a forthcoming connection between her and the realm of biotechnology. Nevertheless, with the entire team present, Sasha hesitated not. She approached the computer desk, deftly removing her pink cat-themed jacket and placing it on the armrest of the adjacent seat. Unlike GC, she could not directly employ a neural interface to forcefully breach the security system. Instead, she crouched down, inserting her own neural link cable into the database to commence her exploration. A torrent of data streams materialized before her, and in an instant, she found her consciousness liberated from its corporeal confines, entering the cybernetic data space of the Biotechnology Research Institute. As GC was about to call her in, Sasha remained uncertain about what she was searching for, merely perusing the limited number of confidential documents at random. However, she soon found herself captivated by a particular set of classified files. The name Securison struck her as familiar. It was a painkiller developed by a biotechnology company, the very medication she had recommended to her mother. A foreboding sensation gripped her heart as she recalled the company's dubious reputation, which had been made abundantly clear to all present moments ago. Why would a painkiller be classified as confidential, if not to conceal sinister secrets? Sasha instinctively remembered how her mother's condition had deteriorated shortly after beginning the medication. She recalled the agonizing sight of her mother lying on the hospital bed, struggling for breath, and the small gravestone that marked her resting place. Thus, the individual responsible for her mother's demise, was it truly herself? A tumultuous wave of complex and sorrowful emotions surged within Sasha's chest. Even in her current incorporeal state, she felt an overwhelming suffocation, a desperate urge to scream out in anguish. In that moment, Despite her profound sadness, Sasha resolved to open the document for a meticulous examination. Yet, as she read the text, her mind went blank. The words were simple and easily recognizable, yet in her vision, they morphed into grotesque distortions. Title: Painkiller Undisclosed Side Effects. Progressive neurodegeneration. Sasha's body trembled violently, propelled by instinct, and she continued to scan the subsequent content. 1. Side effects must not be disclosed to the public. 2. The product's market withdrawal will incur substantial compensation costs, all for the sake of saving a mere pittance in compensation. The sorrowful emotions began to dissipate into nothingness. In stark contrast, a fierce rage ignited within Sasha, consuming her heart with an intense flame. Exiting the cybernetic realm, she lowered her head, obscuring her expression from view. She yearned for the biotechnology company to face retribution, to endure the excruciating suffering that she had felt. Upon noticing Sasha's unsettling demeanor, her companions exchanged concerned glances, but it was GC who spoke first. Sasha, what are your thoughts at this moment? Sasha lifted her tear-streaked face to meet GC's gaze. I want the biotechnology company to pay for their actions, but I feel utterly powerless to do anything. GC subtly gestured to Lucy, who understood and handed him her entire pack of cigarettes. Once the cigarette was lit, GC spoke calmly, suggesting, how about you send this over to Channel 54 for exposure on biotechnologies? Sasha cast a deep glance at GC and replied affirmatively. GC had previously mentioned that NCD would not dare to intervene in biotechnological matters. How could a news station possibly address such issues? Sasha was not naive. She realized that even if Channel 54 exposed the information, it would merely create a minor stir that would hardly affect a large corporation. After sending the documents, she clarified, Jigo, I signed it as Destiny Cult. The others suddenly understood. No wonder GC wanted Sasha to send this document to Channel 54. There was a deeper implication behind it. Pila extended his left hand and gently tapped his right fist against it. Ah, now I see. If Channel 54 dares not report it, we will blow up their headquarters. That's the idea, right? Chapter 81. Hurry. 2 hours earlier. Minister, here is the latest report from Night City for your review. The lights on the ceiling radiated a bright glow, illuminating the spacious office devoid of shadows. The decorative plants appeared even more vibrant under the lighting. At a sleek and luxurious desk, Mercado, the head of the Biotechnology Intelligence Department, leaned forward with both hands supporting her weight. A handsome male assistant with short brown hair stood beside her, slightly bowing as he presented a tablet to Mercado. The act of submitting reports in this manner was rather pointless, given that many documents are now transmitted via brain-machine interfaces for convenience. This protocol existed because the biotechnology company had strict rules against bypassing hierarchical reporting. Everything had to be submitted step by step to higher authorities before reaching Mercado through her assistant. The assistant's delivery indicated the urgency of the situation. Mercado maintained a calm demeanor, irritated by this time-wasting procedure, especially since Kara was about to engage in combat with the members of the Destiny Cult. Was it really necessary to disturb her at such a critical moment? I'm busy. Can't this wait until I finish here? The male assistant lowered his head, visibly shaken, and whispered, Minister Mercado, something major has happened in Night City. With a sigh, Mercado felt exasperated. What else could possibly go wrong today? She extended her right hand to open the document for review. Initially, she managed to keep her composure while examining the list of approvers and the report. However, as she read further, she abruptly stood up in shock. The net monitoring. The Night City net monitoring base has been bombed? And it just happened. Mercado's voice rose, a stark contrast to her previous elegance. Detailed intelligence regarding the net monitoring base in Night City was all compiled in the report on the tablet. The perpetrators were unknown organizations, suspected to be the Destiny Cult. The head of the Night City net monitoring, Bryce Mosley, was reported dead on the spot. An intermediary source disclosed that Su Qingxue, the newly appointed vice president of the Chitian subsidiary, was seen at the Puff Tavern in the Santo Domingo Valley, owned by Bain Gusta. Mercado's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions: shock, anger, confusion, and finally fear. It was evident that the so-called Destiny Cult had connections to the company. This indicated that the significant events occurring today, including the Destiny Cult's raid on the Hisaka Tower earlier, were all part of a conspiracy orchestrated by Chitian. This Su Qingxue. No, it's Chitian. Are they trying to incite the Fifth Corporate War? Mercado's thoughts raced. With Mosley dead, it meant Kara would lose crucial hacker support. How long could she withstand the onslaught from the executioners of the Destiny Cult? Quick, Redwin, We need to take the hover car and leave here immediately. The male assistant, Redwin, glanced at Mercado's distressed expression and hesitated. Minister, what about the others? They are highly paid research experts. Mercado retorted, to hell with the experts, if they die. There will always be more willing to come for the right price. If you don't want to leave, then go join them in the grave. Redwin fell silent, recognizing Mercado's fury. Regardless, he was her most capable assistant, often tasked with the dirty work. Mercado was acutely aware of the situation. Redwin might merely wish to curry favor with the head of the research institute. However, there were only 3 hovercars available, each accommodating a maximum of 8 people. It was imprudent to risk leaking information by allowing others to join. If chaos ensued, it would jeopardize her escape. Furthermore, the head of the research institute was utterly incompetent, having climbed to his position purely through connections. Why should she save him? Mercado contemplated her relationship with the Destiny cult, despite their conflicts. They were all company employees and must adhere to corporate rules. Apart from the overweight Deshawn, she had never encountered any other members of the Destiny cult. So there were no personal grievances involved. If she hurried, she could likely evade the impending assault. As for the remaining members of the Research Institute, if the Destiny cult did not attack, it would merely reflect her excessive caution. If they did come to purge the Institute, it would serve as a release for the Destiny cult's pent-up frustrations. The confidential research materials here were trivial at best. Once Mercado and Redwin boarded the hovercar and descended, her expression remained grave. We will avoid the front lines of Cairo and enter Night City from Westbrook, steering clear of the Santo Domingo area. Redwin, observing Mercado rubbing her temples, cautiously inquired, Minister, I believe Westbrook and North Oak are also unsafe. What if the Destiny cult has intercontinental tactical missiles? Shouldn't we head north and take a longer route through the Hosaka coastal area? GC strode swiftly to the terminal console and inserted his hand directly into the data port. At this moment, he wasn't engaged in any other task. His sole intention was to transfer a fragment of his virtual consciousness into this facility. The biotech corporation had invested astronomical sums to construct this research institute. What a waste it would be to simply demolish it. Currently, the cyber surveillance personnel in Night City were too preoccupied with their own troubles to intervene. If Biotechnica dispatched other personnel after GC's departure, they would be greeted only by the deranged robots under the control of rampant AI. And that, of course, would have absolutely nothing to do with GC. GC also carefully contemplated the connections between Wang Jian, Aot, Haiqiang, and Shenyu. One undeniable fact remains. In 2023, with Johnny's assistance, Aot escaped from Shenyu. Even though they later established a digital ghost sanctuary in Hong Kong in 2045, throughout these decades, Aot has amassed a formidable array of powerful AI, yet has been unable to breach the depths of the Huangban Tower Shenyu. Aot's ambition to devour and amalgamate the entirety of Shenyu A has never been concealed. As GC contemplated, he realized that Arasaka could thwart these A. Thus, the distinction between them lay in the fact that Arasaka agents possessed the Xi'an Wasteland. However, the A that lingered in GC's memory, including those with blue eyes and the occasional transient A in the Night City, were limited to their capabilities as network hackers. Moreover, although the Divine Vessel operated as a standalone, non-network server, this was not the fundamental reason for thwarting the altar. The Divine Vessel had a firewall named after it, essentially functioning as a customized prison. It was not that the altar could not breach it. Rather, once inside, escape was improbable. Chapter 82 No? Beyond this, he could fathom no other differences. Meanwhile, his Big Bane harbored no such concerns. Certainly, within the realm of 2077, there would eventually be a unique A capable of utilizing Xi'an Wasteland. That would be the relic prototype chip, Johnny Silverhand. Furthermore, the official buffoon had already publicly declared that the relic was a negative buff for V, purely a negative buff. V's formidable strength stemmed from his exceptional talent. He was invincible precisely because of his extraordinary gifts. Additionally, GC discerned that his own network diverged from that of others. Whether within the Arasaka Tower or the subnet local lockdown recently established by the network monitors, he felt no impact whatsoever. The connection between his corporeal self and his cybernetic avatar resembled an omnipresent quantum network node, directly bypassing the current world's network lockdown technologies. His soul consciousness, as a virtual avatar, could seamlessly link and transmit data, the entire process akin to engaging in distance-less quantum transportation. With a mere thought, GC directed half of this external virtual soul through a physical link into the Research Institute system. Simply put, The research institute had become GC's second home. The entire process transpired swiftly, akin to a drop of pitch-black ink being introduced into a bowl of joyous essence. Once thoroughly stirred, the ink vanished yet remained ubiquitous. Let us depart. It is time to return. GC turned to address the group behind him. Falco spoke up. All right, I shall drive. To his surprise, GC gently shook his head. We won't take that behemoth back. There are 2 hover cars in the research institute, another of our spoils. We can allocate one to your team. Man, upon hearing this, swallowed hard. G, do you even know the price of a hover car? You just offered to give it to us. G nodded slightly, acknowledging that the latest models of levitating vehicles are indeed priced in the hundreds of millions. However, considering the 2 vehicles he had observed, which had been in use for several years, their value should approximate around 4 million based on online market quotations. In an instant, the others widened their eyes, astonished to the point of being oblivious to their own gaping mouths. Among them, Lucy felt the most tremor within her heart. She had been fretting over the €250,000 ticket to the moon just this morning. Truth be told, she had resigned herself to the prospect of becoming a thief on the streets. And now, what was this? 4 million? Uttered so casually. Reactions varied among the group, but Falco nearly wept, taking a moment to steady his emotions before speaking. G, the levitating vehicle has an autopilot function. I want to be taking it back. I still wish to drive the Byman. Man, displaying an awkward expression, interjected to explain, the Emperor 620S is Falco's personal vehicle. This mishap has resulted in its destruction. We, the rest of us, will ensure you receive adequate compensation. Falco remained silent. Truthfully, the sight of the Emperor 620S, ravaged and shattered by missiles, pained him deeply. Yet, in light of the circumstances, he felt grateful to be alive. Upon hearing this, G pondered for a moment. Given that you have accompanied me on this commission, I shall refrain from excessive sentimentality. I had not previously mentioned the commission's remuneration, thus, consider what you desire upon our return and inform me. I will do my utmost to meet your wishes. If it is monetary compensation you seek, I can offer each of you €100,000, or perhaps you have other augmentations in mind. In an instant, Rebecca's eyes sparkled with excitement as she expressed her desire for a Stan Winston installation. The next moment, Sasha blurted out, Gee, I want to blow up the biotechnology tower. GC inhaled sharply, taken aback. The Sasha he once knew was not like this at all. Indeed, she has transformed. She has truly changed. Lucy gazed at the silent scene before her, slightly lowering her head and gently biting her crimson lip. G. Go. May I learn the art of cyberpsychosis puppetry from you? GC exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling utterly gratified. Lucy, you remain the most composed among us. These are mere trifles. You are currently equipped with the Harasaka One Brain Machine interface, a version that is rather outdated, and your RAM capacity is insufficient. Return, and I shall assist you in procuring an upgraded model. When the time comes, should you encounter any Harasaka personnel, a mere glare from you will render them utterly ineffective. Lucy lifted her gaze, scrutinizing GC for a considerable duration before finally responding in a hushed tone. Very well, I shall give him a fierce look. The corners of GC's mouth twitched slightly, and the artistic style seems to be becoming increasingly distorted. GC's intention to assist Lucy and Sasha in altering their neural interfaces is not for any other purpose but to utilize the spoils he previously acquired from the research department of the Arasaka Tower. The Arasaka Experiment Type 5 is precisely what he has in mind. He plans to return, refine it slightly, and subsequently produce a finished product, which he intends to name the Kongao Type 5. And then, Season 4 could already envision the scene, on a bright and sunny morning. He cheerfully addressed the patrons of the Puff Tavern, urging them to become legends of the Night City. Yes, today we shall blow up the Arasaka Tower, and tomorrow, the biotechnological building. As for the day after, oh, we can even target Arasaka Academy. Truly, it is yet another splendid day. Meanwhile, in the Valley's district, Bane sat in the van, his gaze fixed on the Puff Tavern, when suddenly, his demeanor shifted to one of cold intensity. His brow furrowed, his body became taut, akin to a ferocious beast preparing for the hunt. An ambush was imminent. Dorothy sensed something amiss as well. Without hesitation, they both leapt from the vehicle, eyes drawn skyward. A formidable figure descended from the rooftop of a nearby residential building, striking down with an air of invincibility, targeting Bane's van directly. With a resounding crash, the van sustained severe damage. Although Bane and Dorothy remained unharmed, the commotion had already alerted the patrons of the tavern, who rushed outside. The hulking man's scarlet gaze pierced through the darkness like a bloodthirsty hyena lurking in the shadows. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him, and Bane and Dorothy's instinct screamed alarm. This individual posed a significant threat. A metallic roar erupted from beneath the man's feet as the moving vehicle crumpled under the force of his descent, sending a wave of dust swirling into the air, obscuring the street ahead of Bane. Yet, those blood-red eyes remained vivid and unmistakable amidst the haze. Meanwhile, in the bedroom of the basement level, Season 4 felt the disturbance. He was troubled by how this individual had managed to approach the Puff Tavern without triggering any security cameras. Upon observing the man's shield, he was further astonished to discover that this person remarkably lacked a neural interface. Instantly, Season 4 pulled Bane and Dorothy into the internal communication channel. Season 4. Be cautious, this individual seems off. Chapter 83. The Burly Man. The burly man stood between Dorothy and Bane, with the shattered vehicle of the Wraith beneath his feet. Through the lens of surveillance, GC contemplated not only what he was observing, but also the identity and origins of the individuals involved. Today, the Puff God cult had made a name for itself in Night City, and within less than 12 hours, a horde of malevolent entities had already arrived. In the midst of the lingering dust of Season 4's vision, an unexpected visitor emerged from the wreckage of Whiting, his pair of chilling crimson eyes seemingly dragging with a red glow. Despite his brutal demeanor, upon closer inspection by Season 4, he exhibited a vacant, lifeless stare. Time flowed slowly and lethargically, making the dispersal of dust appear an eternity. In an instant, while everyone remained on guard, the voice of Dorothy could be heard, still scolding. Bang! The first to react was not Season 4, nor was it Bane, but rather David, who without hesitation drew his cat and aimed, pulling the trigger. The burly figure remained unmoved, the bullet trailing flames, and in that moment, a dazzling burst of fireworks erupted from his chest. However, the next scene caused Season 4's brow to furrow. As the gray dust settled, the imposing figure remained unscathed from David's shot and slowly stepped out from the vehicle. Towering over 3 meters, he bore a striking resemblance to Adam Hammer, with solid muscles in his arms and thighs, his eyes a deep crimson, and dressed in simple, dark attire. Were it not for the absence of that iconic black hand, Season 4 might have suspected this was military technology called in to wreak havoc. Behind the giant, several firearms were visibly strapped, including the TK-20 Shingen, HJSH-18, and the HJK-11 surviving at his waist. His exposed skin resembled that of a primitive organism. David's shot had struck true, igniting sparks, yet none could fathom that this was bionic skin. As for the current scene, Season 4 harbored doubts. Was this a revenge sent by the Arasaka Corporation? Bane remained silent, his expression serious and laden with gravity. Just then, with a swift motion, a member of the Fate Church threw 2 alloy blades. These blades were not of exquisite craftsmanship, but were spoils taken from the all-food factory by Bane and his group. Bane seized the blades, the entire process taking no more than 3 seconds. Gloria, somewhat alarmed, turned to Su Qinxue and asked in astonishment if Bane would be at a disadvantage with a knife. In that moment, Dorothy also drew her dual Manus blades, preparing for battle. Su Qinxue's eyes flickered as she glanced at Gloria, responding in a hushed tone. If the company's soldiers were armed with high-version Sion Westans, their speed would surpass that of conventional bullets. Gloria grasped the underlying implication and realized that this was not the moment for idle chatter. She refocused her attention on the towering figure. From this day forth, she too must bid farewell to her past life. After plummeting from above, the giant made his entrance like a bloodthirsty butcher, yet he refrained from any rash actions, instead meandering as though in a trance. He muttered incomprehensible words, something akin to Bane. The spectacle of the giant's descent was astonishing, drawing the attention of nearby vagrants. However, at that moment, Season 4 noticed drones ascending into the sky, a considerable number, some utilizing optical camouflage, while others were entirely black, blending into the night to observe. These drones had all recently taken to the air from vehicles arriving in the vicinity of Night City's other districts. In a decisive manner, Season 4 infiltrated the internal systems of these vehicles, identifying their identities. The mastermind orchestrating the scheme, no matter how cautious, would inevitably arrange for individuals to surveil the proceedings. This burly man, though unaware of his true identity, would not dare to provoke the god of fate at this moment if he were merely an insignificant figure. However, given the current situation, what more could be said? Who dares to come to Puff Tavern and vandalize vehicles? Every single one of these intruders shall not escape. In the 4th season, GC identified the identities of 5 vehicles, those belonging to More Technology, the Old Captain, and Kong Tao Company. Kong Tao Company is an internal operations team responsible for ensuring Su Qingshua's safety during her outings. These can be disregarded. The Old Captain sought to glean intelligence from the Puff Pastry Tavern, but GC refrained from causing harm, opting instead to disable the internal drive system of a drone, leading to its crash. Meanwhile, at More Technology, 3 vehicles were arranged in a triangular formation at various locations around the Puff Pastry Tavern. Each vehicle housed 2 impeccably dressed company employees. One was tasked with controlling the drone, while the other managed the modified communication vehicle, instead of immediately neutralizing them. Season 4 opted to infiltrate their internal communication channels for surveillance. The operation of Clone Modification Unit No. 2 has been successful. Under the current genetic modification parameters, its skeletal density withstood a fall from a height of 18.6 meters. Upon landing, the legs detected sufficient air pressure to activate the air compression device, creating a shockwave powerful enough to damage standard automobiles. I truly find it perplexing what the researchers in the development department are contemplating. Indulging in such elaborate contrivances like the air compression device. Is it merely for aesthetic flair when dropped from a height? I also wonder why they have not equipped the clone test subjects with neural interfaces. Would it not be more efficient for us to upload data directly rather than laboriously gathering it ourselves? Observing the muscular figure descend as if a deity gracing the earth, stirring up billowing clouds of dust upon landing, the expression of the company employee controlling the drone remained impassive. Beside him, data analyzers displayed rows of information. At this moment, the personnel from More Technology had arrived at the Puff Tavern in the Valley area. Besides the high-level directive to engage Bane Gusta, their secondary objective was to assess the combat readiness of the clone test subjects. In an instant, GC deciphered their vehicle system, scrutinizing all stored surveillance footage, yet found no traces of a connection to the higher network. At this juncture, to delve into more intricate details, he would need to invade the neural interface and probe deeper into the memory sectors. 2 minutes later, realizing that no further information could be gleaned, GC breached these individuals' neural interfaces, leaving behind an electromagnetic short circuit, effectively resetting the system. Upon receiving the recall command, the drone slowly returned from the heavens. The current advancements in photographic technology have achieved a qualitative leap. Drones equipped with imaging capabilities can now accurately capture unobstructed views within a 10-kilometer radius. At the entrance of the Puff Tavern, GC summoned 3 individuals to retrieve the spoils and carried the employees of More Technology into his studio. Meanwhile, the atmosphere nearby became unbearably tense. Some wary vagabonds swiftly fled the scene to avoid being caught in the impending conflict. Bane. I must find Bane. Gusta. The burly man bellowed, prompting Bane and Dorothy to engage in a fierce confrontation. Chapter 84. A horrific sight. The standoff was abruptly shattered, as a flurry of blades glimmered around the burly figure. In a mere 3 seconds, Bane and Dorothy unleashed over 100 strikes upon him. Yet, the man remained as steadfast as a mountain, impervious to their assault. As he initiated his counterattack, he merely raised his left hand to shield his face while the blades grazed his neck, arms, thighs, and back, like raindrops meeting the sea, creating ripples that swiftly subsided, leaving no trace of change. Damn it, this guy's subdermal armor is far too formidable. At this rate, we cannot breach his defenses. The onlookers at the Puff Tavern gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Bane. The burly man roared in anger, akin to a spurned lover, without any discernible special movement. He simply lifted his leg and, in a sudden motion, stomped down onto the ground. Boom. His foot struck the earth with a thunderous sound, reminiscent of a heavy object crashing down. Debris erupted, and a shockwave reverberated through the air. Bane, who had intended to close in for combat, was sent flying backward as if struck by a tempest, landing several meters away with a pained expression. Bastard! Dorothy exclaimed upon witnessing Bane being hurled away. She activated her Saint Anvis stance, her gaze fierce as if she intended to plunge her mantis knife into the burly man's mouth. From behind her, she produced electromagnetic pulse grenades and hurled them towards him. Zing! Blue-white arcs of electricity crackled around the burly figure, temporarily disabling his cybernetic eye and mechanical limbs. Dorothy breathed a sigh of relief, observing the swirling electromagnetic serpents, and without hesitation, she dashed forward, prepared to deliver a finishing blow. The burly man had only defended his face, regardless of whether his vulnerabilities lay in his mouth or eyes. Dorothy aimed to stuff a fragmentation grenade into his mouth and detonate it, determined to end his life. However, to her astonishment, as she approached him, just 2 seconds had passed within the effective duration of the electromagnetic pulse. The burly man's palm opened, fingers twitching as if in a spasm, and in an instant, he launched a counterattack. His speed was lightning quick. Dorothy, in her St. Ambus stance, had no time to evade and was struck, sent sprawling backward. A gaping wound tore through her abdomen, mingling with leaking oil. Ugh! Dorothy could not suppress the torrent of blood that erupted from her lips, her vision clouded with crimson. What the hell is this monstrous being? At such close range, the power and speed of his attacks were utterly despairing. "Hey, monster," Dorothy gasped, struggling for breath. Bane's desire to advance vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he uttered no threats but instead scooped up Dorothy and sprinted toward the Puff Tavern, intent on reaching GC's studio to save her life. The patrons merely sensed a whirlwind rush past, hearing a faint cry, "Don't leave without me." By the time they comprehended the words, Bane and Dorothy had already vanished from sight. As GC retrieved a portable missile launcher and descended to the first floor, he was met with Bane's frantic shouts echoing in his ears. G. Dorothy is in critical condition, please save her." As GC gazed at Dorothy, who was already reclined on the surgical chair, his mind wandered into a realm of chaotic thoughts. Injured in battle, now lying here on the operating table, and I must snatch her from the clutches of death. Despite his musings, GC handed the single-man missile launcher to Bane, explaining, "This fine device can breach defenses. Go forth." "Understood," Bane replied, vanishing in an instant. Although he was concerned for Dorothy, the monstrous entity above could not be left unaddressed. Bane returned at full speed, clutching the missile launcher, only to find the behemoth unmoving, silent as he fixed his gaze upon the patrons of the Puff Tavern. A flicker of madness danced in his crimson eyes. A fierce wind swept through, and suddenly, a howling sound pierced the night sky. The swirling light accompanied by the malevolent breeze distorted Bane's form, rendering him a mere shadow in the dim glow of the night. At this moment, Bane did not dwell on the consequences. He was acutely aware that this device could only be utilized once and was capable of penetrating defenses. Thus, he charged directly to stand before the giant, no more than 3 meters apart. In such proximity, he was confident he would not miss. "Die, monster!" Bane bellowed with fury, his voice a thunderous roar as he pulled the trigger. In an instant, a projectile crafted from a tungsten-uranium alloy erupted forth, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, screaming towards its target. In a blink, it struck the giant's chest. Yet, the giant's retaliation was equally immediate. Bane had no time to evade. A blow struck him with such force that it dislocated his spine, sending him hurtling towards the patrons of Puff Tavern, blood spilling onto the ground. Kareem, another wielder of the Cyberpunk, was quick to react. He activated his Cyberpunk and rushed over to lift Bane, continuing towards GC's studio. This night, fate toyed with Bane Geista, leaving him perilously close to being cleaved in two. With a whoosh, the 3-meter-tall giant was propelled backward by the missile's force, crashing into the nearby residential building. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the valley, and the building succumbed to the shockwave, collapsing in on itself. As for the giant buried beneath the rubble, the patrons of Puff Tavern exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the creature's fate. At present, GC is simultaneously conducting surgery on Dorothy while monitoring the situation through surveillance. Dorothy's operation is still underway. She has just had titanium skeletal implants fitted. In the blink of an eye, Bane was also brought in. As GC gazed upon his current state, he couldn't help but commend his own foresight. Had it not been for his prescience, he might well have found himself in a similar plight. Bane now bore a gaping wound in his midsection, a gruesome sight of mangled flesh and shattered bones. The circuitry of his prosthetic limbs sparked erratically as he lay unconscious, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Tragic. Truly tragic. GC nodded at Kareem. On the other side of the surgical chair, it would be nearly impossible for me to perish at Bane's hands. Having said that, GC had already connected with the group's neural interface, drawing them into the internal communication network. Chapter 85. Negotiation. Do not concern yourselves with that giant. I shall handle it, he instructed. At that moment, the floating vehicle carrying man and his team had just entered Santo Domingo, on the verge of arriving at the Puffed Pastry Tavern. The nights in Night City shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors beneath the vibrant blue, purple, and pink neon lights, resembling a resplendent gem embedded in the earth. Floating vehicles drifted above the city center, while beams of neon light soared into the heavens. Holographic billboards adorned the towering skyscrapers, and advertisements inundated the streets, alleys, and elevator compartments alike. Lucy stood beside the window of the floating vehicle, gazing down through the glass. Not far above, a colossal electronic billboard on the H4 skyscraper displayed a food advertisement. Amusingly, the spokesperson for the ad was represented as a fried chicken patty, with 2 eggs fashioned into spectacles and a mouth formed by 2 sausages, topped with a tuft of green grass and adorned with a necklace of sausages. It brandished a product resembling a starchy grilled sausage, enthusiastically promoting it to the audience. We're almost there. The Puff Pastry Tavern is under attack. Man, be prepared. The enemy, based on the clues I have gathered, is an experimental subject that escaped from the Moore Technology Lab, possessing remarkably exaggerated subdermal armor. He has severely injured Bane and Dorothy single-handedly. But do not worry, the enemy is currently in a worse condition, having been struck directly by a high-explosive armor-piercing missile and now buried beneath the rubble of the building. In the floating vehicle, Chi-Si, with his eyes tightly shut, conveyed the recent events to the others. Truly, this was the City of Night. Lucy's understanding of the dream city she was about to enter became increasingly lucid. Upon hearing his words, the members of the Man team began to inspect their weapons. GC was lost in thought, contemplating the imposing figure of the burly tech mogul he had just encountered. Although the circumstances were unclear, GC felt an overwhelming urge to storm into Dogtown and confront the warlord Hansen. The omnipresent centaur exoskeleton mechs within that realm were undeniably enticing. In the future, should he encounter such a creature, engaging in a fierce brawl with dozens of machines would be exhilarating, and if that proved insufficient, unleashing a chimera could also be a thrilling option. He couldn't help but recall the likes of a flat-headed brute who relished pinning individuals down, only to watch them thrash helplessly before meeting their demise at the hands of a metallic pillar. At that moment, man had concluded his words, and the hatch of the hover vehicle gradually opened. The exterior revealed the parking lot adjacent to Puff Tavern. Lucy followed the crowd out of the hover vehicle, relishing the refreshing breeze of the night air against her skin. Season 4 spoke, man, along with Dorio, assist in excavating that giant from the ruins. If he still shows any signs of life, deal with him directly. The rest of you can manage on your own. I shall return to the studio to handle matters concerning more technologies. Having spoken, Season 4's attention was drawn to the Taokong military heavy truck parked nearby. This matter had recently been relayed to him by Su Qinxue, who mentioned that the Puff Pastry Tavern was engaged in continuous operations today, resulting in considerable wear and tear on their cybernetic enhancements. Consequently, Su Qinxue had allocated a truckload of top-tier combat cyborgs from the Qianti Company as reserves. At present, the tavern's patrons were busy transferring goods from the heavy truck into Season 4 studio, while a 5-member combat team from Kong Tao stood guard nearby. Although both parties scrutinized each other, an unspoken silence prevailed. At that moment, the tavern's crowd was captivated by a biotech hovercraft that had descended from the sky, turning their heads in curiosity. However, upon recognizing man's team, they collectively exhaled in relief. David, having just extracted a metal refrigerated container from the truck, naturally caught sight of the striking figure with white hair. After being greeted by Pila, David shifted his focus. Once Pila approached, they began discussing the morning's Big Bane Super Dream. One had witnessed the live recording, while the other had viewed the completed product. Sasha, stretching her arms behind her head, noticed Lucy's slight bewilderment towards the new surroundings, and since Season 4 had already dashed off, she gently tapped Lucy on the shoulder. Do not be anxious. This is the Puff Pastry Tavern, a stronghold of the Fate religion. You can come home with me tonight, as we are both hackers and can collaborate. I know a hacker in Night City named Chiwei. Before Lucy could finish, Sasha interrupted. Don't overthink it. Is there anyone more reliable than me? Come. Let us have a couple of drinks. Rebecca, puffing her cheeks in annoyance, remarked, Tonight, I shall move in with you, Sasha. Just the sight of that scoundrel brother of mine infuriates me. Sasha chuckled. No problem. It seems my home will become a sanctuary for wayward girls. Silently, Sasha took Lucy and Rebecca by the hand, leading them towards the tavern. In contrast to Lucy's expression of curiosity, Sasha and Rebecca occasionally nodded in greeting to others along the way. As Ji Sishi's external manifestation entered the Puff Tavern, Su Qinxue approached him. Ji, I have something I wish to discuss with you, she said, her gaze fixed intently upon his face. What is it? Regarding the Aohara Corporation. Aohara Raishian has just contacted Kong Tao, expressing a desire to reach out to me about potential collaboration. I would like to hear your thoughts on this matter. Initially, Ji Sishi had been in a hurry, but now he found himself unperturbed. The task of reviewing the memory segments of more technology employees could wait without consequence. As for the elite team from more technology being dispatched for a rescue operation, with the pent-up frustration he harbored, he could easily obliterate them. The ultimate traitor. Aohara Raishian. Rather than viewing Aohara Raishian as a source of trouble, Jinteng suspected that he had unearthed another organization capable of wreaking havoc upon the Aohara Corporation, one that was rising within Night City, and that he sought to lend his support. Naturally, even if Jinteng were to reveal the truth to Su Qingxue, she would likely not believe him. Thus, he chose not to dwell on it further. All right, Qingxue, come with me to my studio. I will ensure the security of our communications to prevent Aohara Corporation from resorting to desperate measures to invade your mind through the network. Once Jinteng escorted Su Qingxue to the entrance of the surgical room on the lower floor, where they would switch places with his original self, she naturally noticed the two pitiful figures lying on the operating chairs. Meanwhile, Jinteng's external manifestation commenced the surgery on Dorothy. Su Qingxue took a moment to survey the scene before turning her gaze towards Jinteng. Ji, are you here? Ji gently shook her head. It was inconvenient for others to come and go now, so she decided to go with me to the bedroom on the third basement level. In the bedroom on the third basement level, there were no sofas or chairs. Su Qingxue sat on Jinteng's bed, reaching out to contact Arasaka Raisin. Meanwhile, Jinteng lit a cigarette and leaned against the wall, exhaling smoke as a mere backdrop. The call was soon connected. Arasaka Raisin's upper body appeared before Su Qingxue. He was likely still in his exclusive office within the Arasaka Tower, casually placing a document on the desk. Miss Su, what audacity you possess to orchestrate such a grand inauguration ceremony upon your arrival in Night City. Hearing this, Su Qingxue's expression grew serious. 20 minutes ago, didn't your company send assassins to attack me? And now, Arasaka Raisin, you wish to discuss corporate collaboration? Arasaka Raisin shook his head and replied candidly. The assassins were not dispatched by me. That is for you to discern, Ms. Su. The reason I contacted you is to inquire about your opinions on the Relic project. Have you considered what the Relic chip signifies? Su Qingxue's demeanor softened slightly. Seeing that Arasaka Raisin was not there to lay blame, she was open to further conversation. The Relic chip? Protecting your soul? Immortality for the upper echelons of the company? A means for Arasaka Saburo to indirectly control the world? Arasaka Raisin suddenly smiled. Rather than that, have you pondered the consequences if A beyond the Black Wall were to master such technology? What would become of humanity, reduced to livestock? One might fear that we could sink lower than mere livestock, becoming wretched rats in the gutter. If my father, Arasaka Saburo, developed this technology of immortality, I would prefer to believe this is part of a grand conspiracy by some powerful A. Su Qingxue's eyes sharpened. She perceived a deeper implication in Arasaka Raisin's words. Suspicions about AD? After all, the Soul Reaper was her own creation. Now, AD was establishing a digital ghost town in Hong Kong, entangled in a murky relationship with Kong Tao. It seemed odd for Arasaka Raisin to approach her with such insinuations. Haha, Arasaka young prince. What do you mean? Do you wish to slander me with accusations of inhumane intentions to occupy the moral high ground? Rather than believing that Arasaka Raisin harbored noble aspirations to save the world, Su Qingxue was more inclined to think that he sought to elevate himself for his own trivial ambitions. How old was Arasaka Saburo now? Perhaps around 105? At this rate, how long would it take for Arasaka Raisin to ascend to power? If the development of immortality technology succeeded, wouldn't Arasaka Raisin be condemned to never stand out in his lifetime? GC silently smoked without uttering a word, fully aware that according to the narrative of his previous life, the words spoken by Arasaka Raisin resonated with his own convictions. Even if he were to ascend to power, he would undoubtedly plunge military technology into the fray, igniting the Fifth Corporate War. Arasaka despised all corporations, whether it was Arasaka, military technology, or even Kong Tao. They were all fundamentally the same, mere corporations without distinction. Now, as Su Qingxue showcased her strength and expressed her disdain for Arasaka, Raisin's visit was, in fact, a form of probing. He sought to discern Su Qingxue's stance. Yet, her sentiments appeared no different from those of other corporate employees, harboring only the same sordid conspiracy theories. Just as Arasaka Raisin was preparing to conclude this tedious conversation, Season 4 discarded his cigarette and approached, saying, Qingxue, allow me to converse with Arasaka Raisin. GC aligned the virtual projection before him. Introducing himself, I am GC, the financial manager of the Fate God sect and the head of the intelligence department at Qian Tea Company. I believe in your words, Arasaka Raisen. The delicate tapping of Arasaka Raisen's fingertips on the table came to an abrupt halt, and he pondered before speaking. Today's events, the assault on Arasaka Tower, the destruction of the Night City Network surveillance base, and the attack on the Biotechnology Research Institute, were all orchestrated by you, Mr. G? GC gently shook his head in denial. No, these schemes are orchestrated by the leader of the Fate sect, Begeshta. They have nothing to do with me, GC. I am merely a minor character, responsible solely for repairing prosthetics and managing finances. The gaze of Arasaka Raisen deepened, adorned with a typical expression of disbelief. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged that the fact Su Qingxue, previously so imposing, was now obediently stepping aside. GC's words spoke volumes about the situation. He certainly would not underestimate this unfamiliar man. Arasaka Corporation upheld a strict hierarchy and revered lineage, aligning with the samurai ethos of sacrificing one's life and blood for the emperor. Military technology emphasized rigorous management, precision, and a profound respect for freedom. In contrast, Kanto prized efficiency, privilege, and capability. Despite its myriad internal factions and relentless conflicts, Kanto stood resilient, embodying a unique set of values. Talented individuals emerged to turn the tide, allowing Kanto to secure its position in this world. While merit might not guarantee prominence in other companies, within Kanto, it assured a place at the table. Thus, Arasaka Raisen mentally categorized GC as someone outside the Su or Ling families, yet endowed with privileges. Mr. G, what is it you wish to discuss with me? Quite simple, GC replied. You should find an opportunity to lure Arasaka Saburo to Night City. I will arrange for someone to eliminate him discreetly, ensuring that no one is the wiser. Alternatively, I could consult with leader Begeshta, who could accompany you to the Arasaka headquarters in Tokyo once we reach an opportune moment. He would initiate a deadly assault on Arasaka Saburo. Afterward, you would seamlessly succeed him, and we would decode the relic chip together, eradicating the remnants of the chaotic A from the old internet era. We will restore peace and tranquility to the world. Both Arasaka Raisen and Su Qingxue were momentarily rendered speechless. Was this truly a conversation that could be had? Neither had anticipated GC's bold suggestion to incite patricide. Su Qingxue deemed GC's thoughts to be fanciful delusions, while Arasaka Raisen felt as though he had been seduced by a demon, prying open Pandora's box. He clenched his fists, striving to maintain the barest semblance of rationality and composure. GC's words rang true. Arasaka Saburo was currently ensconced within that wretched icebox, staving off decay while awaiting the successful completion of the relic project to achieve immortality. Regardless of the external accolades proclaiming him a deity of enterprise, he remained very much human. Arasaka Raisen harbored considerable feelings for his family. Despite his simmering resentment toward Arasaka Saburo, he had never contemplated taking his life. In the midst of the chaos, GC's words were a breath of peace. Yet what astonished Su Qingxue even more was that Arasaka Raisen did not erupt into a torrent of curses. Instead, he fell into deep contemplation. Was it that she, Su Qingxue, had fallen behind the times, or had the prolonged stay in the City of Night dulled her senses? Listening to GC's remarks, Arasaka Raisen narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. With the death of Arasaka Saburo, he had assumed control of the Arasaka Corporation, effectively becoming the hand that initiated the conflict. However, his current options were limited. Aside from Adam Heavy Hammer, who lay in a critical state, he had only a fraction of Arasaka's elite combat forces left, which had been severely weakened today due to the incident involving Ben Gusuda. He also had to guard against the possibility of the Yi family or Alter seizing the opportunity to invade the ethereal digital city of Divine Chariot, while Arasaka Tower's defenses were compromised. Arasaka Raisen's moments of reflection were swift. Soon, he would convene a press conference to announce that an internal employee, unable to withstand the pressure, had succumbed to cybernetic insanity, leading to some unintended casualties. Fortunately, the anti-terrorist rapid response team had arrived in time to avert further bloodshed. Did such sincerity suffice? Chapter 87. 3 million Su Qingxue had not anticipated that Arasaka Raisen would tacitly acknowledge the bloodbath at Arasaka Tower today. Did he really just agree to this? GC shook his head. Currently, our Destiny sect is facing a financial shortfall. How about this, Arasaka Raisen? You will transfer 30 million euros to us as compensation for mental anguish. We shall overlook the matter of Adam's brutal elimination of Deben. Without allowing Arasaka Raisen the chance to express his outrage, GC continued, I understand your concerns regarding security at the shrine. Shortly, I will have to Ben Gusta's brother, Xiao Ben Gusta, stationed at the entrance of the Arasaka Tower to serve as a temporary guard, providing you with ample time to mobilize sufficient forces from the Tokyo headquarters. Arasaka Raisin took deep breaths to control his emotions, realizing that contesting this arrangement would be futile, although he wished to decline. GC's insistence on deploying Ben was clearly a veiled threat. However, there was a silver lining. This situation would instill considerable apprehension in other enterprises, leading them to speculate about a possible reconciliation between Arasaka and Kanto. 30 million is out of the question. I can offer you a maximum of 3 million as personal compensation, Arasaka Raisin asserted. Agreed. Just remember to process it through official channels, GC interrupted, cutting off Arasaka Raisin before he could finish his sentence, abruptly ending the call. He had no desire to continue the conversation, fully prepared for the possibility that GC might threaten to obliterate the Arasaka headquarters with a nuclear strike. Su Qingxue stared at GC in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. What was happening? They had ravaged the Arasaka Tower, and now Arasaka Raisin was expected to apologize and provide 3 million in compensation? With Su Qingxue, who appeared somewhat dazed, GC made his way to the surgical room on the first floor. At that moment, he had just completed the surgery on Bane, who now boasted a pristine titanium alloy skeleton, along with the Klenchikov and the Kyantasai on Waystand 3. Dorothy would arrive a bit later. Su Qingxue stood at the entrance of the surgical room, watching as GC gently tapped Bane's cheek. Wake up. Wake up, don't doze off. The anesthesia has worn off. Bane, hurry up. There's a 3 million commission awaiting you. Bane, still groggy, opened his eyes at the mention of the sum. You need to wait at the entrance of the Arasaka Tower for a night until the elite forces arrive. Arasaka Li Xian just called for help, saying the tower is unguarded. Go and show a presence to serve as makeshift security while informing others that Bane Gesta is not dead. No need for excessive violence. If someone attempts to ambush you, just flee, as this mission is quite simple. Just showing your face can earn you 3 million. Alright. Although Bane was somewhat surprised by the reconciliation between GC and Arasaka, he harbored no profound thoughts on the matter. However, he suspected that given GC's character, security likely implied coercion and extortion. Naturally, he refrained from expressing such thoughts outright. After sending Bane and Su Qingxue off, GC finally exhaled and descended to the second basement floor to address the issues concerning the more employees. Regardless of the circumstances, the Fate Church had indeed established a foothold in Night City this time. While GC was probing into the memory fragments of the 6 employees from More Technology, Bane was preparing for his mission. As he ventured out to the Profiterole Tavern, he encountered Man and Dolio dragging the dismembered body of a burly man. The robust figure from earlier was now shattered, his body blown apart into several pieces. Contrary to Bane's expectation of a fully mechanized body, this man was predominantly flesh and blood, with his innards exposed, a sight that was somewhat grotesque and unsettling. Nonetheless, one could not deny the impressive combat prowess of this giant. Bane Gesta, the living legend of Night City. Bane exchanged a light fist bump with Man, chuckling. I still have some matters to attend to today. I'll return later for drinks. Alright. Meanwhile, GC's investigation into the memory fragments of the More Technology employees yielded some discoveries. More Technology Experiment Investigation Report Me 668724. Clone Subject Intelligence Information Investigator. Grinch Report Content. Life clone body cultivated from the blood of legendary mercenary Morgan Blackhand. Enhanced after injection with an alien serum, resulting in genetic mutations, increased physicality, and heightened destructiveness, yet diminished combat cognition. Based on operational feedback, the clone exhibits a high level of mercenary combat proficiency, though the clarity of command execution remains indeterminate. The RD department has successfully completed 2 clone bodies. However, the brainwashing process proved ineffective. Feedback from both clone experiments indicates strong sensory perception and empathetic capacities. The network jamming device provided by military technology proved effective. The clones did not attract any undue attention en route to their target. Approval processor, Marcia. This report has been successfully uploaded to the terminal. The information gathered pertains to both More Technology and military technology, which, while somewhat unexpected, was ultimately within the realm of anticipation. At present, GC feels little impact. Just across from the Puff Tavern, a building has exploded, yet NCD remains indifferent, and the Anti-Terrorism Task Force has not responded. Has the Yi family company truly abandoned this place? Are they not concerned that GC might transform Santo Domingo into a veritable ghost town? GC had no immediate plans to seek out the military technology's misfortunes, given that he was already immersed in the Night City. Encountering such elements was merely a matter of time. There was no need for haste. Additionally, the military technology's minions, the Sixth Streets gang, were situated in Santo Domingo, and it remained uncertain whether they would dare to collect protection fees again. Later, he planned to disassemble the subdermal armor from the burly man for analysis. Should he succeed in replicating the product, the survival capabilities of the followers of the Fate God cult would be significantly enhanced. Furthermore, GC recalled that he had promised to present David with a gift. Tonight, he intended to complete David's cybernetic modifications and then elevate his own mechanical integration to 80%, curious to discover what unique abilities might be unlocked. After GC sent a message to David, he arrived in a swift 3 minutes, clearly brimming with curiosity about the impending gift. "Jigu, you summoned me?" David exclaimed as he entered the operating room, taking deep breaths in anticipation. Naturally, he harbored some speculations regarding the forthcoming present. In this world, the unique cybernetic surgeons were akin to a fusion of mechanical engineers and physicians. This group excelled in surgical procedures, with GC now standing out as one of the finest among them. Chapter 88. Do not cut. Cybernetic surgeons must possess mastery over medical sciences and pathology, among other disciplines. However, in Night City, no one questioned whether cybernetic surgeons could treat illnesses. Rather, they were more concerned with the surgeon's ability to replace mechanical limbs. For instance, if someone fell ill with a cold, a cybernetic surgeon would arrange for the implantation of a mechanical immune system. If excessive smoking damaged the lungs, the surgeon would provide a brand new bionic lung. It might be said that cybernetic surgeons do not heal ailments, yet they can obliterate diseases and alleviate suffering. It is precisely due to the cutting-edge technological advancements of 2077 that the public has grown indifferent to the medications available. The fundamental reason for this apathy lies in the lack of profitability and the concerns regarding potential undiscovered adverse effects of combining pharmaceuticals with various companies' cybernetics. Thus, those who still rely on basic medications to treat ailments are often the most marginalized in society. In contrast, the affluent have long since reveled in the exhilarating benefits of cybernetic enhancements. These augmentations not only restore health in a fraction of the time, eliminating the need for prolonged treatments, but also offer the euphoric sensation of becoming superhuman. This allure is the very essence that makes cybernetic modifications irresistible. Yet, paradoxically, the world now struggles to produce even the simplest vaccines, particularly in the face of widespread infectious diseases. This includes decisions made by the Night City Council, which opted to eradicate all avian species within the city, nearly driving them to extinction. GC gazed at David with a gentle smile. "David, you have consistently excelled at Arasaka Academy, and thus my gift to you is a cybernetic enhancement. However, before proceeding with the modification, I would like to hear your thoughts. Would you prefer to install the Sion Waystain system or a neural processor to become a hacker?" David sat on the surgical table, hesitating at the inquiry. After all, if he could become a skilled mercenary like Bane or Dorothy, he would already be quite content. Yet now, GC had posed a question to him, seeking his own opinion. David was acutely aware that GC's true identity was that of a hacker. "Jigu, could you enlighten me about the realm of hacking? I have never encountered it before, and I wish to understand more before making my decision." GC crossed her arms and casually leaned against the equipment platform behind her, remarking nonchalantly, "Well, what aspects are you interested in? I can enlighten you. I wish to acquire all-encompassing knowledge about hackers. Is that possible?" GC observed David's cautious demeanor and smiled in acknowledgement. As a hacker capable of navigating the treacherous realms of the Arakawa Tower, GC's professional acumen was, by nature, somewhat rudimentary. However, in this foundational attempt at hacker education, GC's instruction was accessible and easily comprehensible. The premise of the game 2077 is rather simplistic. Yet this was the realm of reality, where the intricacies and unpredictability of life diverged significantly. Nonetheless, many fundamental principles remained universally applicable, such as the computational capabilities of RAM, the function of network access terminals, and the utility of the Puppet plugins. For hackers, adapting their intrusion protocols to different targets is imperative. Swiftly breaching Puppet plugins is a straightforward, all-encompassing method of attack. Yet, this technique is also the most effective and pragmatic, as one rarely has the luxury of time to meticulously analyze the enemy's brain machine system's CE defenses during combat. Speaking of CE defenses, While some prefer to overwhelm target safeguards with raw computational power, in Night City, many hackers opt to stealthily circumvent the CE systems. This variance in methodology consequently affects RAM consumption metrics. Self-CE, formerly known as the Cybernetic Electronic Countermeasure System, has become a favored augmentation among mercenaries and agents in Night City, as proximity to the brain-machine processor enhances protective measures. Its function is straightforward. It houses multiple defensive systems. When hackers refer to CE being excessively robust, they imply that an abundance of defensive systems necessitates continuous decryption. Moreover, the most ingenious aspect of CE protection lies in its automatic substitution. Should hackers utilize Puppet plugins for rapid infiltration, the self-CE augmentation becomes the primary target, effectively thwarting data stream intrusions and rendering the Puppet plugins inoperative. 5 minutes later, David shook his head. Jigu, I wish to install the Sandway stain. By the way, if I want to install other augmentations, will there be a cost involved? Upon hearing these words, GC's smile broadened, and he lowered his embracing arms. Indeed, why not? However, as a brother within the sect, I can grant you the privilege of credit. Just remember to repay me once you have accomplished enough tasks to earn sufficient funds. David pondered for a moment before finally clenching his fists and declaring, Brother G, I aspire to undergo a complete transformation into a fully synthetic body, just like you. I aim to achieve a perfect score of 100. Season 4 rolled his eyes, fully aware that David was referring to the external manifestation of the bin. He casually remarked, Shall I go ahead and sever your second limb then? It would merely impact your speed in drawing your weapon. Huh, wait, hold on, don't do it. After performing surgery on David, GC resolved to remain in seclusion, intent on commencing an operation on his own entity. Beyond the looming threat posed by the formidable More technology, GC fundamentally believed that his current endeavors had expanded considerably, yet he still possessed ample room for advancement. He feared that if he continued to idly drift through life, he might one day confront insurmountable adversaries, leading to regret and heartbreak. Season 4 gazed at David and Dorothy, who lay on the surgical chair, a smile gracing his lips as he silently lit a cigarette, awaiting their awakening. He too pondered the tasks he needed to accomplish thereafter. GC is preparing to analyze the subcutaneous armor of the formidable warriors from More technology, regardless of the circumstances. More technology is indeed a pioneer in the development of the Berserk system. Unlike the hacker style and distinct from the Cyan-Weiston approach, the Berserk system may be characterized by its brute force, yet its practical value on the battlefield cannot be overlooked. Subsequently, the focus shifts to enhancing one's mechanical prosthetics to a level exceeding 80. However, David has not been transformed into a hulking figure by GC as depicted in the original narrative. Season 4 merely equipped him with Stanislav and Krunchikov, alongside the 3 chips that everyone in the Cult of Fate possesses. In Night City, it is no wonder he trusts no one. According to the intelligence gathered by Season 4, V is most likely the body that Alt has identified as most compatible with Johnny Silverhand. It is often said that the digital ghost A is devoid of emotions. However, Alt's differing attitudes towards Johnny and V inherently reveal numerous underlying issues. In this world, there are countless intelligent individuals, yet they often fall prey to their own cleverness, believing themselves to be the ultimate victors, the final puppeteers. GC has always been reluctant to position himself at the forefront. What does it matter to modify and enhance one's cybernetic body? What significance lies in becoming a legend? He excels in the art of subtlety and restraint, adept at discerning the opportune moment and acting accordingly. For the Destiny Church to flourish, it is inevitable that he must engage with senior executives of other corporations. Given this reality, he is entirely unconcerned about cloaking the Destiny Church in the guise of Kanto. He is well aware that his intelligence has undoubtedly come to the attention of high-level executives across various companies. Yet as long as there are enough capable individuals within the Destiny Church in Kanto, the likelihood of drawing attention towards himself will diminish significantly. Thanks to GC's assistance in administering anesthetics, David merely felt a fleeting darkness before awakening to find the surgical adjustments completed. As GC gazed into David's eyes, a flicker of movement passed through him. He spoke softly, I never expected you to awaken before the rest of us, David. It seems Dorothy will have to wait a while longer. David struggled to blink, gradually acclimating to the light. He slightly shifted his head and turned his eyes, bewilderedly observing the ceiling of the operating room. Jigu. GC extinguished the cigarette in his hand. After waking up, he decided to lie down for a while longer, planning to take Dorothy out later. He felt rather busy during this period and requested that no one disturb him for the time being. With that, GC made his way towards the basement floor. David turned to glance at Dorothy, perhaps still feeling the echoes of their previous altercation. Seizing the moment while GC had his back turned, David rose and playfully slapped Dorothy's rear. At that instant, he inadvertently roused her from her slumber. "Young man, do you wish to engage with me?" Chapter 89. It rained. David's face flushed with embarrassment, and before he could offer an explanation, he noticed a mischievous grin spreading across Dorothy's face as she reached towards his groin. Reacting instinctively, David dashed towards the operating room door. Through the surveillance, GC observed the unfolding scene with a faint smile, unperturbed. Meanwhile, Chi-Wei was in her hacker den, tinkering with a puppet plugin when she received a communication request from the intermediary, Faraday. "Faraday, I have a task that requires your hacking expertise, Chi-Wei." With a resigned sigh, Chi-Wei considered her past collaborations with Faraday, which had been relatively harmonious. In the Night City, it was simple. You find work, she delivers. Everyone profits. Chi-Wei had recently acquired a puppet plugin from the Voodoo Boys and was in dire need of funds. Life was a constant struggle, after all. "Chi-Wei, what is the task?" "Faraday, rest assured, the remuneration is substantial. This time, you'll be working alongside a mercenary squad. No objections, I hope?" "Chi-Wei, what exactly am I getting into? Are we to storm the Arasaka Tower to rescue a kidnapped sex doll?" Faraday seemed momentarily taken aback by Chi-Wei's words. "Faraday, the client is from the Tiger Claw gang. A mid-level manager has lost his wife and daughter and is willing to pay a hefty sum to capture a target for revenge. The target is a cadre from the Tiger Claw gang, so the commission is indeed quite generous." "Chi-Wei, all right, let us meet at Liz's bar then." Holding in her hand a newly acquired system reset chip, which was pristine and not second-hand. She knew its quality far surpassed that of the ones harvested from corpses in the black market. As for seeking the cyber monitor to purchase the puppet plugin, Chi-Wei was no cyber psychopath. She wouldn't recklessly offer herself as bait. Having recently executed a job where she exfiltrated all the data from a small company, she had inadvertently drawn attention during her escape, resulting in the shooting of several employees and security personnel. Consequently, she was now burdened with a bounty of 20,000 euros issued by the intermediary. If not for her acquaintance with Faraday and her financial predicament, she would not have rashly accepted another commission. In the past 2 weeks, many had attempted to claim her bounty, creeping up on her in the shadows, which made her wary. After donning a disguise, Chi-Wei headed towards Liz's bar. As night faded into dawn, in a dim alley outside Liz's bar, a mercenary handed her a chip. 6,000 euros for you, right here in this chip. The Tiger Claw cadre, Tian Zhonglong Air, will be delivered to the employer by the other brothers. The mercenary squad member gestured to the bruised and unconscious Tiger Claw leader at their feet. Chi-Wei nodded, accepting the chip without checking it immediately, wary of potential viruses. Using an external detection device would only reveal her distrust to the mercenary squad, whom she had worked with 3 times yet still had fully trusted. As she turned to leave, Emile, a member of the squad, called out to her, "Miss Chi-Wei, don't you trust us enough to check the amount? If it's short, don't come crying to me later." Chi-Wei halted, discreetly preparing the puppet plugin for her escape. Emile, observing her silence, pressed on. "We've collaborated numerous times already. Since we're right next to Liz's bar, how about we share a drink?" "Unfortunately, I'm allergic to alcohol," Chi-Wei replied coolly, turning to face Emile. The rest of the mercenary squad exchanged puzzled glances, unaware of why their leader was attempting to engage Chi-Wei. Emile, realizing Chi-Wei was unyielding, decided to drop the pretense. Since Faraday had summoned Chi-Wei, he had recognized her as the hacker wanted by intermediary Dano Tinovich. Initially, Emile had intended to eliminate Chi-Wei post-mission to claim the bounty for himself. However, Chi-Wei's refusal to use a virus chip and her disinterest in a casual drink thwarted those plans. During the mission, she had employed a puppet plugin capable of directly resetting systems. In a one-on-one confrontation, Emile lacked confidence in overpowering her and feared a potential misstep. Thus, he opted for a more straightforward approach. Emile's gaze swept over Chi-Wei's stern visage. "I recall you have a bounty of 20,000 euros from Dano Tinovich. Regardless of whether you are dead or alive, just showing up will earn you the payout." Surprise flickered across the faces of the mercenaries. They were no strangers to the act of eliminating temporary hackers for profit. The rest of the squad had not anticipated that Chi-Wei would be individually targeted with a bounty. She was, after all, a walking pile of cash in Night City. Just moments ago, they had risked their lives to capture the Tiger Claw leader for a bounty of 20,000 euros, yet Qi Wei, with minimal effort, was set to pocket 6,000. Temporary hackers were often viewed with disdain among mercenary squads, as they typically did not engage in the front lines but still took a share of the spoils. Observing the mercenaries unlocking their weapons, eager expressions painted their faces. Qi Wei sighed inwardly. The squad consisted of 6 members, and the only silver lining was the absence of Stanislav. In the tense atmosphere of the alley, Qi Wei's previously relaxed demeanor turned razor-sharp. Infiltrating a group of individuals was a different endeavor compared to a solitary target. The impatient mercenaries were all too aware of this, and they raised their firearms, pulling the triggers. With a bounty of 20,000 euros and an additional 6,000 from the job, along with her cybernetic implants and puppet chip, she could easily fetch another 20,000 euros. Altogether, that amounted to 50,000 euros. Most crucially, hackers typically lacked close combat prowess, making them enticing targets. Gunfire erupted, bullets tearing through the air towards Qi Wei. Not skilled in close-quarters combat, she pivoted and leapt, but a bullet struck her calf, causing a spray of crimson. The searing pain almost sent her tumbling mid-air, yet just then, the puppet plugin successfully uploaded. The mercenaries' cybernetic eyes flashed warnings, losing their forward visibility. The RAM needed for the system reset was substantial and couldn't be used for area attacks. Simultaneously, Qi Wei implanted the electromagnetic short-circuit puppet into Emil. With a scream, Qi Wei, gritting her teeth against the agony in her leg, hobbled toward the alley's exit. CTM. That damn bitch. Ouch. It hurts like hell. Can't you idiots aim before shooting? Get after her. Emil cursed, feeling his cybernetics nearly cooking his brain from the shock. Behind him, the mercenaries quickly followed Qi Wei's blood trail into the alley. How careless of me. It seems today is my day to die. In the early morning, the sky gradually began to drizzle, and the rain in Night City was far from a pleasant sight. It was acid rain. The pain from her wounds intensified once more as Qi Wei leaned against the wall, inching her way toward the alley's exit, her pace slowing. Her complexion strikingly pale. With her right leg's bones shattered and the rain exacerbating her condition, Qi Wei could barely manage to run more than 20 meters before collapsing once again. Hearing footsteps behind her, she gritted her teeth and drew a handgun from her back. The recent spate of intrusions had left her brain's RAM insufficient, and forcing further usage could potentially jeopardize her very mind. Yet, in Night City, even in the face of death, Qi Wei was determined to take a few down with her. I see Qi Wei. She's right here. You're quite the runner, aren't you? Why not keep running? As Chapter 90, Urban Warfare unfolded, the mercenaries quickly spotted Qi Wei, gun aimed in their direction, understanding her resolve to drag others down with her. They hid behind trash bins, taunting her with jeers. With the acid rain corroding her, Qi Wei knew she couldn't hold on much longer. Her life was worth far less than it seemed. Gazing at the mercenaries concealed behind the refuse, her vision grew increasingly heavy. She raised her gun to aim, while her left hand fumbled in her pocket for a cigarette, only to find the rain extinguishing her lighter time and again. After multiple failed attempts, despair settled in her heart. Even the simple act of smoking before death was beyond her reach. Just as Qi Wei was about to surrender, a female voice echoed from the alley's entrance. Hey, is someone injured here? Qi Wei, is that you? Meanwhile, in the Valley District, as midnight approached, Rebecca insisted on returning to Sasha's home, but Sasha had other plans. She intended to show the inexperienced Lucy around the Kabuki district and buy her some stylish clothes. Currently, Lucy was clad in coarse leather and a dust cloak, complete with goggles around her neck, an outfit that was simply beyond Sasha's comprehension. The trio's first destination was Japan Street, followed by a visit to Twisted Street, and finally, a stop at the luxurious Liz Bar, a high-end club in Night City. Unlike Rebecca, who was still in debt, Sasha had recently secured numerous contracts with Man, resulting in a surge in her funds, which allowed for playful banter as they embarked on their shopping spree. With Sasha's keen eye for fashion, Lucy underwent a remarkable transformation in just 2 hours, emerging as a sultry figure. She donned a fitted black leather bodysuit that accentuated her curves, topped with a white jacket. The coarse pants she wore were discarded in favor of snug shorts, complemented by elegant stockings. A touch of eyeshadow and lipstick completed her striking look, turning her into a captivating femme fatale. When Lucy gazed at her reflection, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. As Sasha rode her motorcycle with Lucy and Rebecca to the Liz Bar parking lot, a flurry of gunfire erupted nearby, coinciding with the steady patter of rain from above. Sasha remarked nonchalantly, "Just another gang skirmish. We needn't involve ourselves. The Mox gang will sort it out. Lucy nodded in agreement. But Rebecca seemed to be already rushing toward the source of the commotion. The alley where the gunshots rang out was only a street away, approximately 60 to 70 meters. Following Rebecca, Lucy quickly spotted the familiar figure of a woman lying on the ground. Hey, is someone injured here? Chiwei, is that you? Rebecca and Lucy exclaimed simultaneously. Chiwei turned her head, gazing at Lucy with confusion. Rebecca smiled slightly, realizing they knew each other. Her hands swiftly drew her twin pistols. Chiwei's mind buzzed. She couldn't recall who Lucy was. Yet, a glimmer of hope emerged. Perhaps she wouldn't have to die tonight after all. She quickly said, "There's a squad of mercenaries inside. There are 6 of them." Without looking back, Rebecca casually asked, "How many have stun wests?" None that I know of." Rebecca fell silent, advancing forward. As Sasha approached, she saw Lucy assisting the injured woman, while Rebecca held her weapon. Steadily moving deeper into the alley, laughter echoing like a mad womaness, bullets erupted from her firearm, bursting forth in brilliant flashes. Chiwei, watching Rebecca's movements, could hardly comprehend. She sprinted, leaped, and kicked off the wall, her laughter manic as she fired, emptying her magazine. This was not stun wests. Chiwei's cybernetic eye could discern every fleeting figure. The entire exchange, including the gunfire, transpired in a mere 3 seconds, yet time felt excruciatingly prolonged for Chiwei. Although Rebecca recalled Chiwei mentioning 6, only 5 mercenaries remained as she pressed onward. Soon, 2 more shots rang out. Observing Rebecca's graceful turn to holster her guns, Sasha hastened to Chiwei's side to assist her. "Do you know her?" she asked, perplexed. Lucy looked at Chiwei, who was grimacing in pain. "Yes, this is my friend, the hacker Chiwei." Chiwei finally recognized Lucy. "Lucy?" "Yes, Chiwei. How did you end up like this?" Chiwei's expression turned despondent as she realized surviving would require surgery at a black clinic to replace her leg. As a lone wolf without friends and currently broke, the thought of any mishap filled her with dread. She resigned herself to her fate. The mercenary squad completed their contract and turned on me, hoping to collect the bounty. Bounty? Is that considered a backstab? Lucy tilted her head, uncertain, as it was her first day in Night City, and she was already overwhelmed. "Yes, my bounty is 20,000 euros. You can take me in exchange for money. It doesn't matter whether you save me or not." 10 seconds of silence hung in the air, punctuated by the rhythmic sound of raindrops. Rebecca approached, and Sasha chuckled lightly. Finally, Lucy said, "Only 20,000? Rebecca crouched down, examining Chiwei's agony and inspecting her leg wound. "The bone is visible, and with the rain still falling, that leg is done for. If you don't want to die, you'll need to endure. I'll help you with a bandage to stop the bleeding." Seeing Rebecca produce a bundle of white bandages, Chiwei trembled, whispering, "Thank you." Sasha chuckled softly. "Let us go. We're taking you back to the Valley District." Chiwei observed Rebecca tending to her wounds, and her earlier agitation began to dissipate. She suddenly lifted her gaze towards Sasha's cheek. The previous afternoon, Chiwei had been perusing a hacker forum on the dark web, where numerous esteemed figures had met their demise. Some audacious hackers had even pilfered photographs of the lobby on the first floor of the Arasaka Tower, alongside images of Adam the Heavy, lying on a stretcher, which were made available for others to pay and view. As Chiwei gazed at the scant, blurred remnants of Heavy's flesh, she pondered who possessed such ferocity. Subsequently, she learned of a formidable man in the Valley District, Bane Jester of the Puff Cult, infamous for his massacre at the Arasaka Tower. Reflecting on this, Chiwei's tone grew contemplative. The Valley District, the Church of Fate? Indeed. Chapter 91. The Modem's Emotions under Chiwei's guidance. Rebecca acquired the spoils of this encounter, a second-hand Hera EC D360 sedan. The vehicle's previous owner was none other than the recently deceased mercenary squad leader, Emil. Mox's associates were already approaching with firearms drawn, and Sasha and the others paid no heed to the fallen mercenary's worth. Rebecca took the wheel, with Lucy assisting Chiwei in the back seat, while Sasha opted to ride her motorcycle home. As they sped along, Rebecca disregarded every red light. In Night City, running a red light was hardly an issue. While reclining against Lucy, Chiwei received a phone call from the intermediary, Faraday. She understood that Faraday intended to inquire about the commission, despite being the sole survivor of the internal conflict. However, she did not wish to lay the blame for Emil's mistakes at Faraday's feet. When the call connected, it was unsurprising that Faraday greeted her with a cold reprimand. "Where is he? Where is Emil? What?"